In the midst of an intense gaming session at home, Yi unexpectedly traverses into a parallel world filled with beast mastery elements. A year later, during the awakening ceremony, Yi, who had lost hope of awakening, unexpectedly activates a system. And, astonishingly, his first contracted spirit turns out to be the legendary Raiden Shogun, Baal. By restoring energy to the system, various functions can be unlocked, and the periodic multiple-choice tasks propel Yi to unprecedented heights. He wields the formidable Wuxiang Yi Dao, cleaving the entire spirit ruins in half, while across the battlefield, a blue jellyfish rescues the wounded, and Yi, empowered by lightning, effortlessly claims the heads of his foes. Afterward, when interviewed, Yi, as a beast master, is asked why he chooses to participate personally. With a smile that conveys the utmost confidence, he replies, "I simply cannot bear to let my shadow be harmed." Chapter 1. A Touch of Sweetness? In Huagua, Luocheng, the sun blazes overhead, although it is just early May. The sweltering heat envelopes the city as if to announce its arrival. At this moment, Luocheng No. 1 High School is bustling with crowds, as many parents gather near the gymnasium with their children. Military personnel clad in uniforms have cordoned off the area, while several middle-aged teachers usher students through the main entrance. At the center of the gymnasium, students line up, taking turns to approach a platform adorned with a six-pointed star. The platform is modest in size, approximately 5 by 5 meters, and a girl with a high ponytail stands nervously atop it. Beside her, a man dressed in a black combat uniform stands at the control console, and as the girl reaches the center of the platform, he reminds her, "Do not be anxious and do not resist. Truly feel the call of it." The girl nods, and the military man presses a red button on the console. The six-pointed star emits a soft white light, which intensifies until her figure is obscured. Approximately 1 minute later, as the white light dissipates, the girl, now beaming with joy, discovers a cute little squirrel perched on her shoulder. An instructor hurries over with a device and, after a brief examination, announces Wang Xiaoqian, beast form contract spirit. Talent level E. With heart-shaped eyes, Wang Xiaoqian transfers the squirrel into her arms and joyfully hops off the platform. Luli, element form contract spirit. Talent level C. Lan Yunsheng, beast form contract spirit. Talent level C. Wang Teng.Ye stands amidst the throng, his heart racing with anticipation, hoping earnestly for success. Just then, another student ascends the platform, but when the military man presses the button, the six-pointed star remains unresponsive. The student's face pales, and he bursts into tears. Whispers of sympathy and ridicule circulate among the onlookers. The military man dismisses the student's pleas for another attempt, and it is now Yi's turn. As Yi observes the scene on stage, a wave of disorientation washes over him. He is not of this world, having traversed here a year ago. He discovered that this realm is entirely different from his previous life. This world possesses a space known as Lingshu, teeming with various spirit beasts. Unfortunately, these creatures are not friendly towards humans and often exhibit extreme aggression. In the face of such ferocious spirit beasts, humanity has two means of defense: overwhelming firepower or the path of the Beast Master. Every individual has the opportunity to awaken their Beast Master talent at the age of 16 during a national ceremony held at high schools, utilizing a six-pointed star device, developed by the state to forcibly connect those with talent to the other dimensional space. If successful, congratulations are in order, you have become a Beast Master. Conversely, failure to awaken during the ceremony results in a near-zero probability of self-awakening thereafter. Beast Masters not only combat spirit beasts within Lingshu using their contracted spirits endowed with various abilities, but they can also absorb Beast Mastery energy, enhancing their physique and extending their lifespan. This grants Beast Masters a remarkably elevated social status, with becoming one often referred to as humanity's second chance at life. Yi, present. As the military man calls his name, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrays his calm demeanor. Yi steps forward from the line onto the stage. Standing in the center of the six-pointed star, he nervously nods at the military personnel beside him, who then presses the button. However, there is no response. 1 minute later, Yi walks off the stage with an impassive expression. Despite his calm facade, his heart sinks to the depths of despair. In Huagua, the awakening rate barely surpasses 50%, and the probability of awakening is not high. However, Yi feels a pang of disappointment after a year of immersion in this strange world. He has developed a deep curiosity about it. Becoming a Beast Master has long been his aspiration. Didn't awaken? Can't you see? No response. Don't worry, perhaps you possess extraordinary talent and will awaken on your own. Just after descending from the platform, Yi Ye's close friend, Lan Yunsheng, offers comforting words. You really think so? Look at how pathetic that was. How could he possibly self-awaken? A mocking voice interjects from behind them. It belongs to Li Yuan, the class leader, who wears the blue and white school uniform of Luoqing No. 1, with a turtle the size of a pot lid lounging at his feet. Behold, my contracted spirit, my talent level is merely C. Li Yuan boasts, casting a triumphant glance at Yi. Unable to tolerate Li Yuan's arrogance, Lan Yunsheng's expression turns icy as he glares at him. Is being a contracted spirit just a source of pride for you? I merely think it's a pity for our academic prodigy, Yi, not to awaken his talent. Those of us who have awakened will be heading to the Beast Masterclass for study tomorrow. But don't be disheartened. Yi, focus on your cultural studies, and you'll surely get into university, right? Hello, Principal Zhang, Yi suddenly exclaims. Upon hearing Yi greet someone behind him, Li Yuan hastily turns to return the greeting. In the next moment, Yi springs into action, launching a swift kick at Li Yuan's rear end. What the heck? Li Yuan, having just awakened his talent and not yet begun absorbing beast mastery energy, is caught off guard and stumbles, landing awkwardly. Yi and Lan Yunsheng exchange knowing glances and run. Exiting the gymnasium, Lan Yunsheng gasps for breath, hands on his hips, while Yi is equally winded. Classes will be divided tomorrow. Why don't you try the beast mastery energy potion? Hearing Lan Yunsheng's suggestion, Yi looks at him with an expression of refusal. Do you really believe that drinking that stuff will lead to self-awakening? The authorities have debunked that myth. Moreover, it's a waste for ordinary people. It costs 11,000 a bottle. A serious expression crosses Lan Yunsheng's chubby face as he pulls out a large ampoule from his pocket. Why Dad gave this to me, he thought that in case I didn't awaken, I could try this. But now it's unnecessary, so you can have it. Yi hesitates, but decides not to refuse. Lan Yunsheng comes from a wealthy family and can afford it. Yet, staring at the label that reads Premium Beast Mastery Energy Potion, Yi falls into deep contemplation. What Lan Yunsheng mentioned earlier was the junior potion, priced at 11,000 a bottle, while the premium potion is 100 times more effective and generally unavailable. To the public, just this small vial could be worth over $1 million. Is it truly safe for an ordinary person like me to use such a powerful potion? Noticing Yi Ye's pained expression, Lan Yunsheng scratches his head, looking somewhat apologetic. My dad said, if you're going to take medicine, take the best. Although the premium potion is quite potent, it shouldn't be lethal, right? Is it really worth the risk to consume recklessly as long as one does not perish? Yi rolled his eyes, but cautiously tucked the vial of potion into his pocket. After bidding farewell to Lan Yunsheng, he was to attend the class division for the beast taming program, a matter that no longer concerned Yi. Exiting the school gates, he adeptly summoned a shared bicycle and pedaled towards home. The Tiandu community was not far from the school, conveniently located near various middle and high schools as well as shopping centers, thus qualifying as a bona fide district for education. Upon arriving home, he discovered that his parents had not yet returned from work. Yi entered his room, locking the door behind him, and sat on the edge of his bed, contemplating the potion Lan Yunsheng had given him. Though the authorities had previously advised against purchasing the beast taming potions in hopes of awakening one's abilities, the reality remained that countless students had succumbed to despair after failing the awakening ceremony and had taken desperate measures, yet none had succeeded. In fact, even ordinary individuals who consumed potions meant for beast tamers often experienced various adverse effects. Yi found himself questioning whether the rumors of awakening through these potions were merely a ploy disseminated by the manufacturers. However, when one truly lacked the talent for awakening, this world had never been devoid of gamblers. As Yi hesitated, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind, startling him. Ding. Task initiated. What should you, who were torn over whether to consume the potion, do? The voice caused Yi Ye's mind to momentarily freeze. Option 1. After much deliberation, you decide to forego the potion and instead pursue a degree at an ordinary university, eventually engaging in business. Reward. Initial funding of 1 million blue star coins. Option 2. Consume the potion, only to be tormented by the frenzied power of beast taming, suffering a fate worse than death. Reward. 1 luxurious golden ash urn adorned with Swarovski crystals. Option 3. Allow the system to absorb the potion, and after restoring a certain amount of energy, it will assist the host in unlocking the talent of a beast tamer. Reward. One powerful humanoid contract spirit. Chapter 2. The Unfathomable Blade, Kai Dao Edition. Yi's eyes brimmed with tears. It had been a year. Do you know how I have spent this past year? My golden opportunity has finally arrived. Faced with the three options before him, Yi resolutely chose the third. The potion in his hand vanished in an instant. Beep. System energy recovery in progress. Beep. System energy restored to 3%, granting the host the Beast Master talent. Almost instantaneously, Yi felt as though a certain restraint within him had been released, and his perception of the world shifted dramatically. Where's my contracted spirit? Where's my contracted spirit? Yi was bewildered. The school teacher had said that upon awakening their talent and breaking through to the Beastmaster level, one would feel the call of their contracted spirit, thereby forming a bond. Yet now, he felt absolutely nothing. Beep. Host, please remain calm. Arrangements are being made. A suitable contracted spirit has been located for the host. Please check. In an instant, Yi felt a connection with a familiar life force, as if the other party was equally attached to him. With a mental nudge, Yi employed the summoning method he had learned at school to call forth his contracted spirit. The next moment, Yi was astounded by the spirit he had summoned. With dark purple hair braided and cascading down her back, violet eyes featuring a tear mole at the right corner, adorned with a dragon gentian flower and a folding fan headpiece, clad in a purple kimono embroidered with dragon gentian flowers, and wearing black thigh-high stockings paired with heeled sandals. A striking eye of the thunder deity flashed with electricity at her waist. Raiden Shogun? No, wait. Yi gazed down at the familiar Raiden Shogun, realizing he was seated at the edge of the bed. But why is she in this form? Staring at the 70-centimeter-tall Raiden Shogun, Yi found her both adorable and amusing. Beep. Due to insufficient system energy, the complete form cannot be summoned and can only be regressed to the juvenile stage. The host is advised to enhance and upgrade her later. Though in her juvenile form, Yi felt that it was of little consequence. After all, this was the god of thunder, Raiden Shogun, the pinnacle of martial prowess in Genshin. Wait, why is it Genshin? Yi had an ominous feeling creeping in. The reason he had traversed worlds was rather simple and crude. After staying up late watching treasure chest strategy videos, Yi finally opened the last treasure chest just as dawn broke, and in that moment of excitement, he was struck by the sight of a 99 exploration completion on the map, leading to an instant heart attack. Thus, he passed away at the age of 17. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself seated in a familiar classroom, having crossed into this world. So this is a world where both winning and losing hinge on Genshin? Having traversed due to Genshin, did he unwittingly awaken a Genshin-themed system for himself? Beep. Please be mindful of your language, or the system will initiate self-destruct measures. Hey. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Observing the juvenile Raiden Shogun before him, Yi felt invigorated. Well, from now on, I shall call you Ying. Just as Yi was fixated on the divine eye at Ying's waist, curious about its workings, a virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Ying. Level, Bronze 1 star. Personality, innocent, kind, earnest. Attribute, thunder. Type, humanoid. Talent, exceptional thunder resistance. Can withstand 90 of thunder element attacks. Skill, Inazuma swordsmanship. 1. Potential, upgradable. It seems the system truly lacks energy. How could it bestow such a powerful contracted spirit with only a basic talent? Seeing the upgradable potential, Yi's expression darkened. This unscrupulous system was clearly prompting him to recharge. After processing the events that had unfolded in that brief half hour, his spirits soared. Yi was destined to stand atop the world. However, the next moment, Yi encountered a dilemma. One must remember that contracted spirits also require sustenance. Although there were provisions for his father's contracted spirit at home, the problem was that his father's spirit was merely a duck. Can Ying eat duck feed? Shaking his head, Yi reasoned that since she was in a humanoid form, she should be able to consume human food. At that moment, as Yi pondered what to feed her, he noticed Ying, who was curiously fiddling with his computer. Hey, Ying, do not tamper with my computer. No. Do not open that website. In the end, Yi acted swiftly, grabbing the collar of Ying's garment and pulling her away from the computer desk. My computer cannot be meddled with, do you understand? Ying lowered her head, fingers entwined in a display of dismay. Yi sighed in exasperation. Although she was a humanoid contracted spirit, she could not speak. Only upon reaching the king level would a contracted spirit gain the ability to converse. Nevertheless, Yi still sensed Ying's dissatisfaction in his mind. Gazing at the adorable little girl before him, Yi retrieved an Alpen sugar candy from the drawer, tore off the wrapping, and handed it to Ying. Here, have some candy. Children should not be playing with computers. Hesitantly, Ying looked at Yi, then carefully accepted the candy and placed it in her mouth. Upon tasting the sweetness, her eyes curved into crescent moons. So sweet, Yi sighed. Taking care of a child was indeed exhausting. Thankfully, he vaguely remembered that Raiden Shogun had a penchant for sweet treats. The youthful Ing had yet to endure the tragic tales of childhood. She was simply an endearing, somewhat innocent little girl. However, this would not suffice. If Yi was to enter the Beastmaster class, battles would inevitably follow. Watching Ing relish the Alpen candy, Yi fell deep in thought. At that moment, Ing sensed Yi's contemplative mood and became disheartened, pouting adorably as she looked at him. Do you wish to perform? Just then, Ing informed him telepathically that she was quite powerful. Ing nodded, clutching the candy, her expression solemn as she closed her eyes. The next instant, she opened her eyes, placing her right hand over her heart. Both Ing and Yi remained motionless, with Ing's face flushed, awkwardly gazing at Yi. The implication was clear. She subconsciously believed she was capable of such feats, yet she did not understand why. Yi covered his face with one hand. Was she already thinking of executing the unfathomable blade at such a young age? Contemplating this, Yi hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a kitchen knife and presenting it to Ing. Ing stared at the kitchen knife in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps it was not an impossibility? In the next moment, wielding the kitchen knife, Ing executed a series of swift movements, slashing, hacking, slicing, and dicing, all in one fluid motion. Yi, startled by Ing's sudden display of prowess, felt paralyzed in the cramped room, which could hardly withstand her energetic antics. All right, I acknowledge your strength. Now please return the knife to me. Ing, deprived of her weapon, sulked while munching on the candy. After finishing the candy, Ing expressed her fatigue, and Yi nodded, feeling a tug at his heartstrings. Ing vanished from sight, transported to the contracted spirit space. Every beast master possesses a unique contracted spirit space, where contracted spirits can rest adequately, absorb beast master energy, and even recuperate. Chapter 3. A shocking revelation for old Zhang. After a while, Yi was still grappling with how to explain the situation to his parents when his father and mother returned home from work. Exiting his room, Yi found his parents already seated on the sofa. Observing Yi's pensive expression, they exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong, son? Have you run out of money? Yi Min looked at Yi with confusion, as he typically received a generous allowance. Yi Min, did you withhold money from him? Ning Xiangtong, not one to coddle Yi Min, suspected he had pocketed some of the allowance meant for Yi. I didn't. I'm innocent. As Yi noted Ning Xiangtong's hand resting on Yi Min's waist, he merely sighed, accustomed to such familial dynamics. Son, speak up. I've given you 500 yuan for living expenses for the week, haven't I? Yi paused in surprise. 500? Wasn't he at always 300? Yi squinted his eyes, casting a disapproving gaze at Yi Min. Yi Min looked at Yi with pleading eyes and quickly blinked 6 times. Yi gently shook his head and blinked 8 times in response. Yi Min's expression froze momentarily, and he nodded in resignation. This mischievous boy. Mother, you've misunderstood Dad. He hasn't skimped on my living expenses. I just wanted to discuss something with you. It was then that Ning Xiangtong finally released her grip and inquired with genuine concern. What is it, son? Has the results come out? It's all right if you didn't perform well. We are not. Yi felt a wave of frustration. How could they be so off track? Today is the awakening ceremony at our school. Upon hearing this, both were taken aback. Awakening ceremony? Isn't it next week? They exclaimed in unison. Recovering quickly, Ning Xiangtong was the first to express her discontent. Yi Min, how could you forget such an important event? Yi Min retorted, you didn't know either. Besides, are you still blaming me? I'm busy working and still have to cook, wash dishes, do laundry, and clean for you too. Watching his parents bicker again, Yi silently retreated to his room, lamenting the chaos. At the dinner table, Yi gazed at the sumptuous spread and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Ing, in the spirit contract space, was almost in an uproar. She could smell the delicious aroma. However, Yi feared that releasing her suddenly might startle his parents. So he constantly reassured Ing in his mind. So, you contracted a humanoid spirit after your awakening? Yi Min furrowed his brow, looking at Yi. Unsure of how to explain the system, Yi decided to deceive his parents, claiming that he awakened during the ceremony and conveniently contracted the spirit. Yes, a humanoid spirit. The innate talent is only, but it should be possible to enhance it later through potions. Sighing, he added. You should know how rare the skill book for humanoid spirits is. I know. Yi Min felt a hint of pressure. Humanoid spirits were exceedingly rare, and thus their skill books were highly coveted, as there were almost no humanoid spirit markets. The skill books were crafted from the energy cores of spirit beasts after their demise, utilizing certain technological methods, and had a probability of granting the contracted spirit the skills of that beast. Of course, one could also allow the spirit to absorb the energy core directly, but the chance of acquiring skills that way was virtually zero. There were likely only a few skill books for humanoid spirits throughout the entirety of Huagua, and their attributes might not even match. However, with the system at his disposal, Yi felt invincible. Finally, under his parents' strong insistence, Yi summoned Ying. The adorable and naive Ying instantly captured Ning Xiangtong's heart, who, overflowing with maternal affection, embraced Ying. Initially, Ying's cheeks flushed with shyness, but ultimately, lured by the delicious food, she leaned against Ning Xiangtong and happily filled her belly. After a satisfying meal, Yi quickly washed the dishes, only to find his parents embroiled in yet another argument. With a shake of his head, he returned to his room, having awakened his talent. It was time to begin absorbing beast mastery power to elevate his beast master level. The methods for training beast mastery power were publicly available, and now that he had awakened, he could finally utilize them. Following his memories, Yi sat cross-legged on his bed and began to absorb the beast mastery power. An hour later, Yi opened his eyes, a look of dismay on his face. In that hour, he and T felt even a hint of beast mastery power. Ding. Task released. The diligent host discovers his talent is exceedingly poor, thus you decide. Option 1. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. If 1 hour isn't enough, then try 10 hours. Reward. Intelligence Potion 1. Option 2. I refuse to continue as a beast master. I'll give up my identity and venture into business instead. Reward. Reclaim beast master talent. Startup capital of 3 million. Option 3. Sleep. The host with the system is still diligently training, which is disrespectful to the system. Reward. A small amount of beast mastery power. Yi looked at option 2 with exasperation. How eager was this system for him to engage in business? Ultimately, Yi chose to take a long nap. Who could resist the allure of becoming stronger through idleness? The next morning, the first rays of sunlight bathed Luocheng, and the early birds were busily searching for worms. With a fried dough stick in his mouth, Yi pedaled a shared bicycle swiftly toward school. After returning the bike at the designated spot, he strolled confidently through the school gate. Oh, isn't this Yi? How's it going? Didn't you say you'd awaken independently yesterday? Yi felt a wave of annoyance as he encountered Li Yuan right after entering the school. Thanks to you, after kicking you yesterday, I awakened right away. Are you kidding? I hope to see you in the Beastmaster class. With that, Li Yuan walked away, clearly displeased, dismissing Yi Ye's words as nonsense. Moreover, given that they were at the school gate, Yi wasn't sure he could kick Li Yuan again without facing consequences. Li Yuan, who prided himself on being a noble beast master, would not allow himself to be humiliated at the school entrance. Watching Li Yuan's retreating figure, Yi smirked. There were plenty of ways to deal with him. Yi then headed straight to the administration building to request a class change. After all, having awakened his beast master talent, he certainly needed to attend the beast master class. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, Yi. Zhang Guodong paused for a moment before opening the door for Yi. Teacher, I awakened. Huh. Zhang Guodong hadn't even settled into his chair when he heard Yi Ye's explosive news. Weren't you unable to awaken during the ceremony yesterday? I kicked Li Yuan. And when I returned home, I mysteriously awakened. Zhang Guodong chose to ignore the first part. If word got out that Yi had a grudge against Li Yuan, it would surely lead to a flood of students without awakened abilities trying to kick Li Yuan for the chance to awaken. After all, awakening talent was crucial. Even the slightest possibility would motivate many to try. Yi summoned Ying, and Zhang Guodong's eyes nearly popped out. You really awakened. And it's a humanoid spirit? Zhang Guodong sensed that it was indeed a bronze 1-star spirit. Can I join the Beastmaster class? Zhang Guodong nodded. Humanoid spirits aren't a big deal. They just miss a few skills. You know, every time a Beastmaster levels up, they can contract an additional spirit. Missing a few skills is still better than not awakening at all. That's a chasm that ordinary people cannot cross. You should report to Class 3 for Beastmasters. I just happen to be taking over as the homeroom teacher there, so it saves me from wasting time with other teachers. I'll inform the school shortly. Yi Ye's face brightened. Zhang Guodong had taught him for 2 years in both the first and second years, so he was more than willing to join Zhang Guodong's class. Great, let's go. Not so fast. Class is about to start. I'll accompany you. Chapter 4. To awaken, kick Li Yuan. Exiting the office. The Beastmaster class was not in the same building, but rather in the dedicated teaching building adjacent to the Beast Museum. Upon arriving at the Beast Museum, Yi discreetly picked up a brick from the ground and slipped it into his backpack. Zhang Guodong noticed Yi Ye's little act and opened his mouth, but ultimately chose not to say anything. After the selection process of the awakening ceremony, Luocheng No. 1 High School ended up with 5 Beastmaster classes, each comprising around 50 students. This meant that across the entire senior year, the awakening rate was less than 50%. There were 700 senior students in Yi Ye's cohort. When the class bell rang, Zhang Guodong led Yi to the entrance of Class 3 for Beastmasters. Zhang Guodong observed the neatly seated students and nodded, then looked at Yi. Find a seat. Why are you standing next to me? Should I step down and let you speak? That is not impossible. In the end, under Zhang Guodong's scrutinizing gaze, Yi stepped down from the podium. his eyes suddenly lighting up, as he observed LNYNSHing seated at the back of the classroom by the window. An expression of sheer astonishment washed over him. Approaching LNYNSHing, he noticed a slender boy occupying the adjacent seat. "Excuse me, could you possibly change your seat? Our good friend wishes to sit together," he asserted. Luli thought to himself, "Who do you think you are, being so domineering and demanding someone to vacate their seat?" Noticing that Luli remained unfazed, YY slammed his backpack onto Luli's desk, unzipped a corner, and revealed a menacing object within. Luli swallowed hard, disregarding the curious glances from his classmates, and moved to the opposite side of the classroom. A wise man does not court immediate loss. Even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. As YY settled into his seat, Zhang Gudi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, for he was well aware of what was hidden inside YY's backpack. Congratulations to everyone on entering the YSHU class. Without further ado, the YSHU college entrance examination is only 3 months away. I hope each of you will diligently study and train during this period to achieve remarkable results in the examination. The teacher continued, "Now, please take out the HUNGGing YSHU examination paper. We shall commence with a preliminary test." Amidst the collective groans of the students, the test officially began. The paper was exceedingly detailed, encompassing combat techniques, the history of beast mastery, Link's creatures, material identification, and so forth. Subjects such as physics and chemistry, which were previously studied in regular classes, were entirely absent here. 2 hours elapsed, and students began to submit their papers one after another. YY scribbled furiously, managing to complete only half of the exam. "Alas, this is too difficult. I am bound to embarrass myself." He sighed, realizing that while he could manage some mathematical and chemical queries, he was utterly at a loss when faced with questions regarding how to accurately locate a shelter within links or how to ensure one's survival when discovered by a horde of beasts. Hordes? Survival? He remembered the ID card in his mouth. After submitting his paper, LNYNSHing, who had endured 2 hours of torment, leaned closer to YY, a perplexed expression on his face. "Wow, YZ, did that potion I gave you yesterday actually work?" The surrounding classmates, curious, turned their attention to them. They had all been in the same class previously and recognized YY, who had not awakened any talent until yesterday. "Oh, potions are just mystical nonsense. The real culprit is LUN." The nearby students perked up at the mention of LUN. While YY spoke in a conspiratorial tone to LNYNSHing, his voice was just loud enough for those nearby to overhear. "So that's how it is. It can work that way," was the collective thought of those who eavesdropped on YY's quiet scheming. Soon, news of YY's arrival in the YSHU class reached YSHU Class 1. LUN, upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. Isn't he the one who didn't awaken? Did he truly awaken independently? Driven by curiosity, LUN rushed to the entrance of YSHU Class 3, only to find YY and LNYNSHing deep in conversation. With keen eyes, YY spotted LUN lurking at the door and dashed toward him. LUN, startled, assumed YY intended to confront him and turned to flee. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow, as YY firmly grasped his arm. "Isn't this my brother UN? I apologize for my earlier coldness this morning. I truly should not have acted that way. From now on, I shall be your loyal subordinate. You tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. You serve me dishes, I shall rotate the table. You sing, I shall cut the song." LUN, bewildered by YY's unexpected enthusiasm, was at a loss. "What is going on here? And what do you mean by singing and cutting songs? This doesn't sound like anything good." Observing the jovial exchange between the two, the classmates who had overheard YY's earlier conversation with LNYNSHing nodded to themselves, believing they had uncovered something significant. One student had already sent a message to his cousin in the regular class, containing only a single line. "Want to awaken? Just deal with LUN." Soon, a legend began to circulate throughout the school. As long as one dealt with LUN, they could awaken independently. And even those who had yet to reach the appropriate age could increase their chances of success during the awakening ceremony. The school bell rang, and unable to endure YY's peculiarities any longer, LUN hastily broke free from YY's grasp and returned to Class 1. The next lesson was on the history of spiritual energy resurgence. A century ago, spiritual energy revived, giving rise to countless links. As the elderly teacher, sporting spectacles and gray hair, commenced the lecture, YY predictably succumbed to slumber. Before long, the day's classes concluded, and after a delightful day of napping, YY stretched lazily. "Woohoo!" As he argued with LNYNSHing over who played Yasuo better while exiting the school, he stumbled upon a peculiar scene. A crowd of over a dozen individuals had cornered LUN, who appeared flustered as he attempted to explain something, while many bystanders looked on in amusement. Do you truly believe such nonsense? This is impossible. YY is merely spouting nonsense. Our relationship is quite poor. He must be seeking revenge. Better to believe it than to dismiss it. We said it. You give us a beating, and we will cover your medical expenses. Everyone will receive 5,000 yuan. Lun felt tears welling up. Who the hell would want your 5,000 yuan? At that moment, YY and LNYNSHing approached. And Lun, seeing his potential saviors, hurried to YY. Quick, YY, tell them you awakened on your own, that I had nothing to do with it. Ah, yes, I awakened independently, and it has nothing to do with my elder brother. Why are you all crowding here? Do you not believe I will report this to the teacher? The crowd reacted vehemently, with one person shouting, he is talking nonsense. My cousin told me himself that YY kicked Lun and then awakened. This morning, Lun went to YY's class looking for him. I believe YY simply does not want us to awaken too. Brothers, charge. Upon witnessing the advancing crowd, YY quickly retreated to a corner. Lun, gritting his teeth and disregarding the prohibition against summoning contracted spirits and employing skills within the city limits, summoned his sturdy earth turtle. Little turtle, use earth shield. A faint yellow glow emanated from the earth turtle at Lun's feet, forming a semi-transparent yellow bubble that encased both him and the turtle. The group of students lacking the talent of beast masters found themselves in a predicament. One particularly stubborn student threw a punch at the earth shield, nearly fracturing his own bones. YY exchanged glances with LNYNSHing, who discreetly summoned his contracted spirit. A silly little monkey appeared on LNYNSHing's shoulder, his contracted spirit, a powerful magical ape of great talent. Go, break that turtle shell. The little monkey deftly maneuvered through the crowd, stealthily approaching Lun's earth shield, and then unleashed a flurry of punches. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches. Finally, through the little monkey's relentless efforts, the earth shield shattered. Chapter 5, The Shadow's First Victory. Uncertain as to why his earth shield had broken, Lun appeared anxious, clutching his phone. I warn you not to come any closer. Do you believe I want to report you? At this moment, the crowd hesitated. If Lun were to report them, the police would not entertain any mystical nonsense and would surely take them in for questioning. Suddenly, everyone noticed a shadow of dark purple darting past. The shadow swiftly dashed behind Lun and leaped high into the air, to everyone's astonishment. It was a little girl who appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, her face serious and eyes filled with murderous intent, clutching a brick. Smash! Lun was instantly knocked down by the brick, and his earth turtle lost consciousness, forcibly recalled to the spirit contract space. What are you standing there for? Go! Someone in the crowd shouted, awakening the dazed students. They rushed forward, delivering a flurry of lightning-fast kicks. And YY even spotted 2 students who had already awakened their talents, joining in the fray. Hey, wait, didn't you all awaken your talents? Why kick him? What if it has some unexpected effect? Yi was utterly astonished. What a remarkable talent. On the way home, he observed Ying, nestled in his embrace, savoring a tang halu with great delight, which filled Lan Yunsheng with insatiable envy. Was this truly your Ling? Lan Yunsheng felt a pang of jealousy. Why was everyone else's so adorable while his own, though the little monkey was indeed charming, was a formidable dolly demon ape? After reaching adulthood, it was simply indescribable. The little monkey lamented, so love will eventually fade, won't it? Ying noticed Lan Yunsheng's unrelenting gaze upon her, causing her to feel slightly uncomfortable. With a huff, she shifted her position in Yi's arms, presenting her back to Lan Yunsheng. What, Ling? She is my daughter. My mother raised her as a granddaughter. Yi retorted with dissatisfaction. By the way, could you assist me with something? Do you know anyone who can forge weapons? Ying actually wields a blade. Carrying around a brick is hardly sufficient. Our company is capable of it. Just bring me the blueprints tonight, and since tomorrow is the weekend, I can expedite the process for you. Consider it a gift for your daughter. Upon hearing that Lan Yunsheng intended to present her with a gift, Ying looked at him joyfully. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her hand, offering the last remaining tanghalu to Lan Yunsheng, who reached out eagerly. Smack! Yi swatted Lan Yunsheng's hand away, taking the tanghalu from Ying instead, taking a bite. What are you giving her? Are you not concerned about it being dirty? Ying glanced at Yi with confusion. He hasn't even eaten it. So how could it be dirty? Lan Yunsheng exclaimed. Are you even human? After spending some time outside, Ying felt sleepy again, prompting Yi to allow her to return to the Ling space for rest. After bidding farewell to Lan Yunsheng and returning home, Yi sat down at his computer desk and searched online for a Chinese Tang Dao, sending it to Lan Yunsheng. Ding! The host has not interacted with the system for a day. The system is quite disheartened. Yi pondered, what is with this system's pride? Taking the initiative to emerge? Is there a quick method to enhance my beast mastery? He was eager to inquire about the system. Ding! The host may provide the system with various energy-containing items to accelerate its recovery speed. Once the system's energy is restored, additional functions can be unlocked. Yi nodded, realizing that currently, the system seemed devoid of functions, only occasionally presenting him with multiple-choice questions. However, energy-containing items were all expensive. Glancing at his account balance, which barely reached 4 digits, Yi felt a headache coming on. Where could he procure funds? In this world, the most lucrative ventures were high-tech companies. The various potions, skill books, and QULing equipment they developed yielded substantial profits. Skill books? Yi genuinely had no knowledge of them. Equipment? Having dismantled radios and alarm clocks since childhood, he could manage disassembly, but assembly or manufacturing? Better not. Potions? It was laughable. Yi feared that whatever he concocted might poison others. QULing. Just as Yi was deliberating, a familiar light screen appeared once more. Ding. Mission issued. Option 1. Find Lan Yunsheng, utilize his connections to enter the Lantian Technology Company, and produce beast mastery potions for sale. Note, there is a certain level of danger. If the potions produced by the host have severe side effects, the system will revoke the host's beast mastery talent and impose an additional startup fund of 5 million. Reward. 1 improved version of the beast mastery potion blueprint. Option 2. Visit Zhang Guodong and inform him that you can create exclusive food for QULing, known as spirit food, and request him to recommend you to a spirit food master in Luoqing. Reward. 1 sweet flour brewed chicken blueprint. What nonsense is this option 1? Why does this system constantly entice me into commerce? Yi chose option 2 without hesitation. Was that not the sweet flour brewed chicken? Moreover, he was genuinely curious about its flavor. Without delay, Yi called Zhang Guodong. What is it? Zhang Guodong had just returned to his office after dealing with a severe brawl incident outside the school when he noticed Yi's call. Teacher Zhang, I have discovered a talent for becoming a spirit food master. Are you out of your mind? Is it so easy to learn spirit food? One must comprehend the characteristics of various ingredients and integrate beast mastery while creating it. Zhang Guodong replied skeptically. Really, I genuinely possess a talent for creating spirit food. If you don't believe me, I can come to your house now and demonstrate. Fine, if you truly have the talent, I won't let your abilities go to waste. If you can indeed create spirit food, I know a spirit food master, and I can help you learn from her for a while. After arranging a time, Yi received a list of materials required for making sweet flour brewed chicken from the system. However, the first ingredient posed a challenge for Yi. Sweet flour brewed chicken requires a spirit chicken aged 2.5 years or older. The accompanying ingredients and some medicinal herbs were manageable, as most could be purchased. But where was he to find a 2.5-year-old chicken? It had to be a spirit chicken from the spirit ruins? Chapter 6. Ying's new utility. However, upon seeing the effects, Yi was taken aback. Sweet flour brewed chicken effects. Moderate acceleration of QULing cultivation speed. Moderate acceleration of QULing absorption of beast mastery energy, and slight recovery of QULing injuries. Although he was unaware of the effects of other spirit foods, he had a premonition that the sweet flour brewed chicken would not disappoint. After leaving a message for his parents, Yi hurried to the nearby farmer's market and pharmacy to select today's ingredients. At checkout, Yi felt a pang of regret. While the ingredients were manageable, various medicinal herbs and spirit ruins plants cost him a staggering 600. A 4-kilogram-old hen also set him back 200. In an instant, Yi's balance plummeted to 2 digits. Old Zhang, consider yourself fortunate. Once I start making money, a sweet flour brewed chicken will cost at least 2,000. No, 5,000. The system used, is this it? Such limited ambition? Hailing a cab, Yi made his way to Zhang Guodong's residence, which was conveniently located not far from his own, near the city center. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. Was old Zhang truly this wealthy? Staring at the standalone villa before him, he found it hard to believe. He knew Zhang Guodong's salary was substantial, but surely it could not justify such a grand residence so close to the city center. Upon entering, Zhang Guodong was already seated on the sofa, enjoying tea, while his wife, Li Qian, answered the door. Hey kid, take off your shoes. No need to. It's fine. Come in, Yi. Later, let teacher Zhang clean the floor. Li Qian shot a glare at Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong, seated on the sofa, complained, why not make this kid take off his shoes? If he dirties the floor, it will still be me who cleans it. Zhang Guodong was usually busy, often working late into the night on lesson plans. And Li Qian frequently prepared meals to bring to him at school, so Yi was not unfamiliar with her. Ultimately, Yi did change his shoes, after all. If he did not, he might be subjected to unpleasant treatment at school. He placed the ingredients and supplements he had purchased on the floor and walked into the living room. Come, Xiao Yi, have some tea. Li Qian had already begun tidying up the tea set and poured a steaming cup for Yi. I heard you developed a spirit food recipe? Li Qian asked. Her curiosity piqued. Yi hurriedly replied, no, No, it's not really developed. It was just a spontaneous idea that it might yield some results. After all, I heard making spirit food is quite profitable, so I thought I would give it a try. Li Qian chuckled. You just casually toyed around and came up with a spirit food recipe? That's not something one can casually concoct. You should give yourself more credit. Well, I still don't know if it will work. Today, I will boldly let Teacher Zhang and his wife be my test subjects, with a few lighthearted remarks. Yi eased the atmosphere, making Zhang Guodong smirk occasionally. Yi glanced at the time. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today, Teacher Zhang and his wife will sample my culinary skills. All right, dinner is in your hands today. I'll help you out. No worries, Teacher's wife. I can manage on my own. Zhang Guodong, standing nearby with a hint of a smile, interjected, let your Shenyang handle it. After all, you are a guest. Are you not? Yi nodded and, picking up the ingredients from the floor, followed Li Qian into the kitchen. Upon entering, Yi was astounded. Zhang Guodong's kitchen was simply colossal. This kitchen could only be described as extravagantly luxurious, spacious, yet not at all cavernous. Golden cabinets adorned with opulent marble countertops and a complete array of appliances, including high-end stoves, ovens, and air fryers, captivated Yi's attention. He even spotted not one, but 4 refrigerators. I usually enjoy cooking, and since your teacher Zhang has a penchant for good food, our kitchen is a bit larger. Just let me know if you need anything, Li Qian said. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi began to focus on the task at hand. Yet once he retrieved the ingredients, he found himself at a loss. Having grown up on his mother's cooking, he had never stepped foot in a kitchen. Sensing Yi's discomfort, Li Qian gently suggested, why don't you tell me the recipe, and I can prepare it? Yi remained dazed, regretting his haste, and wishing he had practiced at home first. Suddenly, options appeared before him. Option 1. Honestly admit that he had never prepared spiritual dishes, merely possessing ideas in his mind. Reward, a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Solemnly inform Li Qian that he was just lost in thought earlier and that she should watch him perform now. Reward, basic spiritual cooking technique. Unexpectedly, the system presented him with this timely choice just as he was about to embarrass himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi gravely declared, Shenyang. I was merely lost in thought earlier. Please watch my performance now. With a sudden burst of energy, Yi seized the purchased hen, and with a quick motion, the clucking bird met its end. Grabbing its wings and head, he deftly plucked the feathers from its throat. Then, Li Qian watched in awe as Yi tossed the kitchen knife into the air. A shadow, dark and swift, shot upward, catching the knife with precision before executing a perfect 180-degree turn. The knife flashed cleanly, and a 3-centimeter incision appeared on the hen's throat, yet curiously, no blood flowed. As if the very essence of life had yet to realize its demise. Observing the knife settle steadily on the cutting board, the shadow that had executed the cut vanished. As Yi focused intently on draining the hen's blood, Li Qian was utterly astonished. Was that your contract spirit? It can do that? Yi did not respond, for the performance continued. After draining the blood, he immersed the hen in boiling water, his hands a flurry of motion as he expertly removed the feathers. Then placed the whole hen on the cutting board. The familiar shadow reappeared, and in a flurry of skillful cuts, the hen was expertly butchered. Li Qian even glimpsed the afterimages of the knife. Once the shadow faded, the hen lay motionless on the board, and with a gentle push, Yi sliced it into evenly sized pieces. He then gathered scallions, ginger, garlic, carrots, apples, onions, celery, and various unnamed herbs, along with the crucial ingredient, honey from the bronze-grade spirit beast, Qiandu Feng. With Li Qian watching in astonishment, Yi commenced his culinary endeavor. Half an hour later, Zhang Guodong, enticed by the increasingly delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen, felt an itch of curiosity about the progress. However, his wife's piercing gaze kept him at bay. Listening to the laughter from the kitchen, Zhang Guodong felt a pang of jealousy. Could this young man truly possess the talent of a spiritual chef? Before Zhang Guodong had to wait too long, Yi and Li Qian emerged from the kitchen, Yi carrying a large platter. Teacher Zhang, come and taste. At the dining table, Zhang Guodong looked at the sweet flour-brewed chicken before him, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes lit up. This is quite delightful, Yi. Chapter 7, Apprenticeship and Shock. Watching Zhang Guodong devour the dish with fervor, Yi shyly smiled. Did this not imply that he underestimated Yi? The ingredients alone had cost 1,000, and combined with the system's exquisite basic spiritual cooking technique, though labeled as basic, it was undoubtedly of superior quality. After Yi and Li Qian sampled a few bites, they too were thoroughly impressed. The tender, juicy meat exuded a subtle apple fragrance, while the honey from Qiandu Feng was sweet, yet not cloying, truly the piece d'arresistance. The accompanying ingredients were also perfectly balanced, and all three offered high praise. The next crucial test lay in the dish's effect on contract spirits. Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. For the recipe specified the use of a spiritual chicken aged 2.5 years or more as the main ingredient, whereas he had used an ordinary hen. Just as Yi was about to speak and explain that he had failed to find a spiritual chicken, Li Qian spoke first. The ingredients are inadequate, right? Yi was momentarily taken aback. I observed your entire process of making this spiritual dish. Your culinary techniques and thought processes are the most innovative I have ever witnessed. Embarrassed, Yi scratched his head, realizing that having the shadow assist him with the chopping certainly made it appear impressive. Ah, yes, that is correct. However, your ingredients are lacking. The essence of spiritual dishes lies primarily in the ingredients themselves. It is about how to blend energy-rich ingredients with beast-taming power and follow the correct recipe to make it effective for contract spirits. Throughout the entire process, you used only ordinary ingredients, with the exception of the honey, which I suspect is artificial and of little value. Artificial? Li Qian nodded in resignation. I am curious how you managed it, both in technique and approach. You do not seem like a novice. Yi sheepishly replied, I mainly cooked at home. Since elementary school, I have been the one preparing meals. I thought it would be interesting to learn about spiritual cooking as a side profession, especially since spiritual chefs are in high demand. Indeed, in this era, a skilled spiritual chef could significantly enhance the training of one's contract spirits, provided one had the financial means and quality ingredients. Sometimes, it was not a matter of a spiritual chef skill, but rather the lack of high-end ingredients. You have great potential. Would you consider taking my Shenyang as your mentor? Yi paused, turning to Zhang Guodong, who innocently shrugged his shoulders. What are you looking at me for? I never said that the spiritual chef was not my wife. Ahem, it appears you truly possess the talent of a spiritual chef. Your Shenyang is eager to take you as her disciple, and you should know that she is quite impressive. Seeing Yi standing there in shock, Zhang Guodong nudged him under the table with his foot. Realizing that his Shenyang was indeed the spiritual chef Zhang had mentioned, Yi understood why Li Qian had seamlessly assisted him while he cooked the sweet flour-brewed chicken, even anticipating his next steps and preparing accordingly, making him feel quite comfortable. I am willing. I am willing. Excellent. From today onward, you shall be my fourth student. Fourth? Yes, your Shenyang. No? Your master is the head of the culinary arts department at the Jingdu Spiritual Cooking University. She has been wanting to come back to see me for a while. Li Qian shot Zhang Guodong a glare, but chose not to comment further. Shall we test the effects? Her questioning gaze turned to Yi, for the dish had utilized only ordinary ingredients. It was exceedingly rare for a spiritual dish to have any effect on contract spirits when made purely with common ingredients. There once was a shameless old man who used a plethora of golden-grade ingredients alongside a royal-level spirit beast to create a dish, subsequently claiming the title of spiritual chef. Of course, with such top-notch ingredients, even a dog could be called a spiritual chef. Thus, recipes capable of affecting contract spirits using only ordinary ingredients were extremely scarce, often considered closely guarded secrets of the masters. For instance, Li Qian once developed a spiritual cuisine that could affect a contract spirit using only ordinary ingredients. Give it a try. I believe it should work. Li Qian smiled gently and waved her hand, summoning a white tiger the size of a small dog. At first glance, Yi almost mistook it for a breed of cat, specifically a silver gradient. Come and taste, Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai? You still claim you're not a cat? Upon being summoned, Zhao Kai was exceedingly excited, its keen sense of smell already informing it that there was something delicious nearby. Li Qian filled a small bowl to the brim for Zhao Kai, and as it devoured the food voraciously, Yi couldn't help but reach out to pat its tiger head. Zhao Kai shot Yi a disgruntled glance. Don't touch me. A crisp, childlike voice emanated from Zhao Kai. Huh. Yi froze in place. Zhao Kai could talk? Did that imply? Yi's dazed gaze shifted toward Zhang Guodong, who innocently nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was true. Turning back to Zhao Kai, this silver gradient. Oh no. This white tiger was a king-level contract spirit. Did that mean that the master was either a king-level or even higher-ranking beast tamer? With a sympathetic glance at Zhang Guodong, Yi continued to wait. Zhao Kai finished eating swiftly, and before long, the bowl was empty. Burp. The taste is delightful. As for the effect, you have already sensed it. Now let me return to sleep. I am utterly exhausted. In the next moment, Zhao Kai vanished without a trace. Li Qian furrowed her brows and remained silent for a while. What's wrong? No effect? Zhang Guodong observed his wife's furrowed brow and felt a surge of anxiety. No, it not only worked, but the effect is remarkable. The recovery speed of beast power, the training speed of beast power, the healing of injuries. This is a precious, comprehensive, and versatile spirit cuisine. Li Qian's expression turned serious as she spoke to Yi. You may not yet realize how enticing such a spiritual cuisine is. Remember, when a spirit chef is preparing spiritual cuisine, one must never allow others to see it. Otherwise, your unique recipe may be leaked. Earlier, I thought you were merely playing around. I followed you in without hesitation. But you must remember the importance of privacy when cooking spiritual cuisine. With such a recipe, you could very well become a master of spiritual cuisine, but you'll need to wait until you have more experience. Once your beast tamer level reaches king level, you will undoubtedly be a master of spiritual cuisine. Hearing Li Qian's high praise for Yi, Zhang Guodong felt a thrill of excitement. Had he discovered a promising talent? After all, for a teacher, uncovering a promising student is an exhilarating experience. Chapter 8. The New Skill of Ing. Yi was equally elated. What a fantastic system. The one who just helped you chop vegetables and killed the chicken was your contract spirit? Yi nodded and released Ing, who was brimming with negative energy in the contract spirit space. She had been yearning for food for quite some time. As soon as Ing emerged, she climbed onto Yi's lap, her large purple eyes fixated on the fragrant chicken on the table. Li Qian was instantly smitten by the adorable Ing, while Zhang Guodong, having seen Ing once before, was less surprised but still muttered in awe, casting a glance at her. After all, he had reviewed the surveillance footage at the school gate. In terms of speed, strength, and explosive power, the seemingly harmless Ing was anything but, and her strikes were quite ruthless, a trait shared by beast tamers. This is my first contract spirit, named Ing, a humanoid contract spirit of the lightning attribute. Observing Ing, who was intensely eyeing the delicious food on the table, Yi thoughtfully placed 2 chicken drumsticks into her bowl. Ing, overjoyed, didn't even need chopsticks. Using her tiny hands to grasp 1 drumstick in each hand, and began to feast happily. So adorable, but Ing doesn't have any skills yet, right? Yi nodded. Humanoid skill books were exceedingly rare, and it seemed the system currently had no means to allow Ing to learn skills. For now, there was only one technique. The Raiden blade technique, that could be upgraded. Li Qian glanced at Ing, whose cheeks were puffed out. And with a flash of light from the bracelet on her right hand, a piece of beast skin appeared in her palm. Zhang Guodong watched this scene with a hint of amusement. Upon becoming a disciple, one should receive a token of apprenticeship. I have nothing of great value to offer you. Those things are beyond your current needs. Since you have contracted a humanoid spirit, I'll gift you this skill book. It has been sitting in my storage bracelet for nearly a decade. Yi was taken aback. A skill book? A humanoid one? No. That is far too precious. I can't accept it. Zhang Guodong, munching on a chicken bone nearby, frowned and spat it out. Take it. Your master has plenty of good things. Besides, this won't fetch much on the market. Humanoid contract spirits are exceedingly rare, and this is merely a bronze-level minor skill. Keep it. Yi felt touched. Despite Zhang Guodong's reassurances, this was indeed a rare gift, and for him at this moment, it was a blessing in disguise. In that case, I will give the recipe for sweet flour fermented chicken to my master. Due to lacking some ingredients, the version my master learned earlier was incomplete. With that, Yi pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Qian. He had written down the ingredients to prevent himself from forgetting any while shopping. Do you know how precious this recipe is? If you wish, some spirit cuisine masters could offer that much for it, Li Qian said, extending a finger toward Yi. 1 million? Li Qian shook her head, while Zhang Guodong let out a low whistle. 10 million? Yi raised his voice. Li Qian shook her head again, and in response to Yi's horrified expression, she calmly stated, a small target. How about that? Do you still want to gift it to me? Li Qian winked at Yi, having already noticed her little disciple's apparent obsession with wealth. Of course. Why not? A man's word is his bond, having created one. I can certainly create a second. Yi stood tall, resolutely declaring the most audacious statement of his life. With a single declaration, he had set a modest goal. Who else could do the same? I'm just teasing you. I'll accept the recipe, but the authorship remains yours. I will also help promote it. And you should take the skill book. Yi nodded, accepting the beast skin skill book. The 4 of them. Oh no, 3. As one petite figure continued to eat, engaged in cheerful conversation. After bidding farewell to Zhang Guodong and Li Qian, Yi stepped out of the villa, still somewhat disoriented. Earlier, Li Qian had given him a contact number, advising that if he wished to earn some extra money, he should call this number. Li Qian would be returning to Jingdu the day after tomorrow, meaning Yi could not follow her for learning just yet. However, with just the sweet flour fermented chicken, Yi was already worthy of being called a competent spirit chef. The usage of the skill book was straightforward, with Li Qian's assistance. Ing successfully acquired her second skill, Instant Step. It allowed Ing to make a 3-meter leap, adding a new layer of offense and defense to her repertoire. According to Li Qian, it would be quite useful in the early stages, but might become somewhat redundant at higher levels, as later platinum and diamond level contract spirits could possess skills with ranges of several hundred meters. However, it should be noted that Yi could upgrade skills through the system. Thus, even if it transformed into a long-distance movement skill in the future, who could say for certain? After taking a taxi home, It was nearly midnight. Yi's parents had long since gone to bed. After a busy night, Yi lay down and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Yi was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Hello, who is it? I, Lan Yunsheng, not your older brother. You're not still asleep, are you? It's already 10 o'clock. What? It's 10 o'clock? Oh no, I'm late. Old Zhang is definitely going to make me copy the advanced element theory 10 times. I know you're in a hurry, but don't panic. Did you forget? Today is Saturday. Just as Yi was pulling on his pants, he paused. Oh right, today is Saturday. Why did you call me? Yi complained. Still groggy from sleep. Didn't you ask me to send the weapon to Ying yesterday? Just then, I was informed that it was ready for pickup. Upon hearing this, Yi instantly perked up. Having finally acquired a weapon? After confirming the meeting time with Lan Yunsheng, Yi dressed and headed out. Under the blazing sun. After standing for a short while at the entrance of the Lan Yunsheng community, beads of sweat began to trickle down Yi's forehead. With the college entrance examination approaching in early August, the weather would become even harsher, and the summer break was a mere month long. Thus, high school life in this world was quite challenging, especially for the third-year students. After waiting for a while, a business vehicle emerged from the community's gate. Lan Yunsheng, donning stylish frog sunglasses, lowered the rear window and waved at Yi. Get in. Chapter 9, An Ambush. The business vehicle swiftly arrived at a large building in the suburbs. According to Lan Yunsheng, this was a subsidiary of his company, primarily focused on the production and research of various spiritual tools. Following the emergence of Lingxiu, the influx of materials and spirit beasts had rapidly advanced the technological development of the Blue Star, making spiritual tools a burgeoning industry. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, a well-dressed young lady approached, carrying a long metallic box about 1 meter in length. Yi and Lan Yunsheng exited the vehicle, and the young lady handed the box to Lan Yunsheng. Sister Yun, why did you come down personally? Our esteemed young master has given instructions. We cannot afford to be negligent, she replied with a smile, then proceeded to explain to Yi, discerning quickly who truly needed the sword. Crafted primarily from bronze-grade meteoric steel, supplemented with silver-grade thundercloud stone, alongside various other spiritual materials, this weapon possessed remarkable resilience, hardness, and decent conductivity. However, as it had not been reported to the authorities, it could not be classified as a spiritual tool. Yet, in ancient times, it would undoubtedly have outclassed the 10 renowned swords. Opening the box revealed a Tang Dao, approximately 90 centimeters long, resting on a specialized material cushion. The blade, entirely black, was adorned with quenching patterns, reflecting a chilling, eerie glow like a polished mirror. What a magnificent sword! Though Yi was not an expert on blades, he could perceive that this sword was indeed a formidable weapon. Summoning Ying, who appeared drowsy and slightly disoriented, Yi handed the box to her. Here, Uncle Lan sent you this sword. Ying's face lit up with delight as she struggled to draw the sword from the box. After all, this Tang Dao was nearly as tall as she was. Once wielding the sword, Ying adeptly performed a few flourishes, clearly satisfied with her new acquisition. Observing Ying's contentment, Yun Fong dropped a bombshell. This is not merely a sharp and useful sword. As a leader in the spiritual tool industry, Lan Tian Technology has incorporated a touch of spatial technology into this blade. Yun Fong stepped forward and pointed to the recessed section of the hilt. Try inputting your beast mastery power. Ying attempted it, and in an instant, the Tang Dao vanished, replaced by a bracelet in her hand. Yi and Lan Yunsheng were left astounded. Ying, too, was shocked and looked at Yi with a hint of grievance. I lost the sword. Observing Ying's distressed expression, Yun Fong reassured her. It's all right. Simply input your beast mastery power again, and the sword will return. Moreover, we utilized materials closely aligned with beast mastery, allowing both the sword and bracelet forms to accompany the contracted spirit into its spatial realm. After Ying tried again, the Tang Dao reappeared in her grasp. Yi was equally astonished. What a stealthy weapon. Just imagine, the seemingly harmless Ying approaching you, preparing to playfully punch your chest, and suddenly, the nearly 1 meter long Tang Dao materializes out of nowhere, culminating in a swift strike to the throat. In his mind, Yi conveyed his thoughts to Ying. Ying stared at him in bewilderment. Is it really possible to use it like that? Yi felt a twinge of guilt. Would the valiant Raiden Shogun truly become a cunning trickster under his tutelage? At that moment, Ying was animatedly gesturing something to Lan Yunsheng, her small hands tracing a square shape in the air. What does that mean? A perplexed Lan Yunsheng glanced at Yi, whose expression was laden with exasperation. Yi refrained from translating for Lan Yunsheng, as Ying was inquiring if it was possible to create a brick that could be freely stored. Had this child become addicted to the game Li Yuan? Reluctantly pulling Ying into the car, Yi bid farewell to Yun Fong. Sitting in the back seat with the bracelet, Ying curiously explored her new possession while Yi and Lan Yunsheng engaged in conversation. So, You mean to say that you have now become a spiritual chef capable of creating spiritual food? Seeing Lan Yunxing's astonishment, Yi nodded. Except for the lack of certification. It is indeed true. You're impressive, unlike me, who can do nothing but nurture a spiritual chef's cooking class at home to feed my little monkey. Yi was instantly disinclined to converse with Lan Yunxing, feeling somewhat envious. Thus, this unremarkable weekend passed. Notably, thanks to the sweet floral brew and Yi Ye's nightly selection tasks, although Yi remained at the beginner bronze level, Ying successfully advanced to bronze 2 stars. The levels of Beast Masters were not as meticulously categorized as those of contracted spirits. Beast Master levels comprised only beginner, intermediate, and advanced, whereas contracted spirits range from 1 star to 10 stars. The initial stages of cultivation progressed relatively swiftly, with some prodigious students even managing to break through to silver-level Beast Masters during the college entrance examination, acquiring a second contracted spirit. On Monday morning, Yi rode his bike, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to school, completely unaware that the bruised and battered Li Yuan had already devised a plan for revenge against him. The moment Yi stepped into the classroom, he sensed an unusual tension. Many classmates were staring at him, some impatient, others resentful, and a few indifferent. Lan Yunxing, having arrived earlier, quickly approached Yi as he sat down. "Yi, there's trouble." Yi looked at Lan Yunxing in confusion. This morning, the class monitor from Class 1 publicly issued a challenge to you on the school forum. If you refuse to engage, he will represent Class 1 in a challenge against our class. Our school has this regulation allowing inter-class challenges, with each class sending 5 representatives, and the losing side forfeits their training resources for the month. Now, many classmates are resentful towards you, saying you provoked the monitor from Class 1, and now the whole class is paying the price for it. Perhaps due to Lan Yunxing's volume, or because some were particularly attentive. A sudden voice rang out in the classroom. "I came to the Beastmaster class to study diligently, yet you alone have disrupted our class's learning environment. Please resolve this issue yourself, and do not bring trouble to the class." Exactly. How can we possibly compete against Class 1? Although it was said to be random during class allocation, the only awakened talent in our school, Wang Xiangdong, is the monitor of Class 1. Several others are also in Class 1. How can we possibly win? Even though you haven't disclosed your contracted spirit's talent, it stands to reason that, being placed in Class 3, your talent is likely inferior to theirs. Enough. A short-haired girl in the front row glared sternly at those speaking. She was the class monitor of Class 3 and the only student in the class with a contracted level talent. Can you not exhibit a shred of courage? It's shameful for you to be boys. How can you allow our classmate to be bullied right at our doorstep? Have you not noticed that the school has not intervened at all? With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, do you plan to spend the next 3 months buried in books? You might as well transfer to a regular class and take a liberal arts exam. When someone spoke up, others quickly chimed in. Count me in for a fight. Include me too. What if we just awakened? So what if our talents are slightly better? Let's teach them a lesson. Chapter 10, Ying's Middle Finger. In an instant, the class was filled with a surge of indignation, and Yi found himself caught in the crossfire, boiling with frustration. Do you think I'm just a lump of clay to be molded? At that moment, the familiar selection page reappeared before Yi's eyes. Choice 1. Endure the humiliation and allow Wang Xiangdong to provoke. Reward: 1 Ninja Turtle's hat, with the addition of the trait, forbearance. Choice 2. Who dares to be arrogant but the youth? Retaliate. Reward: contract spirit skill, Inazuma sword technique level 1. Based on the intensity of the counterattack, additional rewards will be granted. Yi promptly picked up his phone and logged into the forum, quickly posting, "I do not intend to target anyone. Everyone present is rubbish. See you on the playground after school. Hope you can hold on for 2 more minutes. I heard you are the only genius with an awakened level talent for contract spirit? Ding. Rewards have been issued. Contract spirit skill, Inazuma sword technique level 2. Soon." Yi's phone vibrated incessantly, with classmates in his class helping to boost the post, onlookers eagerly reading, but even more were comments from classmates in Class 1. So arrogant? I hope you can still be so audacious this afternoon. Is something strange about to emerge? Yi looked at the forum comments with a peculiar expression. The class bell rang, and Zhang Guodong solemnly entered the classroom, calling Yi out. Observing Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Guodong asked with concern, "Do you have confidence?" Yi shrugged. "Old Zhang, you underestimate me too much. Wait for the show this afternoon." Zhang Guodong nodded. He had a rough understanding of the strength of the spirit, and combined with the instant step, it was undoubtedly on par with some combat-oriented level contract spirits. Calling Yi out was merely an expression of concern. The school hasn't intervened in the matter at the school gate with Li Yuan, so there will be no interference from the school regarding today's incident. Old Zhang, why are you being so nagging? I'm not scared. What I mean is, I have a grudge against the homeroom teacher of Class 1, since I have accepted the challenge. A one-on-one duel is too dull. I will be applying to the principal in my name to organize a class versus class showdown. Your task is to defeat all 5 of them single-handedly and seize their Class S cultivation resources for this month. Can you do it? Yi looked at Zhang Guodong in astonishment. Old Zhang was no pushover either. Let us do it. The school's official account suddenly posted that Class 3 of Beast Masters would challenge Class 1 of Beast Masters, with a public duel to take place in the gymnasium after school, and all students were welcome to attend. The official announcement elevated this minor skirmish to a whole new level, changing the venue from the playground to the gymnasium, which was equipped with professional competition platforms and referees. Instantly, the forum erupted with excitement, everyone discussing and anticipating the challenge after school, leaving all the teachers in a foul mood. As the days swiftly passed, the bell rang, and Yi sprang up, stretching his limbs and heading for the door. Lan Yunxing followed closely behind, with the rest of the classmates quickly catching up, including those who had complained that morning, reluctantly trailing along. Not only students from Class 1 and Class 3, but also students from the other 3 classes rushed towards the gymnasium, fearing they would miss out on a good spot. The principal noted that their concerns were valid, as nearly all the students in the school were heading to the gymnasium. In the center of the gymnasium stood a massive platform made of a special metallic material, designed specifically for battles between contract spirits. The atmosphere in the gymnasium was electrifying. Despite the spaciousness of Luqing No. 1 High School's gym, nearly 1,000 people packed it to capacity. At the front, Wang Xiangdong stood with Li Yuan and 3 others, looking down disdainfully at Yi. Meanwhile, Lan Yunsheng, Lu Xiangnan, the class leader of Yi's class, and 2 male classmates stood beside Yi. Casting glances at Wang Xiangdong, Yi opened with a traditional expression of disdain. Look at you, fool. To his surprise, Yi's aggression caught Wang Xiangdong off guard, his face flushing with rage. Let's talk. Wang Xiangdong summoned his contract spirit, a deer exuding a fiery aura, towering over 2 meters tall, a level talent called Yanwadu. Bronze 3 stars. The crowd buzzed. Who would have thought that Wang Xiangdong, awakening less than a week ago, had already cultivated Yanwadu to bronze 3 stars? Indeed, level talent was not to be underestimated. Yi remained expressionless as he summoned his spirit, instantly causing an uproar in the arena. A humanoid contract spirit? Wow, so cute. The size disparity was stark. How could they even fight? The adorable Ying was brimming with combat spirit, her petite form sharply contrasting with the imposing Yanwadu. Wang Xiangdong scoffed at Ying. I advise you to concede early. I can't control little fire's strength. If your spirit gets hurt, don't come crying. Ying, wearing a disdainful expression, raised her middle finger at Wang Xiangdong. Oh no. Yi was taken aback and quickly grasped Ying's small hand, silently vowing never to let her play with the phone again, as it was far too provocative. Once everyone is present, you may begin. The starting distance is 50 meters. Unrestricted, one-on-one. Zhang Guodong approached the platform and addressed Wang Xiangdong and Yi. The towering Yanhuadu effortlessly ascended the platform, gazing down at Ying, who was significantly smaller. Just as the crowd speculated how Yi would respond, Ying's petite figure vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the platform. Gasps erupted throughout the audience. Was that teleportation? It seems so. Is it a spatial ability? Yet, a single teleportation would be insufficient. Humanoid skill books were exceptionally rare. And how could one possibly contend with the opponent using only one teleportation? Wang Xiangdong, witnessing Ying's use of instant step, felt a flicker of concern, slightly tempering his earlier disdain. Once the 50-meter distance was established, Zhang Guodong stood beside the platform and declared the duel to commence. Wang Xiangdong commanded Yanhuadu to advance, aiming to close the distance for an attack, while Yi did not issue any commands to Ying. After all, did Raiden Shogun require Yi to guide her? Ying dashed towards Yanhuadu, and within moments, the distance between them shrank to a mere 20 meters. Use Fireball. Wang Xiangdong directed Yanhuadu, as a concentrated fire element gathered at the tips of its antlers, launching a fireball the size of a bowl towards Ying, who was sprinting towards it. In a flash, Ying executed a teleport to the right, continuing her advance towards Yanhuadu. After Yanhuadu unleashed 5 or 6 fireballs, Wang Xiangdong realized he posed no threat to the exceptionally agile Ying. Damn it, isn't it supposed to be a level talent? Why is it so difficult to handle? Wang Xiangdong internally cursed, swiftly altering his strategy. Coming from a well-off family, he had not only elevated Yanhuadu's level to bronze 3 stars in a short time, but had also splurged on skill books. Quick, use Fire Tread. Chapter 11, a stunning one-hit kill. Yanhuadu, unwilling to engage in close combat, raised its front legs high, glowing red at the hooves, before crashing them down onto the floor. Instantly, a ring of fire surged outward from beneath its hooves, the intense heat causing the air to shimmer. Quick dodge. Yi anxiously urged Ying in his mind. But Ying required no such reminder. She had already halted her advance when Yanhuadu lifted its hooves. Just as the fire ring was about to touch Ying, she executed a teleport into the center of the fire circle, continuing her charge towards Yanhuadu. Witnessing Ying's impressive maneuver, Yi was momentarily stunned. Wait, does teleportation also have invincibility frames? As Ying closed in, Wang Xiangdong commanded Yanhuadu to use Fire Tread once more. However, this time it was too late. Ying had already approached Yanhuadu, executing a teleport over the 3-meter distance to arrive beneath Yanhuadu's left front leg. In front of the astonished crowd, a black Tang Dao materialized in her hand. At the moment the Tang Dao materialized, Zhang Guodong's eyes widened in astonishment. With his keen vision, he could discern that this blade did not manifest out of thin air. Rather, it had transformed from the bracelet on Ying's wrist. Such spatial technology could hardly belong to an ordinary piece of equipment. As the Tang Dao appeared, Ying deftly wielded the blade, nearly as long as herself, and struck at the Achilles tendon of the Yan Hualu's left foreleg, swiftly following up with a cut to the right foreleg. In scarcely a heartbeat, the right and left hind legs of the Yan Hualu were simultaneously slashed, and the audience witnessed, almost in unison, crimson arcs erupting from the creature's limbs. In agony, the Yan Hualu collapsed, though Ying had shown restraint. With the razor-sharp Tang Dao, she could have severed all 4 of its legs. But drawing upon her vast combat experience, Ying opted to conserve her energy. Hey, stop. It was not a chicken. Observing Ying stride towards the Yan Hualu's head, knife raised for a finishing blow, Yi urgently called for a halt. Ying looked at him with an innocent expression, questioning whether killing was prohibited. At that moment, the arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on Ying, who held the Tang Dao, its blade dripping with blood. Xiaohua, what is wrong with you? Wang Xiangdong rushed onto the stage, the ground around the Yan Hualu soaked in blood. Aren't you going to quickly put it into the contract spirit space? Do you want to watch it bleed to death? Realizing the urgency, Wang Xiangdong hurriedly summoned the Yan Hualu into the contract spirit space and rushed to the medical team stationed nearby. The school had certainly made ample preparations. The contract spirit medical team was on standby, and as long as the creature did not perish on the spot, it could generally be saved, though at the individual's expense. As the school was not a charitable organization. Instant kill. Wow, how powerful. Is a humanoid contract spirit this formidable? Don't even think about it. You can't afford to raise one. Class 1 is hopeless. Just Yi alone could sweep away all 5 of them. The reality was indeed as such. The 3 participants sent forth by Class 1 were swiftly eliminated by Ying, each dispatched with a clean slice, punctuated by a minor interlude. During the confrontation with the second contract spirit, Ying seemed to be seized by a bloodlust, relentlessly attacking her opponent's contract spirit, causing blood to splatter everywhere. In the 3rd round, Zhang Guodong reluctantly handed Ying a wooden longsword, as Ying's expression of grievance was evident when she dropped her Tang Dao. However, with unparalleled skill and impeccable instantaneous movement, she triumphed in both the 3rd and 4th rounds, leaving the opposing contract spirits battered and bruised. Ultimately, it led to the 5th round against Li Yuan. After consecutive battles and the exertion of her instantaneous movement, Ying was panting, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Seeing this, Lu Xiangnan approached Yi, recognizing that their team of 4 faced only a single opponent and victory was assured. While Yi felt sympathy for Ying and considered substituting her out, the selection interface reappeared. Option 1. The team's victory is paramount. Substitute teammates and secure the win. Reward: substantial beast mastery force. Option 2. A king's life is solitary and misunderstood. A man should strive for 5 victories. Refuse to switch. Reward: substantial beast mastery force. Ying gains the skill, mastery of lightning elements. Yi hesitated. Ying was already fatigued, and it was uncertain whether they could breach the defenses of the opposing earth tortoise. Yet, the mastery of lightning elements was highly enticing. After all, lightning was Ying's core skill. And transitioning to magical damage from physical damage was a significant enhancement. Combining both forms of damage was even more advantageous. As Yi contemplated, Li Yuan summoned the earth tortoise, calling out to Yi with slightly diminished vigor. What are you doing? Are you afraid? Or just stalling to let your contract spirit recover? Shall I grant you an additional 10 minutes to rest? Li Yuan was attempting to provoke Yi, as moments ago. The head of Class 1 had found him in a furious uproar, insisting he must defeat Yi in the 5th round. Relying on Li Yuan to achieve 5 victories was an impossibility. He could only hope to salvage some dignity for his class, as it was unacceptable for Yi to achieve 5 victories unchallenged. Li Yuan feared Yi might swap out and send in a replacement, rendering his efforts futile. Observing Li Yuan's arrogant demeanor, an immature thought sparked within Yi. Recover? Does your little tortoise really need recovery? Ying, take him down. Although he spoke confidently, he discreetly instructed Ying to merely delay the earth tortoise, leaving the rest to him. Despite her inner doubts, Ying complied with Yi's command. The duel commenced. Instead of employing her instantaneous movement, Ing circled the perimeter of the arena. Meanwhile, the earth tortoise had already encased itself in a protective shield, slowly advancing towards Ing. Observing that his contract spirit posed no threat, Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement. If it could just advance a few more meters, it would enter the range of its skill, having recently acquired the long-range attack skill, Earth Spike. With all attention fixated on the distance between Ing and the earth tortoise, Li Yuan failed to notice that Yi had already vanished from view. Stealthily approaching, Yi drew no attention, except from Zhang Guodong, who remained vigilant. However, Zhang Guodong could only grimace. I can't see, he muttered, redirecting his gaze to the earth tortoise and Ing, while keeping a wary eye on Yi. What was this fellow up to? From the moment Yi acquiesced to the provocation from the opposing team, Zhang Guodong sensed something amiss. Someone with such strong mental fortitude as Yi could hardly be baited. Yet, the unfolding scene caused Zhang Guodong's expression to stiffen. Chapter 12. The Resurgent Impact of the Brick. At that moment, Yi had infiltrated the crowd of Class 1, opening a corner of his backpack. The artifact had remained stowed away, as Yi anticipated a future need for it, and thus had not discarded it. Today proved fortuitous. Suddenly, amidst the collective gasp of astonishment from the audience and the stunned expressions of Class 1 students, Yi brandished a brick and swung it at Li Yuan's head, who remained oblivious to the impending strike. As consciousness slipped from Li Yuan, his final thought echoed in his mind. Damn it, not again. Is this never ending? The arena fell into a profound silence. As Yi completed his action and swiftly retreated, the thrill palpable. Meanwhile, the earth tortoise was forcibly returned to the contract spirit space upon its master losing consciousness. Yi had already reached the opposite side of the arena, wary of lingering too long in case he was swarmed. Wow, Yi, that was bold. Lan Yunxing was taken aback, observing Li Yuan, who remained unresponsive. One could only imagine the force behind Yi's strike. At this moment, the assembly of students and teachers finally reacted, an uproar erupting. Did a Beastmaster just engage in combat? What do you mean engage? Yi is below the stage. This is outrageous. Why would anyone carry a brick? Especially one with holes? Had Yi been able to hear, he would have surely appreciated the compliment for his keen observation skills. Teacher, we protest. Yes, teacher. Yi cheated. He launched a sneak attack. We demand a rematch. Class 1 erupted into chaos, all faces displaying indignation as they surrounded Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong, exasperated, lamented. What is this mess? Yi, the troublemaker. Look at yourselves. How undignified. Amidst a cacophony of discontent, an elderly man with white hair emerged on stage, microphone in hand. Having appeared unnoticed. Is this the extent of your resilience? You demand a rematch over such a minor setback? Which regulation states that Beastmasters may not attack one another? Do you expect the spirits of the Ling Su or that mindless cult to uphold any sense of chivalry? You should thank Yi. He has delivered a vivid lesson. In battles among Beastmasters, eliminating the Beastmaster is often the simplest and most efficient strategy. Rather than hoping for your opponent to engage in a fair contest with their contract spirits, the principal is indeed a cultured individual. As his few words caused the students of Yusho class to lower their heads. Even those who felt defiant found it difficult to rebut, for from the very beginning, Zhang Guodong had stated that there were no rules for free play. Ultimately, the competition concluded hastily under Yi's decisive intervention. Since that day, the principal discovered that several construction foremen at the school frequently complained to him about the students allegedly stealing bricks. Furthermore, a legend of the brick warrior circulated within Luoqing No. 1 High School, exemplifying a classic case where a contract spirit could not surpass a Yusho master in battle. It was advised not to personally engage again, as battles between Yusho masters are perilous. It is rare for a Yusho master to place themselves in such dangerous situations. As Yi scanned a shared bicycle, preparing to return home, the earnest Lu Xiangnan hurried after him and spoke. In truth, there is no cause for concern. Old Zhang has been keeping a close watch on me. Should any danger arise, he will intervene. Rest assured, I am not reckless. Lu Xiangnan was taken aback, pondering if Yi implied that Zhang Guodong was favoring him. Watching Yi's departing figure, Lu Xiangnan felt he had learned a new skill, the mastery of lightning elements. Upon returning home, Yi eagerly checked the panel of his spirit. Ing. Name, Ing. Level, Bronze 2 stars. Personality, innocent, kind-hearted, diligent. Attribute, lightning. Type, humanoid. Talent, exceptional lightning resistance. Can withstand 90 of lightning elemental attacks. Mastery of lightning elements. Can freely wield the power of lightning elements. Skills, Inazuma swordsmanship. 3. Instant step. 1. Potential, upgradable. Currently, Ing possesses almost no weaknesses, capable of offense and defense, excelling in both physical and magical realms. If one were to critique, the talent is too low, resulting in slow upgrades of Ying's contract spirit level. System, how can I enhance Ying's potential? Ding. The system has automatically devised an advancement route for Ying. Option 1. Absorb the Royal Level Lord, the Lord of Thunderstorm's Spirit Pearl, and its treasures to elevate Ying's talent to a higher level. Option 2. Absorb the Royal Level Lord, the Thunder Phoenix's Spirit Pearl, and its treasures to elevate Ying's talent to a higher level. Yi was taken aback. Are you jesting? The former is located in the Royal Level Spirit Ruins of the United States, while the latter is in the Royal Level Spirit Ruins of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Those ruins are brimming with diamonds and Royal Level spirits. Would he venture there to seek his demise? Continuing to peruse. Option 78. Absorb 10 Thundercloud Beast Spirit Pearls, along with a Thunder Potion to enhance Ying's talent to a higher level. Yi's eyes lit up. After much searching, this option appeared quite feasible. It is rumored that a swarm of Thundercloud beasts resides within the Tianyang Spirit Ruins of Luoqing, and the Thunder Potion is available for purchase in the market. Immediately, Yi opened his computer and searched online. 30,000? Yi was bewildered. A bronze 5-star Thundercloud Beast Spirit Pearl sells for 30,000 online. It isn't that Yi could not venture to the Tianyang Spirit Ruins to obtain Spirit Pearls himself. Firstly, Thundercloud beasts are social creatures, and he would not prevail against them. Secondly, as a student, he is not permitted entry. Faced with the exorbitant price, Yi resolved to temporarily put this on hold. First, he must earn money. Do not forget, Yi also possesses the identity of a spirit cook. Moreover, Li Qian had given him a phone number before he left. Hello, this is Yi. My teacher, Li Qian, instructed me to call you. I understand. Master Li has already informed me of your situation. Please come to the Luoqing Black Market tomorrow after school. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man. After a brief conversation, they arranged to meet the following day at the Luoqing Black Market. Although it is termed a black market, it is merely a name. It is still under official regulation, as there must be a platform for Yusho masters to trade and shop. Yi retrieved a small box from his pocket, containing a vial of Yusho Power Potion, which Zhang Guodong had secretly given him upon leaving the gymnasium. Judging by Zhang Guodong's expression, he was quite pleased. This vial is merely a basic potion, incomparable to the top-tier Yusho Power Potion that Lan Yunsheng had previously provided him. However, it remains a primary training resource for students. After all, he is a student and cannot afford to indulge in such luxurious potions daily. Ding. The system desires. Host, it would be of little use for you to consume it. It is better to restore energy to the system, which could unlock more functions. Yi donned a disheartened expression. Before he could respond, the system had already interrupted him. Here you go. Here you go. Yi displayed an air of disdain. You are the best, dear host. Chapter 13, The Black Market. After the system absorbed the Yusho Power Potion, the lengthy energy progress bar barely moved, remaining stuck at 3%. System. How much more energy do you require to unlock new functionalities? Yi felt helpless. With both Ying and the system being high-maintenance entities, he, possessing barely 3 digits worth of assets, felt quite despondent. Ding. Approximately 2 more top-tier Yusho Power Potions should elevate it to 10%, unlocking new features. What are the new functionalities? Ding. The lottery function. Yi was suddenly enlightened. A lottery? This is indeed a valuable asset. As the variety of wondrous items possessed by his neighbor, Xiaonan, left Yi envious. But what would one use to participate in the lottery? He realized the catch. Given the system's nature, the lottery would undoubtedly incur a fee. Ding. Of course, it requires the use of blue star coins. Yi donned a mask of anguish. Why must everything cost money? The following day, Yi attended school as usual. Upon entering the classroom, he distinctly sensed a shift in atmosphere. Firstly, those classmates who had mocked him the previous day averted their gazes, seemingly believing that by doing so, he would not see them. The other students wore smiles and gazes of goodwill towards Yi. Yi was indifferent to this. After all, he had caused this trouble, and Wang Xiangdong's challenge was likely instigated by Li Yuan. As the class bell rang, Zhang Guodong entered the classroom, carrying 2 small boxes. Class is in session. However, Zhang Guodong did not immediately begin the lesson. Instead, he opened the boxes, revealing vials of potions. Due to Yi Ye's courageous performance yesterday, our class's training resources have doubled this month. This is for this week. Let us all applaud Yi Ye. Applause and cheers erupted throughout the teaching building, reaching Class 1, who were not oblivious to the cause of the celebration. A myriad of emotions surged within them, casting murderous glances at Li Yuan, who was the architect of this incident. After being outmaneuvered by Yi Ye, Li Yuan discreetly approached Wang Xiangdong, claiming that Yi Ye's contract spirit was formidable, and even stated that Yi Ye had declared himself the top student of Luoqing No. 1 High School. Wang Xiangdong, who had just contracted a level spirit, could hardly tolerate this and promptly posted about it. The subsequent events are well known. After class monitor Lu Xiangnan distributed the potions to the students of class 3, Yi commenced his lessons for the day. After consuming 2 vials of potions, the system's progress bar finally reached 4%. As Zhang Guodong's lecture resonated, Yi found his mind wandering, contemplating how to acquire money. Soon, the day passed, and Yi hurriedly made his way outside the school. Aware of Yi's intention to visit the black market, Lan Yunxing insisted on accompanying him. The black market is not far from Yi's school. It was originally an antique street, but over time, as Yusho masters began selling materials only they could utilize, it gradually transformed into the Luoqing black market. At the entrance of the black market stood 2 towering security guards, yet Yi and his companion were able to enter without hindrance. Upon entering, the 2 curious individuals were captivated by the vibrant scene. The black market was bustling with activity, with a continuous flow of people. Nearly 10 streets formed the perimeter of the black market, and numerous vendors shouted loudly, promoting their wares. Attention, everyone! Freshly produced basic Yusho power potions. Do not seek 20,000 or even 10,000. Rather, let it be 9,888. The path to advancement brought home. A substantial discount on the Earth-type contract spirit skill book. Silver level skill. Are you still troubled by the talent of your contract spirit? Are you still the subject of ridicule for having a low talent in contract spirits? The latest creation from the master, the talent enhancement pill, can assist you right now. Just 3. But what does that 3 refer to? 3,000 or 3 million? Before he could finish speaking, a team of law enforcement officers from the Spirit Control Bureau rushed over, swiftly confiscating all items from the vendor and taking him away. The leading officer loudly proclaimed to those nearby, "This merchant is suspected of exaggerated advertising and will be detained for 3 days. We urge all merchants to take heed." Yi scoffed, "Even a fool knows this is a scam. If the efficacy were truly that remarkable, this person would have long since become the world's richest individual." "Oh, why were they taken away? I hadn't even inquired about the price yet." Lan Yunxing looked anxiously at the retreating law enforcement team, mumbling to himself, "A fool is actually beside me." The 2 continued to stroll down the street, with Yi unhurried, as the day was still young, and he found these peculiar items quite intriguing. "Boss, how much for this lollipop?" "Ah, young brother, you truly possess discerning eyes. This is produced by a renowned spirit food master from Luo City. It can enhance the training speed of contract spirits. Seeing you so discerning, I'll sell it to you at a discounted price of 20 instead of the original 800. Yi gazed thoughtfully at the Alps lollipop on the carpet, pondering. Could you at least change the packaging? However, shortly after, Yi's attention was captured by something of interest. Spirit materials on clearance. From our very own Luo City's Tianyang spirit ruins, don't miss it. Observing the various spirit plants at the stall, Yi felt no inclination. "Boss, how much for this chicken?" 20,000. Noticing the astonished expression on Yi's face, Lang Song explained earnestly, "This is a bronze-level spirit beast, the Yin-Yang chicken, which was a bronze 6-star before its passing. I just caught it from the Tianyang spirit ruins at noon, and it took me quite some effort. The meat is tender, with excellent texture, and it even has the effect of enhancing vitality. Has it been alive for 2.5 years?" Lang Song was momentarily taken aback. What kind of question is that? Yet, out of professional courtesy, he patiently answered Yi's inquiry. "It should be yes. The Yin-Yang chicken grows slowly. To reach bronze 6-star status, it would take more than 3 years." Yi nodded and, pulling Lan Yunxing, turned to leave. "Hey, aren't you buying?" Yi genuinely desired it, but he was out of money. After wandering with Lan Yunxing for a while, the sky began to darken. Lan Yunxing had already returned home, while Yi needed to find the middle-aged man he had arranged to meet the day before. Following the address on his phone, Yi soon arrived at a restaurant named Baixiangfang. The establishment was modest, with 2 floors. Upon entering, Yi was momentarily taken aback, for the vendor who had sold the spirit chicken was inside cleaning up. Lang Song also noticed someone entering and, upon seeing a familiar face, exclaimed, "Aren't you the one who inquired about the chicken? What would you like to eat? Aren't you the one selling on the street? How come?" Yi picked up his phone and dialed again. In the next moment, a ringtone echoed from Lang Song's pocket. "What is your father's name?" "Your father's father is called grandfather." Chapter 14. Yi's first bucket of gold. An awkward atmosphere filled the small space. Realizing what had happened, Yi quickly hung up the phone. Wasn't the person who answered the call a middle-aged uncle? Looking at Lang Song, who appeared only a few years older than himself, he seemed to sense Yi's confusion and chuckled. In the world of Jianghu, one cannot act freely. Having multiple identities makes things easier. Yi suddenly understood, gaining insight. "You must be Yi, right? I am Lang Song, the owner of this restaurant, primarily dealing in spirit food." He pulled out a chair for Yi and handed him a bottle of Nongfu Sanquan from the refrigerator. "Usually, I don't have many customers here, so I occasionally set up a stall to share the rent. Master Li has already informed me that you have learned to prepare a type of spirit food from him. Correct? Lang Song looked at Yi Yi with envy. He too was a spirit food master, but due to a lack of talent, he could only make simple spirit foods. After Li Qian returned to Kyoto, she replicated the sweet flour brewed chicken. She discovered that the complete version not only enhances the training speed of contract spirits, but also provides a substantial amount of beast control power, making it a highly versatile training type spirit food. Yes, but I only know this one type. Is that all right? Lang Song chuckled wryly. You should be grateful. Many spirit food masters end up only knowing how to make one type. What do you mean by only knowing this one? Master Li has already informed me of the effects of your spirit food. I will price it at 80,000 per serving, and we will split the profits 50-50. Of course, I will provide the ingredients. Do you have any objections to the price? Yi Yi was taken aback. 80,000. 50-50. That means I would get 40,000? No, I have no objections. When can we start? Seeing Yi Yi's excitement, Lang Song quickly added, not everyone can afford spirit food, and the black market in Luo City has more than just my spirit food restaurant, so customers are not guaranteed every day. I invited you today because there happens to be a guest coming tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure entered through the door. Yi Yi, class monitor? Lu Xiangnan walked into the hall, her face filled with surprise as she looked at Yi Yi. Are you here to customize spirit food for your contract spirit? That makes sense. Your contract spirit is so strong. You must have put in a lot of effort. Lu Xiangnan continued to speculate. Little Lu, you arrived just in time. This is the spirit food master I told you about. Lu Xiangnan stared blankly at Lang Song, and then at the innocent-looking Yi Yi. After Lang Song explained everything to Lu Xiangnan, she came to accept this reality. Lu Xiangnan had known Lang Song for a long time and did not believe he was joking. So what's today's spirit food? Sweet flour brewed chicken. Enhances the training speed of contract spirits, provides a large amount of beast control power, and can also heal injuries. All right, then I'll trouble you, Yi. Noticing that Lu Xiangnan had not inquired about the price, Yi cautiously asked, aren't you going to ask about the price? Lu Xiangnan clearly did not expect Yi to pose such a question. How much? 80,000. If the effects are as you described, 80,000 is not expensive. Observing Lu Xiangnan's nonchalant attitude as if it were only natural, Yi thought of a certain someone who had an entire team of spirit food masters at home. So it turns out I'm the only poor one? Lang Song led Yi to the kitchen, which, compared to Li Qian's kitchen, appeared somewhat more modest, yet still luxurious. There were plenty of ingredients, and even the ingredients needed for the sweet flour brewed chicken were present, including the yin-yang chicken from earlier that afternoon. I won't disturb you. Just call me if you need anything. Viewing the cooking process without permission is a major taboo among spirit food masters. Evidently, Lang Song understood this well and allowed Yi to work freely in the kitchen. Looking at the spacious kitchen, Yi summoned Ing, get to work. A flurry of activity ensued, and soon a fragrant sweet flour brewed chicken was completed, thanks to the use of spirit chicken and various spirit materials. The flavor far surpassed that of the one made at Li Qian's house, and Ing was nearly drooling beside him. After serving the sweet flour brewed chicken at the table, Lu Xiangnan stared in astonishment at Yi Yi. So fast. A man being told he is quick might feel quite disheartened. Thinking of his first bucket of gold, Yi Yi jested with Lu Xiangnan, who blushed and shot him a glare before summoning her contract spirit. To Yi Yi's surprise, Lu Xiangnan's contract spirit resembled a cloud. Observing the cotton candy-like cloud in Lu Xiangnan's hand, Yi Yi was momentarily bewildered. Lu Xiangnan explained, it is an elemental type, mist type, it simply prefers this form. But how does it consume spirit food? Cotton candy, dig in. Suddenly, the form of the cotton candy shifted, and a misty little figure appeared on the table, holding a chicken leg and nibbling on it. Is this even possible? Can it be digested? Clearly, Yi Yi had worried unnecessarily. As the cotton candy continued to eat, its physical form seemed to gradually solidify. In the next moment, a faint fluctuation of Beastmaster energy emanated from the cotton candy, and it actually broke through. Wow! Lu Xiangnan was overjoyed, while the cotton candy, startled by its owner's reaction, looked around in confusion. Cotton candy, why is everyone staring at me? Have I eaten too much? Ultimately, Yi Yi's first order concluded amidst laughter and joy. The night market was particularly lively, often filled with curious teenage boys and girls in school uniforms, who clearly were newly awakened high school students. As Yi Yi walked down the street, he wore a gloomy expression. Just moments ago, Lang Song had transferred a substantial sum of 40,000 blue star coins to Yi Yi, elevating his worth from 3 digits to 5 digits in an instant. With this newfound wealth, Yi Yi felt inflated, walking with an upright posture, even daring to inquire about prices from the vendors. However, before he could even warm his hands around the money, it began to shrink rapidly with the system's incessant notifications. Beep. Oh, I want that bead. The energy within it surpasses that of the Beastmaster energy potions by far. Beep. That piece of wood. Hurry, hurry. I can feel the energy within it will restore me significantly. In the end, Yi left the night market expressionless, clutching a piece of wood that cost him 35,000. Let it be. I am weary. Chapter 15. Are you up for it? Upon returning home, Yi collapsed into bed, exhausted after a long day. Just then, his phone buzzed incessantly. Are you up for it? Have you grown so cold after just a month of silence? Yi was bewildered as he read a message from a contact named Dai Dai Ming Ming Fire Dragon. The profile picture depicted a cartoonish fire dragon, leaving Yi puzzled. Who are you? You jumped straight to asking if I'm available? Did you forget to note my contact? As Yi scrolled through the chat history, he finally recalled. Weren't you once called Cuckoo AI Unicorn? So you really didn't save my contact? That's not the point. It's late, and I won team meet. Come on, I've been patient for so long. Who told you to be so impressive and full of tricks? Yi found himself intrigued. Logging in. Today I shall show you what it means to swiftly devastate the parking lot with a double strike. Alright, I'll play as the Stone Man. We both have bright futures ahead. Thus, Yi rose, opened his computer, and began an exhilarating duo match. This person was someone he had met while gaming. Captivated by Yi Ye's remarkable skills and a plethora of cunning strategies. After Yi had thoroughly bested him, he proactively added Yi as a friend, expressing his desire for guidance. As their friendship blossomed, they occasionally played games and chatted. During Yi's initial days after crossing over, he had been withdrawn for several days, and many aspects of Beastmaster knowledge were enlightened by this stranger. Crash. Hit her hard. If you collide with her, 1T she soar into the sky. The two were connected via voice chat, and Yi was almost shouting in urgency. In the end, the Stone Man clumsily approached a female hero, executing a powerful move that sent her airborne, allowing Yi to follow up and secure the kill. Thus, when one is engrossed, time seems to fly. Before he knew it, Yi had achieved several consecutive victories. No more. I need to sleep. School awaits tomorrow. Yi removed his headset and glanced at his phone. Realizing it was already past 3 o'clock, hastily climbing into bed to prepare for slumber. Option 1. Does sleeping soundly without effort not bring you pain? Get up and start cultivating right now. Reward. Diligence Potion, which can transform the personality of your contracted spirit into diligence. Option 2. Simply sleep, rejecting the rat race. Reward. A small amount of Beastmaster energy. Without even a glance at the choices, Yi immediately turned over and fell asleep. What a joke. Cultivating is absolutely impossible, as that would be disrespectful to those who are overly ambitious. Do you not understand the value of the system? However, this system does seem a bit costly. System, the expense is not the system's fault. The next day, bleary-eyed, Yi entered the classroom, where his classmates had already gathered. Zhang Guodong stepped into the classroom and cleared his throat. With only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, everyone understood its significance, and he hoped that all would give their utmost effort to help everyone recognize their abilities. The school would hold a final examination for the entire Beastmaster class in a month. To incentivize participation, the top 10 students would receive advanced Beastmaster energy potions, and even a spirit pearl. Zhang Guodong's impassioned voice echoed throughout the classroom. However, the students below wore indifferent expressions, some nodding occasionally, as if acknowledging Zhang Guodong's words. I understand, so what? The rewards are indeed enticing, especially the spirit pearl, which not only accelerates the cultivation of contracted spirits, but also offers a slight chance of comprehending skills. Yet, that is a reward for the top 10 students. And aside from Yi and class leader Lu Xiangnan, none stand a chance at the top 10. After all, in a month, as everyone's cultivation time increases, the disparity in talent among contracted spirits will become more pronounced. By then, the current top student, Li Xiangdong, might have a contracted spirit at the 5th or 6th star of bronze. Though the top 10 is tough, rewards for the top 50 include lower-tier Beastmaster energy potions. Upon hearing this, the students finally reacted. After all, with only a handful of students across 5 classes, the top 50 was still within reach. Observing his classmates fueled with determination, Zhang Guodong commenced today's lesson. The morning session was dedicated to cultural studies, while in the afternoon, the school would open a training ground designed to expedite the cultivation of Beastmasters for the senior students. Soon, amidst Zhang Guodong's monotonous lecture, Yi slipped into a deep slumber. In the afternoon, the senior awakening class gathered at the gymnasium of Luocheng No. 1 High School, where they would train. 300 students bustled in, led by their respective teachers, into a vast room filled with small cushions. Following the teacher's instructions, Yi seated himself on one of the cushions, and in the next moment, he felt a surge of Beastmaster energy rushing towards the top of his head. Hiss! This intensity is quite overwhelming. It is important to note that the cushion was positioned beneath Yi. This peculiar experience left him wishing to avoid a repeat. Not only Yi, but a cacophony of strange sounds echoed throughout the expansive training ground. Ultimately, after an hour of cultivation, Yi realized he had absorbed very little. Perhaps he truly was lacking skill? No, wait. System, are you stealing my Beastmaster energy? Beep. Please refrain from making excuses for your lack of skill. Chapter 16. Are you afraid? After concluding the afternoon training, Yi made his way to the night market. Earlier, Lang Song had called, informing him that there was another order for the evening. Soon, Yi arrived at the night market and reached by Xiangfang, where Lang Song was already waiting for him. Yi, my brother, hurry, you arrived just in time. The customer is about to arrive. And I've prepared the chicken for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi entered the kitchen and began his preparations. Before long, the sweet flour-brewed chicken was ready. Today, as customer wasn't seated in the lobby, but rather in a private room on the second floor. Lang Song acted as the waiter, delivering the dish from the kitchen. After Lang Song returned, he promptly transferred the payment to Yi, marking his second earning of 40,000 coins. After bidding farewell to Lang Song, and noticing it was still early, Yi began to browse the night market, intrigued by the array of splendid goods. With the basic spirit food crafting skills provided by the system, Yi recognized many spirit plants. Nevertheless, there remained countless peculiar items that left him at a loss for words. Just then, a vendor's stall caught Yi's attention. Not for the items being sold, but for the announcement displayed in front of it. This stall is perpetually seeking interns, primarily responsible for the arrangement and categorization of merchandise. The internship offers a stipend of 800 for a duration of 2.5 years, with a doubling of salary upon transition to a permanent position. Interested individuals are encouraged to make contact. Yi's lips twitched. Goodness, has this stall truly been operational for 2.5 years? This is clearly an attempt to recruit cheap labor. To his astonishment, Yi observed individuals approaching the stall owner to inquire about the internship. How absurd. Suddenly, a deafening roar startled Yi, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Turning towards the source of the commotion, he beheld a black wolf with a bloodshot eye. Saliva dripping from its mouth, barreling down the street, exuding a palpable aura of beast mastery. The black wolf conjured a spherical mass of dark energy in its jaws and launched it forward with tremendous force, resulting in a violent explosion upon impact with the ground. Evidently the source of the earlier disturbance. Ahead, a small bird composed entirely of mist darted swiftly, evading the black wolf's relentless pursuit. Yi was taken aback. Was that not the misty creature known as Mianhua Tang, the contract spirit of his class monitor? In the distance, Lu Xiangnan was being forcibly pulled by a middle-aged man towards a nearby van. Just as Yi was at a loss for what to do, options appeared before his eyes. Option 1. Remain uninvolved. As you are still weak, pretend not to see. Reward. The character of Ing transforms to indifference. Option 2. Dial the authorities, though it may be too late, yet you will have made an effort. Reward. A modest gain in beast mastery. Option 3. A true man should resolve issues simply by shouting, release that girl. Reward. Ying's skill enhancement, spirit possession. Without hesitation, Yi dashed towards Lu Xiangnan, shouting at the man who was nearly dragging her into the van. You scoundrel! Release that girl. Upon uttering this phrase, Ing materialized above Yi, applying a forceful stomp upon his shoulder to propel himself forward. Yi stumbled, feeling a surge of power emanate from his shoulder, nearly toppling him over. Ing shot forth like a cannonball, rapidly closing in on the middle-aged man, his Tang Dao imbued with a fierce violet energy, delivering a powerful strike. In the next moment, a foul-smelling humanoid figure, resembling a creature made of excrement, appeared to block the blow. It exuded a noxious green slime that spilled onto the ground, hissing and emitting wisps of white smoke. What on earth? A silver level? The ability to summon a second contract spirit clearly indicated that this individual was indeed a silver-level beast master. Lu Xiangnan looked anxiously at Yi, clearly taken aback that a simple shopping trip had escalated to an attempted kidnapping. In the blink of an eye, Ing was not idle. Wielding the Tang Dao with a fierce flourish, yet the green slime of the creature seemed to provide a formidable defense. Neither the exceptionally sharp Tang Dao nor the lightning element seemed to inflict any significant damage, given the vast disparity in their levels. Seizing the moment while the middle-aged man's attention was diverted, Yi retrieved a brick from his backpack and lunged towards the man, delivering a swift blow to his back. The impact was effective, but the brick shattered, leaving Yi holding a mere third of it. He grimaced, cursing the school's shoddy construction. What kind of materials are these? The middle-aged man clutched his head, glaring menacingly at Yi. A silver-level beast master, honed through years of training and enhanced by breakthroughs, was not easily deterred by an ordinary brick. What are you staring at? Yi retaliated, slapping the remaining piece of brick against the man's face before seizing Lu Xiangnan and fleeing. The man let out a howl of pain, tears streaming down his face. while Ling had already vanished amidst the chaos. Observing the escalating disorder around them and the impending approach of law enforcement, the middle-aged man hastily retreated in his vehicle. Yi ran for 3 or 4 blocks, holding Lu Xiangnan until they finally halted in an empty alleyway, both panting heavily. "Thank you," Lu Xiangnan gasped, leaning on her knees, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she looked up at Yi. "What was that all about? It seems like it was sent by our family's competitors. What exactly does your family do?" "Nothing much, just selling potions and spirit pearls, dabbling in mining at the Lingshu. My father advised me to keep a low profile at school, so please don't mention it to anyone." Yi's expression stiffened. "I shouldn't have asked." Just then, the middle-aged man reappeared at the alley's entrance, glaring threateningly at Yi, who stood beside Lu Xiangnan. The pain in the back of his head still throbbed, fresh blood oozing from where he had touched it. "Yi, you should leave. They need something from my father and won't dare to harm me. Class monitor you." Yi felt the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Facing 2 silver-level contract spirits was beyond their capability. "Humph, neither of you will escape. You little brat. Throwing bricks at my head. Do you think I'm a pushover? A few more hits won't do you any good." Yi was incensed. "Who do you think you're looking down on? If you dare, take another shot. You think I won't? You're scared, aren't you? You think I'm scared? You're scared. Come on, take your best shot." Wang Biao felt deeply insulted. As a silver-level beast master, having commanded respect in the realms for years, being bested by a high school student was intolerable. It was one thing to be struck, but would he cower? He thrust his head forward, inviting Yi to strike it again. He had to reclaim his dignity today. Chapter 17. No matter how skilled, one fears the kitchen knife. Lu Xiangnan observed the heated exchange between the two, momentarily stunned. When Wang Biao provoked Yi by extending his head, she felt her understanding of the world shatter. Is it truly this trivial? Watching as Yi reached into his backpack and actually pulled out a brick, Lu Xiangnan felt tears welling in her eyes. Who carries bricks in their backpack for no reason? 2 of them? And are you truly going to strike? Isn't that just fueling Wang Biao's rage? Meanwhile, no one noticed that as Yi retrieved the brick, the bracelet on his wrist had vanished. The dark red brick glimmered faintly with a metallic sheen as Yi approached Wang Biao, who continued to taunt him. "Come at me." Just as Yi was 3 meters away from Wang Biao, he invoked Ying, spirit possession. This newly acquired skill allowed Ying to briefly inhabit Yi's form, granting him all of Ying's powers during that time. Instantly, a flash of lightning flickered in Yi's eyes, his demeanor turning icy, as electric charges danced erratically around him. Wang Biao sensed something amiss and hastily attempted to summon his contract spirit. It was too late. The purpose of utilizing spirit possession was to avoid triggering Wang Biao's vigilance upon Ying's appearance. Now that they were within 3 meters, Wang Biao had no time to retaliate. Yi's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Wang Biao. He swung the brick forcefully at the back of Wang Biao's head, the sound of air being displaced evident. Infused with purple lightning, Yi had learned from his previous encounter, striking diagonally to maximize damage with the brick's edge. "Take that!" Yi shouted as Wang Biao, caught off guard, was overwhelmed by a sudden, searing pain at the back of his head, losing consciousness in an instant. Lu Xiangnan stared in astonishment at Yi. Blood dripped from the brick in his hand, pooling on the ground, and she had even heard the sound of cracking bones. Yi released the spirit possession state. Given Ying's current level, it could only be sustained for about 10 seconds. After the possession was lifted, Yi's face turned pale as he gasped for breath. Feeling utterly drained, he stared in panic at Wang Biao, who lay motionless on the ground. Could it be that he was dead? As he anxiously examined Wang Biao's wrist and cautiously prodded beneath his nose, Lu Xiangnan was rendered speechless by the scene. Was this the skill of possession? And now you decide to panic? You certainly did not hold back earlier. Sensing that Wang Biao still had a pulse, Yi looked at Lu Xiangnan with alarm. "Class leader, quickly call the police. You must testify for me. If he dies, it's not my fault." Lu Xiangnan replied that the enforcement team from the black market would arrive shortly. He had discreetly called the police the moment Wang Biao appeared. "Are you saying you struck him to this state with a brick?" Wang Li's eyes widened. After so many years as the enforcement team leader, he had never witnessed such a thing. A notoriously vicious fugitive, a silver-ranked beast master with 2 silver-ranked contracted spirits, a criminal known in the underworld as Sang Biao, was reduced to a precarious state by a newly awakened senior student wielding a brick? By the time the enforcement team arrived, Wang Biao was barely breathing. "He should be fine, right? I exerted quite a bit of force." Wang Li's expression stiffened. "Are you all right? Exerted quite a bit of force. Are you sure you were using a brick?" "Yes, a brick, though the material is somewhat different." A dark red brick materialized in Yi's hand as the bracelet on his wrist shimmered. Lilu stared at the brick in Yi's hand, noticing the dried blood on one corner, and couldn't he help but twitch his lips. "Is this spatial equipment? A brick?" Yi felt a bit embarrassed. After failing to obtain what he sought from Ying last time, this idea had taken root in his mind. Thus, he had secretly commissioned Lan Yunsheng to create this brick based on the material of Ying's Tang Dao, originally intended as a surprise for Ying. It turned out he was the one who ended up activating it first. In the future, during such situations, do not act impulsively. Call the police immediately. I understand. Today was a special circumstance. Yi nodded obediently. Wang Le looked at the compliant Yi with a headache. What do you know? Yi and Lu Xiangnan accompanied the enforcement team to the Black Market Town Spirit Bureau to provide a statement. Notably, Wang Biao was a fugitive, with a bounty of 200,000. Yi was instantly taken aback. 200,000. He observed as Yi's eyes darted around, seemingly deep in thought. Wang Le warned Yi sternly. Do not entertain any dangerous thoughts. They are ruthless criminals, highly dangerous. Today, it was merely a matter of his lack of intelligence. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get close to him. After learning the full sequence of events from the statement, Wang Le could not help but marvel at Yi's luck. After all, this was the first time he encountered such a dim-witted fugitive as Wang Biao. Feeling exposed, Yi scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. When they exited the black market, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Lu Xiangnan's parents had been waiting there, and Yi's parents were present as well, engaged in light conversation with Lu Xiangnan's parents. As the two emerged, Lu Xiangnan's mother rushed over to embrace him. Her voice tinged with tears. Lu Xiangnan held his mother tightly, tears streaming down his face. Yi Min glared at Yi, who wore a silly grin. You will be dealt with when we get home. Meanwhile, Ning Xiangtong cast an appreciative glance at Yi. Her son had grown up, understanding the concept of heroically saving the fair maiden. At that moment, Lu Xiangnan's father, Lu Feng, bowed slightly to Yi. They had already learned from Wang Lu about the day's events. Seeing Lu Feng bow, Yi quickly stepped aside. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, who knows what might have happened? Uncle, you are too polite. When the class leader is in trouble, how could I possibly stand idly by? Furthermore, the class leader has often helped me. Yi spoke sincerely, recalling how Lu Xiangnan had been the first to defend him when he was challenged by Wang Xiangdong. Rest assured, such a situation will not arise again. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated that his rival would resort to such underhanded tactics. Declining Lu Feng's invitation to dinner, Yi returned home with his parents. As they departed, Lu Feng quietly told Yi to reach out to him if he ever needed anything. Upon returning home, Yi Min was both astonished and delighted. Astonished because he was fearful for his son's safety, given that Wang Biao was a wanted criminal, and delighted because he was proud of his son's sense of justice and responsibility. Yi had not fled when faced with danger, despite having the opportunity to do so. After advising Yi a few times, Yi Min and Ning Xiangtong yawned and headed to bed. It was remarkable that they could still feel tired after such a significant incident. It only underscored Yi's carefree nature. Chapter 18, Professional Defense. Back in his room, Yi sensed Ying's eagerness to emerge from the contracted spirit space. Summoning Ying, as soon as Ying appeared, his purple eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi, feeling helpless, removed the bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Ying. Upon receiving the bracelet, Ying joyfully transformed it into a spirit brick and back again, playing with delight. After a while, Ying grew bored and lay on Yi's bed, playing with an old phone Yi had bought during middle school. It was fully functional, but somewhat sluggish. Sitting at his computer desk, Yi fell into contemplation. Today was perilous. Wang Biao, a silver-ranked being, had completely outmatched him in strength. Although Yi had cleverly provoked him, luck played a significant role. It was akin to a blow to his intelligence. I must enhance my strength. Yi sighed. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. If he had been a silver-ranked beastmaster today, Wang Biao would have been effortlessly dispatched with a single strike. Thus, Yi continued attending classes, playing games, and occasionally earning money in the black market, living a rather comfortable life. A week later, Yi received a substantial order that night. Lang Song suddenly called, stating 3 tables of customers specifically requested the sweet flour-brewed chicken. After working busily at Lang Song's for nearly 2 hours, Yi trudged home, exhausted. This past week, Yi had finally saved enough money to purchase the Thundercloud Beast Spirit Pearl and Thunder Potion for Ying. After placing the order, he returned to being broke. Not a single coin to his name, as all the funds were tied up in the order. Due to price fluctuations, he had spent a hefty 400,000 to gather the materials. Upon returning home, Ying wore a serious expression, having absorbed 10 Thundercloud Beast Spirit Pearls and consumed a bottle of Thunder Potion. Name, Ying. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Personality, innocent, kind, serious. Attribute, Thunder. Type, humanoid. Talent, exceptional thunder resistance. Can withstand 90 of thunder elemental attacks. Thunder element mastery. Can freely wield the power of thunder elements. Skills, Raijin swordsmanship, 3. Instant step, 1. Allows for a displacement of 3 meters. Spirit energy possession. 1. Can temporarily possess a beast master, granting them the full power of their contracted spirit and allowing them to use any skill. Potential. Yi gazed at the panel. Ying's potential had increased, but there were no further upgrade options. It seemed that Ying could not enhance his talent until breaking through to silver. After enhancing his talent, Ying's physical abilities and training efficiency had significantly improved. Even his height seemed to have increased a bit. Glancing at Ying, now a bronze 3 stars, Yi felt a twinge of melancholy. He remained a bronze beginner beast master. It appeared to be time for him to boost his own system. The next morning, Yi arrived at school to find Zhang Guodong announcing a significant event to the entire class. The school was organizing a training exercise for the senior Beastmaster class to take place at Tianyang Spirit Ruins. Instantly, the students erupted in excitement. The Spirit Ruins, a place filled with both danger and opportunity. Although it is merely the bronze-level Lingshu of Luocheng, Tianyang Lingshu, it is not a place accessible to students who are only at the initial bronze stage. The bronze Lingshu is teeming with bronze-level spirit beasts, and encountering silver-level spirit beasts is a common occurrence, not to mention the lord-level spirit beasts within. It is far beyond the reach of these inexperienced students. However, under the protection of the school and the military, they now have the opportunity to conduct training exercises within the Lingshu, igniting a fervor among the students, each brimming with excitement. Zhang Guodong observed the exhilarated students. Yet a sense of trepidation brewed within him. This year marked a significant reform in the Beast Tamer entrance examination, which, it was rumored, would take place within the Lingshu. Upon receiving this news, the principal hastily contacted the military, hoping to allow students to familiarize themselves with the environment in advance. However, the joy should not be premature. Not everyone would have the opportunity to attend, as the military had granted the school only 50 slots. Consequently, the school would conduct the final exams earlier that afternoon. Only the top 50 students would be permitted to train in the Lingshu. Zhang Guodong's words extinguished the enthusiasm of most students, while those who believed they had a chance at ranking among the top 50 were filled with determination. Zhang Guodong felt that even 50 was too many, considering the perilous nature of the Lingshu. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, these students, lacking combat experience, would become ticking time bombs. The morning swiftly passed, and the afternoon heralded the first final examination for the Beast Tamer class at Luocheng No. 1 High School. The first segment was a cultural examination, a comprehensive assessment of various subjects. A lengthy paper, spanning several pages, lay before Yi, encompassing history, spirit beast studies, geography, and more. The examination duration was an hour and a half. Yi found himself in a quandary, staring at the peculiar questions, genuinely at a loss. As he remained in a daze, options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Give up entirely and take a nap. Reward. A small amount of beast taming energy. Option 2. Seize the chance to cheat while the teacher is distracted. Reward. The title of sneaky. Effect. Harder to detect while committing misdeeds. Option 3. Disrupt the mindset of the other candidates. If I cannot succeed, neither shall they. Reward. Shadow skill. Instant step level 1. Additional rewards based on the degree of disruption. Yi was tempted. The sneaky title was indeed alluring. However, glancing at the vigilant teacher at the podium, he felt a twinge of apprehension. This was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, who had previously given him a hard time. Consequently, during this exam, the teacher was meticulously monitoring Yi to prevent any cheating. Never mind. Yi, have always acted with integrity. Why would I resort to underhanded tactics? Yi ultimately chose option 3. It seemed as if he had suddenly unlocked his potential. As he furiously scribbled on the blank paper, the sound of his pen scratching across the page was quite loud, and his pace was remarkably swift, attracting the attention of other students in the examination room. They felt a mix of discomfort and envy. 10 minutes into the exam, Yi slammed his pen down on the desk with a heavy sigh. This was exceedingly simple. Ding. Shadow skill. Instant step level 1. Yi was taken aback. Their psychological resilience was lacking. He opted not to submit his paper, lounging nonchalantly with one leg crossed over the other, tapping the desk now and then, twirling his pen. The nearby candidates were infuriated, wondering if they would ever be allowed to take the exam in peace. Ding. Shadow skill. Instant step level 1. Yi's eyes lit up. This examination room was akin to a lush field of chives. The teacher at the podium glared at Yi with murderous intent, as if to warn him that any further disturbance would lead to dire consequences. Yi, who was feigning innocence while scratching his head, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With a dramatic flourish, Yi tore his completed paper to shreds. The entire room fell silent in shock. Chapter 19. I reveal my hand. What are you doing? The teacher of Class 1 could no longer contain herself, reprimanding Yi. With an innocent expression, Yi shrugged. I figured being in the top 50 would be easy enough. I could enter even without cultural scores, so why not add a bit of difficulty? Sighing, he added, how lonely it is to be invincible. As he spoke, he even began to sing. Get out. Yi, with an air of indifference, sauntered out, causing the other students in the examination hall to lose their composure. Ding. Shadow skill, instant step, level 1. Ding. Shadow skill, instant step, level 1. Ding. Shadow skill, instant step, level 1. Ding. The host triggered an additional critical reward, earning the title of Breaker. Effect. Beast Tamers deal double damage to Spirit Beast's defensive skills. As he walked out, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Happy New Year. Before long, the exam concluded, and the candidates emerged, grumbling incessantly. The questions were so difficult. I initially hoped to leverage the cultural scores to break into the top 50, but it seems that is now impossible. I only managed to write half, and it appears the Lingshu training exercise is beyond my reach. Yi chuckled quietly, choosing to remain silent, yet soon his laughter faded. This was due to Zhang Guodong's stern expression as he approached. What kind of mischief did you get into while taking the exam? Many students have come to the principal to complain about you. Yi replied, who told them to have such poor psychological resilience. The full score for the paper was 100, with the Beast Tamer subjects scoring 300, totaling 400. The cultural exam accounted for only 1/4 of the total, which was why Yi felt emboldened to act so brazenly during the exam. The students did not have to wait long, as the second examination commenced shortly thereafter. The exam was held in the gymnasium, with students entering the examination area in an orderly fashion by class. The Beast Tamer examination begins now. It was again divided into several segments as before. The first segment was the evaluation of contract spirits. As long-term use of beast taming energy or nourishing contract spirits with spiritual food often leads to changes in their innate talents. Thus, the initial task was to re-evaluate the contract spirits. Zhang Yuanyuan level, Li Chang level, Wang Xiangdong level. As the evaluations commenced, the gymnasium was filled with gasps of astonishment. For many students discovered that their contract spirits had improved compared to the awakening ceremony. Lan Yunsheng level. Soon it was Yi Ye's class's turn, and Lan Yunsheng's mighty magical ape had astonishingly achieved level talent. Yi level. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The spirit beast that had previously been bested by Yi had now only reached a mere level. Yi smirked. This was after one enhancement. Had it not been for that, you would be even more shocked. A provocative gaze emanated from Class 1, belonging to Wang Xiangdong. After witnessing Yi Ye's contract spirit evaluation, he felt a surge of confidence, believing that with the passage of time, the gap in talent had become increasingly evident. Furthermore, Yi Ye's contract spirit was merely at level talent. He was determined to avenge that day's humiliation. However, the subsequent segment would deliver a harsh blow to his arrogance. The second segment, the Beast Tamer level test. Zhang Yuanyuan, Bronze Intermediate. Yu Min, Bronze Intermediate. Wang Xiangdong, Bronze Intermediate. As it came to Wang Xiangdong's turn, astonished murmurs swept through the crowd, and the testing instructor's tone conveyed a hint of excitement. A promising talent had emerged from their school. Lu Xiangnan, Bronze Intermediate. Yi, Bronze Intermediate. Wang Xiangdong's mask of arrogance had barely been donned when he heard that Lu Xiangnan had also surpassed to Bronze Intermediate. He had just consoled himself by thinking that Lu Xiangnan's favorable circumstances were solely due to wealth and resources. The news of Yi Ye's breakthrough to Bronze Intermediate rendered Wang Xiangdong's arrogance nothing more than a laughingstock. Yi, what gives him the right? Wang Xiangdong's teeth nearly ground to dust as he glared at Class 3. The testing instructor felt as though he were dreaming, merely 10 days since the awakening. And 3 students from Luoqing No. 1 High School had already advanced to Bronze Intermediate. Lan Yunsheng, Bronze Intermediate. The instructor had become numb to the shock, realizing that this cohort would finally allow Luoqing No. 1 High School to rise to prominence. Zhang Guodong, standing nearby, maintained a calm demeanor, but inwardly, he was genuinely astonished. Lu Xiangnan and Lan Yunsheng were aware of the situation. It was entirely normal for one to break through to the intermediate level of Qingtong. However, Yi Ye's advancement to the same level took him by surprise. Could it be that this young man was a genius? Yi was reveling in the astonished gazes surrounding him when suddenly a choice materialized before him. Option 1. Silently accept the astonishment of the crowd. Reward. A small amount of beast mastery power. Option 2. Don the mask of arrogance and proclaim loudly. I intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person. Yet what I received in return was exclusion and alienation. I shall reveal my true self. I am a genius. Reward. Shadow skill. Inazuma blade technique level 1. Just as Zhang Guodong thought that Yi was being modest and had grown, Yi cast aside his earlier shyness, smirking arrogantly as he shouted to those around him. I intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, yet what I received in return was exclusion and alienation. I shall reveal my true self. I am a genius. The surroundings fell into stunned silence, and Zhang Guodong buried his face in his hands. I knew it. The testing instructor was also taken aback by the sudden outburst, his lips twitching. This student possesses quite the personality. The other students were left dumbfounded, pondering how they could retaliate, yet feeling utterly powerless. Yi maintained his smirk as Zhang Guodong swiftly approached him. Enough. What are you pretending to be? Speak plainly. Oh, my apologies. I was overly arrogant just now. I am not a genius. I have arrived at this point through my own hard work. Ding. The system has determined that the host has mastered the art of pretentiousness. Astonishment registered. Additional reward, shadow skill, Inazuma blade technique, level 1. Yi was momentarily stunned. Was there an unexpected reward? He had intended to say more, but upon witnessing Zhang Guodong's fiery gaze and the unfriendly stares around him, he decided to retract his neck and keep silent. The aptitude test did not take long, and the third assessment soon commenced. The comprehensive ability evaluation of the contracted spirit began. This assessment examined the overall quality of the contracted spirits, including tests on aggression, defense, speed, and endurance. Who will step forward first from Class 1? Wang Xiangdong took a step forward and summoned his contracted spirit. The Yanhua Lu, noticeably larger than the last time, cast a challenging glance at Yi before Wang Xiangdong commanded it to attack the apparatus in the center of the arena. Little deer, use fire trample. Instantly, a ring of fire struck the attack power testing device. On the large screen, the attack index rapidly displayed letters. Chapter 20. Overdoing it? Attack index. Wang Xiangdong patted the little deer contentedly, casting a taunting glance at Yi. In his view, the shadow was merely faster. His previous victory was solely due to the shadow's exceptionally sharp blade. With Wang Xiangdong setting the pace, one by one, students controlled their contracted spirits to strike the testing apparatus. Attack index. Attack index. Attack index. Most scores hovered between levels, with even Lu Xiangnan's cotton candy barely achieving a level index. After all, the test measured pure offensive power, and cotton candy evidently lacked aggression. Notably, Lan Yunxing's mighty magic ape, after using a skill to enlarge its form, struck with a level index. Yet Wang Xiangdong remained the only one to achieve a level index. Soon, Yi summoned the shadow, and all eyes in the arena turned to it, as most had witnessed the shadow's previous battle. They were eager to see the level of destruction the shadow could unleash. Just as Yi prepared to have the shadow attack the testing apparatus, another choice appeared before him. Option 1. Have the shadow use the Inazuma blade technique to attack. Reward, medium beast mastery power. Option 2. The beast master himself shall conduct the test. Reward, shadow skill, spirit energy embodiment level 1. Yi was taken aback. Having experienced the power of spirit energy embodiment once, he understood how remarkable this skill was. After all, in confrontations between beast masters, the beast masters themselves were quite vulnerable, often falling prey to sneak attacks during battles. Spirit energy embodiment transformed Yi into a war god. What? Sneak attack me? Taste my blade. Yi decisively chose option 2. What is he planning? Has he lost his mind? Is he preparing to test himself? Yi sprinted forward, standing confidently before the testing apparatus, eliciting astonished and puzzled murmurs from the crowd. Lu Xiangnan's eyes brightened. She had witnessed Yi in spirit energy embodiment before. Was it possible he intended to? Before the testing instructor could react, the summoned shadow vanished in an instant, and Yi's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Charged with electric currents akin to venomous serpents, his eyes shifted from black to purple, fixated on the testing apparatus before him. As the crowd marveled at Yi's transformation, a tang knife suddenly materialized in his hand, instantly enveloped in potent lightning elemental energy. Yi dashed forward, the tang knife slashing upward in a swift motion, delivering a powerful blow to the apparatus. Attack strength. The arena fell into a profound silence. What had they just witnessed? A beastmaster testing themselves? Zhang Guodong's eyes widened in shock. Composite skill? No, this is an embodiment skill. Or is it a skill of a humanoid contracted spirit? Where did this lad acquire the skill book? Attack strength? Wang Xiangdong stared fixedly at the screen, his mind racing in disbelief. How did he accomplish this? By what means? Once Yi released the spirit energy embodiment state, he gasped for breath. The skill demanded significant energy from him. After all, his physical condition was still somewhat lacking. However, upon viewing the screen, Yi was not surprised. He even considered the score a bit low. Following evaluations of speed, defense, and others, Yi achieved exceptionally high ratings, with the exception of defense, where the shadow's score was merely. In the speed assessment, which encompassed velocity, reaction, and endurance, his strengths, the shadow achieved the only level rating in the entire arena. Humanoid contracted spirits were exceedingly rare. Thus, The Shadow's performance today instilled a newfound understanding of humanoid contracted spirits among all present. The examinations concluded for the day, and the results would be available on the school's official website that evening. Simultaneously, the list for entry into the Spirit Realm training would be publicly announced. The principal briefly spoke before departing the gymnasium, further solidifying his impression of Yi. After all, possessing a rare humanoid contracted spirit was one matter. Having an embodiment skill that appeared remarkably effective was quite another. As the principal left, the students gradually exited, most discussing Yi's performance and the shadow. Is that an embodiment skill? As soon as they stepped out of the gymnasium, Lan Yunxing eagerly inquired of Yi. It should be considered so. Lan Yunxing looked on with envy. He had sought embodiment skill books suitable for the mighty magic ape on the market. However, such skill books significantly enhance a beast master's self-defense capability, and the production requirements are exceedingly stringent, with materials being exceptionally rare, rendering them nearly impossible to acquire. Will you make it into the top 50? I heard you tore up the exam paper. Yi, who had been walking leisurely alongside Lan Yunxing towards the school gate, suddenly froze. Oh no, lost in my own arrogance. How could I forget about that? I should be able to, right? A perfect score of 100 in cultural subjects, and 300 in beast mastery tests, which means my maximum score is only 300. Upon returning home, Yi anxiously stared at his computer and opened the school's official website. Upon viewing his score, Yi felt a wave of darkness overtaking him. 284 points. He quickly checked the announced list from the school. Indeed, he was not on the list. This was utterly humiliating. What a foolish display. Now, he had truly embarrassed himself. Chapter 21. A glimmer of hope amidst darkness. Hey, Yi, have you made it onto the list? I don't see your name. Oh no, I've gone too far. Are you in the top 50? I'm not either, haha. Yi covered his face with one hand. You seem rather pleased. After checking the results, Lan Yunxing called Yi. What are we going to do? It's so hard to get a chance to visit Lingshu. Why don't we go ourselves? Yi was taken aback. Go ourselves? How would we do that? We are still students. We cannot enter Lingshu without special circumstances. How do we go? Climb over the wall. The two pondered for a while, but could not come up with a viable solution. The next day, upon arriving at school, Yi noticed Wang Xiangdong standing at the classroom door with a smug expression. Oh, isn't this our little genius Yi? What happened? Can't even make it into the top 50? Li Yuan beside him also looked at Yi mockingly. Yi, a man of few words, silently opened his backpack and rummaged through it. Seeing this, Wang Xiangdong and Li Yuan were so frightened that they fled without uttering another word. Yi entered the classroom with a gloomy expression and took his seat. Lu Xiangnan rushed over with a worried look. Yi, why not discuss it with the teacher? Adding you to the list is just one more person. Forget it, I don't want to trouble the school. They'll give us a break anyway. And I'll figure out my own way to go. Lu Xiangnan was stunned. You'll find your own way. Lingshu isn't owned by your family, is it? Soon. The class bell rang, and Zhang Guodong entered the classroom with a serious countenance. Following yesterday's exam, 7 students from our class have made it into the top 50 of the grade. They will also have the opportunity to enter Lingshu for training. Lu Xiangnan, Wang Tong, Lu. Zhang Guodong read the names, and the students cast envious glances at those on the list. After finishing the list, Zhang Guodong shot Yi a fierce glare. Yi shrank his neck and shrugged his shoulders. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, the 7 of you are to gather promptly at the school gate, where the school will transport you to Tianyang Lingshu. One must admit, the school had chosen the timing well. Tomorrow was the weekend, and the 2-day training at Lingshu would not interfere with classes on Monday. Yi had initially planned to visit Lingshu this weekend to see if he could find something valuable. Now, the school had granted him that opportunity. Who would have thought? Enough said, it's all tears. As class began, Yi felt somewhat distracted, for Lingshu was not particularly enticing to him. After all, he had the system. The concern was that he intended to venture there with the hope of striking gold. After all, Ing and the system were like 2 voracious beasts. Ing was not a concern for now as he had no immediate need for resources. However, the system required resources to restore energy that Yi could not afford. System. How much energy is needed to unlock the next phase? Currently, the system's energy recovery stands at 6%. 10% is required to unlock the next phase and new features for the lottery. Lottery. Yi's eyes brightened. What treasures are in the prize pool? Please restore system energy to obtain further information. As Yi was lost in thought, Zhang Guodong noticed his troubled expression from the podium and couldn't help but chuckle. This unruly kid has his moments too. Yet, Zhang Guodong genuinely liked Yi as a student. Aside from occasionally being abstract in his work, Yi was undoubtedly a promising talent. Taking advantage of the students working on their assignments, Zhang Guodong picked up his phone and sent a text to Yi. While Yi contemplated how to enter Lingshu, he suddenly felt his pocket buzz. Pulling out his phone, he was momentarily stunned. Zhang Guodong had sent him a message. Lang Song. Yi jolted. Right. How could I forget him? He glanced at Zhang Guodong, who looked innocently back at him, raising an eyebrow. Lan Yunsheng. Come with me to Lingshu tomorrow. Huh. Lan Yunsheng, still focused on his exercises, looked at Yi with confusion. What is this about? The day's classes soon passed. And after school, Yi hurriedly rushed to the black market. Upon arriving, he headed towards Lang Song's usual stall. It was still early, so Lang Song was likely not at the shop. Sure enough, after a few steps, he spotted Lang Song sitting on the ground with an array of spirit materials and plants spread out before him, shouting out his wares. Freshly unearthed yin-yang flowers. Don't miss out. Spirit beads of the flowing cloud bird. Discounted. Boss, how much for the spirit beads? 2,000 a bargain. After shouting for a while, Lang Song finally noticed a customer at his stall. He looked up, ready to make his pitch. Yi Lao Di, what brings you here? No customers today? Yi grinned and sat beside Lang Song on a small stool. Lang Gu, business is good. The stall was quite deserted, and Lang Song felt a bit exasperated. What do you want? Just say it. No need to provoke me. Lang Gu, the spirit plants at the shop and those you sell here are sourced from Lingshu, right? Lang Song nodded, eyeing Yi with caution. What are you getting at? Small business, no credit. Come on, I just want to help alleviate some of your pressure. Last time, you mentioned you would explore Lingshu on the weekend for supplies. Yes, I'm going tomorrow, but you wouldn't. As Lang Song listened, he began to sense something amiss. Yi wanted to accompany him to Lingshu, didn't he? Tomorrow, when you go, take me with you. I want to see what Lingshu looks like. Lang Song shook his head vigorously. No, Tianyang Lingshu, although it is a bronze-level spirit realm, is still very dangerous. You are just a student, it's not safe. Yi grew anxious. If Lang Song refused to take him, how would he ever unlock the next function of his system? Don't be hasty in your refusal. Go ask around at Luo City No. 1 High School. I'm quite capable, and I just want to observe. I promise I won't wander off. Lang Song eyed Yi suspiciously. This wasn't someone to underestimate. But considering that he rarely encountered anyone in the places he frequented, even spirit beasts were scarce. Fine, but I must make it clear, once we are in Lingshu, you must listen to me. All right, Lang Gu. By the way, I have another friend. Chapter 22, Spirit Material Team. In the end, Yi exerted tremendous effort and finally convinced Lang Song to take him and Lan Yunsheng along to Lingshu for supplies the next day. Lang Song felt somewhat confident. As a silver-level beastmaster, he could manage to lead 2 novices around Tianyang Lingshu without much trouble, especially after Yi's recent culinary creation, sweet flour brewed chicken, which had significantly raised Lang Song's reputation. Once Yi expressed his desire to join, Lang Song found it difficult to refuse. However, what he did not realize was that his acquiescence sent tremors throughout the entire Tianyang Lingshu. Indeed, tremors. Returning home, it was already 9 in the evening. Yi Min was in the living room reading a newspaper while Ning Xiangtong was beside him applying a facial mask. Upon seeing Yi return, they did not question him about his late outing. After all, he was no longer a child, and as a beastmaster, he couldn't be monitored too strictly. What? Traveling? No way. Stay at home and behave. Yi had just informed his parents that he had plans to travel with Lan Yunsheng the next day when Ning Xiangtong exploded. Do you realize you only have a few days until the college entrance examination? Just 2 months. Instead of studying at home, you want to travel? Mom. About the living expenses from before. Cough, cough. Well, I believe it's beneficial for boys to go out and gain some experience. Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of Yi and Yi Min, Ning Xiangtong reluctantly acquiesced to Yi's request for a trip. Had they known that Yi intended to indulge himself in Lingshu, they would surely have broken his legs. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Yi departed from his home, a bulging backpack slung over his shoulders. Inside his backpack were some compressed biscuits and water, which he had purchased at the supermarket the previous night. Of course, there was also a brick, although there was a spirit brick at Ying's place. Yi believed that possessing multiple skills is never a burden. Carrying a weapon instilled a sense of security within him, as he often felt something was amiss without it. After hailing a cab, he picked up Lan Yunsheng, and the two set off towards the black market. In the car, Lan Yunsheng appeared somewhat anxious. The 2 novices were about to venture into Lingshu. Wasn't that a tad perilous? However, now that they were already in Yi's vehicle, it was too late for any protests. Upon arriving at the entrance of the black market, Yi spotted Lang Song standing in front of a black SUV. Lang Song waved upon seeing Yi and Lan Yunsheng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi and Lan Yunsheng climbed into the car, only to notice another passenger in the front seat. Hello, Wang Xian. To Yi's surprise, a young lady was seated in the passenger seat, who greeted them warmly as they entered. Hello. Yi, not accustomed to interacting with girls, felt a slight flush on his cheeks, particularly because this young lady was undeniably charming. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a form-fitting black sports outfit that accentuated her figure, complemented by a delicate makeup. Allow me to introduce Wang Xian, our vice captain of the Beastmaster team and a silver-level Beastmaster. Yi and Lan Yunsheng, students from Luocheng No. 1 High School, are here to gain experience and broaden their horizons. After Lang Song's brief introduction, the group was acquainted. Yi enviously ran his fingers over the leather seats of the SUV, relishing their comfort, far superior to shared bicycles. Noticing Yi's small gesture, Lang Song chuckled. You must be nearing 18, right? Once you get your driver's license and buy a car, it will be much more convenient to go anywhere. Lang Gu, you jest. I have no money. You, the little tycoon, lack funds? Earning 40,000 from a single Ling Shi is a breeze. At this rate, buying a luxury car within a year is a cinch. Wang Xian inquired with curiosity. Ling Shi, Lang Song added, I forgot to mention. Yi is not only a Beastmaster but also a Ling Shi master, a student of Master Li Qian. Wang Xian was taken aback. A Ling Shi master? It seems I might need to commission you for some Ling Shi in the future. Yi scratched his head, uncertain about the status of a Ling Shi master. He only knew that very few could master the art of crafting Ling Shi. He once searched online for the process of making Ling Shi, only to discover that it differed significantly from cooking. It required an appropriate combination of various materials infused with Beastmaster power, and one had to integrate their own Beastmaster power during the crafting process to achieve a delicate balance for the Ling Shi to affect the contracted spirits. Yet, Yi thought it didn't seem that difficult. Wasn't it just a matter of following a sequence? The system remarked, ultimately, one person bears all the weight. Tianyang Lingsu was not far from the city, yet it was not particularly close either. The drive would take nearly 2 hours. After some conversation, silence enveloped the car. Lan Yunsheng had already succumbed to sleep against the plush seat, while Yi gazed out the window. As they left the urban landscape, the scenery transformed from towering buildings to lush mountains. Just as Yi was about to doze off, they finally arrived at their destination, Tianyang Lingsu. The ranking of Lingsu is categorized from low to high based on the strength of the spirit beasts within, classified as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, king, emperor, and emperor level, mirroring the ranks of beastmasters and their contracted spirits. For instance, in Tianyang Lingsu, bronze-level spirit beasts constitute 80%, silver-level 20%, and it has been a century since anyone has spotted a gold-level spirit beast there. In contrast, in the far northwest of Huagua, the only emperor-level Lingsu, Longku, is teeming with king-level spirits, and emperor-level spirits are commonplace, with encounters of emperor-level spirits being frequent. Among the 4 emperor-level beastmasters in Huagua, 2 are stationed at Longku. As the group alighted from the vehicle, they were greeted by an expansive marketplace named Tianyang Market. Several military vehicles were parked nearby. All Lingsu and Huagua are directly controlled by the military. It is said that some resource-rich Lingsu have entire towns built right outside their gates. Compared to Tianyang Lingsu, this was but a small affair. Hello, identification. At the entrance of the market, 2 soldiers clad in dark green uniforms and with slightly darker skin stopped the 4. After inspecting their identification, the soldiers allowed them entry. Finally, the 4 entered the Tianyang market. Yi, feeling somewhat apprehensive, remarked to Lang Song, Lang Gu, we haven't even reached the entrance of Lingsu. Yet the security seems incredibly strict. It was not surprising that Yi felt this way. Upon entering, they were scrutinized by several patrolling soldiers who cast them sharp glances before continuing their patrol. Lang Song, with a serious expression, advised Yi earnestly. Once we enter the Lingsu, I want to intervene, but within this market, you must behave yourself and refrain from causing trouble. Chapter 23, The Grim Words of Scars. Did you see those soldiers? Wang Xian suddenly interjected. Yi nodded, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Each of them was an elite member of the Luocheng Town Spirit Army, most being advanced bronze-level beastmasters, and some even silver-level. If you caused any trouble here, they could kill you on the spot. Ling Su is the foundation of a nation. Even a bronze-level Ling Su permits no disturbances to its order. I once witnessed 2 intoxicated beastmasters openly provoking the military on the street. It ended very poorly for them. Consequently, nearly every beastmaster team is strictly prohibited from consuming alcohol during Ling Su exploration tasks. Celebrations are only permitted once they are well beyond the military's jurisdiction. Yi nodded, casting his gaze toward the bustling marketplace. Although referred to as a market, it was essentially a massive black market. However, it lacked the ornate architecture. Most structures were single-story, and many tents were pitched in the adjacent open spaces, where various beastmaster teams often opted to rest before entering Lingsu. Yi, is the tent okay? Lang Song handed Yi a large bag. Yi had been wondering what Lang Song was carrying, only to realize it contained a tent. His expression instantly fell. After all, the hotel prices here were exorbitant. Every penny counted. Look, Even Wang Xian, a girl, is sleeping in a tent. Surely you can manage it. Lang Song teased, nudging him with his shoulder. Who said I couldn't? I love tents. Yi exclaimed, with Wang Xian smiling slightly beside him. Let us go? Grab a bite before we head into Ling Su. If we chat any longer, it will be noon. Blue Yunsheng had been to this place before, but he usually accompanied older relatives, coming and going in a hurry, without taking the time to explore the market. Yi, on the other hand, was wide-eyed, marveling at the goods displayed at the various stalls. This place was nothing like the Luocheng black market. No one dared to sell counterfeit goods here. Wow, is this a silver-level Lingzhu? It's my first time seeing one. Is that a Tianqi locust? I've never seen a live one. Whoa, what is this? Yi exclaimed, staring at the large ampoule bottles displayed at a stall. Top-tier Beastmaster power potion? Ignoring the system's incessant murmurs in his ear, he strode forward. Having noticed the price, 70,000. Many pharmaceutical companies had stalls here, so it was not surprising. Recently, a silver-level treasure sold for an astonishing 800,000. Reportedly a rare item from a primate spirit beast, purchased by a mysterious wealthy individual. Rumor had it was for their child? Upon hearing this, Yi couldn't help but glance at Lan Yunsheng, who tilted his head in response. As they walked and conversed, Yi was dazzled by the quality of the stalls, which far surpassed that of the black market in Luocheng. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the four of them took their seats, and the establishment was already bustling with patrons. Boss, 4 of us, Lang Song greeted. Ah, back again. Here's a discount for you, 2004 for all 4. Oh, so you have some fine goods today, huh? Asking for 2004. He chuckled. Haha, today is a good day for you. Lang Song promptly scanned the payment code, leaving Yi astonished at the price. What on earth costs 2004? Noticing Yi Ye's confusion, Lang Song explained. This place offers exquisite cuisine. Everything here is of top quality. With an air of mystery, he teased Yi. Before long, the dishes arrived. Yin-yang chicken? Yi was taken aback. This was the main ingredient for his beloved sweet flour brewed chicken. This vicinity, near the Ling Su gate, often saw underqualified beast tamer teams venturing into Ling Su to hunt spiritual beasts, later selling them to restaurants like this one. Occasionally, some teams, unable to meet their quotas, would also hunt low-tier spiritual beasts for sale. After all, entry into Ling Su required a ticket. Yi was flabbergasted. Just this one chicken could net him 40,000, assuming someone would consume it. But that wasn't all. Alongside yin-yang chicken, other spiritual creatures such as Chi Wei Sun and Bingjing Scorpion were served. Yi felt that 2004 was an incredible deal, and for 4 people, that meant just 600 each. Isn't the owner losing money with this meal? Fortunately, I am quite familiar with the owner. Our table is an exception. Others pay at least 1,000 each, Lang Song reassured. Besides, these ingredients are not as expensive as you think. For instance, yin-yang chicken. If you were to purchase it, would only be 200 per pound, and that is for high-tier ones. After all, the most valuable items in Ling Su are medicinal herbs and various rare ores. The meat of these spiritual beasts doesn't hold much value due to preservation issues. With a dejected expression, Yi quietly asked Lang Song, "So, you sold me a yin-yang chicken for 20,000 back then?" Just as Lang Song was savoring a chicken wing, he coughed, startled. Cough, I was just trying to make a profit. Besides, you didn't buy it. And that was a live one. Do you know how difficult it is to catch a live yin-yang chicken? Yi rolled his eyes while Wang Xian stifled a laugh beside him. The 4 of them were enjoying their meal when suddenly, 3 individuals entered, led by a scarred middle-aged man whose prominent scar stretched across his face, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon spotting Lang Song, the leader grinned maliciously. Look who it is. The infamous treasure mouse. Lang Song, recognizing the intruder, muttered a curse under his breath. Oh, Wang Xian is here too. Have you thought about my suggestion to join our beast tamer team? After all, as a team leader, you only dare to scavenge on the outskirts. How much can you earn? You'd be better off with us. I guarantee you'll live lavishly. The scarred man's predatory gaze roamed over Wang Xian without restraint. Lang Song placed his chopsticks down, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. Scarface, is the lesson I taught you last time not enough? Want to have a go? You're asking for it. One of Scarface's younger lackeys, brimming with rage, stepped forward, glaring at Lang Song. Come back. Scarface shot a fierce glance at the younger man, who hesitated but eventually retreated. How dare you bring that up? Apart from running away, what can you do? Last time, both my brothers were injured, and I will make you pay for that. After delivering his threat, Scarface, along with his 2 lackeys, abandoned their meal and strode towards the exit. As they left, Yi's mind raced with options. Option 1. Summoning and smash his head with a brick. Reward. Increase beast tamer level to silver 1 star. Option 2. Swallow your anger and wait for revenge. Reward. Substantial beast power. Option 3. Insult Scarface mercilessly to provoke him. Reward. Ing level 1. If Scarface or his lackey retaliates, Additional rewards will be granted. Yi's eyes gleamed at the first option, but reason urged him to remain calm. However, the frustration of possessing treasure yet not daring to seize it made him clench his teeth. Sister Wang Xian, what would happen if I went over and smashed his head right now? Wang Xian's expression turned to horror as she seized Yi's hand. Yi, don't do anything reckless. Lan Yunsheng, catching wind of Yi's words, quickly interjected, Whoa, dude, don't be impulsive. We could get detained. You could face imprisonment. Seeing Scarface about to exit, Yi panicked. He slammed his plate onto the floor, stood up, and pointed at the back of Scarface's head. Stop. You think you can just come and go as you please? Do I, Yi, have no dignity? Instantly, the atmosphere in the restaurant turned frigid. Scarface turned, perplexed, fixing his fierce gaze on Yi. Meanwhile, Lang Song, Wang Xian, and Lan Yunsheng stared wide-eyed at Yi in shock, with Lan Yunsheng muttering, Dude, calm down. Scarface pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lighting one for himself. Are you calling me? Facing the intimidating Scarface, Yi felt a twinge of fear but pressed on. Yes, you. Strutting around with that hideous face to intimidate people. Didn't you see my buddies are all scared stiff? As he spoke, Yi nudged Lan Yunsheng, seemingly seeking his cooperation. Lan Yunsheng was nearly losing his mind. Who gave you the courage, Yi? Liang Jingru. Scarface exhaled a heavy puff of smoke, his anger rising. Nothing irked him more than people mocking his appearance. What did you say? Repeat that. I dare you to move. Yi, channeling his inner bravado, stepped toward Scarface, pointing at his own forehead. Much to the astonishment of the three behind him. In his fervor, Yi stumbled and inadvertently bumped his forehead against Scarface's chest. Boss, let us go? We can settle this another day in Lingsu. The younger lackey, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, quickly grabbed Scarface's arms. Just as Scarface was regaining his composure and his anger began to subside, Yi launched another round of mental assault. What's wrong? Scared? With a face like that, I thought you'd be tougher. Is that scar of yours a birthmark? Birthmark? Birthmark. Scarface's mind went blank. Countless individuals had ridiculed his appearance before, but none had struck such a deep blow as Yi's words. Wang Xian, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Scarface felt his sanity slipping, watching Yi, who still wore an expression of bravado while pointing at his own head. He broke free from the two lackeys grasping him and grabbed a nearby chair, swinging it at Yi's head. With a loud crash, Yi braced himself for impact, only to find Scarface collapsing instead. Behind Scarface stood two soldiers at the door, accompanied by a rock-like creature, a Yanxi, flicking its stone tongue. Clearly, Scarface had been taken down by them. We received a report of someone causing trouble. You are hereby apprehended. The soldiers, seemingly well-practiced, swiftly lifted Scarface onto the broad back of the snake and dragged him away. The two lackeys, left bewildered, exchanged glances and fled in a panic. Yi turned back to find Lang Song raising his phone, raising an eyebrow at him. Yi, your courage is truly remarkable. You are undoubtedly the foremost reckless individual of Luo Qingyizhong. Lan Yunsheng, still shaken, patted his chest. It's fine. He doesn't know me anyway, Yi replied nonchalantly, even savoring a chicken neck with delight. Lang Song shook his head, realizing that this young friend recommended by Li Shi was far bolder than he had anticipated. Knife Scar. The leader of the Knife Scar Beastmaster group is notorious for his ruthless deeds within the Lingsu, often robbing solitary Beastmasters or weaker Beastmaster groups at the entrance of the Lingsu. We have had several conflicts. Once we reach the Lingsu, we must be cautious, as their vice-captain is Knife Scar's brother, and I fear he may seek trouble. After a hearty meal, Yi and his companions prepared to depart, but were halted by the restaurant owner, who pointed at the shattered pieces of a plate on the ground. The plate costs 200. Yi was taken aback. What kind of plate costs 200? Why don't you just rob someone? What do you think I am doing? Reluctantly paying the 200, Yi wore a gloomy expression on the way, while Wang Xian stifled her laughter. This little brother is quite adorable. If Yi were to learn of Wang Xian's thoughts, it might only deepen his disappointment. I was just so impressive, and you call me cute? Before long, they arrived at the far end of the marketplace, where tightly guarded buildings stood, backed by an endless expanse of forest. In the midst of the buildings, a colossal 10-meter black gate loomed, flanked by numerous armed soldiers. In front of the gate, several prepared Beastmasters or Beastmaster groups were orderly queuing to enter. Nearby was a building with a large screen displaying various military bounty tasks. The task at the top of the list was quite striking. Task name: eliminate the silver-level King Thunderstorm Dragon of Tianyang Lingshu. Task difficulty: task content. As the sovereign of Tianyang Lingshu, the Thunderstorm Dragon is inherently savage, with 67 Beastmasters and soldiers having perished beneath its dragon breath. This task does not require acceptance. Obtaining a secret treasure from the Thunderstorm Dragon serves as implicit task completion. Task reward: 1,000,000 Huaxiao points. Yi stared blankly at the top-ranked task, and Wang Xian suddenly interjected, "Stop looking. It's impossible to accomplish. The strength of a silver-level king far exceeds that of a silver-level lord and ordinary silver spirit beasts. Even typical golden beastmasters find it unmanageable, especially since it commands countless spirit beasts." Yi nodded, acknowledging the knowledge he had acquired. Spirit beasts are categorized into various ranks, with the potential for lord-level spirit beasts to emerge within a spirit beast population. Their skills are more potent, and their endurance is exceptional, often even developing unique skills exclusive to lords, making them nearly insurmountable for beastmasters of the same level. Typically, a team of over 10 beastmasters is required for a safe kill, but the high risk is accompanied by high rewards. Lords have a chance to drop secret treasures. The effects of these treasures vary. Some can swiftly bestow substantial beastmaster power, facilitating upgrades or even leaps in rank, while others may enable contract spirits to comprehend new skills or even acquire an additional attribute. As for kings, they are unparalleled. There is only one in a Lingshu, an absolute sovereign within the Lingshu, guaranteed to drop coveted secret treasures for all beastmasters. Chapter 25, Arrival at Lingshu. As the crowd advanced in an orderly fashion, it soon became Yi and his companion's turn. Lang Song retrieved a silver card gleaming with metallic luster from his pocket and presented it to the soldier at the gate. The soldier placed the card on a nearby device, scanned it, and returned it to Lang Song. This card serves as a beastmaster's identity credential. Lang Song's silver card corresponds to a silver-level beastmaster. Wang Xian also presented her silver card to the soldier, and then it was Yi's turn. Yi appeared bewildered. He did not possess a beastmaster credential. After all, national resources are not to be squandered. Beastmaster credentials are crafted from an exceedingly rare metal. Not only can they store identity information, but they are also incredibly durable, with minimal wear and tear. Bronze-level beastmasters, being the largest demographic among beastmasters, do not have credentials. The soldier, clearly accustomed to such situations, did not make things difficult for Yi. An ID card, household registration book, or student ID will suffice. Yi snapped back to reality and quickly produced his ID card for the soldier. Noticing the soldier seemed approachable, Yi quietly inquired, "Are the students from Luocheng Yizhong here for training today?" After verifying Yi's information, the soldier responded softly, "They entered earlier this morning. Do we need to pay for tickets?" This was a pressing concern for Yi, as he had learned from others that the entrance fee to Tianyang Lingshu was an astonishing 50,000 blue star coins. This was for the most basic bronze-level Lingshu. However, from a certain perspective, there were reasons for the high fee. If there were no barriers, or if they were too low, reckless individuals would inevitably enter the Lingshu in pursuit of wealth, which not only increased the burden of rescue operations, but also consumed Lingshu resources. They do not need to. It has been specifically instructed, the soldier clarified. Yi's heart bled at the thought of the ticket fee. What a loss. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, the first sensation that enveloped Yi was an overwhelming darkness. It was pitch black, an endless void. Soon, a feeling of weightlessness washed over him, as if he were a plastic bag tossed about in a tornado. Finally, the solid ground returned beneath his feet, and light began to pierce the darkness. Gradually adjusting to the dimness, Yi slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a bit dizzy. However, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. A cerulean sky, fresh air, patrolling soldiers, and a vast forest stretching into the distance. They found themselves within a military base, where soldiers readily summoned their contract spirits to prepare for any potential crisis. Yi caught sight of the insignia on the soldiers' arms, which read Jinling. The teacher had mentioned this in class. The Huagua military is divided into 4 major forces: Zhenling Army, Kaijiang Army, an Ing Army, and the most enigmatic, Shouyi Army. The Zhenling Army, as the name suggests, is tasked with guarding the Lingshu both inside and out, while the Zhenling Bureau in cities serves as a subordinate institution primarily responsible for securing various Lingshu entrances and exits. The Kaijiang Army is an undefeated force, always at the forefront whenever a new Lingshu emerges within Huagua, serving as the vanguard for other military branches while also bearing the highest casualty rate among the 4 armies. As for the Ning Army and Shouyi Army, information is scarce. It is known that the former primarily handles overseas and national defense matters, while the Shouyi Army is the true spearhead of the Huagua military, comprising a select few elite members. After a short while, Yi and Lan Yunxing's dizziness gradually faded, and the group exited the military base. "What do you think upon seeing the Zhenling Army?" Lang Song asked Yi. "I feel quite overwhelmed. The soldiers of the Zhenling Army are distinctly different from those I usually encounter. They have undoubtedly seen blood, whether from spirit beasts or humans. The aura of iron and blood emanating from them leaves a profound impact. They not only guard the entrances and exits of the Lingshu, but also protect all citizens of Huagua entering the Lingshu. It's important to note that according to the regulations of the Huagua Lingxiu, if one encounters an insurmountable crisis within a Lingxiu, they are permitted to redirect the danger towards the Zhenling army station. Yi was taken aback. This was information he had not previously grasped. Thus, the Zhenling army serves as the ultimate safeguard for our safety within the Lingxiu. Instantly, Yi gained a renewed understanding of the Zhenling army. Returning his focus to the surroundings, Yi began to observe the environment. They were situated on a plain, with a forest in the distance, which was their intended destination. All right, summon your contract spirits. We can no longer be concerned about the consumption at this moment. As he spoke, Ling was the first to summon his contracted spirit, a fluffy, white guinea pig. Measuring half a meter in length, its prominent front teeth protruded adorably. As a silver-tier beast master, Ling naturally possessed 2 contracted spirits, yet for some unknown reason, the other remained unsummoned. YY intended to inquire further, but noticed Su-in shaking her head, seemingly anticipating his question. Su-in's contracted spirit was a colossal owl, standing at a meter tall, which soared into the sky upon summoning, scanning the surroundings for potential threats. YY and LNYNSH also summoned their contracted spirits, and when the adorably sleepy Ying appeared, Su-in was astounded. How cute. Although she had learned from Ling that YY had awakened an exceedingly rare humanoid contracted spirit, Ying's appearance still struck a chord in Su-in's heart. At that moment, Ying seemed oblivious, gazing curiously at the surrounding scenery with its large, purple eyes. YY cradled Ying, and the group set off towards the forest. However, during their journey, Su-in frequently cast glances at YY's arms. It was YY who first could no longer contain himself. It's getting a bit heavy. Could you help me hold Ying for a moment, Suinjia? Ah, young man, can't handle it at this age? YY felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was she truly going to tease him? The issue was that her movements were simply too swift. Almost instantly after he spoke, Su-in snatched Ying from his arms and held it close, her large eyes transforming into heart shapes. Ying, now bewildered, wondered why it had been handed off. Chapter 26, The Blade Waltz. The group advanced towards the distant forest, which had been thoroughly cleansed by the spirit guard due to its proximity to the spirit ruins exit, rendering it nearly devoid of spirit beasts. Our goal was to collect level 1 spirit materials, the 7-pattern mushroom, level 2 spirit material, the Liuguang fruit, and the Ying that YY required. The area around the 7-pattern mushroom and Liuguang fruit was likely guarded by spirit beasts, so we must proceed with caution and remain vigilant. Ying typically lived in groups. If we encountered a solitary one, we must act without hesitation. Otherwise, if it summoned its companions, we might find ourselves besieged by dozens of Ying. Along the way, Ling continuously educated YY on the key points of this operation, while YY listened with a serious expression. Finally, after half an hour, they approached their destination. A lush forest loomed before them, with towering trees nearly 100 meters tall, a sight almost unseen on Blue Star. Various peculiar insects clung to the trunks, and the fresh scent of vegetation filled the air. In the center, a path emerged, a dirt trail forged by countless footsteps. Ling's contracted spirit led the way, its adorable little nose sniffing the ground. YY and LNYNSH walked in the middle, with Su-in bringing up the rear, cradling Ying. At this moment, Ying lay confused in Su-in's arms, while YY felt a bit awkward. This was due to Ying conveying some thoughts to him moments earlier, suggesting that it was so soft and comfortable. Daddy, would you like to join me? YY thought to himself that he would indeed like to. Thus, the group traversed the dirt path for an hour without discovering anything of value. The trail had been traversed too many times, and anything of worth had long been stripped away. At that moment, the guinea pig paused, seemingly catching a whiff of something enticing, and squeaked at Ling. Let's change our route. Stay alert. Ling led the team away from the main path. After only a few steps, YY spotted a mushroom with 7 colorful patterns beneath a large tree. There, the 7-pattern mushroom. Wait, watch for branches, phosphor snake. Be cautious, based on its size. It should be near silver tier. The group turned their gazes towards the base of the tree, but both YY and LNYNSH, having received warnings, refrained from acting impulsively. They noticed a snake, vibrant green and nearly blending into its surroundings, coiled around a branch, sleeping. Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Su-in, who immediately understood. In an instant, her contracted spirit, the owl, swooped down from above the large tree. The unsuspecting snake was snatched away by the owl before it could react. However, the nearly 3-meter-long phosphor snake awakened completely, its agile body wrapping around the owl's wings. The owl, now ensnared, began to plummet. Just as Musou was about to summon her second contracted spirit for assistance, Ying, previously dazed, fixed its purple eyes intently on the falling owl and phosphor snake, as if calculating something. Just as the owl and snake descended to within 20 meters of the ground, Ying abruptly vanished from Musou's embrace. In the next moment, Ying reappeared 10 meters above, using a nearby tree trunk to propel itself, darting towards the descending phosphor snake like a bullet. Su Njia, withdraw your contracted spirit. YY called out urgently, fearing that if Ying could not halt its momentum, it would collide with the owl. Su, witnessing Ying's sudden burst of speed, instinctively recalled the owl into her contracted spirit space upon hearing YY's warning. In an instant, the owl disappeared, leaving the phosphor snake momentarily stunned. The snake's instincts kicked in, sensing the imminent threat of death. As it turned to face Ying's approach, it spat a glob of venom towards it. But it was too late. Ying appeared directly above the phosphor snake, and the venom splashed harmlessly against the nearby trunk, hissing as it eroded the wood. Upon seeing Ying overhead, the snake attempted to ensnare it with its long body, but Ying skillfully evaded its grasp, rendering the phosphor snake like a fish on a cutting board, vulnerable to attack. In a flash, Ying drew forth a curved blade, its purple pupils glinting with electric brilliance, and struck down upon the phosphor snake. Instantly, a 20-centimeter gash appeared on the snake's body, blackened by the violent electric elements coursing through it. The next moment, Ying shifted to another angle, executing a dazzling dance of blades in midair, delivering a swift kick to the phosphor snake. The snake's already downward trajectory accelerated further. With a resounding crash, the phosphor snake fell heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life, its body riddled with cuts, crimson blood staining the earth, and sporadic flashes of electricity flickering across its form, signaling its impending demise. Ying swiftly appeared before the snake's massive head, executing a precise strike. With the task accomplished, Ying sheathed its blade and scampered back to Musou, arms outstretched. I want a hug. At that moment, Musou remained in shock, awestruck by Ying's unassuming yet powerful display. Embracing Ying, she marveled, unable to believe that the adorably cute creature in her arms had fought with such ferocity. Lynsh and Ling were equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Ling exclaimed, wow, this is a humanoid contracted spirit? Lynsh added, incredible. 4 strikes in a second? Ling crouched down to inspect the severed head of the snake, using a dagger to extract a marble-sized spirit orb, presenting it to YY. The phosphor snake is bronzed here. We can fetch a good price for this. YY accepted the spirit orb, curiosity alight in his eyes as he examined it closely. His first opportunity to observe a spirit orb up close. After passing the orb to YY, Ling proceeded to collect the 7-patterned mushroom and stow it away in his bag. Regaining her composure, Musou summoned her owl, determined to ensure that not a single morsel of food went to waste. The owl, undeterred, feasted heartily on the completely lifeless phosphorescent snake, causing Wang Xian, cradling Ying, to furrow her brow. Can one consume the living as well? Observing that Ying seemed interested in the meal, Yi snatched a clean piece of the phosphorescent snake from the owl's beak, contemplating when to roast it for Ying. Thus, after a brief respite, the group hastily departed, wary that the earlier commotion and the scent of blood might attract other spirit beasts. Chapter 27, The Wilderness. A quartet of adventurers cautiously navigated through the forest, having just discovered several 7-pattern mushrooms, with Ying refraining from making a move this time. The earlier display of the owl's prowess had been impressive, as it had slain several spirit beasts guarding the mushrooms. Even Lan Yunxing's mighty magic ape had crushed a bronze 4-star spirit beast with sheer force. Yi was momentarily taken aback, as he was unsure what Lan Yunxing had fed the magic ape, which now towered nearly 2 meters tall, with formidable iron fists. After nearly 4 hours in the forest, while the silver-ranked beast tamers, Lang Song and Wang Xian, were managing well, Yi and Lan Yunxing began to feel the strain. Shall we take a break? Lang Song inquired, observing the panting Yi and Lan Yunxing. A break sounds good. This wretched forest path is too arduous, they agreed. The 4 settled on the ground, while the owl circled high above, maintaining vigilant watch. Taking a sip of water, Yi recalled the spirit pearl from the phosphorescent snake. Could the system absorb this? Ding. It can. Although meager, if the system absorbs 148 spirit pearls of the same rank, its energy could recover to 10%. Yi felt weary. How could he possibly find that many spirit pearls? Meanwhile, Ying, still nestled in Wang Xian's arms, appeared to be dozing peacefully. It seemed that Wang Xian's embrace was indeed quite comforting. Otherwise, Ying would surely be clamoring to return to the contracted spirit space. With this thought, Yi took out the piece of phosphorescent snake he had snatched from the owl and retrieved a small grill from his bag, preparing to demonstrate his outdoor cooking skills. The other three were momentarily stunned as Yi produced the grill, charcoal, and various seasonings. Are you on a spring outing? They marveled. However, the long trek had left them somewhat hungry, and after licking their lips, they did not hinder Yi. The piece of snake meat Yi held weighed a substantial 7 or 8 pounds, sufficient to satiate not just 4, but 5 individuals. Upon seeing Yi's intent to cook, Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stumbled from Wang Xian's embrace towards Yi, gazing up at him eagerly. Yi instantly understood Ying's intention. Ying used the chaotic blade technique. He tossed the piece of snake meat into the air, and Ying summoned her Tang Dao. Leaping 3 meters high to align with the snake's head, all that could be seen were fleeting flashes of white blade lights slicing through the meat, which, propelled by inertia, broke into 5-centimeter pieces that landed neatly on the grill. Lang Song, visibly disheartened, muttered, "Is this how you should use a contracted spirit?" At that moment, it became clear to him why Yi prepared spirit food so swiftly. Yet, the show wasn't over. Ying found a not-so-tall tree nearby and swiftly chopped it into segments. Picking up one piece, she wielded her Tang Dao with remarkable speed, soon presenting Yi with a dozen wooden skewers. "Brother, must it be so elaborate? A simple roast would suffice," Yi remarked, his hands flying as he threaded the snake meat onto the skewers. Time was of the essence, so he did not bother with marinating. The charcoal in the grill had already been preheated. He took out some oil and brushed a layer evenly over the skewers. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, and Ying, now impatient, sat beside the grill, her eyes fixated on the smoking skewers, as if to say, "Why isn't it ready yet?" 3 minutes later, the snake meat was golden brown, with the abundant fat sizzling on the surface. Yi sprinkled the prepared seasoning, and an enticing fragrance enveloped the area. "Dinner is served." As soon as Yi's words fell, Ying eagerly grabbed a skewer, her little face contorting as the heat overwhelmed her. Meanwhile, Lang Song, Lan Yunsheng, and Wang Xian, unable to resist the delicious aroma any longer, gathered around the grill and began to feast. Throughout this time, Wang Xian and Lang Song praised Yi's culinary skills, while Lan Yunsheng was too engrossed in devouring the skewers to engage in conversation. Ultimately, the 7 or 8 pounds of snake meat mostly disappeared into Ying's stomach, leaving her dazed and returning to Wang Xian's arms to rest. After all, being still in her juvenile phase, she needed to eat and sleep, with occasional exercise. Just as they finished their meal and prepared to continue their exploration, the owl in the sky emitted a piercing cry. Wang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Quick, up the tree!" Without hesitation, Yi and the others abandoned their belongings and swiftly ascended the tree. As they climbed, the ground began to tremble beneath them. In the next moment, a multitude of spirit beasts surged towards them. Among them were blazing fire wolves, familiar phosphorescent snakes, and various other spirit beasts, all exhibiting signs of panic as if fleeing from a terrifying entity. Behind these beasts, massive black ants, glimmering with a metallic sheen, were in pursuit, each the size of a palm. "Damn it, it's the ironclad ants," Lang Song swore. Ironclad ants are a gregarious spirit beast with low intelligence, typically only bronze 1 star in rank. However, their numbers are overwhelming. They appear in the hundreds or thousands, devouring everything in their path, earning them the moniker of the locusts of the spirit ruins. The frantic flight of the spirit beasts was a desperate attempt to evade the ironclad ants. Soon, the swarm of ironclad ants rushed past Yi and his companions, causing Yi to feel an acute sense of fear at the sight of so many. Once the tide of ants had passed, their campsite was left barren. Not a single blade of grass remained, save for the towering trees that the ants deemed unworthy of consumption. The ground was stripped bare, revealing only yellowed earth. As they descended from the tree, still shaken, they surveyed the aftermath. "My grill. I spent 200 on that," Yi lamented, gazing at the now-vanished backpack in despair. The others exchanged incredulous glances, thinking it hardly the time to mourn a grill. "Wait, ironclad ants usually stay within the forest. We're still on the outskirts. Why are they here?" Just as Lang Song finished speaking, an option appeared before Yi. Option 1, run. Run for your lives. Reward, moderate beast taming power. Option 2, fight with all your might against the impending tyrant of the Tianyang spirit ruins, the Thunderstorm Dragon. Reward, title of dogged courage. Effect, fearlessness 100. Yi stared at the options, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 28, The Owl Knight. "Run," Yi shouted, and Lang Song and Wang Xian quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The fact that something could drive the scourge of the Tianyang spirit ruins from within to the outskirts suggested an even more terrifying entity was hunting them. Yi pulled Lan Yunsheng along, fleeing in the direction the ironclad ants had vacated. Wang Xian, Can the owl grow large enough to carry us? He asked. No. The spacing between the trees here is too narrow. It would be unable to fly. Lang Song interjected, and the four of them dashed frantically towards the forest's edge. At that moment, a resounding, powerful dragon roar echoed behind them. Roar. Yi paused, recognizing the sound of the thunderstorm dragon. Why does it sound like a husky? He turned to see large trees, towering 50 meters high, toppling in the distance, seemingly struck down by the immense size of the thunderstorm dragon. What luck! After so many years in the Tianyang spirit ruins, I've never encountered such a creature, Lang Song remarked, his expression filled with dread. This place is no longer safe. They rushed to an open area, where Wang Xian halted and summoned the owl. Enlarge. Man-flight mode. The owl rapidly expanded, its wings unfurling to nearly 10 meters. Quick. Get on. The group climbed onto the owl's back, and Yi felt a surge of thrust from below as they swiftly ascended. As they soared vertically out of the forest, they were confronted by a breathtaking sight. A gaping chasm, 7 or 8 meters wide, stretched for several kilometers through the dense forest, as if the trees had been parted down the middle. Just as they flew towards the plains beyond the forest atop the owl, the ruler of Tianyang Lingshu, the Silver-Tier King, the Thunderstorm Dragon, arrived at their previous campsite. The Thunderstorm Dragon resembled a colossal lizard, standing nearly 20 meters tall with robust limbs. Its blue-violet scales radiated potent lightning energy, with a fierce glint in its eyes. The Thunderstorm Dragon lowered its head to sniff the ground, displaying a hint of confusion before returning the way it had come. Should Yi have witnessed this moment, he would have been utterly terrified, for the spot where the Thunderstorm Dragon sniffed was precisely where he had just been roasting food. Though they had evaded the Thunderstorm Dragon, a new wave of peril was imminent. As the owl transported the four away from the forest and back to the plains, they landed only to find themselves surrounded by the retreating ironclad ants. Above them, two enormous flying spirit beasts circled, hovering ominously. Lang Song wore a grave expression, and Wang Xian's face also reflected concern. While the number of ironclad ants was considerable, it paled in comparison to the earlier horde, appearing to be merely a fraction of the larger army. The critical issue was that the two flying spirit beasts hovering above not only blocked their escape route, but could also launch an attack at any moment. As the ironclad ants gradually pushed them forward, compressing their space to maneuver, Lang Song seemed to have an epiphany. Damn it, there's a lord among these ironclad ants. Yi was taken aback. A lord? Indeed, ironclad ants possessed very low intelligence. They would typically swarm and devour anything in sight. However, these were not attacking. Instead, they were methodically reducing their space. It was highly likely that a lord-level ironclad ant was commanding them. Furthermore, the numbers were disproportionate. Compared to the earlier swarm of hundreds of thousands, there were only tens of thousands here. It was probable that another beast-taming team nearby was also under attack by the ironclad ants. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous roar erupted ahead of them, indicating that a contracted spirit had unleashed a large-scale destructive skill. Without further ado, they needed to eliminate the immediate threat. I'll control the battlefield, Wang Xian. You handle the flying spirit beasts. Lan Yunsheng, take the lead. And Yi, act freely. The experienced Lang Song quickly issued commands. He summoned his second contracted spirit, the thick-skinned beast of earth, which resembled a pangolin. The thick-skinned beast glowed with a golden light, causing all the ironclad ants to also emit a yellow luminescence. Suddenly, their movements slowed significantly, becoming lethargic. Lan Yunsheng summoned the mighty demon ape. Little monkey, go smash them. The small monkey donned metal gloves adorned with protruding spikes, charging into the throng of ironclad ants with a barrage of blows. Each strike created half-meter-wide craters, sending waves that toppled sluggish ironclad ants. Wang Xian remained vigilant, keeping the owl in the air to deter the two aerial spirit beasts from descending. A fiery red bird appeared, gathering dense fire elements in its mouth, unleashing fireballs that detonated in the midst of the ironclad ant swarm. This was Wang Xian's second contracted spirit. Seeing her teammates unleash their full firepower, Ing also plunged into the ant swarm, wielding his blade with precision. However, Ing lacked wide-area destructive skills, and against such a vast number of ants, his efforts were merely a drop in the bucket. In a short time, they managed to eliminate hundreds of ironclad ants, but it was insufficient. If this continued, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the ant swarm's tactics. At that moment, Lang Song shouted, Wang Xian, take down those two beasts in the sky. I'll do my best. Wang Xian felt the pressure mounting. The airborne spirit beasts were both silver tier, while she had just advanced to silver tier beast tamer. And her second contracted spirit, the fire falcon, was only a bronze 7-star. Yi perceived Wang Xian's struggle and suddenly had an idea. Ing, come back. As Ing was dispatching the ironclad ants, he instantly reappeared beside Yi. Sister Xian, sending up. Wang Xian immediately understood Yi's intent. The fire falcon dove from the sky, and just 3 meters above the ground, executed a cobra maneuver to ascend. Ying landed securely on the back of the fire falcon, his purple hair billowing in the wind. The owl was already struggling, facing 2 opponents. It was not a combat-oriented contracted spirit, but rather one suited for reconnaissance, and it bore several wounds. With the addition of the fire falcon and Ying, the pressure on the owl was significantly alleviated, and the aerial battle intensified. One of the flying spirit beasts was a golden-winged bird, dominating the skies of Tianyang Lingxiu with its speed and formidable claws. The other resembled a pelican, and while Yi couldn't recall its name, he knew it was a water-type flying spirit beast that had previously disrupted the owl with water-type skills. The owl engaged the golden-winged bird in a fierce exchange, while the fire falcon and Ying confronted the water-type pelican. The fire falcon unleashed several fireballs, but the agile pelican evaded them all. The only fireball that struck was neutralized by a water membrane that appeared on the pelican's body. Under Wang Xian's guidance, the fire falcon attempted to close in on the pelican to allow Ying to unleash his full potential. However, the pelican seemed to perceive Wang Xian's strategy, warding off the repeatedly approaching fire falcon with a barrage of water projectiles. A flicker of human-like mockery glimmered in the pelican's eyes. "You think you can get close to me?" Yet, the pelican failed to notice that as the fire falcon was deliberately pushed back, Ying had already vanished from its back and had instantaneously reappeared on the owl. Owl Knight. Charge. Chapter 29. New Rewards and the Return Journey. At this moment, the pelican was still entangled with the fire falcon, refusing to allow it close. However, the golden-winged bird lacked long-range skills. With a fierce cry, it lunged at the owl. The owl deftly evaded the golden-winged bird's attack, and in that fleeting moment of proximity, Ying's ghostly figure appeared above the golden-winged bird, delivering a downward slice across its neck. The collision of the golden-winged bird's wings and Ying's dagger produced a heart-wrenching sound. A crimson gash appeared on the golden-winged bird's neck, and after executing that strike, Ying fell freely, with the owl catching him midair. The owl then resumed its pursuit of the golden-winged bird. Previously, the owl had been unable to inflict significant damage on the golden-winged bird, but everything changed upon Ying's arrival. As they collided, the golden-winged bird evaded. Ying followed with a strike. "You come at me," the owl dodged, and Ying struck again. Back and forth they went, leaving the golden-winged bird battered and bruised, with a hint of retreat in its eyes. Yet, under the relentless pursuit of the owl, the golden-winged bird ultimately fell to Ying's dagger. With their hands freed, the owl and Ying swiftly approached the pelican, which, terrified, flapped its wings in a desperate bid for escape as they closed in. The owl, unwilling to linger, rapidly descended to the ground. The battle below continued, with the sheer number of ironclad ants being overwhelming. However, with the fire falcon's artillery support and the combined efforts of the owl and Ying as the Owl Knight duo, the ironclad ants were soon eradicated completely. "Goodness, I'm exhausted." Lan Yunsheng plopped down onto the ground. After the fierce battle with the ant, merely relying on the and was insufficient to deter the wielding that had previously tossed him, struck down a significant number of the relentless. Meanwhile, was busily excavating amidst the pile of. Although they were of a lower rank and many lacked, he still unearthed a considerable amount. The thought of fortune filled his mind. He also managed to extract the from that, causing the system's energy to surpass 80. "Let us depart. There may still be nearby, and I do not wish to face another ambush," remarked, observing's relentless assault on the fallen foes. Embarrassed, nodded in agreement. The group scoured the vicinity for a clean spot, as their tent and most supplies had been devoured by the, forcing them to make do with an open-air camp for the night. "I still crave roasted meat," expressed longingly while resting on the ground. Smacked his lips, feeling a pang of hunger himself. However, being on the plains meant that lighting a fire would render them conspicuous. He retrieved 2 compressed biscuits from his backpack and tossed them to. "Have some of this instead." At that moment, returned from a distance, clutching various plants. He ground them into a pulp and mixed them with some mineral water, encircling their temporary camp with the concoction. "This plant emits a scent that deters. We should be undisturbed tonight." Under the watchful guard of they passed the night peacefully. The following day, the group regrouped and set out once more, targeting the forest they had ventured into the previous day. It was no surprise that the battlefield honed soldiers, as both exhibited remarkable efficiency and experience compared to the day before. During their journey, learned that first was a unique type that excelled in locating items rather than combat or defense. "Isn't that akin to a treasure-seeking mouse?" exclaimed in realization. Did not refute him, for many precious had indeed been found by it, aptly named the treasure seeker. With the help of this creature, they found ample and, within just a day, their expenses were recouped, as the hunting of and the nearby had filled their coffers. It was noteworthy that a single could fetch between 20,000 to 50,000. not only facilitated in rapidly absorbing and elevating their ranks, but they could also be absorbed by the to enhance attributes or constitution. With a slight chance of acquiring skills. We have nearly gathered everything. We are left with but one target, stated, halting to inspect the collected. The group looked at him curiously. We must hunt a chicken. A chicken? Sighed in exasperation. This has become so popular that I've bought out all the in the black market of. Moreover, the cutthroat competition has driven the prices of and other avian through the roof. With noon approaching and needing to attend school tomorrow, we must exit the tonight. I fear we may not have enough time if we delve deeper. Scratched his head, pondering his newfound popularity. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance. For hunting chickens on the plains could not compare to their current comfort. The plains were home to weaker that dared not enter the forest, many lacking even. Nonetheless, the prospect of earning money prevailed and acquiesced to suggestion. The group exited the forest, guided by towards the nearest location where were known to roam. Soon, they spotted their first. With no need for it to be alive, a swift strike dispatched the. Just as they prepared to continue their search, was presented with a choice. Option 1. Search towards the right and capture the entire. Reward, 5 increase in. Option 2. Search towards the left where the previous resided, annihilate them for vengeance. Reward, 5 increase in. Upon seeing the options, S eyes sparkled with intrigue. Has the system unlocked new rewards? An increase in both strength and speed? Let us proceed to the right. I sense a hint of chicken in that direction, and I find the left ominous. Ominous? You're sensing omens now? Replied, bewildered. However, as typically did not remain stationary, luck would guide their search, and did not contest decision. Very well, we shall head right. As they advanced towards the right, indeed, after about 10 minutes, Fur appeared before them. Was astonished, had truly guessed correctly? In short order, the 4 were secured. Noticing that everyone was nearly at capacity, decided it was time to return. Chapter 30, the Lord class? The was vast, with the plains merely a small segment of the entire territory. The majority consisting of an endless forest. Yet, even so, returning from the forest's edge to the exit of the wood take nearly 4 hours. Of course, if they utilized the for aerial travel, the duration would be significantly reduced. However, to conserve energy and prepare for potential dangers, the group opted to walk, as the threats in the sky of the far surpassed those on the ground. Unlike their initial journey, the return was noticeably more relaxed for the group. Firstly, the burden of heavy items such as the barbecue grill and tent had been largely consumed by the. Secondly, they had achieved their goal, gathering an ample supply of it, along with numerous, and even a few ones. Do you think we could hunt that Lord class? Asked, his disappointment evident. His primary purpose for entering the was to nourish the system. Despite the system's energy having increased significantly after consuming so many, it still fell short of the 10 threshold. Shook his head in response to his query. The difficulty of a Lord-class spirit beast lies not just in its strength, but in its ability to command its kin. That Lord class is likely only, and any 2 with strong offensive could handle it. The real issue is that Lord class can command their brethren, as you witnessed yesterday. The innumerable are beyond what it can contend with. Cast a despondent glance at. Just as he feared, an unexpected event unfolded before him, presenting a familiar choice. Option 1. Press forward and encounter attacking humans. Reward. New skill. Option 2. Take a detour for a safe return to town. Reward. A substantial amount of. Perhaps we should change our course. Just then, a sound of a small monkey summoned by Crushton, prompting to reconsider. Just as everyone braced for the possibility of other lurking nearby, a red signal flare exploded in the sky. It was a military distress signal. Before the words had left his mouth, 2 more flares detonated in the air. We must go assist, declared solemnly. Within there existed an unspoken rule. The military would only issue distress flares in dire situations, and all were obliged to respond. We cannot allow the soldiers to bleed and weep. The others fell silent, and silently summoned her owl as they swiftly made their way towards the direction of the flares. Approximately 5 kilometers away, they spotted dozens of individuals surrounded by several soldiers and instructors who resembled beast tamers. The central crowd was protected as they summoned their contracted spirits to continuously annihilate the relentless swarm of iron arm ants, akin to a plague. How bizarre it was for iron arm ants to materialize in such a place. Focus, the distress signal has been dispatched, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Not a single iron arm ant shall breach our defenses. 5th brother, have your eyes migrated to your posterior? Hold the line. If any harm befalls the students behind, you may as well forego alcohol for the entire month. If Yi were present, he would instantly recognize Zhang Guodong, one of the teachers devoted to safeguarding the students. At this moment, Zhang Guodong wore a grim expression. 8 high-ranking bronze beast tamers combined with 4 silver-ranked ones should have easily traversed this plain, where silver-ranked spirit beasts were scarcely seen. However, just as they were poised to conclude this training exercise, an overwhelming multitude of iron arm ants encircled them. Initially, the contracted spirits of the 4 teachers and soldiers demonstrated remarkable prowess, unleashing widespread destructive skills that scattered the ant horde in an instant. Yet, as time progressed, fatigue began to set in. After all, the sheer number of iron arm ants was overwhelming, and their tenacity was formidable. As they retreated, what had once been a diameter of nearly 100 meters was compressed to 50, then 40, and 30 meters. The students, witnessing this harrowing scene for the first time, were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling and voices silenced. However, some students, unwilling to remain mere bystanders, summoned their contracted spirits to strike back at the iron arm ants. Unfortunately, their efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean. The ants showed no signs of diminishing. At that moment, Lu Xiangnan was commanding her cotton candy spirit to slay the iron arm ants, as the spirit transformed into a vast net of smoke, nearly 3 meters wide. This net ensnared dozens of iron arm ants, and as it continued to constrict, it brutally crushed the trapped ants, achieving greater efficiency than the soldiers beside her. Nearby, Wang Xiangdong's Yanhulu provided defense, unleashing powerful flames that reduced any escaping ants to ashes. Just then, as Lu Xiangnan directed Cotton Candy to cast another net, a sudden whoosh echoed from within the ant swarm. A black spear shot toward Lu Xiangnan. Fortunately, Cotton Candy reacted swiftly, morphing into a thick wall of smoke that intercepted the spear. As Lu Xiangnan turned to see the source of the attack, she discovered a distinctly different iron arm ant. This one was half a meter in size, gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, and covered in sharp black spikes. Fall back. It appears there is a silver-ranked iron arm ant among them. They can launch spikes. Be cautious. Zhang Guodong, witnessing the precarious situation, shouted urgently. The battlefield had descended into chaos. Facing an unending tide of ants, Zhang Guodong and his comrades found themselves at a loss, merely holding the line until reinforcements arrived. With the emergence of the first silver-ranked iron arm ant, a second, third, and even a fourth soon followed. Under the relentless onslaught of spikes, the soldiers and teachers began to sustain injuries, and several contracted spirits were gravely wounded, unable to continue fighting. The silver-ranked iron arm ant that had attempted to ambush Lu Xiangnan was now launching sneak attacks, forcing Zhang Guodong to allocate some of his contracted spirits to defend her. The iron arm ants exhibited intelligence, with the lower-ranked ones sacrificing themselves to form a shrinking encirclement, acting as a vanguard, while the silver-ranked ones concealed themselves within the swarm, launching surprise attacks like mages. After repeated attempts to assault Lu Xiangnan, thwarted by Zhang Guodong's contracted spirits, the silver-ranked iron arm ant seemed to receive some command. A flicker of hesitation crossed its eyes, yet it ultimately obeyed. It ceased launching spikes and stealthily hid among the ants, unnoticed by the beleaguered Zhang Guodong and soldiers. As the encirclement tightened, Lu Xiangnan, striving to alleviate the pressure on her teachers and comrades, gradually came into view of the iron arm ants. Swiftly, a shadow shot from the ant swarm toward her. It was the previously concealed silver-ranked iron arm ant. Using its unique skill, ambush, Lu Xiangnan stared in shock as the iron arm ant approached at an alarming speed. Her body failed to react, and Zhang Guodong, too, was powerless to intervene, helplessly watching the menacing creature advance toward her. Just as the dread of impending doom enveloped Lu Xiangnan's mind, a metallic clang resonated. Chapter 31, The Mysterious Girl. Lu Xiangnan tightly shut her eyes, anticipating the pain that never came. Upon opening them, she beheld a small girl with purple hair tied in a ponytail, brandishing a tang sword before her. Am I hallucinating after death? Is this Ying? Why is Yi's contracted spirit here? Filled with confusion, Lu Xiangnan was about to speak when she noticed a half-meter-long iron arm ant stealthily retreating before Ying. In an instant, Ying vanished, only to reappear behind the iron arm ant. With the tang sword in her hand, she struck with precision, the sound of clashing metal ringing out against the ant's tough exoskeleton. At that moment, a fireball the size of a human head suddenly descended from the sky, crashing into the iron arm ant. To the astonishment of all, a faint yellow aura emanated from the ant, and its movements became sluggish. Yi and his companions had arrived. Upon reaching the battlefield, they spotted the silver-ranked iron arm ant poised to ambush, its size making it conspicuous among the others. Realizing that his classmates were under siege, Yi wasted no time. He saw the large iron arm ant preparing to attack his class leader. Summoning Ying, he commanded her to utilize her rapid movement skill, and just in time, she saved Lu Xiangnan from the impending danger. Meanwhile, the teachers and soldiers noticed Yi and his companions hovering in the air, and Zhang Guodong felt overwhelmed. He recognized Yi atop the owl. How had he made it to Lingsu? Just as the students cheered, believing reinforcements had arrived, They were disheartened to see only 4 individuals. Ing, try out your new skill. Upon making her choice, Ing acquired her third skill, Songlei. As Ing continued to engage the silver-ranked iron arm ant, the razor-sharp Tang sword struggled to inflict any significant damage upon its formidable shell. Following Yi's command, a massive sphere of lightning energy materialized in Ying's grasp, swelling in size until it doubled. Sensing the imminent danger, the iron arm ant hastily attacked Ing with its hardened mandibles. Yet, she deftly evaded its strike with a burst of speed. Frustrated by her elusiveness, the iron arm ant executed another ambush, this time not directed at Ing, but at the encroaching ant swarm behind. Faced with the overwhelming threat of death, it chose to flee instead, just as I hoped. Ing, go for it. Yi had previously worried that Songlei, being an indiscriminate area attack, would inadvertently harm Lu Xiangnan and the other students if detonated here. The iron arm ant returning to the swarm would be its own undoing. In an instant, Ing executed 2 rapid movements, appearing behind the silver-ranked iron arm ant. Then, she slammed the enormous sphere of lightning energy into the ground, now the size of a yoga ball. Instantly, violent bolts of lightning surged across the ground, unleashing a tremendous storm within a 20-meter radius. Boom! With a resounding explosion, within a 20-meter spherical radius, all of the armored ants vanished without a trace, including the silver-tier armored ant, which was directly reduced to ash by the ferocious thunderstorm. Zhang Guodong, who had been closely observing Ying, was startled by the commotion, exclaiming a classic phrase upon witnessing the cratered explosion site, which was over a meter deep. Yi, perched atop the owl, was equally taken aback. Was Lisa's move truly so powerful? As Yi recognized the reward bestowed by the system as Lisa's signature skill from Genshin Impact, he was astonished by its immense potency. Tasting the thrill of victory, Ing licked her lips, conjuring a lightning sphere the size of a basketball. Boom, boom, boom. Observing Ying's frenzied assault, Yi refrained from intervening excessively. After all, who better to teach combat than Raiden Shogun? Lang Song furrowed his brow atop the owl. They had circled the sky twice, and the armored ants showed no signs of diminishing. The area within nearly a kilometer was densely packed with dark forms. They faced 2 choices. The first, to locate and eliminate the Lord-class armored ant amidst the vast tide of ants, thereby dispersing the swarm. The second, to collectively resist the armored ants until reinforcements from the Lingshu military arrived, should they arrive in time. The situation below was deteriorating rapidly. Although Ying's lightning attacks were formidable and her mobility exceptional thanks to her swift steps, she had just unleashed another massive attack, obliterating a silver-tier armored ant. However, after several powerful moves, Ying was clearly running low on energy and was now resting languidly in Lu Xiangnan's embrace. What? Why are you back in my arms? You asked too many questions. At that moment, the encirclement had shrunk to 10 meters. No matter how they fought, the relentless tide of ants showed no fatigue. This is insane. Even a golden-tier spirit beast would likely be overwhelmed, Wang Xin despaired. A single armored ant could be crushed by an ordinary person, but when their numbers reached 10,000, 100,000, or even millions, how would one cope? I shouldn't have participated in this Lingshu training. This is a death sentence. Don't mention it. The school never anticipated such an occurrence. Damn it, I'll fight them head-on. In their desperate situation, the students felt a surge of bloodlust. Those who had been paralyzed by fear summoned their contracted spirits and unleashed their skills. Under the students' concentrated fire, the encirclement finally ceased to tighten. However, it would not be long before the students, whose spirits were only bronze tier 2 or 3 stars, could endure. Just as despair gripped the crowd and a shadow flickered across Zhang Guodong's face, colossal fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing into the swarm of ants and causing violent explosions. These fireballs were incomparable to the ones produced by Wang Xian's blazing falcon. Each was over 2 meters in diameter, and there were dozens of them. As charred, smoking craters emerged, the tide of battle dramatically shifted. A dragon-like contracted spirit, towering over 5 meters and radiating a soft red hue, appeared in the sky, flapping its short, fleshy wings. A coolly composed girl in a uniform stood atop the dragoness back. Her uniform accentuated her long legs, and her figure was alluring, her cold expression exuding mystery and confidence. However, the next moment shattered everyone's initial impression of her. Chapter 32. The Lord-class armored ant finally appears. The girl's face paled, and before long, she doubled over and retched on the dragon's back. Yi was bewildered, yet deeply impressed. Was she suffering from motion sickness? The girl, with her wan complexion, struck her contracted spirit sharply with her slender arm. I told you not to fly so fast. The dragon-headed spirit appeared somewhat speechless. Didn't you just instruct me to fly at full speed? The girl murmured, her face ashen. How embarrassing, just destroy me. In the next instant, Countless fireballs fell from the sky, their immense power shaking the ground. So powerful. Is this reinforcements? But why is there only one person? Heavens! This contracted spirit is incredibly fierce. It must be at least that level. Despite the strength of the girl's contracted spirit, it still could not annihilate the ceaseless swarm of ants. At that moment, the girl summoned her second contracted spirit, a robust unicorn far larger than an ordinary horse. The unicorn emanated a golden glow, and in an instant, everyone felt a warm sensation enveloping them. The injured students and soldiers felt their wounds itch, miraculously healing at an accelerated pace. I am from the Luo City Military District, sent to provide support. The main force is behind us. Everyone hold on. The girl's shout revitalized everyone's spirits. The formidable firepower from the sky alleviated the pressure on the defenders, and soon the situation became clear. Meanwhile, the Lord-class armored ant, hidden within the swarm, could no longer remain passive. It understood that the girl unleashing firepower from the sky posed the greatest threat. A small armored ant, entirely red and no larger than a typical armored ant, emerged from the swarm. It was indeed the Lord-class armored ant. With fierce eyes, the Lord-class armored ant fixated on the fire-breathing dragon, still raining fireballs from 30 to 40 meters above. In the next moment, a flaming, pointed spike whistled through the air, targeting the dragon and the girl. Upon witnessing this, the girl's expression shifted from shock to delight. Found you. The unicorn on the ground glimmered at its horn, summoning a circular shield radiating golden light that appeared beneath the dragon's feet. The spike collided with the shield, producing a heart-wrenching sound, but failing to penetrate it. Fire-breathing dragon unleashed the great flame explosion. In the air, a meteor, 20 meters in diameter and emanating flames and heat, materialized and plummeted toward the position of the Lord-class armored ant. The Lord-class armored ant was no pushover. Countless armored ants scurried toward it, forming a black defensive wall around it. The meteor exploded, resulting in numerous casualties among the armored ants, while the Lord-class armored ant sustained only superficial wounds. At that moment, Yi, who had been observing from the sidelines, marveled at the girl's prowess when suddenly, a selection appeared before him. Option 1. Assist Su Ziwu in slaying the Lord-class armored ant. Reward, abundant Beastmaster power. Option 2. Claim the kill. Strike when the Lord-class armored ant is on the brink of defeat from Su Ziwu's attacks. Reward, level 1 for Ing. Option 3. Remain uninvolved and observe from the sidelines. After all, reinforcements have arrived. Reward, a watermelon infused with Beastmaster power. Yi was taken aback. So the girl's name was Su Ziwu? He was inclined to choose both Option 1 and Option 2, as both Beastmaster power and Ying's level were appealing incentives. The third option, however, was dismissed outright. What a joke. He was far too valiant to simply be a bystander. Su Ziwu's attacks continued, but unfortunately, the armored ants were far too numerous, and each of her strikes was countered by the Lord-class armored ant. Lang Song looked at Su Ziwu with envy. Unlike Su Ziwu, who was a silver-tier Beastmaster, his own spirits leaned toward support roles due to his different talents and types, rendering them incapable of inflicting substantial damage like Su Ziwu or Yi's spirits. With this in mind, Lang Song glanced at Yi, pondering that if Ing continued to grow, she would undoubtedly become extraordinarily powerful. Where is Yi? Have you seen him? Lan Yunseng and Wang Xian, engrossed in the fire-breathing dragon's spectacular display, turned to look for Yi at Lang Song's query. What the hell? Where is he? He hasn't gone down, has he? Lang Song rubbed his temples vigorously. Yi, please don't do anything reckless. At this moment, Yi had already entered a state of spiritual energy possession, arriving on the ground in just a few swift steps. Initially, at level 1, the spirit possession could only last for 10 seconds, a rather trivial duration, merely allowing for a surprise attack. However, upon advancing to level 2, the duration extended to a full minute, granting Yi the ability to engage in combat for a slightly longer period. Su Ziwu continued to command the fire-breathing dragon, relentlessly assaulting the Lord-level iron arm ants. Meanwhile, Yi stealthily awaited his opportunity, his hands already forming the Zhonglei ball. Through his observations, he noted that after the iron arm ants gathered to shield the Lord-level iron arm ant from attacks, they required a brief moment to regroup. He prepared to seize this interval, intending to dash in and deliver a decisive blow to the Lord-level iron arm ant. After all, Yi discovered that the lightning element seemed to possess additional lethality against the armored foes, given that iron is a conductive metal. Coupled with his previous acquisition of the Breach Defense title, his attacks against spiritual beasts received a significant boost. The fire-breathing dragon, continuously unleashing its skills from the skies, grew slightly agitated. The sheer number of these insects was overwhelming, making it impossible to eliminate them all while also avoiding the occasional sharp spikes that emerged. With a fierce roar, the fire-breathing dragon dove toward the swarm of ants, and Su Ziwu leaped off its back. Just then, the unicorn, which had been protecting the students, galloped forward, extending two wings formed of light energy, soaring into the sky to securely catch Su Ziwu. The colossal form of the fire-breathing dragon crashed down, instantly crushing numerous iron arm ants, before charging at the Lord-level iron arm ant. Fireballs rained down like a rapid-fire weapon upon the Lord-level iron arm ant, and the dragon's landing was precisely what the iron arm ants desired. As they swarmed onto the dragon's massive body like maggots. Calmly, Su Ziwu appeared to have anticipated this scenario. The fire-breathing dragon erupted in intense flames, incinerating the iron arm ants to ashes before racing toward the Lord-level iron arm ant. With a fierce explosion, the dragon glowed with a brilliant red light, a wave of heat radiating from its body. In the next moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the fire-breathing dragon. The Lord-level iron arm ant, sensing the impending danger, turned to flee. Alarmed, Yi swiftly executed several rapid steps to retreat to a safe distance of 70 or 80 meters. In the aftermath of the violent explosion, a massive crater, measuring 50 to 60 meters in diameter, was left in its wake. In the center of the crater, the fire-breathing dragon stood dazed and slightly disoriented, as if the explosion had left it in a stupor. 20 meters away, the Lord-level iron arm ant lay charred, emitting a foul odor of burnt flesh, its grotesque mandibles oozing blood. Observing the stationary fire-breathing dragon, the Lord-level iron arm ant furiously initiated its skill, ambush. Seizing the moment, Yi realized his opportunity had arrived. Chapter 33, Lottery Unlock. Yi shouted urgently to Su Ziwu, who was above on the unicorn. Reclaim your contracted spirit. Startled, Su Ziwu had not expected another presence concealed among the swarming ants. Years of combat experience instinctively prompted her to retract the fire-breathing dragon. With its attack thwarted, the Lord-level iron arm ant stood perplexed, gazing at the spot where the dragon had vanished. In the next instant, Yi, brimming with chaotic lightning energy, appeared directly in front of the Lord-level iron arm ant. The immense Tsang Lei descended upon the Lord-level iron arm ant without granting it any chance to escape. The surge of turbulent lightning energy coursed within a 30-meter radius, inflicting severe wounds upon the Lord-level iron arm ant, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Seizing the moment, Yi unsheathed his Tang Dao, executing a rapid step that delivered a precise and forceful strike to the head of the Lord-level iron arm ant. Having been weakened by the intense heat and electric shock, the once formidable exterior of the Lord-level iron arm ant was now fragile and easily compromised. The once dominant creature, commanding countless iron arm ants, met its demise in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left speechless. Was this truly it? Had a silver-tier Lord-level spiritual beast been vanquished so effortlessly? From above, Su Ziwu breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze scrutinizing the young man who had just defeated the Lord-level spiritual beast. Yet, upon closer inspection, she found herself momentarily stunned. Why did he seem so familiar? Before she could ponder further, her expression shifted to one of alarm. Run. Yi was taken aback. Run? The swarm of iron arm ants did not scatter as anticipated. Instead, they surged frantically toward Yi. Their target was not Yi himself, but rather the lifeless body of the slain Lord-level iron arm ant. If they consumed it and absorbed its spirit pearl, they too could aspire to evolve into lords. Seeing this unfold, Yi could no longer hold back. With a fierce determination, he seized the corpse of the Lord-level iron arm ant and made a hasty retreat. This was his hard-earned trophy, and he would not allow anyone to claim it. The iron arm ants, realizing their prize was gone, became frenzied, pursuing Yi relentlessly. The onlookers, witnessing Yi barreling toward them while clutching the corpse, wore expressions of sheer terror. You, don't come any closer. Yi noticed the swarm of iron arm ants hot on his heels. Gritting his teeth, he executed a sudden step, veering off his original path and making for the forest. In an instant, a spectacle unfolded. A young man cradling a massive crimson ant was pursued by an overwhelming tide of countless black ants. Lang Song was momentarily dazed. Yi, now is not the time to be greedy. Toss the corpse. Yi, clutching the corpse of the Lord-level iron arm ant, feigned ignorance and sprinted toward the woods. Su Ziwu, equally shocked, marveled at his audacity. She quickly retrieved a black communication device, reporting the situation at a rapid pace. Since the military reinforcements lacked the capacity for large-scale aerial evacuation, only Su Ziwu could proceed ahead. Who could have anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly upon her arrival, nor that there would be a reckless wolfman involved? As the group observed the retreating swarm of iron arm ants, they collectively exhaled, relieved that the immediate crisis had been averted. Within the ranks, Zhang Guodong, visibly anxious, gazed in the direction Yi had vanished, contemplating a pursuit. Yet, He was restrained by a nearby instructor. Are you insane? Both of your contracted spirits are gravely injured. That is my student. I cannot abandon him. Rest assured, that clever lad will manage. He knows how to avoid danger. Look, Zhang Guodong, begrudgingly stomping his foot, lifted his gaze. He saw Su Ziwu riding her unicorn, swiftly chasing after the direction Yi had disappeared. Finally, he felt a measure of reassurance. After all, the unicorn could fly. As long as Yi could mount it, the non-flying iron arm ants would be powerless. Now, everyone retreat. A soldier rose, addressing the students who were sprawled on the ground. He was the military-appointed captain for this operation, and with the crisis temporarily averted, ensuring the safe exit of the students was now the priority. Returning to Yi, he ran while simultaneously utilizing his Tang Dao to carve into the corpse of the Lord-level iron arm ant. The possession duration had long expired. Had it not been for the remnants of the corpse he occasionally discarded, which attracted the iron arm ants, he would have been engulfed by the relentless tide of ants by now. From above, Su Ziwu, striving to catch up, watched Yi's actions with a sense of dread. What on earth was he doing? Searching for the spirit pearl? Or perhaps hunting for treasures? With eyes aflame, Yi frantically dissected the iron arm ant's corpse, blood splattering across his face. At long last, he finally grasped the spirit pearl of the iron arm ant. A sphere, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized in Yi's hand. System, quickly absorb it. Ding. System absorption in progress. Ding. Absorption complete. Energy reaching 9,999. Damn it. Are you playing with me? Ding. The detection of a precious treasure within the remains of the iron-armored ant prompted an urgent decision. Should it be absorbed? The system chimed in, confirming the absorption of the iron-armored ant's treasure, resulting in an energy level of 13. The system's energy surpassed 10%, thus activating the lottery function. Yi felt tears welling up, having fought valiantly to unlock this new system feature. As the swarm of ants drew closer, he cast the remaining carcasses of the Lord-level iron-armored ant behind him and fled with all his might. In an instant, the bodies were devoured by the pursuing ants, allowing Yi to distance himself from the swarm. Here, come up. At that moment, Su Ziwu had caught up to Yi. Hovering in the air, she descended gracefully on her unicorn, extending her hand to the still-running Yi. Without a second thought, he grasped her hand, and the unicorn soared into the sky. Su Ziwu's face flushed with a mix of exertion and embarrassment as she pulled him onto her back. As they ascended, Yi finally exhaled in relief. Oh, it's finally over, he sighed. Su Ziwu rolled her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red, whether from the recent exertion or the closeness to Yi. It was unclear. Hey, do you plan to hold my hand all the way to Lingshu's entrance? Yi froze, realizing he was still tightly gripping Su Ziwu's hand. Flustered, he quickly released her. How soft. Chapter 34, The Lottery. High above, the unicorn carried the two towards the exit of Lingshu. An awkward atmosphere enveloping Yi and Su Ziwu. Eventually, Su Ziwu broke the silence. Hello, I am Su Ziwu, a freshman at the Huagua Beast Tamer Academy. Yi, a senior at Luo City No. 1 High School. Yi's mind was racing. Huagua Beast Tamer Academy. It is the largest and most prestigious beast taming university in all of Huagua, ranked first overall. He was astonished to discover that this young lady was a student there. However, recalling Su Ziwu's demonstrated prowess through her contracted spirit, he could understand. After all, how could one not be formidable to gain admission to such a top-tier institution? Following their brief introductions, an awkward silence ensued. Isn't the Huagua Beast Tamer Academy located in the capital? What brings you to Luo City? Feeling the weight of the awkwardness, Yi took the initiative to engage. Su Ziwu smiled, pleasantly surprised by Yi's shyness, which contrasted starkly with his online persona. I'll keep you guessing about my purpose for now. We might just meet again tomorrow. Yi was taken aback. Tomorrow? The unicorn flew swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the military base near the Lingshu entrance. As they approached, the unicorn descended in accordance with military regulations prohibiting flight over the base. Upon landing, Yi spotted Lang Song, Zhang Guodong, and others waiting for him at the base entrance. Teacher Zhang, Brother Lang, Yi greeted excitedly. Zhang Guodong sighed in relief. He had learned from Lang Song how Yi had come to Lingshu. It's good that you're back, but next time, don't be so reckless. Hee. Lang Song rolled his eyes at Yi, who looked rather sheepish. Bringing Yi to Lingshu was the most dangerous decision he had ever made, and he had nearly suffered a heart attack multiple times during the ordeal. Yi, during this trip to Lingshu, we gathered approximately 1 million Blue Star coins. After processing the materials in a few days, we'll split the earnings. As they walked towards the exit, Lang Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi was momentarily stunned by the mention of 1 million. I get to take home 250,000, while the iron-armored ant spirit pearls were of little value. Their abundance compensated for it. Seeing the long-awaited exit door brought a sigh of relief from Yi. Despite his earlier bravado within Lingxiu, he felt a lingering apprehension. Yet the prospect of their harvest invigorated him. As the group exited Lingxiu, Zhang Guodong mentioned he needed to return to school to compile their training gains. Lang Song was eager to return to his stall, while Wang Xian and Lan Yunsheng were utterly exhausted. After a brief discussion, they decided to head straight back to Luo City. Notably, Su Ziwu did not accompany them out. It seemed she had other matters to attend to within Lingxiu. As she departed, she cast a meaningful glance at Yi, leaving him perplexed. Lang Song, witnessing this exchange, playfully patted Yi on the shoulder, seemingly implying, "Well, aren't you quite charming?" In the evening, a black car pulled up at Yi's residential complex. "Son, how was your adventure?" His parents inquired as they spotted him. Looking worn from his escapades, "It was quite thrilling," Yi replied. His parents did not press further. After all, what excitement could a 17-year-old high school senior experience? Other than that which came from entering Lingxiu? Back in his room, Yi reflected on his gains from the journey, several silver-level spirit pearls and bronze-level materials. Gazing into his nearly empty backpack, he muttered to himself, "I didn't bring anything back. The system absorbed it all." The remaining spirit pearls and materials were with Lang Song, and he would have to wait a couple of days for his share. Nonetheless, the greatest achievement of this trip was undoubtedly unlocking the new system feature. System. Please elaborate on the new function. Ding. The lottery system is now active. The host can spend blue star coins to enter the lottery, which contains many valuable items. We welcome the host to participate. Yi closed his eyes in despair. Once again, the focus was on blue star coins. Does the system have a fixation on currency? Opening the lottery interface, a massive spinning wheel appeared before Yi. The wheel announced, "Lottery entry, 10,000. 10,000 for a single spin. Why not just rob a bank?" Yi lamented. His entire wealth barely afforded him 2 attempts. Closing the lottery page, frustration bubbled within him. After being startled by the exorbitant cost, he couldn't help but wonder, what if he truly won something worthwhile? That night, Yi tossed and turned, and after much internal conflict, he finally resolved, "Fine, I'll give it a shot." Ultimately, Yi succumbed to temptation and activated the lottery page for 1 attempt. Yi's balance, 10,000. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Please try again. Yi could hardly believe his eyes. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Host. Please do not be upset. Perhaps the next draw will yield a prize? Yi's expression was filled with dismay. It better be a good one next time, otherwise. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a body enhancement potion. Yi was taken aback. A body enhancement potion? I have never heard of such a thing. Yi opened the system panel to examine the effects of the body enhancement potion. Body enhancement potion, a potion not yet developed on Blue Star, capable of comprehensively enhancing the physical attributes of a beast tamer. Yi was astonished. Enhancing a beast tamer? He had encountered enhancements for contracted spirits, but this was a first for him. In his hand appeared a small vial containing a swirling blue liquid, accompanied by a straw for convenience. Doubtful yet intrigued, he inserted the straw and took a deep gulp. Whoa! The moment the potion hit his system, he felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if he were being roasted over an open flame. 3 minutes later, with his face twitching and drenched in sweat, Yi lay on his bed, gasping for breath. As the effects subsided, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He believed he could crush an iron-armored ant with his bare hands. Realizing the transformation in his body, Yi was astonished. Perhaps he could even challenge a typical bronze level 2 or 3-star spirit now. Furthermore, he suspected that if he were to summon Ying's essence again, the effects would be enhanced, and the duration would likely extend significantly. It was known that after each summoning, he felt utterly drained. Such a remarkable item. Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 35, The Exceedingly Challenging Special Admission Assessment. Beep, beep, beep. Yi was still immersed in the exhilaration of his enhanced physical prowess, diligently performing sit-ups. Suddenly, the notification sound from his phone pierced through his concentration. "Want to meet?" Yi glanced at the message on his phone, lost in contemplation. As an eerie familiarity enveloped him. Could it be that you still haven't saved my contact? Yi recalled that this was none other than his internet friend. Had they changed their name again? Wasn't it previously something like Taming Spitting Dragon? How had it transformed into innocent and pure beautiful girl? Noted. I didn't react just now. I'm too exhausted tonight. Not meeting up, as I have class tomorrow. Exhausted? What have you been up to today? Oh, nothing much. Just went to Lingxiu to slay some monsters and happened to take down a lord. Surprised face, impressive. Could you share what transpired? Yi felt a spark of interest. After all, his experiences over the past 2 days had indeed been surreal, and he briefly recounted his adventures. In a standalone villa in Luocheng, Su Ziwa sat at her computer desk, dressed in a onesie adorned with cartoon patterns, exuding youthful vitality. Her enchanting visage bore a gentle smile as she alternated between frowning and beaming at the contents of her phone, her cheeks flushed by the end. The girl who saved you is so cool. What do you think? Is she pretty? As she typed these words, Suziwa's face grew even warmer. She was eager to know Yiye's first impression of her. However, she figured this blockhead probably hadn't realized she was Suziwa. After all, she seldom posted pictures on her social media, while Yi had shared plenty of his silly photos, which was why she could recognize him. She is indeed quite beautiful. But it feels a bit strange being around her. It's as if she knows me. Suziwa was taken aback. Had her demeanor been that obvious? You mentioned that girl is from the Huagua Beast Taming Academy? That is the top academy in Huagua. Are you planning to take the exam? What a joke. With my lackluster skills, there's no way I could pass. Suziwa rolled her eyes, having witnessed the prowess of Ing and the skill of possession. Lackluster? The Lord-level Iron Ant shed tears of regret. Not talking about this anymore. I'm going to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. Let us play together when I return. Yi swiftly concluded the conversation. He was genuinely worn out. After plugging in his phone to charge, he tilted his head and fell into a deep slumber. A glint of mischief sparkled in Suziwa's eyes. Play together when you return? See you tomorrow. She quickly found a phone number in her contacts and dialed. Hello, Teacher Huang. This is Suziwa. Our school should have examination slots in Luocheng this year, right? Could you secure one for me? The following day, Monday, Yi embarked on another day of academic endeavors. Upon entering the classroom, his classmates regarded him with peculiar expressions. Clearly having heard of Yi's illustrious exploits from those who had participated in the training exercise the previous day. The consensus was clear. This individual was not to be trifled with. While others were merely greedy, he was dangerously ambitious. Ignoring the strange stares, Yi settled into his seat. Lan Yunsheng, come, let us arm wrestle. The loser buys instant noodles for the winner tonight. Are you in? Lan Yunsheng paused, then scoffed dismissively. While Yi was not particularly frail, in comparison to the robust Lan Yunsheng, he paled. They had previously settled who would treat for instant noodles through arm wrestling, and Yi had never emerged victorious. Seeing Yi's bold challenge today, Lan Yunsheng readily accepted. Since you insist on treating me to noodles, I shall not hold back. Let us go. The classmates watched the two with keen interest as Yi perched himself atop the desk, elbows resting firmly. Lan Yunsheng grasped Yi's hand and exerted force. Yet, Yi's hand remained steadfast. Unconvinced, Lan Yunsheng intensified his effort, and soon his chubby face contorted in strain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A sly smile crept across Yi's lips as he exerted a slight pressure. With a resounding thud, Lan Yunsheng's hand slammed against the desk. I concede. Yi, have you taken some sort of enhancement? How did you suddenly gain such strength? Lan Yunsheng was astonished, certain that Yi had not invoked any external aid, but relied solely on his own physical prowess. Yi chuckled. Enhancement? Not just enhancement, but potent enhancement. A product of the system, crafted to perfection, you know? Just as their banter continued, a stern-faced Zhang Guodong entered the classroom. Upon his arrival, all students promptly straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed on him. I have a piece of excellent news. The Luocheng Education Bureau has officially invited elite students from the Huagua Beast Taming Academy to conduct a selection process for all beast taming classes throughout Luocheng, forming an elite class. Not only will the elite class receive the finest guidance over the next 2 months, but they will also have the opportunity to receive an invitation for enrollment from the Huagua Beast Taming Academy. The class erupted in an uproar. The Huagua Beast Taming Academy. Our school will send 100 students for this assessment, which will take place within the Tianyang Lingshu. The 50 students who entered Lingshu yesterday will directly participate in the selection for this elite class. The remaining 50 will be chosen based on their previous examination scores. Yi's heart raced. Surely his score wouldn't place him outside the top 100. After all, he had no academic scores. Yi, step outside with me. Yi cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Guodong and followed him out of the classroom. The first period was not Zhang Guodong's class, so as they left, the lesson resumed without interruption. Yi trailed Zhang Guodong through the labyrinthine corridors of the teaching building until they finally halted before the principal's office. Zhang Guodong knocked on the door. Come in. Yi was filled with confusion but recognized that it was not the time for questions and followed Zhang Guodong into the principal's office. The office was modest, lined with bookshelves filled with various tomes on beast taming. 2 individuals occupied the sofa, the principal and, to Yi's surprise, Suziwa, who sat there in a white dress with her hair tied in a ponytail. Upon noticing Yi, she squinted and smiled at him. Please, have a seat. The principal greeted Yi with a warm smile. Feeling somewhat flustered, Yi chose to sit beside Suziwa rather than next to the principal. As he settled down, a delightful scent of shampoo wafted toward him. Observing this, Zhang Guodong had no choice but to take a seat beside the principal. I assume no introduction is necessary, right? Suziwa, a prodigy from the Huagua Beast Taming Academy, is here today to discuss special admissions. Special admissions? Indeed, Su Ziwa interjected. I have reported your situation to the school. Your combat awareness is commendable, and you possess a rare humanoid spirit bond. Thus, it has been decided to grant you a special admission slot. However, the assessment is quite arduous, as it involves early enrollment. I am uncertain whether you would be willing to participate. Yi was taken aback. Difficult? What exactly will I be assessed on? In the elite class assessment, you must enter Tianyang Lingshu, successfully slay 10 silver-level spirit beasts and 1 lord-level spirit beast. I will accompany you as both examiner and safety officer. Yi was stunned. Are you joking? 10 silver-level spirit beasts are already a formidable challenge. A lord-level spirit beast is simply absurd. As he prepared to voice his protest, options appeared before him. Chapter 36, The Bargaining Duo. Option 1. Refuse the assessment, citing its extreme difficulty. Reward, medium beast taming power. Option 2. Cross your legs and declare loudly. Is that all? I have decided to enroll in the Huagua Yusho Academy. Reward, shadow skill, Inazuma swordsmanship level 1. Option 3. Agree to Su Zu's request for assessment and extort rewards from the principal. Reward, shadow skill, instant step level 1. Yi's face darkened. Was he really being forced to go? Whether it was the Inazuma swordsmanship level or instant step level. Both were optimal choices for Yi to enhance his shadow combat prowess. Fine, I shall give it a try. Yi ultimately chose option 3. Option 2 felt somewhat pretentious. He feared that failing the assessment would lead to embarrassment. However, can you assure my safety? Yi regarded Su Zu with skepticism. Su Zu's forehead bore a large number. Who do you look down upon? The incident with the ironclad ant was an accident. Who would have known it had amassed so many underlings? And besides, the Tianyang Spirit Ruins harbors numerous solitary acting lords. Yi scratched his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Zu, but after all, hunting lords as a bronze-level beast master against bronze or even silver-level lords seemed utterly absurd. A week later, at the Tianyang Spirit Ruins, let us not miss our appointment. Upon hearing Yi's agreement, Su Zu made a quick farewell to the principal and exited the principal's office. Just as Su Zu left, Zhang Guodong could no longer contain himself. Are you insane? You dare to accept such terms? Are you willing to risk your life? ISN Tishi, your safety officer? No way. I cannot agree. It's too dangerous. It's fine. Teacher Zhang, do you still not trust me? After all, I am one who has slain silver-level lords within the Tianyang Spirit Ruins. Zhang Guodong's lips twitched. It's precisely because of your performance in the ruins that I am worried. Just moments ago, Yi's innocent demeanor shifted dramatically. He turned to the principal with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, the principal, still immersed in the joy of having a student invited to the special recruitment exam, remained oblivious. Principal, I believe Teacher Zhang is absolutely right. It is far too perilous. Should I inform Su Zu that I will not participate in the special recruitment? Upon hearing this, the principal was taken aback. It was a rare opportunity for a student of our school to capture the attention of the Huagua Yusho Academy. Ahem, Yi, I believe that youth should be courageous and strive for greatness. How could one give up due to a bit of danger? Yi appeared despondent, casting a reluctant gaze at the principal. Principal, I understand the reasoning, but I am merely a bronze-level beast master, even though I may be slightly stronger than my peers. Having slain a few silver-level spirit beasts and even a silver-level lord, I am still but a bronze-level beast master. He uttered the last 3 words with gritted teeth. Observing Yi's panicked expression, the principal suddenly realized. This lad is not trying to seek a reward from me, is he? Ahem, after all, your participation in the special recruitment brings glory to our school. Thus, I shall offer you 5 bottles of low-level beast power potions, 1 bottle of medium-level beast power potion, along with 3 silver-level spirit pearls. Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes sparkled. This was genuine currency. However, he quickly masked his expression. Principal, I still think the Tianyang Spirit Ruins are too dangerous, especially concerning the hunt for lord-level spirit beasts. What if you can pass the exam? The school will add a bonus of 1 million. Deal. Zhang Guodong stared blankly at the two haggling. Are high school students really this savvy nowadays? Exiting the office, Yi joyfully embraced the 6 bottles of potions. While the principal mentioned that the spirit pearls were not in stock and would be delivered by Zhang Guodong the next day. Zhang Guodong, seeing Yi's gleaming eyes, begrudgingly retrieved a small box from his pocket. Here, this is a gift from your Shermo. Yi was taken aback. A gift from Shermo? Upon opening the small box, he discovered a beautifully crafted necklace and a potion. Yi looked at Zhang Guodong in confusion. The potion is the latest beast power potion developed in Huagua. With remarkably potent effects, nearly equivalent to a top-tier beast power potion, yet it possesses almost no side effects. Yi was astonished. All beast power potions have side effects for contracted spirits, making it impossible to use consecutively in a short time. Yet this potion achieves the same effect as a top-tier beast power potion without side effects? This must be quite valuable. Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes. It's priceless. The affluent in the capital spend lavishly to acquire just a few bottles for their descendants. Your Shermu was fortunate to have a significant figure from the Research Institute customize a recipe for her, which is how she obtained this bottle. However, you need not feel burdened. You are her student, and all these items were chosen by her with the earnings from your sweet flour brewed chicken, including that necklace. Yi glanced at the necklace in the box. The necklace wasn't too extravagant. It was simply a plain string, adorned with a beautiful amethyst. Put it on. This is the most precious item. An unmistakable hint of jealousy laced Zhang Guodong's tone. His wife treats this young lad exceptionally well, gifting him such valuable items, whereas he himself lacked such gear. Yi, bewildered, donned the necklace. And now, input some beast power into it. As Yi infused his beast power into the necklace, he widened his eyes in astonishment. He felt an instantaneous connection to a small space, barely a square meter in size, where he sensed he could effortlessly store or retrieve items with just a thought. A spatial storage device? Zhang Guodong nodded. Now you comprehend how lucrative a recipe that utilizes ordinary ingredients to affect contracted spirits can be? However, such items are produced in limited quantities. They are priceless and hard to come by. Your Shermu exerted considerable effort and leveraged numerous connections to acquire it. Yi was overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. Finally, he wouldn't have to carry such a heavy barbecue stand into the ruins. After giving Yi a few reminders, he returned to class. Upon entering the classroom, Yi noticed a distinctly different atmosphere. Everyone was attentively engaged in their studies, eager to break into the top 100 of their grade. The day's classes concluded swiftly, and Yi eagerly dashed out of the school gates, excitement radiating from him as he headed towards the black market. The reason was simple. Payday had arrived. Chapter 37. Susceptible to kidnapping? Upon reaching the black market, Yi hurriedly sought out Lang Song. Entering Baixiangfang, he found Lang Song and Wang Xian already waiting for him. Hey, you seem quite spirited. Observing Yi's exuberance, Wang Xian couldn't help but tease. This young man is admirable in every way, but somewhat greedy? Yi felt a pang of bitterness inside. You have no idea I'm burdened by two insatiable spenders. Lang Song wasted no time and promptly transferred the funds to Yi. After deducting necessary expenses and losses from materials, Yi received nearly 300,000, which exceeded his expectations. Long live Brother Lang. Watching Yi's beaming face, Lang Song could only shake his head in resignation. The spirit food competition is about to commence, and I must travel to the capital to see your teacher. There may not be any orders for a while. Yi nodded. He had also seen the news online. The annual spirit food competition is a grand event for many spirit chefs, with countless aspiring chefs hoping to secure a good rank to soar to new heights. Lang Song likely intended to observe the event, as Li Qian, as a master spirit chef, would appear as a judge. Recently, things have been rather unsettled in Luoqing. It's best to avoid the black market for now and stay safely at school. After exchanging pleasantries, just as Yi was about to leave, Wang Xian suddenly spoke up. Unsettled? What do you mean? There have been sightings of the Healing Jiao on the outskirts of Luoqing. Healing Jiao? Yi's expression turned puzzled. This is a cult organization that believes the emergence of contracted spirits and spirit beasts is a blessing bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. Humans should not enslave contracted spirits and spirit beasts, but rather merge with them. What does this merging entail? Surely it cannot mean. As she observed the increasingly distorted demeanor of Yi, Wang Xian rolled her eyes. It is not the fusion you envision. They employ a mysterious method to transplant the physical forms, organs, and even certain traits of contracted spirits and spirit beasts into human bodies, sacrificing lifespan to grant ordinary individuals some capabilities. Due to the overwhelming number of ordinary people lacking awakened talents, the Healing Jiao has been spreading at an astonishing rate globally. Yi nodded, recognizing the allure of granting ordinary people abilities was immensely powerful. Moreover, you not only possess a humanoid contracted spirit, but also have an embodiment skill that significantly enhances one's innate capabilities. I fear they may set their sights on you. After all, the Healing Jiao once believed that humans have the highest compatibility with humanoid contracted spirits and spirit beasts, yet such beings are exceedingly rare, leaving them unable to find suitable experimental subjects. Yi fell silent. Indeed, his recent displays had been rather ostentatious, and the embodiment of Ing, unlike the embodiment skills of contracted spirits, did not induce any beast-like or other traits. Yi's appearance post-embodiment was entirely that of a normal human, albeit with some special effects, which was precisely what the Healing Jiao had been pursuing all along. I understand. But the Healing Jiao is making such a ruckus in Luocheng. Isn't the government taking action? How could they not? The higher-ups of the Healing Jiao certainly cannot enter, But some cult members, or ordinary people, are utterly unable to discern the truth. Although they may not be very powerful, you should still exercise caution. Yi nodded, bidding farewell to Wang Xian, his mood slightly heavy. After all, being targeted by a cult is hardly a favorable situation. If only he were an emperor-level beastmaster, he could easily dispatch the He Ling Jiao. Yi strolled through the black market, muttering to himself. With a fortune in hand, he wandered the streets but found nothing of use. As dusk approached, Yi decided it was best to return home. After Wang Xian spoke of the He Ling Jiao, everyone he encountered now resembled members of the cult. As Yi reached the entrance of the black market, preparing to head home, he spotted Lu Xiangnan standing at the entrance with a middle-aged man, both silent, seemingly waiting for someone. Just as Yi intended to greet them, Lu Xiangnan noticed him, her eyes widening as she subtly shook her head, an expression of urgency in her gaze. "Do not approach." The words echoed in Yi's mind, even though Lu Xiangnan did not utter them aloud. Familiar choices reappeared. Option 1. Pretend not to see the coerced Lu Xiangnan and take a taxi home. Reward: a small amount of beast mastery power. Ing's personality changes to timid. Option 2. Hide nearby and call the police, waiting for an opportunity to act. Reward: Ing's attack power increases by 5. Option 3. Act against injustice. Having already defeated a lord-level spirit beast, you are no longer the novice you once were. Take him down. Reward: Ing skill, spirit energy embodiment level 1. Upon seeing the options, Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is my class monitor prone to being kidnapped? Or does she simply clash with the black market? Class monitor, Yi exclaimed, startling the vendor beside him, while Lu Xiangnan could only cover her forehead in exasperation, and the middle-aged man directed his gaze toward Yi. What a surprise, class monitor. What brings you to the black market? By the way, last time we were speculating about Teacher Zhang's Beastmaster rank. Didn't you go to verify it? Quickening his pace, Yi approached Lu Xiangnan, discreetly signaling her. Is Teacher Zhang silver or gold? Surely not bronze. What rank is that next to her? I wonder if I could take them on. Lu Xiangnan appeared momentarily stunned, while the middle-aged man remained silent, observing their conversation. It should be high silver. Gold seems unlikely, as it would be quite a waste for a gold-level beastmaster to teach us. She is likely a high silver beastmaster. By the way, class monitor, Yu Haven T introduced me to this gentleman beside you. He isn't your father, is he? The middle-aged man cast a narrowed-eyed glance at Lu Xiangnan, seemingly warning her to refrain from speaking further. Sensing the man's gaze, Lu Xiangnan responded naturally, "No. This is my uncle. I happened to run into him at the black market. He was worried about me returning home alone and called a cab for me." Observing Lu Xiangnan's expression, Yi understood. That uncle, perhaps it would be best not to trouble him, since I am heading in the same direction as the class monitor. Why not let me accompany her home? The middle-aged man's expression grew slightly tense as he stiffly declined. No need. I will personally see her home. I wouldn't feel right otherwise. Noting the middle-aged man's awkward demeanor, Yi sighed inwardly at the disparity in acting skills. Then I shall wait with the class monitor. I have nothing pressing to attend to. Yi disregarded the middle-aged man's gaze, engaging Lu Xiangnan in casual conversation. Lu Xiangnan was nearly exasperated. Brother, what are you doing? Is this the time for chatting? Approximately 20 minutes passed without a cab arriving, and the middle-aged man appeared increasingly impatient. Where's the cab? I shall take my leave then. Ah, Teacher Zhang, what brings you to the black market? I was just mentioning you to the class monitor. As Yi prepared to depart, he suddenly looked astonished at the middle-aged man's back. While Yi anticipated something behind the man, he noticed that the middle-aged man was not looking back, but rather fixated on Yi's eyes. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. Chapter 38, High-Level Bronze Beastmaster. Kid, do you think I am so easily deceived? I sensed something was off about you from the start. It is too coincidental. Are you attempting to ambush me? I bang. The middle-aged man fell as Zhang Guodong appeared behind him, a 2-meter-long crimson lizard lying beside him. Who has deceived you? Yi clicked his tongue for the middle-aged man. This was a dead end. You turn around, and Yi ambushes you. You don't turn around? Lu Xiangnan, witnessing the middle-aged man being knocked unconscious, rushed to his side without a moment to thank Zhang Guodong and Yi, swiftly retrieving a pink-cased phone from his pocket. She dashed aside to call her father. Yi also contacted the law enforcement team at the black market. Team leader Wang Lu, upon seeing Yi and the unconscious middle-aged man, wore a bewildered expression. Under his jurisdiction, there had not been any violent altercations or public safety incidents for several years, and now, upon Yi's arrival at the black market, 2 incidents had occurred. Who is he? I don't know him. You don't know him. Wang Lu's forehead creased with disbelief. How can you leave someone in such a state? Observing the middle-aged man sprawled face down, severely unconscious, Wang Lu began to suspect Yi was a terrorist. Huh. What are you looking at? I am not the one who did this. I am the one reporting. Wang Lu paused. Not you. It is I. He kidnapped my student. And his accomplices have already been apprehended just a kilometer away at the town's spirit bureau, enjoying tea. Zhang Guodong interjected. All right, but be cautious next time. When Wang Lu heard there were accomplices, he signaled to the nearby law enforcement personnel to carry the middle-aged man away and hurriedly departed. Once Wang Lu left, Yi began to express his thoughts. Teacher Zhang, you arrived just in time. Had you been any later, I would have had to confront him. If this man is a wanted criminal, I hope you want to claim the reward for yourself. Zhang Guodong looked exasperated, having received Yi's message. He rushed over from school, only to find that he had to deal with the middle-aged man's accomplices. Yet now the reward was at risk of being claimed by Yi. Here, take it. Just don't wander about recklessly. Focus on preparing for the exam in a week. And you, Lu Xiangnan, you should also refrain from attending school for the time being. Have your father find a safe place for you. After hanging up, Lu Xiangnan appeared notably dejected, nodding at Zhang Guodong's words. Zhang Guodong said no more, briefly mentioned safety precautions, and took a taxi home. Class monitor Yu. Yi gazed at the dejected Lu Xiangnan and could not help but inquire. Is everything all right? It's just that I might not be able to attend school for a while. My father has asked me to stay home. Is it because of them? Yi furrowed his brow. The school was about to organize an assessment for the elite class, and Lu Xiangnan, as one of the students who had entered Lingshu last time, was eligible to participate directly. Can you tell me who they are? Why do they keep attempting to kidnap you? There's nothing to hide. My family owns the largest potion manufacturing company in Luoqing. Recently, however, a near-bankrupt potion company has unexpectedly surged, aggressively encroaching on the market with their remarkably cheap potions. My father noticed the irregularities, purchased some of their products, and discovered they were all substandard, ineffective, yet with significant side effects. Their only advantage is the low price. The owner of that company even called my father, proposing to acquire ours, but my father refused, and as you know, I was kidnapped in the black market that same day. Yi nodded. Given these circumstances, Lu Xiangnan was indeed in a precarious situation, and staying home seemed like the wisest choice. But can you still participate in the elite class assessment? Yi, rather thoughtlessly, brought up a topic that troubled Lu Xiangnan, who was already feeling glum about potentially missing the assessment. I hope I can. Soon. The vehicle arranged by Lu Feng halted at the entrance of the black market. Observing Lu Xiangnan's frail silhouette, Yi felt a sudden wave of agitation. He sensed that the company posed a significant threat, possibly even linked to the Healing sect. The middle-aged man Lu Xiangnan mentioned might possess silver-level capabilities. Yet neither the arrival of Zhang Guodong nor the fluctuations from his summoned contract spirit went unnoticed by Lu Xiangnan. Upon returning home, the night had already enveloped the sky. In his room, Yi retrieved the potions given to him by the principal, as well as the vial entrusted to him by Li Qian through Zhang Guodong. After the system evolved and unlocked new functions, the required energy had increased significantly. Yi decided against letting the system absorb these potions and resolved to use them himself. Grabbing a low-tier beast mastery potion, he poured it directly into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of warmth coursed through his body. A surge of beast mastery energy erupted within him, but it remained contained, gradually being absorbed by Yi. After less than 2 minutes, the effect subsided, leaving Yi momentarily stunned. Is this it? Has it ended already? Ding. Host's physical constitution has been enhanced by the system, and some side effects of the potions have been mitigated. Additionally, the speed at which the host absorbs potions has increased. Yi nodded in understanding. So that was how it was. Licking his lips, he downed the remaining 4 low-tier potions in one go. The surge of beast mastery energy that followed was far more intense than before, yet Yi still felt no adverse effects. In fact, 5 or 6 minutes later, the effects faded. Yi sensed that he was undeniably closer to becoming a high-level beast master of the bronze tier. Considering there were no side effects, he decided to consume the mid-tier beast mastery potion as well. The mid-tier potion was indeed different. The power it bestowed was far greater than that of the previous 5, and perhaps due to the quality of the materials, Yi perceived it to be much purer. If this scene were witnessed by other beast masters, they would surely berate Yi for being reckless, drinking a beast mastery potion without promptly practicing to maximize absorption, and instead just sitting idly to experience its effects. Yi, licking his lips, took out the vial of beast mastery potion from Li Qian. Recently, he had completed several small tasks, which had granted him considerable beast mastery energy. Coupled with this potion, he believed he could reach high-level bronze status today. With that thought, Yi raised the potion and drank it in one gulp. Yi could not refrain from exclaiming. As soon as he swallowed the potion, a refreshing sensation flowed from his throat to his stomach, then radiated throughout every corner of his body. He could feel the beast mastery energy being fervently absorbed at every moment. Half an hour later, Yi opened his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to high-level bronze Beastmaster. Chapter 39. I am not a medicine god. High-level bronze Beastmaster. Yi felt a surge of excitement. If this trend continued, he had a substantial chance of breaking through to silver tier before the entrance exams. It is worth noting that aside from a few exceptionally gifted individuals who awaken their Beastmaster talents prematurely, very few can achieve silver tier before the exams. Every student who manages to break through to silver tier before the exams is considered a prized talent coveted by prestigious universities. System, open the panel for Ing. Name, Ing. Level, bronze 6 stars. Personality, innocent, kind, diligent. Attribute, thunder. Type, humanoid. Talent, super strong thunder resistance. Can resist 90 of thunder element attacks. Thunder element control, can freely wield the power of thunder elements. Skills, Raiden blade technique, 5. Instant step, 6. Can achieve displacement within 15 meters. Spiritual energy possession, 3. Can temporarily possess a Beastmaster, allowing them to utilize the complete power of the contract spirit and any skills. Songlei 1. Potential. As the level increases, the duration of spiritual energy possession is extended. Given Yi and Ying's current strength, encountering a typical, grounded silver-level spirit beast, he felt confident in defeating it in a one-on-one scenario. However, facing a silver-level lord would be sheer folly, as both Ing and Yi, even in possession, would struggle to contend against a silver-level lord, let alone the assessment task of hunting one. It was truly vexing. Had he known, he would have declined the assessment. After much contemplation, Yi could not devise a swift method to enhance his combat prowess, unless he chanced upon a severely injured lord-level spirit beast. Yet, the probability of that happening was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, especially with Su Zhiwu's oversight. Whether he could qualify for the assessment remained uncertain. Wait. The lottery. Yi suddenly recalled that he had just received a substantial sum today, which he could use for the lottery. After all, spending 300,000 on some cultivation resources for Ing would yield minimal results. However, a lottery was different. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you. Yi stared at the endless stream of thank you for your patronage, his heart aching slightly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a body enhancement potion X1. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. A whole 10 draws yielded just one potion. Yi looked at his remaining 200,000 balance with a fierce expression. Draw, I want to draw it all. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak power experience card X1. The series of thank you for your patronage and potions had left Yi feeling quite irritable, but the sudden new prize caught his attention. A peak power experience card? Yi was momentarily stunned as he read the system's description. The peak power experience card allows the contract spirit to unleash a single strike at its full power. Note, the higher the potential of the contract spirit, the stronger the effect. Wow. Yi was astonished. Full power? The complete strength of Ing, the Thunder General? Why bother going to the Tianyang Lingxiu when he could simply find an Emperor-level Lingxiu to take down an Emperor-level ruler? Ding. Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Kindly review the noted content. Only then did Yi notice the information within the parentheses. What does this mean? Ding. The host's contract spirit, Ing, possesses only a gold tier talent. According to system calculations, the peak power experience card can only assist Ing in reaching platinum 1-star strength. Yi's expression froze. The Tianyang Lingxiu was quite good enough. Why risk going to an Emperor-level Lingxiu? He stored the peak power experience card in his storage space. During the lottery, just now, he also drew 3 body enhancement potions. Taking one out, Yi tilted his head back and drank it down. Unlike the intense burning sensation experienced during his first encounter. This time, due to Yi's enhanced physical condition, he merely felt a warm flush enveloping his entire body, accompanied by an inexhaustible surge of energy. Sensing that he could withstand it, Yi consumed the remaining 2 vials of potion. 10 minutes later, he lay drenched in sweat on his bed. Including the previous Beast Mastery potion, he had ingested 10 vials that night. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the Apothecary King of Luo City No. 1 high school. The physical enhancement potions had significantly boosted his physical prowess, allowing him to indulge in the potions without restraint. After a refreshing shower, Yi reclined on his bed, engrossed in his phone. The potency of the physical enhancement potion was so overwhelming that he found himself wide awake and unable to sleep. He opened the messages and found a message from the innocent and charming girl. Are we on for a game? The reply came instantaneously. The sun must have risen in the west. It has been ages since you last initiated a game with me. Enough chatter. Are we playing or not? Not now. I have some urgent matters. Yi sighed, contemplating whether he should forego sleep entirely that night. In the outskirts of Luo City, the Baifu Potion Manufacturing Company was a relatively small enterprise occupying over 10 acres of land. At the entrance of Baifu, Suzy Wu, clad in a black combat uniform, put away her phone, flanked by a dozen others, all similarly attired. Our objective is clear: to search the Baifu Potion Company for any connections to the Healing cult or any forbidden items. A deep male voice resonated within the crowd, and many familiar faces appeared among the ranks. Suzy Wu was present, along with Wang Lu. High above in the sky, Wang Xian knelt on the back of an owl, observing every movement within the Baifu grounds. According to intelligence reports, Baifu had 1 silver-level beastmaster, 4 bronze-level advanced, and 7 intermediate-level personnel. Should a confrontation arise, they were permitted to eliminate any opposing contract spirits. Let us move. An hour later, Yi, dressed in sportswear, appeared on the streets of Luo City. It was now midnight, and the streets were almost deserted as he dashed forward. Just moments ago, perhaps due to the overwhelming aftereffects of the physical enhancement potions, he felt an intense heat coursing through him, a restlessness that even a cold shower could not quell. After leaving the community entrance, Yi felt his consciousness begin to blur from the overwhelming heat, prompting him to instinctively start running to expend his energy. As he consumed his stamina, the feeling of heat gradually dissipated, and he ran continuously for an hour. When Yi regained his awareness, he was astonished to find he had unknowingly reached the junction of the urban and suburban areas, a full 30 kilometers from his home. These potions are incredibly potent. Yi mused, grimacing. Although he had run for an hour, he still felt an overwhelming pressure throughout his body. Just as he was about to continue running home, a staggering figure caught his attention. The figure rushed toward him, and as it drew closer, Yi was left in bewilderment. It was Wang Lu. Wang Lu appeared bloodied, with 2 severe penetrating wounds. Upon noticing Yi, his expression momentarily shifted to one of shock before transforming into urgency. Yi, quickly, contact the Town Spirit Bureau for assistance. After uttering these words, Wang Lu seemed to lose his strength and collapsed to the ground. Yi was momentarily taken aback, confused by the situation. What is happening? And calling for support, for whom? Come on, at least finish your sentence before fainting. Chapter 40. High-ranking members of the Healing cult. Yi could no longer afford to hesitate. He picked up his phone and dialed the Town Spirit Bureau. Hello, is this the Town Spirit Bureau? He quickly relayed the situation in Luo City, then called for an ambulance, anxiously waiting in place. He did not have to wait long before a speeding ambulance arrived to take Wang Lu away. As Yi pondered what to do next, options appeared before him. Option 1. The ensuing events are beyond the involvement of a mere student. Return home and sleep. Reward: abundant beast mastery. Option 2. Remain here to see if there are any injured Town Spirit Bureau personnel. Reward: shadow speed 5. Option 3. High risks yield high rewards. Proceed further into the suburbs. Reward: shadow skill, Raiden blade technique level 1. Yi examined the options, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately chose the third option. It's all about taking the initiative. With a focused thought, Yi summoned Shadow, and together, they advanced toward the suburbs. What is the situation on your end? Approximately 6 to 7 kilometers away from Yi lay the Baifu Potion Company premises. Above the facility, Wang Xian anxiously pressed her earpiece, continually speaking. A massive ice ball hurtled toward her from the ground. The owl made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the ice projectile. At that moment, chaos erupted within the premises, with fights breaking out everywhere. Healing cult. I knew there was something amiss with Baifu Potion Company. A tall, muscular man in combat gear coldly glared at a masked woman before him, flanked by 2 injured contract spirits. TCH, how unfortunate. I didn't anticipate being discovered so soon. But it's too late now. The woman, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit with a stylish bob cut, had her exquisite mixed-race features obscured by a mask, her curves accentuated by the tight attire. Too late. The muscular man was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, seeing they were losing, the Healing cult transferred their research results and data to a bronze-level cultist, and before the Town Spirit Bureau could react, they managed to break a hole in their encirclement, allowing him to escape. However, Wang Lu immediately dashed out, pursuing the cultist. Hey, you don't actually think I would entrust such critical data to a bronze-level cultist, do you? Here's a friendly tip. You might want to call your people. There's a surprise waiting. Listening to the woman's mocking laughter, Li Xiao's heart sank as he hurriedly attempted to contact Wang Lu through the internal communication device, only to find no one answering. You. The woman smirked. Enough of this game. By now, he should be safe. Until next time, Captain Li. With that, the woman suddenly contorted in pain as massive wings, over 2 meters long, sprouted from her back. Casting a glance at Li Xiao, she soared into the sky. Li Xiao quickly commanded his contract spirits to pursue, but the woman was far too swift for them to catch. Kill them. Leave none alive. Li Xiao glared fiercely at the remaining members of the Healing cult. Don't let her escape. Just as the woman ascended into the air, she was intercepted by Wang Xian riding the owl. The nearby fire falcon unleashed a barrage of fireballs, but the woman deftly evaded them. Don't waste your efforts. Go help your comrades. I have prepared a big surprise for you. Rose. What do you mean? The woman, referred to as Rose, smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation to Wang Xian. With a powerful flap of her wings, she flew off toward the direction Wang Lu had taken. Li team, move quickly. There's an ambush. Wang Xian urged frantically through her earpiece, and Li Xiao's expression darkened upon hearing this. Quickly, everyone retreat. The Town Spirit Bureau personnel reacted swiftly, hastily exiting the premises. Just as they left the company gates, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Li Xiao grimaced as he gazed at the inferno that consumed the Baifu grounds. This is a typical tactic of the Healing cult. Whenever they change bases or get discovered, they obliterate everything with explosives, leaving no trace of their research materials or equipment. 5 kilometers away, Yi was startled by the deafening explosion. What the heck? Is it that intense? He muttered, noticing someone lying in the roadside greenery ahead. Cautiously, he entered a state of spirit energy manifestation, gripping his Tang Dao as he approached the greenery step by step. Beside the green belt lay the lifeless body of A, causing a tightening sensation in Yi's heart. Was this not Wang Li's? Clenching the knife in his right hand and rolling its song lay pill in his left. He steeled himself for any adversaries that might still lurk in the green belt. Approaching the verdant area, Yi discovered a creature that was neither fully human nor ghostly. Before him lay a being with the head of a wolf and the body of a man. Its mouth was filled with menacing fangs measuring several centimeters long, and its exposed skin was covered in dark fur, while its claws glistened ominously in the dim light. Suddenly, the wolf-headed creature turned to face Yi. Upon noticing the electric charge enveloping Yi, its pupils turning a shade of violet, and the basketball-sized electric sphere in his hand, it visibly relaxed. Had the organization sent reinforcements? Yi hesitated, pondering the implications of being in a state, enabling him to utilize his abilities in human form. Was this not a hallmark of the Healing Jiao? Little did he know that the wolf-headed creature was deeply astonished, observing Yi's resemblance to a typical human, and felt a twinge of envy. Achieving such a high level of fusion must make Yi a figure of significance within the organization. Cautiously, the creature inquired, "Are you one of the 4 protectors of the?" Noticing the respect in its tone, Yi was about to respond when options appeared before him. Option 1. Eliminate the humanoid creature before him. Reward, substantial beast mastery. Option 2. Disguise himself as a high-ranking member of the Healing Jiao and extract information about the Healing Jiao's locations and details. Reward, 5 shadow power. You need not know so much. Has the mission succeeded? The wolf-headed man seemed thrilled, believing he had encountered a prominent figure. Struggling to rise from his battered state, he retrieved a black code box from beneath him and presented it to Yi. My lord, the mission is complete. The potions and research materials are within the box. Yi took the box without further ado and turned to the wolf-headed man. Where's the base of the Healing Jiao in? The wolf-headed man hesitated momentarily, but Yi swiftly admonished him. How dare you withhold information in my presence? Electric charges crackled around Yi, and his violet eyes glimmered with a menacing light in the darkness, causing the wolf-headed man to tremble in fear. It's located in the outskirts of. Having acquired the desired answer, Yi nodded in satisfaction. The wolf-headed man beamed, thinking he had contributed to the organization, and if he could obtain a potion of greater compatibility, he might shed his grotesque form. Just then, Yi was interrupted by a woman's voice. Yi, what are you doing here? A woman clad in leather, her figure alluring and graceful, approached Yi. He was taken aback. Teacher Mei? Chapter 41. Growing stronger together to create brilliance. What brings you here? The woman, addressed as Teacher Mei, squinted at Yi, occasionally glancing at the box in his hands. The wolf-headed man, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, grew visibly excited. Thanks to his body modifications, his injuries had significantly healed, and he struggled to sit up, addressing Mei. Rose, do not be disrespectful. This is a high-ranking member of the Healing Jiao, one of the 4 protectors. Mei paused, taken aback by the wolf-headed man's serious expression. Him? A high-ranking member of the Healing Jiao? Yi was equally bewildered. The woman before him was not merely a teacher. She was the homeroom teacher of the Beastmaster class at No. 1 High School, the proctor during his cultural examination, Mei Fong. Having just removed her mask after battling the Spirit Control Bureau, it was no wonder Yi had not recognized her sooner. What 4 protectors? How could one of our protectors be a student? The wolf-headed man, too, was puzzled. A student? I never imagined Teacher Mei was one of us. Yi's cold voice cut through the tension. Given the circumstances, I shall cease my pretense. I am Yi, one of the 4 protectors of the He Ling Jiao, known as the Thunder General. Mei Fong found the situation absurd. What? You think I wouldn't believe you? Ever since I awakened my human form, I joined the He Ling Jiao, successfully fusing with the help of the... Did you think I obtained the skill book for human form from nowhere? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Moreover, aren't you curious? As one who possesses a human form, I have not been targeted by the organization. Yi was gambling, betting that the emergence of the He Ling Jiao was not due to him. If he was correct, they could grow stronger together and create brilliance. If incorrect, he would have to eliminate the wolf-headed man while Mei was still stunned and escape with the goods. Mei Fong was somewhat swayed, for in the history of beast mastery, no skill book had ever allowed for the fusion of a human form. Furthermore, there had been no reports of Yi being pursued by the organization, nor had anyone mentioned his human form within their ranks. At that moment, Yi was left with 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Your subordinate has encountered the Thunder General Protector. Mei Fong suddenly knelt on one knee. Yet, the cautious Mei Fong still asked, is the well? He is currently occupied with a significant matter and cannot attend to organizational affairs. Mei Fong felt a surge of excitement, confirming Yi's identity. After all, only the and a select few high-ranking members were aware of this important undertaking, and she had learned of it once from a high-ranking member during a visit. Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He was running out of excuses. He needed help. By the way, you are as well, right? Yi nodded in surprise, producing a junior certificate for Mei Fong to see. This was arranged by Li Qian, who had given it to him along with space equipment and potions during his last encounter with Zhang Guodong. Upon seeing Li Qian's name on the certificate, Mei Fong's pupils contracted. Protector, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. The mission has been accomplished. The potions and materials have been successfully transferred. What shall we do next? Yi weighed the box in his hands, wondering aloud, what is inside? Potions. Yi refrained from asking further questions, wary that too many inquiries might raise Mei Fong's suspicions, given the many inconsistencies in his identity. All right, I will take the potions. My identity is special, and many in the organization are unaware of who I am. You must maintain confidentiality. If you see me at school, do not reveal anything unusual. Mei Fong nodded. The He Ling Jiao shall endure eternally. She placed her right hand over her heart and uttered a phrase that seemed to be a secret sign. Yi was taken aback. Was this a code of the He Ling Jiao? Just as he prepared to mimic Mei Fong and echo the He Ling Jiao shall endure eternally, options appeared before him. Option 1. Imitate Mei Fong, performing a non-existent secret sign, only to be unmasked. Reward. Moderate beast mastery. Option 2. Seize the moment and launch a surprise attack on Mei Fong. Reward. 5 shadow speed. Option 3. Sternly reprimand Mei Fong. As one of the 4 protectors of the He Ling Jiao, how dare you be tested repeatedly by an ordinary member? Reward. Shadow skill, level 1. Yi, feeling helpless, thought, what does it mean to be one of the 4 protectors of the He Ling Jiao? System, you are too deeply immersed in the narrative. Fool, even now? You dare to test this protector? Yi's expression darkened, and a flicker of lightning shot towards Mei Fong. It must be said that the indoctrination of the He Ling Jiao was indeed quite insidious. As Yi watched the thunderous light emanating from his hand directed towards him, Mei Fong trembled uncontrollably, too fearful to lift her head, remaining motionless on the ground. The lightning struck Mei Fong, causing her body to convulse violently from the immense electric shock. Subordinate, I dare not. The man beside her, the wolf-headed figure, was rendered speechless in fear. Yi cast a cold glance at the two, snorted disdainfully, and departed with the box in hand. Rose, you have such audacity. That is one of the 4 great guardians. Mei Fong remained silent, as she was still stunned from the shock. Yi, drenched in cold sweat, withdrew from the spiritual energy possession mode. He too had been startled by the encounter. As a teacher at Luocheng No. 1 High School, Mei Fong possessed the undeniable prowess of a silver-level beastmaster, and coupled with the enigmatic fusion techniques of the He Ling sect, Yi was uncertain if he could prevail against her. Moreover, the wolf-headed man lingered nearby with predatory intent. Holding the password box, Yi found himself in a quandary. Returning it to Mei Fong was evidently unrealistic. Handing it over to the Spirit Suppression Bureau posed its own risks, as there might be members of the He Ling sect within, thereby compromising his own identity and potentially inciting endless retribution from the sect, which might even target him as the host of a spiritual contract with a humanoid form. After considerable deliberation, Yi found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Half an hour later, there was a series of knocks. Who is it? Zhang Guodong, clad in pajamas and still drowsy, impatiently opened the door. Outside stood Yi, wearing a forced smile. Teacher Zhang, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Are you aware of the time? Is there something we should discuss inside? Zhang Guodong, still irritable from being abruptly awakened, begrudgingly stepped aside. Speak. Rubbing his tired eyes, he poured a glass of water for Yi with a frown. Without further ado, Yi produced a Tang Dao as if performing a magic trick, startling Zhang Guodong into full alertness. What do you intend to do? Yi shot him an exasperated glance, gesturing towards the password box. Upon realizing Yi only intended to cut the lock off the box, Zhang Guodong relaxed. He had briefly feared that Yi was here to settle a score for his strictness. Yi placed the box on the table, and with a flash of the blade, the password lock was swiftly destroyed. Opening the box, Zhang Guodong gasped in astonishment. Where did you acquire this? Chapter 42, The Humanoid Beast. Yi was taken aback by Zhang Guodong's reaction and recounted the events that had transpired. Omitting the part about becoming a high-ranking member of the Healing sect, fearing Zhang Guodong might deem him insane and send him to a mental institution. Are you saying that you intercepted the Healing sect's research results? Zhang Guodong looked at Yi incredulously, fully aware that the Healing sect was no benign organization. Yes, I happened upon it while jogging at night. Zhang Guodong eyed him skeptically. You jog at night? Inside the box lay a milky white potion resting on cushioning to prevent damage, accompanied by several sheets of paper. The Healing sect had plotted for years. Initially believed to have only recently arrived in Luocheng, the documents revealed they had been operational for over a decade. The notion that their years of research had been intercepted by Yi was absurd. Shaking his head, Zhang Guodong regarded Yi with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. Drink it. Yi was momentarily bewildered, staring blankly at Zhang Guodong. What do you mean? Zhang Guodong sighed in exasperation. If you turn this into the Spirit Suppression Bureau, you'll be arrested on the spot. Do you believe that? Do you know what this is? It's a serum capable of modifying the human body, significantly enhancing physical capabilities, even allowing for the integration of certain spiritual beast abilities. If the general populace were to learn of this serum's existence, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Yi was astounded by the extent of the Healing sect's research. What does this have to do with my potential arrest? Zhang Guodong shot him an incredulous look. As someone who has read the documents and understands the serum's effects, do you think the Spirit Suppression Bureau will allow you to roam free and speak about it? They will likely confine you, providing for you until the serum's existence can no longer be concealed. Only then will you be released. Do you understand? Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. Relieved he had not gone to the Spirit Suppression Bureau, realizing how crucial the serum was. Thus, the documents must be destroyed and the serum consumed. It was as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. According to the documents, this serum posed no harm to the human body, merely enhancing physical attributes. Once more potent serums emerged, individuals could unlock extraordinary abilities, even absorb spiritual beast pearls to acquire skills. Yi nodded, reassured that Zhang Guodong meant him no harm. Otherwise, he would not have come to him. Taking the milky white serum, Yi noticed it had a slightly viscous consistency. He tilted his head back and gulped it down, sitting vacantly on the sofa as he awaited the effects. How do you feel? After a minute passed, Zhang Guodong observed Yi's impassive expression, growing increasingly anxious. I feel a bit warm all over, and then it just went away. Zhang Guodong frowned. It shouldn't have ended there. Given your physical condition, you should have experienced a significant enhancement. Yi felt a pang of doubt. He sensed that the milky white serum was akin to the system's body enhancement serum, as though the effects had been diluted hundreds of times. No way. Zhang Guodong suddenly appeared to have a realization. The documents indicated that the ingredients used in this serum are extraordinarily luxurious. A golden-level beastmaster should experience a strong reaction. If you felt nothing, there's only one possibility. Suddenly, a contract spirit appeared in the room. A massive, entirely black, muscular bovine spirit, measuring 6 meters in length and 2.5 meters in height, emerged. Had it not been for the spacious living room, Yi would have hesitated to summon it. Attack my contract spirit. Stop. Do not use your possession skills. And do not use your knife. Use your fists. Upon hearing this, Yi complied, instinctively entering the spiritual energy possession state. Zhang Guodong was taken aback, hastily intervening. He knew just how formidable Yi was in this state, and while it might not inflict significant damage on his defensively adept contract spirit, the house would likely require extensive repairs. Yi sheathed his Tang Dao and exited the possession state, gazing at the imposing black bull. Before him, a thin layer of yellow light shield materialized, composed of earth element energy. Yi approached and delivered a punch. The yellow shield shattered with a resounding crack, leaving pieces scattered. The black bull, startled, stared wide-eyed at Yi, who called out again. Zhang Guodong, equally astonished, watched as a thicker, deeper-colored shield emerged. Yi unleashed a full-force punch. With a loud thud, the shield remained unyielding. The black bull sighed with relief. Had this human managed to break its full-strength defensive skill, it would have been utterly humiliated. Once more, Yi shook his numbed hand, closed his eyes, and recalled the combat techniques and power delivery methods imparted to him by the spirit during possession. This was the advantage of spiritual energy possession. It was akin to having an expert in various martial arts guiding him, allowing Yi to glean insights from each battle. With his eyes suddenly wide open, Yi combined his movements, hips driving the waist, waist driving the arms, executing a powerful punch towards the light shield. This time, upon impact, fine cracks appeared on the shield's surface. The black bull hastily increased its energy output, and the shield glowed faintly yellow as the cracks began to mend. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down the bull's face. Fortunately, my quick reflexes saved me from embarrassment. Beside me, Zhang Guodong was astonished. What extraordinary physical prowess. Observing Yi, who was hopping on the spot with his fists clenched, it felt as though I were gazing upon a humanoid beast of ferocity. How did you achieve this? Have you secretly employed an embodiment skill? Yi gazed at Zhang Guodong with an expression of innocence. Not at all, look. My hair hasn't even turned purple. After regaining his composure, Zhang Guodong adopted a serious demeanor. If anyone inquires about your exceptional physical condition, simply tell them that your Shermu has developed a spirit food capable of enhancing the physique of beast tamers. Do you understand? Recently, Li Qian has indeed been researching a spirit food to augment the physique of beast tamers, but it has yet to be perfected, and even if it were, the effects would not be this remarkable. Upon hearing Zhang Guodong's words, Yi comprehended the situation, nodding gravely while feeling a warmth in his heart. He was indeed shielding him from scrutiny. Chapter 43, The New and Old Era? After bidding farewell to Zhang Guodong, Yi returned home. Sitting in his computer chair, he pondered incessantly over that vial of potion. System, is the effect of that potion equivalent to the body enhancement elixir? Beep. Do not compare such rubbish with the rewards from the system. Yi felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the truth in the system's words. After consuming the system's body enhancement elixir, he felt as if his counterfeit healing sect was more authentic than the genuine healing sect. Never mind. Enough of this. Sleep. Yi returned to his bed and promptly fell asleep under the covers. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Luo City, a man and a woman were fleeing at great speed. Meiguei, did you not claim to have dealt with this cleanly? Why is there still a tail behind us? How would I know? That person was not even present in the Zhongling Bureau. The wolf beast man and Meiguei were desperately escaping, while above them, a fire-breathing dragon unleashed fireballs in their direction. It was none other than Suzy Wu. During the operation at the Zhongling Bureau, because Suzy Wu was not an official member of Luo City, she was assigned to the periphery for support, only to have Meiguei seize the opportunity to escape. She immediately prepared to pursue, but the subsequent explosion resulted in numerous injuries within the Zhongling Bureau, forcing her to leave the unicorn to tend to the wounded and missing the optimal moment for pursuit. Once the injuries were stabilized, she rode the fire-breathing dragon in the direction of Meiguei's escape. However, it seemed that Meiguei was quite arrogant, as if she had never considered the possibility of being pursued. When Suzy Wu arrived, she surprisingly found Meiguei chatting with a wolf-headed member of the Healing sect beside a greenbelt. With no time to spare, Suzy Wu unleashed a grand inferno, reducing the vicinity of the greenbelt to ashes. Unfortunately, the commotion drew the keen attention of Meiguei, who narrowly evaded the attack. The ensuing scene unfolded as described. Truly, the prodigy of the Huaxia Beast Tamer Academy, with two contracted spirits working in tandem, left Meiguei and the wolf-headed man scrambling for cover, rendering them incapable of retaliation. As they fled deeper into the outskirts, Suzy Wu was closing in on the forest near Tianyang Lingxiu. Grand Inferno. Release. A massive meteor suddenly appeared from the heavens, hurtling toward the fleeing duo, ultimately exploding beside them. Meiguei and the wolf-headed man were caught off guard, thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Just as the second Grand Inferno was formed and prepared to descend, a diminutive figure cloaked in black materialized before them. As the meteor fell, a black panther emerged beside the cloaked figure, conjuring a shadowy veil with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters, enveloping the meteor. The veil contracted, enclosing the meteor, and then vanished entirely. The enormous meteor had simply disappeared. Gazing at the newcomer, Suzy Wu's pupils constricted. She could sense that the Black Panther was undoubtedly a golden tier contracted spirit, if not higher. Who are you? Healing sect? Meiguei and the wolf-headed man, filled with joy upon seeing the newcomer, quickly sprang to their feet and knelt on the ground. Deputy leader. The cloaked figure spoke in a gravelly voice. Where's the item? Reporting to the deputy leader, the potion was taken by one of the four guardians, General Thunder. Huh, who is this person in our sect? Never mind, we will discuss it upon our return. The cloaked figure turned to look at Suzy Wu. Slightly perplexed, she regarded the cloaked figure, hoping to catch a glimpse of the visage of the deputy leader of one of Huagua's most notorious cults hidden beneath the black hood. To her astonishment, he was wearing a mask. I know you. the little genius from Huagua Beast Tamer Academy. Su Ziwu instantly tensed. Acutely aware that she could not contend with the cloaked figure, an escape was not a viable option. Noticing her anxious demeanor, the cloaked figure smiled. You need not be alarmed. I have no intention of causing you trouble. Please convey a message to the Zhongling Bureau for me. We of the Healing sect have obtained what we sought and will no longer operate in Luo City. So they need not expend further effort. Additionally, please inform that old fellow at your school. Just tell him, the old era has ended, and a new era is about to dawn. With that, the familiar shadow enveloped the cloaked figure and the wolf-headed man, causing them to vanish from sight. Leaving Su Ziwu in a state of bewilderment, she felt she had unwittingly become entangled in something monumental. Without delay, she picked up her phone and searched through her contacts for a number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Grandpa, are you asleep? In the capital, within the office of the president of the Huagua Beast Tamer Academy, the spacious room was illuminated by a desk lamp as Su Yin diligently worked on some documents. The sudden ring of the phone interrupted his concentration, and his expression shifted from displeasure to delight upon seeing it was a call from Su Ziwu. Ah, my dear granddaughter. What is the matter? Are you enjoying your time in Luo City? Are you short on funds? How much do you need? I'll send you a red envelope. I just figured out how to send red envelopes these past few days. The young people today really know how to have fun, unlike in my time. Listening to his granddaughter's phone call, Su Yin rambled on, but Su Ziwu hastily interrupted. Stop. Grandpa, I have money and I'm having a great time. But that's not the main point. Su Ziwu quickly recounted the events of the evening. It's all right, Grandpa understands. Just pretend it didn't happen. And when you're tired of playing, come back to the capital early. After hanging up, Su Ziwu still felt a tinge of unease. Although Su Yan's tone remained light and casual, she, being familiar with her grandfather, discerned a hint of gravity in his words. In the office of the president of the Huagua Beast Tamer Academy, Su Yan furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the expansive room before moving to the window. Gazing at the bright moon in the dark sky, heaved a sigh. A new era is coming? It's not that simple. I hope you do not stray down a misguided path. The following day, early in the morning, Yi burst forth from his home, brimming with energy as he raced toward school. After consuming 3 vials of potion, he felt invigorated, a stark contrast to his previous lethargy upon waking. Of course, his rapid pace was also due to the fact that he was nearly late. Just as he stepped into the classroom, he took his seat and caught his breath. While Yi languished in boredom, awaiting the teacher's arrival, a familiar figure passed by the classroom, glancing at him. Instantly, with his senses heightened, Yi felt someone observing him and turned to look out the window. There stood Mei Fong, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, looking at him and even winking. Yi was taken aback, quickly adopting a nonchalant expression, narrowing his eyes with a piercing gaze directed at Mei Fong. A hint of discomfort crossed Mei Fong's face as she clicked her heels and walked away, seemingly having approached merely to glance at Yi. Beep. Just as Yi sighed with relief at Mei Fong's departure, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he found it was a text message from Mei Fong. Esteemed Protector, upon the esteemed Vice Master's arrival in Luo City, I learned of your recent ascension to one of the 4 protectors of our sect. I cordially invite you to join us for an evening banquet at the Ling Shiguo in the black market tonight. Yi felt a shiver run down his spine at the mention of the Vice Master, surely one of diamond status. He hastily typed a response, indicating he had prior engagements and could not attend, promising to reschedule for another time. Just as he was about to send the message, familiar options appeared before him. Chapter 44, Wealth and Risk. Option 1. Decline the invitation and seek assistance from the authorities. Reward, a modest increase in beast mastery. Option 2. Accept the invitation and solidify his identity within the Healing sect. Reward, Shadow Level 1. Yi sat at the table, torn in thought. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Yet, the dilemma was that his identity within the Healing sect was fabricated. In that moment, his phone vibrated. And upon glancing at it, Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. A timely boon. The innocent young maiden. Here is the information you requested. I've scoured numerous documents and consulted several elders to gather this much. The innocent young maiden. What do you need the Healing sect information for? I advise you to steer clear of them. They are a bunch of lunatics. Though they are relatively sane compared to other cults, they are still dangerous. Grandfather here. It's nothing. I'm simply curious and gathering information for future use. Last night, Yi felt a twinge of panic. Having deceived the Healing sect on a grand scale, yet he had no means to obtain their information through official channels. Thus, he turned to this online acquaintance. Through their usual chats, Yi discerned that this friend possessed considerable knowledge, as she could address most of his inquiries. And her sporadic disappearances hinted at her significant prowess as a beast master. He tentatively asked if she could provide him with information regarding the Healing sect. And to his surprise, she sent it over that very morning. Yi quickly opened the document sent by the innocent young maiden and began to read. Half an hour later, he rubbed his weary eyes, deep in thought. The Healing sect ranks among the top 3 cults in terms of scale and influence in Huagua. Their belief in the emergence of spirits is regarded as a divine blessing. Humans should not enslave the contracted spirits, but rather integrate with them to enhance themselves. This ideology starkly contrasts with that of beast masters, rendering them unpopular and branded as a cult that everyone despises. However, the allure of granting ordinary individuals with godlike powers is simply too tempting. Every year, countless ordinary people, including beast masters, join the Healing sect. With Mei Fong being a prime example, the identity of the master remains shrouded in mystery, as does their power, rarely appearing in public. Reports suggest that even within the Healing sect, their presence is exceedingly rare. However, reliable sources indicate that the master recently entered the Imperial Spirit Ruins in Huagua. The Vice Master's identity is also unknown, suspected to be a king-level beast master, who presents a mysterious figure draped in a black robe, overseeing almost all matters of the sect. The 4 protectors, Jin Gang, Lu Ying, Musou, and a 4th enigmatic figure, whose adversaries have all perished upon witnessing his prowess. It is known that these 4 possess formidable strength, serving as the right and left arms of the Healing sect, yet within Huagua. Only Lu Ying is known to exist. After consolidating the information, Yi engaged in a mental brainstorm. Firstly, the master's infrequent appearances provided him the opportunity to fabricate his narrative. Then, Yi narrowed his eyes, embracing the notion that fortune favors the bold. He would proceed. The crux of the matter was that he could not decline. The system's rewards were precisely what he required at this juncture. And he was uncertain whether the Spirit Control Bureau could adequately protect him. Whether there were any king-level beast masters in Luo City remained to be seen. Yi took up his phone to reply to Mei Fong. I will arrive on time. As he pondered how to navigate the evening's challenges, the day swiftly passed. After school, Yi hurriedly rented a shared bicycle and sped home. Upon his arrival, his parents had yet to return from work. He opened his room door and dashed to his computer desk. Before him sat 3 glass vials, remnants of the body enhancement potion he had left over from last time. To his relief, one vial contained a small amount, approximately 30 to 40 milliliters, not enough for a full sip. Yi let out a sigh. He recalled that he had neglected to finish it due to the heat and had not yet disposed of the bottle. Thankfully, it had not been thrown away. From his storage space, he retrieved a small glass vial and carefully transferred the remaining potion into it. All set. Whether today succeeds depends on you. Yi secured the desired item and hopped back onto the shared bicycle, racing toward the black market. Ling Shigu, the largest establishment in the Luo City black market, not only sells various spirit foods, but also a range of spiritual materials. If one has the financial means, custom recipes for contracted spirits can be arranged. Yi had heard of this place before. Upon entering, he spotted Mei Fong already waiting in the lobby. Compared to Ling Shigu, the ambience of the Lang Song S by Xiang Fong was akin to a mere roadside stall. The opulent decor of the lobby dwarfed by Xiang Fong, resembling a grand hotel. Protector, you have arrived. Mei Fong greeted Yi with an enigmatic smile. Yi remained expressionless, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Mei Fong's demeanor did not waver. She maintained her smile as she said, "Follow me. The Vice Master has been awaiting your arrival." With that, Mei Fong led Yi up the staircase, the sound of her high-heeled shoes echoing in the spacious lobby. Upon reaching the door of the room, Mei Fong gestured for Yi to enter. Aren't you joining us? I lack the qualifications to dine with the Vice Master and the Protector. Please, you go ahead. Yi nodded and pushed the door open. Inside was an exceedingly luxurious private room, featuring a massive floor-to-ceiling window, an ornate European-style decor, and a large dining table that could seat 30 to 40 people comfortably at its center. At the head of the table sat an individual cloaked entirely in black robes, their identity obscured. In this moment, only Yi and the cloaked figure occupied the room, and the atmosphere grew tense as neither spoke. Please take a seat. The cloaked figure rasped, prompting Yi to relax slightly. In the brief minute of silence, Yi felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the figure. His heart raced, and sweat trickled down his brow. Just as he felt he could not withstand it any longer, the cloaked figure spoke, easing his tension. Yi settled into his seat. Facing the cloaked figure, Yi, male, 17 years old, a third-year student at Luo City No. 1 High School, a bronze-level beastmaster. Possessing a rare, humanoid contracted spirit capable of merging with the spirit to significantly enhance his combat ability while effectively eliminating possession-based skills. Yi was not surprised. For an organization of such magnitude, obtaining this information would be trivial, particularly since Mei Fong was a teacher at Luo City No. 1 High School. I wish to know one thing. Why are you impersonating the Healing sect and claiming to be one of the 4 protectors? The cloaked figure's voice, gravelly and laced with intrigue, conveyed curiosity about the audacity of this remarkably young boy. Chapter 45. Yi the Deceiver emerges. Impersonating? I am indeed what I claim to be. There is no question of impersonation. Yi responded with an air of nonchalance, subtly entering his spirit mode. The cloaked figure's concealed hand trembled slightly with excitement at the sight of Yi entering this state, though Yi remained oblivious to this reaction. Impersonating the Healing sect is a grave taboo within our ranks. Are you certain you wish to remain so defiant? Yi felt a flicker of anxiety but recalled the narrative he had meticulously crafted, regaining his composure. When I first awakened, an old man approached me, insisting he was the master of the Healing sect and demanded I join him, threatening my life if I refused. Yi silently prayed that this master must indeed be an elderly man, otherwise his ruse would unravel. With his assistance, I fused my own, and he ultimately stated that he had urgent matters to attend to, leaving me with the remark that I would henceforth be a member of the HLNGO. The figure in the black robe was now exceedingly agitated, slamming his hands on the table, producing a sharp sound. You claim to have seen the? Yi was startled, gazing at the black-clad individual in confusion. Hadn't that voice belonged to that old man? Yes, I have seen him. You haven't met the, have you? Moreover, are you a girl? Realizing that his excitement had inadvertently revealed his true voice, the black-robed man snorted, his raspy voice emerging. How could I not have seen the? I am merely curious how he, amidst his myriad duties, found the time to meet a mere nobody like you. The black-robed figure was somewhat uncertain. Each year, the sought-out talented individuals suitable for fusion with from around the globe, infusing fresh blood into the. It was only reasonable that Yi, possessing a rare humanoid, had caught this attention. Enough, I shan't linger on trivialities with you. Where's the item? What item? The black-robed man clenched his fists, his voice dripping with menace. Do not feign ignorance. Where's the box you took last night? Oh, that box. I drank it. Drank it. Yi looked at the black-robed man with a puzzled expression. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe a mere password lock could deter me? Though the black-robed man was thoroughly concealed, Yi seemed to perceive a large cross emerging above his head. Do you wish for death? Do you have any idea how long it took us to develop that potion? The black-robed man was nearly driven to madness after years of research. They had finally concocted that potion, and all documentation and personnel had perished in the flames. Now, even if they wished to recreate it, it was impossible. TCH. That worthless potion, even a dog would turn its nose up at it. The black-robed man felt his composure slipping. He yearned to crush this audacious brat before him. Watch closely. Yi had long since exited the spirit energy manifestation mode, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he raised his hand and forcefully slammed it onto the table. Bang! The exquisite tabletop shattered into pieces under Yi's strike, scattering the beautifully arranged dishes across the floor, with a soup bowl landing atop the dazed black-robed man's head. Outside, upon hearing the commotion, Mei Fong rushed in, her expression one of caution as she scanned the private room. Yi lounged casually in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, while the large dining table lay in ruins, and there sat frozen in place, drenched in soup with a porcelain bowl atop his head. Hiss! I saw nothing. Mei Fong gasped, hastily retreating. Leaning against the door, she exhaled, patting her chest. Oh no, will I be silenced? Within the private room, the black-robed man felt his worldview shatter. The tabletop was no ordinary glass or stone. It was crafted from a rare mineral sourced from the, possessing exceptional hardness. Even standard silver tier could not damage it. It was well known that Zhang Guodong's was a silver 10-star. The defensive light shield deployed by could be shattered by Yi's strike. Let alone this small dining table. The black-robed man, as if a specter, instantaneously appeared before Yi, grasping his arm, disbelief etched on his face. How did you accomplish that? Observing the black-robed man's hand, slender and pale as jade, Yi felt a gentle warmth emanating from his arm. The black-robed man, realizing his excessive excitement, quickly released his grip. Speak. Yi shrugged, adopting a feigned air of indifference. Do not be so agitated. Yesterday, after consuming your potion, I can only say it was subpar. The efficacy was lacking, the presentation poor, and the taste dreadful. The black-robed man felt he had just heard something monumental. He understood the efficacy. What did presentation and taste matter? Was he to believe he was dining on a lavish feast? Do you know why they could spot me in a sea of people? I shall tell you the truth. Not only do I possess a humanoid capable of fusion, but I am also a remarkable. Through my understanding of ours, I have developed a type of that enhances physical attributes, allowing us to better fuse with, even granting some extraordinary abilities. Yi's words reverberated within the black-robed man's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Enhancing physicality? Achieving results superior to those of potions? The black-robed man murmured. Do you not believe me? Allow me access to the kitchen. Rose. Outside, Rose appeared despondent, fearing for her life. Yet she still pushed open the door to the private room. Take him to the kitchen and keep an eye on him. Rose hesitated, thinking, isn't this a ploy to silence him? Yet, in her excitement, she quickly led Yi to this kitchen. Upon entering, Yi was profoundly astonished. It was even larger than Li Qian's exclusive kitchen, fully equipped with various utensils. Get out. What are you dawdling for? Do you not know that outsiders are not permitted to watch or prepare snacks? But they instructed me to. Leave, a deep voice commanded. A black panther of modest size appeared at the kitchen entrance. I will supervise him. Rest assured, he cannot escape. Yi's heart raced. A speaking? Royal tear? The black-robed man, still uneasy, instructed the panther to watch over Yi. Rose, upon seeing the panther, obediently exited the kitchen, closing the door. Yi wore a mischievous grin. Opening the refrigerator revealed a treasure trove of ingredients. Spotting a package of handmade noodles, Yi retrieved it. He ignited the stove, boiled water, and added the noodles. A minute later, the noodles were cooked. Yi retrieved the bottle of body-enhancing potion from his storage space, pouring its contents into the pot, then seized a nearby salt container filled to the brim. The chef at the would surely be perplexed upon discovering the salt container empty. Afterward, Yi dumped the entire contents of the salt container into the pot. Stirring the mixture, Yi tasted the broth. Instantly, his face turned green. It was exceedingly salty. Chapter 46. Am I officially recognized now? Serving the noodles into a bowl, Yi emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of plain noodles and clear water. Ignoring Rose's bewildered gaze, he returned to the private room. The black-robed man, now clad in a different black robe, awaited patiently on the nearby sofa. Upon seeing Yi enter, he raised his head. Yi found it curious that, despite being so thoroughly concealed, one could still see him. Here, experience what true efficacy feels like. The black-robed man regarded the clear water noodles in Yi's hand with disdain. Are you certain you are A? It was not that the black-robed man faulted him. Under preconceived notions, everyone believed that A's creations were always delectable and visually appealing. Yet this bowl of noodles, what good is appearance? What truly matters is efficacy. Will you eat it? If not, I shall discard it. With that, Yi pretended to pour the contents out. Stop. Rose, come here and taste it first. Rose approached, eyeing the noodles with hesitation. Is this a novel method of silencing someone? Is he trying to poison himself? Yet, under the imposing presence of the black-robed man, she reluctantly picked up a pair of chopsticks, lifting a noodle to her mouth. Uffed. The moment it hit her tongue, Rose's face contorted in agony. How salty? How much salt did you put in? Yi, incredulous, angrily pointed at Rose. What salt? Do you realize how precious this ingredient is? At that moment, Rose also began to feel a faint warmth cascading through her body. Noticing her unusual reaction, the black-robed man inquired, What is it, Rose? Do you feel any effects? Yes, Rose exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. I took but a single bite, yet it surpassed the efficacy of the second-generation potion. The figure in the black robe was astonished. The second-generation potion was a product of their prior research, while the third-generation potion was the very vial that Yi had deceived them into consuming. Grabbing a pair of clean chopsticks from the side, the figure in the black robe began to eat the noodles. Beside them, Mei Gue cast a glance of envy. Sensing that if she could indulge in a few more bites, she might elevate her physical prowess to that of a silver-tier spirit beast. Upon tasting the noodles, a singular word surged through the black-robed figure's mind, salty. However, there was no time to react. A wave of warmth enveloped their entire being. In a mere moment, the black-robed figure swallowed the noodles whole. They were simply too salty to chew. What about the broth? Drink the broth. The black-robed figure looked toward Yi. A chill coursed through Yi, sensing the murderous gaze emanating from beneath the mask of the black-robed figure. The essence is all in the broth. Whether you drink it or not is up to you. Yi did not deceive the black-robed figure. The potion was indeed contained within the broth, while the noodles were merely an accompaniment. He could hardly serve a bowl of unbearably salty brine to the black-robed figure, could he? If the broth proves ineffective, you are doomed. The black-robed figure tilted their head back, disregarding the heat, and consumed the bowl of salt water. Watching the black-robed figure drink the salt water, Yi's tongue felt parched. He knew just how salty it was, having seen the large jar, which likely contained nearly a pound of salt. Once the broth settled in their stomach, the black-robed figure felt an intense warmth radiating from within, followed by beads of perspiration forming on their brow. 5 minutes later, the black-robed figure was astonished by their enhanced physical capabilities. As a high-ranking member, various potions were prioritized for her. Yet she could perceive that even if the third-generation potion were truly developed, its effects would pale in comparison to Yi's spirit food. In fact, the efficacy of Yi's spirit food was nothing short of extraordinary. Noticing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, Mei Gue quietly exited the private room and closed the door behind her. How much more of this spirit food can you produce? Anticipating this moment, Yi was already prepared with his response. This is the last portion I can provide. I have exhausted my materials. Materials are negotiable. Whatever you need, I can procure. Royal grade 5-star spirit pearls and accompanying secret treasures. The black-robed figure was left incredulous. Are you jesting? Do you comprehend the value of such items? And from where will you acquire these materials? They were given to me by my teacher. Your teacher? The master of spirit food in Huagua, Li Qian. The black-robed figure fell silent. As one of the most renowned masters of spirit food in the country, it was not impossible for her to possess such materials. However, to bestow such precious materials upon Yi, the black-robed figure was skeptical. Do not dismiss it. I exchanged a recipe that utilizes ordinary ingredients and still proves effective on contract spirits, and its effects are quite commendable. You can inquire in the capital. The black-robed figure was pensive. She possessed royal-grade spirit pearls, but truly could not procure any secret treasures. Slaying a royal-grade lord required the coordinated efforts of at least 3 royal-grade beast tamers and a sovereign-grade beast tamer to ensure success. After all, at the royal lord level, the number of subordinates was countless, and even sovereign-grade beast tamers would flee upon encountering them. Furthermore, hunting a royal lord within such high-level spirit realms often attracted the attention of sovereign-grade spirits or even royal lords. However, I did mention a variant with slightly lesser efficacy, which should be comparable to the 3rd-generation potion and requires less stringent materials. The black-robed figure was taken aback and quickly inquired, what materials are needed? As a member of our He Ling Jiao, I can handle the other materials myself. However, diamond-grade spirit pearls with a wave of her hand. 3 baseball-sized spirit pearls appeared on the coffee table before them. These were acquired when I conveniently dispatched a foe in a diamond-grade spirit realm. This is sufficient. Yi calculated that diluting the body-enhancing potion by 100-fold would yield effects akin to the 3rd-generation potion. Yi aimed to test the waters. If it proved unfeasible, they could negotiate further, but he was pleasantly surprised that the black-robed figure truly complied, and with immediate availability. How many portions can be made from these? 10, no 20. The black-robed figure was momentarily stunned. The cost of producing 3rd-generation potions was exorbitant, yet Yi could create 20 portions with merely 3 diamond-grade spirit pearls. I hereby declare that from today onward, you shall be the protector of He Ling Jiao. What title shall you bear? General of Thunder. Yi murmured. Indeed. From this day forth, your title shall be General of Thunder. You are still a student and need not partake in the affairs of the congregation. I shall lead entirely. Can the spirit food you create be preserved? Yi hesitated, disregarding the issue of shelf life. Yes, though the taste may suffer significantly. The black-robed figure glared at him. You dare to mention taste? Once you have prepared it, simply hand it over to Mei Gue. I shall depart from Luo City tonight. The 4 protectors shall henceforth be 5, but your identity will remain confidential. You shall enjoy all the benefits afforded to a protector. Yi was taken aback. Benefits? Humph. You pretender of a protector, what do you understand? A protector of He Ling Jiao can withdraw 100 million blue star coins worth of cultivation resources annually and can mobilize the power of all He Ling Jiao bases within a province for use. Chapter 47. Disposing of stolen goods. Emerging from the spirit food pavilion, Yi felt as if he had traversed to another world. A black token lay quietly within his storage space. With this token, he could withdraw resources within his share from any He Ling Jiao base, albeit subject to a year-long review period. Following the delivery of the body-enhancing noodles, Yi would undergo a lengthy review period within He Ling Jiao. During this time, while he could not allocate resources, he could utilize all other rights. By the way, he had dubbed the body-enhancing noodles a simple and straightforward name. This was a golden opportunity. However, Yi found himself in a quandary. A single line necessitates countless others to cover it. He had never encountered the leader of He Ling Jiao. Now, he could only hope that the leader perished within the dragon cave. Otherwise, the day they emerged would be the day they reckoned with Yi. Enough of that. Time to return home. In any case, this crisis seemed to have passed. Meanwhile, within the private room of the spirit food pavilion, the black-robed figure stood by the window, observing the throngs of people outside. Yi, General of Thunder? Quite intriguing. Old Yi, do you see? The heavens are aiding me. How much longer can you endure? Upon returning home, Yi found himself perplexed. He had thought He Ling Jiao would be more difficult to negotiate with. Moreover, this deputy leader seemed rather naive, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions of cold-hearted cult leaders. Alas, he had anticipated a windfall, only to realize he still needed to earn money. Taking the 3 diamond-grade spirit pearls from his storage space, Yi fell into contemplation. Should he sell them for cash and then draw lots? Or perhaps simply allow the system to absorb them and see if any new functions could be unlocked? Currently, the system's energy recovery stood at a mere 13%. As per the system, thresholds of 10, 30, 60, and 90% would unlock new functions. System, will these 3 spirit pearls suffice to restore you to 30%? Beep. Insufficient. The energy required by the system increases exponentially. These 3 spirit pearls will only assist in recovering approximately 20%. Yi felt a pang of frustration. Previously, silver-grade spirit pearls could restore a considerable amount. Now, it seemed 3 diamond-grade pearls would only manage 20%. How would it be in the future? After much deliberation, Yi ultimately decided to sell one of the spirit pearls, as his total worth was currently below 5 digits. He could not even afford a single lottery draw. The question remained, who should he sell it to? Logically, diamond-grade spirit pearls should have no shortage of buyers, yet in Luo City, the presence of diamond-grade beast tamers was uncertain, especially since if they were not dealing with diamond-grade contract spirits, they would have little need for them. Feeling overwhelmed, he decided to sleep. The impact on Yi tonight was indeed profound. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely soiled themselves under the pressure exerted by a royal-level beastmaster. After all, Yi was merely a bronze-level novice. The following morning, Yi arose early. Upon arriving at school and stepping into the classroom, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Due to the impending assessments for the elite class, everyone was diligently studying at their desks, striving to secure a place in the top 50 for the school evaluation. Those who had ranked in the top 50 previously were exempt from the exam and could directly enter the Lingshu to participate in the selection competition for elite students across the entirety of Luocheng High School. According to Zhang Guodong, the number of students from several prestigious schools in Luocheng, along with some private institutions, could exceed 1,000. This was an exceedingly daunting figure, and the authorities would even clear the Tianyang Lingshu for 3 days to facilitate the students' assessments, an undeniably grand gesture. Yi returned to his seat and struck up a conversation with Lan Yunsheng. After all, he was not required to take the exam and would instead participate in the more challenging special recruitment test. Lan Yunsheng, allow me to present something remarkable, Yi declared mysteriously. Lan Yunsheng was taken aback. Yi had been acting rather unusually of late. Just as he pondered this, Yi produced a baseball-sized spirit orb from his pocket. What the heck? Lan Yunsheng exclaimed, drawing the attention of their classmates. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Lan Yunsheng quickly whispered, is this a diamond-level spirit orb? Where did you acquire it? Yi donned an enigmatic expression. Calm down, it's just a basic skill. So, what do you think? Can your family sell it? Lan Yunsheng looked perplexed. No need to sell. I purchased it directly. But are you certain you want to sell it? Absolutely. My family is on the verge of financial strain. Lan Yunsheng nodded. Such items were not easy to come by. Some large-scale spirit devices required these high-level spirit orbs as their power sources, and even with their family's vast enterprise, diamond-level spirit orbs remained in short supply. I'll ask my father. He will surely offer you a fair price. Without hesitation, Lan Yunsheng began messaging his father. Before long, the quotation arrived. 10 million? Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lan Yunsheng. 1 million. The standard price hovers around 800,000. But this item is currently hard to procure, so 10 million is not excessive. Yi was astonished as he examined the spirit orb in his hand. A gold-level spirit orb typically fetched around 500,000, while a platinum orb reached 1 million. He never anticipated that a diamond-level spirit orb would command a 10-fold increase. Sell it. Do you need any resources? I can facilitate an equivalent exchange. After contemplating, Yi concluded that his most pressing need was to enhance the level of Ing and his own Beastmaster rank. It was rumored that several prodigies from various schools had already reached advanced bronze levels, and their contracted spirits were at bronze 7 or 8 stars. Although Yi was not lacking in talent, he needed to confront the spirits in the Lingshu in a one-on-one battle, even against multiple foes. Keep 1 million for yourself. Convert the rest into beast power potions. Lan Yunsheng was taken aback. Are you joking? With your potion consumption, can your body handle it? Yi shot him a disdainful glance. Join me this evening, and I shall reveal something extraordinary. Lan Yunsheng's family operated with remarkable efficiency. By the time school dismissed that afternoon, 1 million blue star coins had been transferred to Yi's account. Just as Yi and Lan Yunsheng exited the school gates, they were met by a dozen men in black suits and sunglasses, accompanied by a woman. Sister Yin. Upon sighting the newcomer, Lan Yunsheng hurried over. Yi was momentarily stunned. He recognized this Sister Yun as the one who had assisted in forging a Tai Dao for Ing. After exchanging pleasantries, Yun Fong regarded Yi with curiosity. She had not anticipated that this student, who had once commissioned her for a simple spirit tool, could possess a diamond-level spirit orb. Yi presented the orb to Yun Fong, who inspected it with astonishment. Is this truly a diamond 8-star orb? Yi was not particularly surprised. After all, she was the deputy leader of a cult and a royal level, even emperor level, beastmaster. Anything she would accept could hardly be subpar. Yun Fong placed the orb into a black safe and handed it to a bodyguard. The bodyguard produced a larger safe and presented it to Yi. These are the potions you requested, all of which are top-tier beast power potions, totaling 9 vials. Should you acquire any more high-level spirit orbs in the future, remember to prioritize us. Yun Fong was in high spirits. Most of their company's research required high-level spirit orbs, but diamond-level orbs were exceedingly rare. No problem. Lan Yunsheng and I share a brotherly bond, Yi declared, scarcely glancing at Yun Fong as he clutched the safe, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Without further ado, Yun Fong and her entourage departed grandly. Lan Yunsheng was then escorted to Yi Ye's home. Upon entering, Yi Ye's parents were already present, greeting Lan Yunsheng warmly. The two families were familiar with each other, as Lan Yunsheng often visited. Mom, don't bother cooking tonight. I'll take care of it. You will? Ning Xiangtong raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Can you even cook? Don't fret. You and Lan Yunsheng go play in the other room for a bit. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Yi replied smugly. Today is different. I'm here to showcase my culinary skills. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of his parents on the sofa, he confidently strode into the kitchen. What has gotten into him? Yimin wondered aloud, looking at Ning Xiangtong with confusion. How should I know? Ning Xiangtong shot him a glare and walked into the kitchen, still somewhat concerned. Yimin exchanged glances with Lan Yunsheng, and they settled down to sip tea. Inside the kitchen, Yi retrieved various ingredients from his storage space, laying them out on the counter. All were precious spirit plants, including a translucent ham from an unknown spirit beast, which Yi estimated to be of considerable rank. What? You wonder where Yi got it? He merely took a brief stroll through the kitchen of the Ling Shirgu. He swore he only took a tiny bit. The Ling Shirgu, with its ample resources, should not notice, right? The Ling Shir master exclaimed. Where is my prized platinum spirit beast ham that I have cherished for years? Just then, Ning Xiangtong opened the kitchen door and beheld the array of ingredients on the counter. You truly intend to cook? What else? Today, I shall demonstrate my skills. I forgot to mention, your son is now a distinguished Ling Shir master. Ning Xiangtong eyed him skeptically, leaning against the door and gently nodding, signaling Yi to commence. Ling Shir master? Do you think street vendors sell cabbages? She found it hard to believe that someone who had never cooked could suddenly transform into a Ling Shir master. However, Yi's subsequent actions astonished her profoundly. He picked up a spirit plant resembling Lingji, wielded a knife with remarkable speed, and sliced it into uniformly thin pieces. Such knife skills could only be honed over many years of culinary experience. Yi then proceeded to slice the remaining spirit plants into thin strips, setting them aside for later use. He shredded the spirit beast meat and heated oil in a pan. Frying and stewing, a pot of fragrant concoction emerged. Initially, Yi had considered employing more elaborate techniques, but as the saying goes, high-quality ingredients require only the simplest methods of preparation. With an abundance of fine ingredients and Yi's foundational skills as a Ling Shir master, he was confident of creating a delectable dish. As the stew simmered, Yi began steaming rice. He had encountered a variety of rice that could only be found within the Lingshu, but his storage space was simply insufficient. Observing Yi's fluid motions, Ning Xiangtong was utterly astonished. He truly can cook? Where did you learn this? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired. After all, she could ascertain that a month ago, Yi was absolutely incapable of cooking, to the extent that even instant noodles would burn at the bottom. To be frank, I am undoubtedly a culinary genius. Subsequently, Yi briefly recounted his story with Zhang Guodong and Li Qian. Upon hearing that Yi had actually taken a spirit cuisine master as his mentor, Ning Xiangtong's complaints were laced with a hint of delight. You child, why didn't you mention this earlier? When you return, your father and I must pay a visit. She is currently in Jingcheng. Let us wait for her return. Observing Yi busily working in the kitchen, Ning Xiangtong felt as though her assistance was no longer needed. Initially intending to step in and help, she was astonished to find that Yi had now become a spirit cuisine master. Back in the living room, Ning Xiangtong shared the events occurring in the kitchen with Yi Min, who was equally astonished. A spirit cuisine master? Ning Xiangtong nodded. In the kitchen, upon seeing Ning Xiangtong leave, Yi released a sigh of relief. With her present, he could not unleash his full potential. Do not misunderstand. The full potential here does not refer to salt, as that was intended for the healing sect. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. As Yi began the lottery draw, his expression remained impassive, his heart devoid of any fluctuation. He had grown accustomed to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Strength Enhancement Potion. During the final draw, Yi finally obtained something. Strength Enhancement Potion? Yi was taken aback. Had he drawn a new item? System, what is the difference between the Strength Enhancement Potion and the Body Enhancement Potion? Ding. The Body Enhancement Potion enhances all aspects of physical quality, be it strength, speed, or even vision and hearing, in a comprehensive manner. Ding. The strength enhancement potion. As the name implies, significantly amplifies strength alone. Yi nodded. If the effect of this item was potent, it would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. After all, the infusion of spiritual energy not only bestowed Yi with Ying's powers, but also acted as an additive, combining all of Ying's abilities and strengths with Yi's inherent constitution. Previously, Yi's physique was too weak, rendering the enhancements negligible, but now, with the potion's support, the outcome would surely be one greater than the sum of its parts. Yet, a problem arose. This was not the potion he desired. Enduring the pang of disappointment, Yi initiated another 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the speed enhancement potion. System, are you doing this on purpose? Yi felt fury boiling within him. Once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the defense enhancement potion. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the body enhancement potion. Yi felt his heart ache. In a short span, he had performed 4 sets of 10 consecutive draws, amounting to 400,000. Fortunately, he had obtained what he sought. The items acquired from the system's lottery could be stored within the system. In an instant, a vial of body enhancement potion appeared in Yi's hand. Gazing at the familiar potion, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, now the question arose, how much should he pour? He distinctly remembered the disastrous aftermath of his first experience with the potion. He did not want everyone collapsing to the floor mid-meal, utterly exhausted. Let us pour half a bottle for now. The remainder will go to the healing sect. Yi lifted the pot lid and poured in more than half a bottle. The body enhancement potion had no distinct flavor, eliminating concerns of mingling flavors. He then busied himself in the kitchen, skillfully preparing other dishes. A harmonious blend of meat and vegetables resulted in 4 exquisite dishes crafted by Yi's hands. Opening the kitchen door, he called out, "Dinner is served." Chapter 49, Yi Yao Shun returns. At the dining table, 5 individuals gathered around. With Ying already cradled in Ning Xiangtong's arms. Gazing at the sumptuous dinner spread before them, Yi Min could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined I would taste your cooking in my lifetime." Yi smiled awkwardly. "Let us begin." "Stop." Just as Yi Min reached for the richly seasoned stew, Yi hurriedly intervened. Everyone turned to look at Yi, while Ying's wide eyes fixated hungrily on the meat in the bowl, saliva nearly escaping. Today's ingredients are somewhat special, comprising high-grade spiritual plants and spirit beasts, so there may be some reactions after eating. But fret not, they are all beneficial effects. However, the potency of the therapeutic effects of the ingredients may be a bit overwhelming, so you should. Enough with the chatter. Just eat. Yi Min interrupted, grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it hungrily. Yi, caught mid-sentence, was left speechless, with Yi Min taking the lead. Ying could no longer hold back and looked up at Ning Xiangtong with pleading eyes. Seeing Ying's adorable expression, Ning Xiangtong's heart melted, and she quickly placed several pieces of meat into the small bowl in front of Ying. "Wow, delicious," Lan Yunsheng exclaimed, gnawing on a piece of meat with the bone, his mouth glistening with grease. Ning Xiangtong took a bite as well. The spiritual plants exuded a unique fragrance, and the spirit beast meat melted in the mouth. Tenderized to perfection by Yi's stewing, complemented by a mildly spicy undercurrent and rich broth, making for an exquisite presentation. For a moment, everyone fell silent, engrossed in their meal. After just a few bites, apart from Ying and Yi, the other 3 felt an intense warmth enveloping their bodies. Initially attributing it to the spice, they soon realized something was amiss. "Hiss, so hot." Lan Yunxing's face turned crimson, his features contorted as he felt flames igniting within him. Yet he continued to chew voraciously. "Keep eating, don't stop," Yi urged. This was the remarkable dish Yi had mentioned during their school days. Lan Yunxing's family was undoubtedly well off, but due to his physical constitution, he had been limited in his ability to consume enhancements. With this surge in physical strength, Yi believed Lan Yunsheng was destined to soar. Yi Min and Ning Xiangtong also felt their faces redden. Upon hearing Yi's words, they realized that the dishes he had prepared were indeed extraordinary. Before long, the 3 of them were slumped in their chairs, drenched in sweat. While the dishes on the table had been devoured, Ying appeared to be slightly intoxicated. Observing Ying's reaction, Yi was taken aback. "System, does the body enhancement potion affect contract spirits as well?" "Ding. Of course, it is effective. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "Ding. Why ask such a question?" Yi felt invigorated. Earlier, he had also consumed a bit and sipped some broth. But he sadly discovered that he seemed to have developed immunity to the body enhancement potion. Up to this point, he had already consumed 4 vials of the potion. He estimated that by the time he finished the 5th vial, the body enhancement potion would likely no longer have any effect on him. However, he could give it to Ying. There was no choice. The system's description stated it could improve the physical quality of beast tamers. Under the preconceived notion, Yi believed that the body enhancement potion was only effective for beast tamers. Then he recalled the strength enhancement potion, speed enhancement potion, and defense enhancement potion. If he could stack them all for himself, Ning could also be fully enhanced while he entered spiritual possession. What Lord-level spirit beast? I could take on 10. Looking at the 3 slumped figures, Yi silently cleared the plates and voluntarily went to wash the dishes. After finishing the dishes, the 3 had returned to normal, their faces filled with astonishment as they experienced the enhancement in their physical capabilities. Yi, bring it on. I feel like I could take on 10 of you right now, Lan Yunsheng declared confidently. Having felt his strength multiply 3 or 4 times after consuming Yi Ye's culinary marvel, thus challenging Yi. Seeing Lan Yunsheng's overconfidence, Yi found it amusing. Who gave you such courage? Liang Jingru. Then, with overwhelming strength, Yi swiftly concluded this arm-wrestling farce, leaving Lan Yunsheng looking dejected. Son, is your spirit cuisine this effective? Yimin gazed at Yi in disbelief. In middle age, one is often at the mercy of circumstances. Yimin had recently been feeling a sense of physical weakness. Even climbing stairs caused him discomfort in his lower back. Under the relentless pressure from Ning Xiangtong, he felt as though his body was deteriorating day by day. However, at present, he sensed a surge of vitality coursing through him. His legs no longer ached, his waist felt strong, and his voice resonated with newfound vigor. Remarkably, he had not yet dared to unleash the full potency of his abilities. Yi spoke the truth when the effects of the potion were averaged among them. Each person had received less than a quarter of a bottle, with Lan Yunsheng consuming the most and experiencing the most significant effects. Ning Xiangtong was nearby, engrossed in a selfie on her phone, her face alight with joy. She had discovered that, following her physical enhancement, her skin had improved remarkably, with her previously faint dark spots vanished. After a brief conversation, the evening had grown late, prompting Lan Yunsheng to prepare to return home. Before parting, Yi discreetly advised Lan Yunsheng that with their enhanced physicality, their tolerance for the potion would significantly increase, suggesting he ask his father for something more potent. Lan Yunsheng nodded enthusiastically. As the esteemed Lan Xiao, he was never short of cultivation resources. Observing his parents retreating into their home before 8 o'clock, Yi shook his head and returned to his room. From the system space, he retrieved several bottles of potions won in a recent draw, feeling somewhat perplexed about which to consume first. Ultimately, he opted for the strength potion. Holding it in hand, he noted its resemblance to the body enhancement potion, save for the liquid inside, which was a pale red hue. He tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Almost instantly, he felt an intense ache throughout his body, akin to having completed 2,000 meters of frog jumps on the school playground and then descending the stairs after a nap. Struggling with facial spasms, Yi managed to reach the edge of his bed and collapsed upon it, shuddering. The discomfort did not linger long, as the effects of the potion gradually subsided. When he stood up, he was astonished by the transformations within his physique. Previously, Yi had a well-proportioned figure with minimal muscle, appearing somewhat lean due to his height. Now, however, his body was sculpted with finely defined muscles, prominent veins, and a firmness reminiscent of freshly baked bread, exuding strength. Internally, after the body enhancement potion's effects, he felt his power had become extraordinarily formidable, capable of shattering the defensive light shield of the Great Black Bull with a mere punch. Now, he felt he could obliterate the light shield entirely. He could hardly gauge the destruction he was capable of inflicting. Perhaps during the next school test, he could embody a human-shaped contract spirit and assess his abilities with the testing equipment. Opening his phone for a selfie, Yi admired the changes in his physique, particularly pleased with his 8-pack abs. Next, his gaze fell upon the other 2 bottles of potions on the table. As the saying goes, a moment of indulgence brings fleeting pleasure. Continuous indulgence brings perpetual delight. Today, he wished to be known as Yi Yaoshun. Chapter 50. The Hexagonal Warrior Yi. Drinking the light yellow defense potion, Yi felt his skin tighten, and a tingling sensation coursed through his bones, as if ants were nibbling at him. The potions provided by the system were undoubtedly top tier, but they came with a minor drawback that was somewhat torturous. Once the effects set in, Yi noticed that his skin had not only thickened, but had also become remarkably resilient. He felt that if he were to be attacked, his skin would harden, exhibiting a remarkable autonomy. Grabbing a craft knife from the table, Yi lightly dragged it across his forearm. As the blade made contact, the skin instantly increased in density, becoming exceedingly hard, producing a soft rasping sound. He pressed harder, only to find that the craft knife could not penetrate his forearm. It merely left a faint white mark while dulling the blade. More alarmingly, the potion had enhanced his bone density, significantly improving both his resistance to impacts and shock. Visually, Yi's slender frame appeared perfectly proportioned, yet his weight had soared to nearly 300 pounds. Suppressing his astonishment, he took up the final potion, the speed potion, and eagerly gulped it down. Upon ingestion, he felt as if he were floating, like a cloud, accompanied by a sense of weightlessness. Then, he was overcome by a wave of weakness, collapsing limply onto the bed. A bizarre scene unfolded as Yi melded into the soft mattress, his body seemingly devoid of bones, which was quite alarming. After a brief moment, he returned to normal, wiping the sweat from his brow. The system's potions were indeed quite exhausting. However, the results were evident. Yi felt as light as a feather. He swiftly threw a punch, and his fist appeared to create an illusion. Both his speed and reaction time were on an entirely different level than before. Now, after comprehensive enhancements, Yi had transformed into a formidable being devoid of weaknesses, a human-shaped beast. If he were to re-enter the Tianyang Lingshu now, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the spirit beasts. Even when faced with countless iron-armored ants, he felt confident in his ability to navigate through them with ease. Was this the allure of potion indulgence? Yet, there was more to come. Yi was determined to take even more potent concoctions. From his storage space, he retrieved the black portable safe given by Yun Fong, opening it to reveal 9 bottles of elite beast mastery potions lying quietly within. He grabbed one, drank it without a second thought, then proceeded with the second, third, and continued until all 9 were consumed, feeling a slight discomfort in his stomach. However, Yi disregarded it. Even with his enhanced physique, the sheer quantity of 9 elite potions was overwhelming. The immense beast mastery energy erupted within him, tightly enveloping him, absorbing the overflow of energy spilling from his body. Oh dear, this feels overwhelming. Yi lamented, eyes shut tight in agony. The beast mastery energy was nearly bursting him apart. He had severely underestimated the potency of the elite potion. It was known that even a gold-tier beast master had to be cautious when consuming a single elite potion. For a bronze-tier beast master like him to consume 9 bottles was not only wasteful, but could also be life-threatening. Beep. The system detected that the host was on the verge of being overwhelmed by energy. Would you like to activate system absorption? Activate it. Yi, desperate for relief, seized upon the system's offer like a lifeline. Instantly, the overwhelming beast mastery energy within him diminished significantly. The pressure subsided, allowing Yi to focus on absorbing the remaining energy. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of bronze-tier beast mastery. He desired to break through, but felt he lacked something essential, rendering further progress impossible. In exasperation, Yi halted his cultivation. What a waste. He felt regretful. The sudden surge in power had left him disoriented. He believed he could have achieved his current level with just 3 bottles of elite beast mastery potions. Instead, he had squandered 6 bottles. That was a loss of 6 million. System, what is your current energy recovery level? Beep. The system's energy has recovered to 18%. Yi felt like crying without tears. It took 1 elite beast mastery potion to restore merely 1%. The system's energy recovery demands had surged exponentially after the activation of new functions. Alas, he had not anticipated his rapid ascent to the pinnacle of bronze tier. Yi found himself stuck at the threshold of advancing to the next level, having forgotten a crucial detail. Ing was only at bronze 7 stars. Only when both the contracted spirit and the beast master broke through together could they advance. In other words, Yi could only advance to silver tier beast mastery once Ing reached the pinnacle of bronze 10 stars. Yi had completely disregarded this fundamental knowledge. As Yi lay on the soft bed, engrossed in his phone, he sighed. He had previously feared that he would be unable to keep pace with Ying's rapid progress, only to find that it was Ing who had inadvertently held him back. However, Yi had made significant gains today, having acquired a bounty of resources. Exhausted from the ordeal of various potions, he soon drifted into slumber, while Ing, equally weary, nestled beside him. During this period of companionship, Ing had grown increasingly reluctant to remain within the contract spirit space, preferring to stay outside. Consequently, Ying's level had stagnated for quite some time, relying solely on the rewards from Yi's multiple-choice quizzes to reach the level of bronze 7 stars. If this continued, Yi would have to consider obtaining an identification card for Ing. There had been precedents for such matters. A once-celebrated Emperor-level beast master had once procured an identification card for his humanoid contract spirit, granting it a complete human life experience. The next day, Yi awoke to a sudden scream. Bleary-eyed, he glanced at his phone, alarmed to find it was already 8:30. His school commenced classes at 8:20. Panic set in as he realized his first lesson was with Zhang Guodong. He hastily donned his clothes, muttering under his breath. Normally, his parents would rouse him. But after Yi had presented them with invigorating news the previous day, they had risen early, brimming with energy. With no outlet for their excess vigor, they had decided on a morning run. Consequently, they had been out for 2 hours without returning, leaving Yi as the unfortunate victim of this situation. Bursting through the community gate, Yi paid no heed to the shared bicycles, far too slow for his current predicament. He tightened the straps of his backpack and assumed a running stance, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. His long legs seemed to leave behind only a blur. Navigating turns, decelerating, and shifting his center of gravity all flowed seamlessly as he sprinted down the street, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Good heavens, am I seeing things? That person is running incredibly fast. Indeed, he was, and he hardly slowed down while turning. Had he not just glimpsed that he was wearing a school uniform? Enhanced by the body-strengthening potions, Yi's hearing had become extraordinary, allowing him to overhear conversations around him, making him acutely aware of his conspicuousness. In light of this, he activated his spiritual energy embodiment. Chapter 51, Practical Combat Class. Instantly, Yi entered the state of spiritual energy embodiment, which brought about an effect that was somewhat embarrassing given the public setting. Transforming into a super saiyan in the middle of the street, his hair and eyes turned a striking shade of purple, radiating irregular charges of electricity. Fortunately, he had sought out an isolated area, otherwise, he would surely find himself trending on social media the following day. In this state, Yi's speed and strength attributes were significantly amplified. Glancing at the 6-story residential building nearby, he leaped 6 or 7 meters, effortlessly utilizing various surfaces to ascend to the rooftop. Yi continued to leap and run atop the buildings, interspersing his movements with instantaneous steps. A journey that typically took 20 minutes was condensed to a mere 4 minutes, and he hadn't even exerted himself fully. His attributes had increased so dramatically that he found it somewhat challenging to maintain control. Upon deactivating the embodiment, Yi arrived at the school's entrance just in time, having only a few minutes to spare. As he entered the classroom, he discovered it was empty. Smacking his forehead, he recalled that the first lesson was a practical combat class, which he had completely forgotten. He dashed toward the gymnasium. Upon arrival, he witnessed pairs of students engaged in combat, with Zhang Guodong observing nearby. Upon spotting Yi, he shot him a glare but refrained from commenting. Lu Xiangnan, come over and battle Yi. Lu Xiangnan, who had already defeated her opponent, turned her attention to Yi, noting his earlier absence. Seeing his disheveled appearance, she shook her head in exasperation. Had he overslept? Okay, teacher, she responded, rushing over, eager to finally face Yi in combat. Having witnessed Yi's prowess in the spiritual realm and his heroic rescues in the black market, she was curious about the extent of his abilities. Yi, however, looked at Zhang Guodong in confusion. Are you sure? It wasn't his arrogance. Even without Ying's assistance, he could likely hold his own against Lu Xiangnan. After all, if he simply landed a punch on her, the battle would be over. Clearing his throat, Zhang Guodong addressed the competitors. Yi, you are prohibited from using large-scale destructive skills, any embodiment skills, or directly attacking Lu Xiangnan. Yi turned to Zhang Guodong, bewildered. Then how am I supposed to fight? Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes. Of course, the combat platform is robust, but it cannot withstand your large-scale skills. Moreover, if you were to attack the opposing Beastmaster, what would be the purpose of the duel? Zhang Guodong felt a bit of a headache. The combat platform had been designed for bronze-level students, yet Yi, despite still being at the bronze level, was anything but typical. Enough, let's get started, Yi conceded, summoning Ying. Lu Xiangnan summoned her cotton candy companion, which appeared more solid and larger than before. With Zhang Guodong's command, the battle commenced. As the whistle blew, Ying dashed toward the cotton candy at lightning speed, covering the 50-meter distance in an instant. Envelop her, Lu Xiangnan commanded. The cotton candy transformed from a small puppy-like figure into a massive net, advancing forward to ensnare Ying. With a swift, instantaneous step, Ying maneuvered behind the cotton candy, slashing with the Tang Dao. The misty net was sliced open, yet it rapidly healed. Lu Xiangnan smiled at this turn of events. The cotton candy was nearly immune to physical attacks, and since Ying was restricted from using the thunder skill, the cotton candy had a distinct advantage. It pivoted, lunging toward Ying once more. However, due to Ying's agile movements and instantaneous steps, the cotton candy failed to make contact. This was a common drawback for bronze-level contract spirits. Their attack methods were often singular, and no matter how affluent their backgrounds, they could not learn superior skills. Currently, the cotton candy's most effective means of attack remained its ability to transform into a net, binding its prey to exhaustion. Simple, yet insurmountable. Ying felt a twinge of frustration. Regardless of their strength, they could not inflict substantial harm on the cotton candy, especially with Zhang Guodong's restrictions in place. Otherwise, a single thunder strike would leave the cotton candy with no chance of recovery. Observing the intense struggle, Zhang Guodong nodded with satisfaction. He was not trying to make things difficult for Yi. Rather, Yi had experienced an uninterrupted ascent since becoming a beast master, leading to a sense of overconfidence. Zhang Guodong aimed to temper Yi Ye's exuberance. As for limiting Yi Ye's skills, he felt it was necessary. With all of Yi Ye's powers unleashed, could he still be considered a mere high school student? Ying frowned, a hint of impatience flickering across her small face. Confronted with a persistent adversary resembling a mischievous cotton candy, she felt a tinge of annoyance. Through a series of rapid evasions, Ying gradually discerned the attack patterns and preferences of the cotton candy. Additionally, she discovered that if she coated her blade with elemental lightning, the cotton candy found it exceedingly difficult to heal, necessitating the removal of the lightning element from its wounds first. At that moment, another wave of attacks from the cotton candy ensued. This time, rather than evading with a sudden shift, Ying adeptly sidestepped to the cotton candy's flank. With her blade imbued with a potent surge of lightning, she struck down. A portion of the smoky web immediately became irreparable, prompting Ying to teleport to the opposite side. Having comprehended the cotton candy's strengths and weaknesses, she unleashed her ultimate technique. 4 strikes in a second. Ying appeared like a specter, continuously materializing around the cotton candy, delivering swift blows. The web-like cotton candy, moving at a sluggish pace, was caught off guard by Ying's sudden onslaught. As the lightning element ravaged its form, the cotton candy began to falter. Enough. Stop, stop. Sensing the cotton candy's deteriorating state, Lu Xiangnan hastily called for a halt. The cotton candy transformed back into a small dog, returning to Lu Xiangnan's side with a look of grievance. Lu Xiangnan remarked, "You truly show no mercy." Yi, observing Lu Xiangnan's complaints, felt a sense of resignation. After all, he had not participated in the confrontation at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Guodong, witnessing Yi Ye's victory, felt a mix of resignation and contemplation as he regarded Ying, suspecting that something was amiss with her. Chapter 52, The Advancing Lan Yunxing. Ying's speed, strength, and even endurance had seemingly improved dramatically compared to before, particularly her sudden shifts. Having evaded nearly 30 times in quick succession, it appeared she still had reserves of energy. Zhang Guodong was acutely aware that the skill book for sudden shifts, bestowed upon Yi by Li Qian, required a substantial expenditure of energy from a contracted spirit. A typical bronze-level contracted spirit should have been exhausted after only a few uses. Coupled with Yi Ye's unexpected physical enhancement, Zhang Guodong regarded him thoughtfully. Just then, commotion erupted in the crowd as Lan Yunxing engaged in a scuffle with another student. Zhang Guodong hastily abandoned his thoughts of Yi and Ying to investigate. "I refuse to back down. We are beast masters. If you have the courage, continue using contracted spirits." Naive. No one here has stated that direct attacks on beast masters are prohibited. What appeared to be a tussle was, in fact, Lan Yunxing's unilateral domination. He was seen straddling Lu Li, his arm tightly constricting Lu Li's neck, the weight of over 200 pounds rendering Lu Li's face pale. Notably, on the arena, a powerful magical ape mirrored this posture, pinning a dog-shaped contracted spirit down. "Lan Yunxing, get off. Lu Li is about to pass out. Quick help." Fellow students rushed to grasp Lan Yunxing's arm, only to find it as unyielding as steel. "Damn it, loosen your grip." He's rolling his eyes. Zhang Guodong arrived, a familiar scene causing him some exasperation. Are the contracted spirits unable to compete, forcing the beast master to intervene? No, it doesn't make sense. How could Lan Yunxing struggle against Lu Li? "Get up, do you intend to kill him?" Zhang Guodong's voice, tinged with anger, prompted Lan Yunxing to obediently rise from Lu Li. The pressure on Lu Li was lifted, allowing him to gasp for air. Yi was drawn to the commotion, casting a curious look at Lan Yunxing. Is this a ploy to irritate Zhang Guodong? "Teacher, you never said we couldn't directly attack beast masters," Lan Yunxing exclaimed, winking at Yi afterward. He had witnessed the earlier battle between Yi and Lu Xiangnan, especially after Zhang Guodong had restricted Yi, which Lan Yunxing deemed unfair. Initially, the powerful magical ape was merely accompanying Lu Li's contracted spirit in practice. Lan Yunxing, wishing to take advantage of the situation, suddenly altered his approach. With a burst of speed, he executed a sweeping kick, knocking Lu Li down, then firmly pinning him. Observing their beast master being bullied, Lu Li's contracted spirit could no longer contain itself and prepared to intervene. However, just as it was about to act, the powerful magical ape surged forward, its earlier sluggishness vanishing as it pinned the spirit to the ground. Zhang Guodong, his expression darkened, shot a fierce glare at Yi. "Enough. Both of you are excused from today's practical class. Go stand aside. Attention, everyone. This is a course designed to train your contracted spirits, and mutual attacks on each other are prohibited." Yi and Lan Yunxing moved to the side, whispering furtively. "Yi, your spirit food is astonishing. You have no idea. Yesterday, I smashed my coffee table with a single punch. My father's astonished expression was priceless." Yi's face stiffened. "Are you sure it was astonishment, not terror? If I recall correctly, that coffee table was made of ginseng and wood, right?" And your father didn't hit you? He did, Wan Yunxing replied, a hint of melancholy creeping in. Yesterday, his father had whipped him with a belt for half an hour. Yet, this melancholy quickly morphed into excitement. You know, Yi. Yesterday, my dad whipped me for half an hour. I felt no pain whatsoever. By the end, my father's hand was sore, and I didn't utter a single sound. The morning classes swiftly passed, leading into another tedious cultural lesson in the afternoon. Thus concluded a day of idleness for Yi. With only 3 days remaining until entering the Lingshu for the special recruitment assessment, Yi eagerly anticipated the passage of time. Upon school dismissal, in an unusual turn of events, Yi did not scan for shared bicycles, but instead headed towards the First People's Hospital of Luocheng with his backpack. Earlier that noon, Wang Xian had called him, announcing that Wang Lu had awakened and was eager to see Yi upon regaining consciousness. Hearing this news, Yi intended to visit Wang Lu after school. He purchased some nutritional supplements on the way and eventually located Wang Li's hospital room after a thorough search in the expansive inpatient department. Upon entering, a faint scent of disinfectant wafted through the air. The room was modest but equipped with all necessary facilities for a single patient. Inside, there were 2 beds, and Wang Li lay bandaged on one of them. Wang Xian and the team leader, Li Xiao, were seated nearby, the floor strewn with various nutritional products and fruits, indicating that many had come to visit before him. Brother Wang, sister Xian, Yi greeted upon entry, nodding at Li Xiao, whom he did not know. Yi has arrived? Please, take a seat. Upon spotting Yi, Wang Lu attempted to sit up. Don't move around. Are you unaware of how many injuries you have? I'm fine. Just let me up. Lie down. Wang Xian swiftly interrupted, preventing Wang Lu from sitting up. Ultimately, Wang Lu was firmly restrained on the hospital bed, remaining prone. Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is the captain of our Luocheng Town Spirit Bureau's Special Operations Team, Li Xiao. He primarily tackles cult organizations and high-difficulty rescue missions. Hello, Li Xiao. Thank you for saving Wang Lu. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to the Spirit Bureau. Hello, Yi. Li Xiao, towering and muscular, stood to extend his hand to Yi, whose modest stature paled in comparison. Yi extended his hand in return, feeling a bit sheepish. If it comes to cults, isn't he still a high-ranking member of the healing sect? After all, above him, only the primary and deputy leaders remained. Captain Li has a busy schedule, especially after such an incident. He is here today to meet you. Wang Xian, sensing the awkward atmosphere between the two, interjected. Indeed, first and foremost, I wanted to meet you in person to express my gratitude for saving my team member. Secondly, that night, did you happen to see a box? Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Yi. Chapter 53. This burden of salt cannot be borne alone. Li Xiao's gaze exerted a certain pressure on Yi, yet fortunately, Zhang Guodong had anticipated such a scenario and had arranged a response for Yi that very night. After sending Brother Lu to the ambulance, I proceeded in the direction from which he had arrived, only to discover a creature resembling a wolf with a human body lying in the greenery. Beside it a black-coated briefcase. I believed it contained something of great importance, so I took the briefcase. Along the way, I could not resist the urge to open it. Inside was a vial of serum and some documents. Fearing unforeseen complications, I snapped pictures of the documents with my phone. And indeed, an unexpected event transpired. A masked figure in a black robe intercepted me on the road, leaving me no time to react. A black panther seized the briefcase. And before I could comprehend the situation, both the briefcase and the figure vanished without a trace. Li Xiao's expression darkened. Another black-robed figure. You claim you photographed the documents? Why did you not notify the Jinling Bureau? Yi was taken aback. I did. After I realized what had happened, I promptly sent them to the email of the Jinling Bureau in Luocheng, and I even made a call, fearful that you might not see it. After meeting Zhang Guodong, Yi had sent all the data regarding the 3 generations of the Helling Sect's serum to the Jinling Bureau. He was clear on matters of great importance, and those documents were of no use to him personally. Li Xiao was also taken aback, picking up his phone to make a call. Before long, he received a response. The pallor on his face was so dark it seemed as if it could drip water. It was confirmed that Yi's email had indeed been received that night, but the database indicated that someone had deleted the email from the back end. There is a mole within the Jinling Bureau. I apologize, I am merely following protocol. Could you please resend the documents to me? Yi nodded, and the two became friends, with Yi transferring the documents to Li Xiao. After a brief glance at the information, Li Xiao hurriedly bid farewell and returned to the Jinling Bureau. No sooner had he left than Wang Li looked at Yi with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but that is just how Team Leader Li is. It's a matter of great significance, so his demeanor might be a bit off. Yi quickly shook his head. It's all right. Team Leader Li is also concerned for the safety of the citizens of Luocheng. The reason Huagua has managed to suppress various cults for such an extended period lies in the selfless dedication of the Jinling Bureau. Just look abroad, where cults run rampant, and the populace suffers, while the authorities remain inactive. By the way, what is your relationship with her? She is my sister. Yi suddenly understood. Wang Xian, Wang Lu. The two were actually siblings. We are the same age. After graduating from university, my family wanted to place both of us in the Jinling Bureau. But I disliked the rigid environment there, so I decided to join Lang Song and establish a beast taming team, often venturing into the Lingshu. I was involved in that operation too, and was called in by team leader Li for assistance. Wang Xian explained, I owe you a debt of gratitude. That day, Wang Lu sustained severe injuries and lost a lot of blood. The doctors said that had we arrived 5 minutes later, he might not have survived. However, Wang Lu may have to shift to a secondary role and transition to a clerical position. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's expression dimmed, but he quickly regained his composure. It's all right. A clerical position is quite good. At least it's not as dangerous. Though he said this, Yi still sensed a hint of reluctance in Wang Li's tone. That night, both of Wang Li's contracted spirits perished. Even if he breaks through to the golden level in the future and contracts another spirit, it would only be one, no longer suitable for battle. Furthermore, once a Beastmaster's contracted spirit dies, they cannot contract another spirit again. The three engaged in conversation for a while, and Yi excused himself, citing a need to return home. Along the way, his mood weighed heavily. The loss of Wang Li's two contracted spirits had a profound impact on him. He could not accept the notion of any mishap befalling Ying. Thus, I must grow stronger, Yi declared resolutely. He had reached the peak of bronze. And once Ying breaks through to the pinnacle of bronze 10 stars, he would seamlessly ascend to silver. At that point, he would be able to possess a second contracted spirit. It is worth mentioning that the second contracted spirit is not limited to those from the otherworldly realm. There is also a small probability of contracting spirits from within the Lingshu. After all, contracting spirits from the otherworldly realm is entirely reliant on luck. No one knows what talents or types of spirits they may contract. However, starting from the silver level, the physique of the beast master dramatically increases, simultaneously unlocking the spirit contract slots. At this point, a beast master can employ special contracting methods to bond with certain spirits willing to become their contracted companions. However, a significant limitation is that regardless of the beast master's level, they will most likely only be able to contract bronze level offspring. Most spirits mature into silver level and become stable in temperament, making it difficult to align with the beast master's intentions, leading to contract failures or even betrayals after the contract is established. Nonetheless, there are exceptions. A certain emperor-level beastmaster, after breaking through, directly contracted a king-level lord spirit from within the Lingshu. It is said that this beastmaster had his other 5 royal-level contracted spirits challenge this king-level lord spirit for a whole month, ultimately yielding to the beastmaster's overwhelming power. This is why many contracted spirits of bronze-level beastmasters are entirely new contracts. Upon reaching silver level, the second contracted spirit may include some spirits from within the Lingshu. As Yi pondered these matters, he walked into a supermarket adjacent to the black market. Today, he intended to deliver the 20 servings of physical enhancement noodles promised to the black-robed figure. After purchasing 20 sealable glass jars, Yi made his way to the Ling Shurgu. Upon entering, the two attendants at the entrance quickly bowed and nodded at Yi. They had received orders from their employer to treat Yi as a distinguished guest. Mr. Yi, please come in. Is there anything you would like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare it for you. Yi was slightly taken aback by their sudden warmth. No need for that. Where is the person in charge? Have him come to see me. One attendant promptly hurried upstairs to summon the person. Before long, a short man with bright eyes dashed down from the second floor. Arriving before Yi. Guardian, you have arrived. What do you need? I will arrange it right away. He was Fan Wei, the manager of Ling Shurgu, as well as a member of the Helling sect. Is Mei Fong around? Lord Mei seldom visits Ling Shurgu. If you require her presence, I can fetch her now. No need for that. I just need to use the kitchen for a moment. When I return, you can contact Mei Fong and inform her that the items are ready for collection. Fan Wei nodded vigorously, asking no questions, and led Yi to the kitchen. Seeing dozens of sacks piled on the floor, Yi was taken aback. What is this? Reporting to the Guardian, these are all salt. After Fan Wei left, Yi began to busily prepare the meal. It is worth noting that after the black-robed figure instructed Yi to go to the kitchen, the chefs discovered that the kitchen's salt had completely run out. The chefs quickly reported this to Fan Wei, knowing that Yi had been assigned by the black-robed figure to prepare spiritual food in the kitchen. Fan Wei deliberated and reported the empty salt supply to the black-robed figure, who, after a moment of silence, declared fiercely, "Tomorrow, go buy salt, 2 tons. Place it in the kitchen. This burden of salt cannot be borne alone." Chapter 54. I have no tolerance for gambling and drugs. The black-robed figure was not foolish. Yi's despicable actions left her somewhat speechless. In the kitchen of Ling Shurgu, Yi was busy, perspiration streaming down his forehead. 5 stoves were boiling with steaming water, and Yi sequentially added the noodles. Ing busily assisted beside him, her small hands clutching a salt jar and pouring it into the pots with abandon. The production process was remarkably simple, and before long, the noodles infused with body-enhancing potions were packed into small jars. Woohoo! It's done. Yi and Ing simultaneously wiped the sweat from their brows. At that moment, Yi surveyed the kitchen of Ling Shurgu, and his gaze finally settled on the largest refrigerator within. Since he was already there, Yi muttered to himself as he stared at the freezer. Yihu Fa, please take care. At the entrance of Ling Shurgu, Fan Wei, with a face full of ingratiating smiles, bent low to see Yi off. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if he would still be smiling after witnessing the disappearance of the freezer. Sigh, I do miss Lingu a bit. As Yi walked through the bustling streets of the black market, Ing perched on his shoulder, her curious purple eyes observing the lively surroundings. He found himself reminiscing about Lang Song. After all, working for Lang Song was his sole source of income, although Yi still had several $100,000 in his account. While it may seem substantial at first glance, it was barely enough for a few lottery draws or to purchase some supplements for Ing. Being a beast master was indeed costly. Of course, there was another method to obtain resources with low investment and high returns: entering the Ling Su. Without lingering in the black market any longer, Yi returned home with the drowsy Ing on his back. As soon as he arrived, Yimu took the sleeping Ing from Yi's back, looking at him with a reproachful expression. Why does Ing look so exhausted? Did you make her fight? Yi was utterly bewildered. No fighting occurred, but Mom, she is my contracted spirit. I can't just go barehanded to brawl with someone else's contracted spirit, can I? I don't care. If you're injured, my precious Ing cannot be harmed either. You must find a way. After saying this, Ning Xiang Tong cautiously took Ing back into the room, soothing her to sleep. Yi exclaimed, Mom, while you're busy with Ing, who is going to cook? At that moment, the door, which had just been closed, swung open again as Ning Xiang Tong angrily whispered to Yi, can you keep it down? What if you wake Ing? Also, your cooking is so delightful that your father and I have unanimously decided that you will take care of dinner from now on. Bang! Ning Xiang Tong concluded without allowing Yi a chance to retort, gently closing the door. Yi glanced at Yi Min, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa. Yi Min pretended not to notice. Finally, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Yi's gaze, he simply used the newspaper to shield his face. What a pity. Resigned, Yi walked toward the kitchen. Fortunately, he had replenished some supplies at Ling Shurgu today. After a satisfying meal, Yi returned to his room, ready to plan his future development. First and foremost, the He Ling Jiao was purely coincidental, and it felt like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Then there was the special recruitment from the Huagua Yusho Shui Yuan. He still felt uncertain about this. While the silver-level spirit beasts were manageable, he truly lacked confidence in facing the Lord. Even though he possessed a full-strength experience card capable of forcibly elevating Ying's level to platinum, it only offered a single opportunity for attack, which felt somewhat risky. After all, it was merely an experience card. Yi realized he had only one option, to helping break through to the bronze 10 stars before hunting the Silver Lord, allowing them both to ascend to silver, even if he might not be able to acquire a second contracted spirit in time. A silver level Ing would undoubtedly represent a qualitative change. Coupled with the full-strength experience card, they might just pass the assessment. After all, during the last draw, the experience card had only elevated Ying's physical attributes to platinum 1 star due to her limitations, but now, with her physical attributes soaring, perhaps she could achieve even higher. After pondering for quite some time, Yi ultimately chose to draw. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. After a tenfold draw, Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Yi leaped from his chair, furiously shouting in his mind. After reflecting, he realized that drawing seemed to be the best way to enhance himself. Yet with a tenfold draw, he received nothing but thank you for your patronage. Ding. Host, please maintain your composure. It's a lottery. It entirely depends on luck, you know. Lychee. How am I supposed to lychee? This is not some trivial point system. It's real money. Once more, Yi felt as though the system had gotten into his psyche, but he had no evidence. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a body enhancement potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a body enhancement potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a body enhancement potion. Watching the 3 bottles of body enhancement potions he had drawn consecutively, Yi was momentarily stunned. Did I trigger a critical hit? Again. Ding. Thank you for your patronage times 10. Yi was utterly astonished. Previously, the system had at least pretended to give him something one by one. Now it had become too lazy to even do that, and simply stated thank you for your patronage 10 times? Staring at the remaining 11,000 blue star coins in his account, Yi made a bold decision. Drawl ding. Thank you for your patronage times 10. Are you serious? Another double hit? As the emotionless voice of the system echoed, Yi instantly regained his senses. At that moment, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. This wretched system was undoubtedly manipulating him. First, it let you down, then gave you hope, and finally left you in despair. Nevertheless, despite everything, Yi still obtained 3 bottles of body enhancement potions. Given Yi's meager belongings, if he had more, the system would surely swindle him out of it all. Calming down, Yi held the 3 potions in his hands, contemplating carefully. Based on his previous deductions, he knew that after consuming 1 more potion, the effects would cease to be beneficial to him. With this in mind, Yi wisely allocated the potions. He would drink 1 himself and give 2 to Ying. It was time to enhance his dear daughter. Spending her days sleeping in the contracted spirit space, absorbing that pitiful Yusho Li to strengthen herself, was that effective? Wasn't it solely reliant on her father, who constantly provided her with opportunities to gain stars and skills, and now, adding in some potions? Yi unilaterally declared that Ying could now relax and enjoy the benefits. Chapter 55, Identity Swap. Yi opened a bottle of body enhancement potion, licked his slightly dry lips, and tilted his head back to drink it. A warm sensation surged from his throat and flowed down, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. However, unlike before, this time the potion's effects were short-lived. Before Yi could react, it had already concluded. Was that it? Yi looked bewildered. Standing up, he twisted his waist and shook his arms, assessing the changes. It seemed there was a slight improvement, but not much. Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he known, he would not have wasted that potion. He might as well have given them all to Ying. But now it was too late. Now it was Ying's turn. However, Ying was still with Ning Xiangtong. Yi rushed to the kitchen, clattering pots and pans, and soon produced a steaming bowl of delicious noodles. Do not misunderstand. This was not the perverse version of Healing Jiao. This was simply normal noodles. The figure in the black robe exclaimed, "What the hell? Mom, bringing out. I prepared some supplements for her. Hurry, let her eat while it's hot." Ning Xiangtong was pacing back and forth in the room, cradling Ying, who was peacefully asleep in her arms, already relishing the feeling of being a grandmother. Upon hearing Yi's voice from outside, Ying opened her drowsy eyes in Ning Xiangtong's embrace, seemingly catching a whiff of the food's aroma, and reached out toward the door. Ning Xiangtong, seeing that Yi had disturbed Ying, shook her head helplessly. Hungry again? This little granddaughter is perfect in every way, except for her rather large appetite. It has barely been a short while since dinner, and she is already hungry again. At the dining table, Ying buried her head in the bowl with chopsticks, slurping up the noodles with gusto. Ning Xiangtong watched on with a serene smile. Meanwhile, Yi was filled with trepidation beside them. After all, he had poured an entire bottle of potions into the noodles. If anything happened after Ying finished eating, wouldn't Ning Xiangtong skin him alive? Burping swiftly devoured the noodles and let out a satisfying burp. She suddenly became aware of her own lack of decorum. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Yet, in the next instant, the blush intensified until her entire face turned crimson, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Ying, what is the matter? At that moment, Ying appeared dazed, her body radiating heat as she was cradled in Ning Xiangtong's embrace. Yi sensed trouble brewing and was on the verge of explaining when Ning Xiangtong, with her hands occupied by Ying, retaliated by delivering a swift kick to Yi's rear. What kind of ridiculous supplement did you give her? Yi, facing the incoming kick, did not evade and took the hit head-on. However, given his current physical condition, it barely registered. Listen to me. Remember that meal from last time? It had a certain effect. I simply added a bit too much. After she sweats it out, she will be fine. Ying is not as fragile as you think. Ning Xiangtong's anxious expression eased slightly upon hearing this, only to follow up with another kick. Couldn't you have used a smaller dose? Yi felt wronged. Given Ying's current physical constitution, he believed even a whole bottle was a conservative estimate. Sure enough, before long, Ying's complexion gradually returned to normal, although her clothes were completely soaked. All right, this is no longer your concern. Ying is drenched. I will take her to shower. And I just so happened to have bought her 2 sets of pajamas. Yi was unceremoniously sent back to his room. Before he left, he mentally checked in with Ying, asking how she felt. Ying replied, "This meal was not tasty. I want to eat it again." Not long after, Ying was brought back by Ning Xiangtong. The moment Yi laid eyes on Ying, he was momentarily taken aback. There stood Ying in a pink pajama set. Her previously tied-up ponytail transformed into cascading purple locks, the tips still slightly damp. She wore a bracelet capable of morphing into a Tang Dao. Accustomed to seeing Ying in a miniature version of a Japanese purple general's outfit, the sudden change in attire left Yi somewhat disoriented. Yet one thing was clear. She looked even cuter and fiercer. Who would have thought that this adorable little girl could slay a fearsome beast towering 7 or 8 meters high? Ying spotted Yi and excitedly dashed towards him. Feeling a surge of newfound strength, she extended her small hand towards Yi, gazing at him with anticipation. Yi was taken aback. You wish to arm wrestle with me? Ying nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. As a contracted spirit, Ying felt her standing diminishing rapidly, transitioning from Yi's primary combat force to auxiliary support, eventually becoming little more than a kitchen assistant. She was determined to prove her worth. Sensing her inner thoughts, Yi felt a slight headache coming on. Come on, don't cry if you lose. He then grasped her icy little hand. Thus commenced the friendly contest between the Beastmaster and his contracted spirit. The initial setup was rather hasty. After all, how could Ying, who was not particularly strong, compete against Yi, who had consumed 5 bottles of physical enhancement potions and 1 bottle of strength potion? Ying was swiftly bested by Yi, unable to find her footing. Ultimately, only after Yi eased off did she manage to win 3 rounds. After some playful banter, Yi letting wander off to play with her phone. What? You say children should not use phones as it strains their eyes. Yi scoffed at this. Given Ying's physical resilience, she could hold a phone right against her retina without issue. However, Yi felt a twinge of annoyance. Ying had snatched the phone away from him, leaving him unable to play. He resolved to buy her a phone tomorrow. Moreover, he thought that Ying's previous outfit was not particularly flattering, so he planned to buy her 2 more sets of clothes as well. With that, Yi lay back on his bed and gradually drifted off to sleep. Just before succumbing to slumber, the system's options appeared once more, but Yi ignored them and chose to sleep. Option 1. Strive diligently to cultivate and grow stronger. Reward: a bottle of 1982 mineral water. Option 2. Simply give in and sleep. Reward: a substantial increase in Beastmaster power. Yi sighed. The next morning, Yi rose from his bed, dismissed the alarm on his phone, and prepared for school. Today was the examination for selection into the Ling Su quota. Although Yi was eligible for a special admission, he still needed to participate in the exam. Upon arriving in class, everyone was fervently reviewing their textbooks, hoping to memorize a few more key points before the exam. Returning to his seat, Yi wore a nonchalant expression. There was no way around it. Being invited for special admission felt splendid. His classmates were all aware of Yi's esteemed status, having been recognized by the prodigious Academy of Huagua Beastmaster College and invited to participate in their special admission. They were still struggling to secure spots in the elite classes. While some were already on the verge of success, many cast envious glances towards Yi. Yi found it somewhat amusing. If they knew the content of the assessment, would they still envy him? As time passed, everyone exited the classroom in search of their respective examination rooms, and Yi was no exception. Soon, he found his examination venue. Upon entering, he was taken aback. What a coincidence! As he stepped into the examination room, he spotted Mei Fong at the podium. She had also proctored him during the last exam, but back then, she had kept a vigilant watch over him, wary of potential cheating. However, today was a different story. How did that saying go? If we were to swap roles, I would show you what true ruthlessness is. Good day, Teacher Mei. Hello, Yi. Observing the somewhat forced smile on Mei Fong's face, Yi felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Outwardly, he remained composed, for he was genuinely a high-ranking member of the Healing sect, one of the 5 guardians. Yet within the school, Mei Fong's identity as a teacher gave Yi an unexpected thrill. No wonder some people are fond of role-playing. It truly feels different. Soon, the exam commenced. The familiar scent, the familiar formula. The cultural exam for the Super Beastmaster began. Yi received the paper, which turned out to be several pages long, causing him a bit of distress. If he were to participate in the college entrance examination normally, cultural subjects would undoubtedly be his weak point. Questions about swiftly locating water sources within the Ling Su, how to protect oneself against Lord-level spirit beasts, and whether to use potions in the cultivation of contracted spirits. Yi felt a bit lost. Perhaps it would be better to just sleep. After all, he was certain to secure a spot in the Ling Su. Just give in. At that moment, familiar options appeared before Yi. Option 1. Youth is a blessing. When I say sleep, I sleep. Reward: a significant boost in Beastmaster power. Option 2. As a guardian, blatantly disregard Mei Fong's supervision and cheat to achieve remarkable results. Reward: learning potion, doubles learning efficiency upon use. Option 3. Continue to experience fear. Disturb the mindset of other examinees. Reward: Ing Level 1. Random additional rewards based on the number of people whose mindset collapses. Yi was taken aback. Not again. To be honest, he was tempted by Option 2. After all, doubling his learning efficiency would be a godsend for his current cultural subject scores. However, Option 3 was built upon the suffering of others. Given the critical nature of this exam, it was not merely about disturbing others' mindsets, but potentially ruining their futures. Yet, upon seeing the reward for Option 3, Yi felt a flicker of uncertainty. After all, Ying's level was precisely what he needed. sighing softly. He did not realize how audible it was in the silent classroom. Some examinees glanced at Yi, while others remained focused on their papers. The sigh grew louder, prompting many to furrow their brows in his direction. They had heard tales of Yi's exploits and were somewhat wary in this situation. Mei Fong also glanced at Yi, but quickly averted her gaze. No way, Yi was currently the highest-ranking member of the Healing sect in Luo City. She did not wish to find herself in a difficult position. Simple and dull, Yi continued flipping through the paper, muttering to himself, but refusing to write. The students behind Yi seethed with frustration. Simple and tedious? Can you write? Could you please be quiet? Yi felt it was about time. Crossing his legs and fixating on Mei Fong at the podium, idly twirling a pen in his hand. Mei Fong, under his intense gaze, felt increasingly uncomfortable. Imagine having your superior scrutinize you throughout the day. Wouldn't you feel awkward? Eventually, the pressure became unbearable for Mei Fong. She cleared her throat and stood up, her elegant legs clad in stockings and high heels, beginning to pace around the classroom. Each time she attempted to sit back down, Yi's unwavering gaze would pin her in place. Mei Fong was nearly driven to madness. What was wrong with Yi? Though he had quieted, the students below remained restless. As Mei Fong continued her rounds, the clacking of her heels became somewhat disruptive, and many students who had planned to cheat discreetly withdrew. It was only when Mei Fong's legs began to ache that Yi finally relented. That should suffice, he mused. Teacher, I wish to submit my paper. The entire room gasped. Had he really finished in just 10 minutes? With an air of arrogance, Yi slammed his blank paper onto the podium before striding away. Some students were on the verge of breaking down. Seriously, a blank sheet? Mei Fong looked at the empty paper with a sense of resignation, but did not stop Yi from leaving the examination hall. Ding. Task completed, Shadow Level 1. As Yi stepped out of the exam room, he exhaled heavily. He had gambled that his final performance would barely meet the minimum requirements for task completion. As for additional rewards, forget it. He would spare them this time. After all, they were his classmates, and it wouldn't do to be overly harsh. Approximately 2 hours later, students emerged from the examination hall, lamenting their fates. Time was tight, as the next exam, the Beast Mastery exam, was about to begin. The familiar gymnasium awaited them. Upon entering, Yi was spotted by Zhang Guodong, who was already aware of Yi's audacious act of submitting a blank paper. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he chose to ignore Yi. As long as he was content, that was enough. The Beast Mastery exam will now commence. Yi was lost in thought when he heard a familiar voice and turned to the podium. The principal and several middle-aged men occupied the stage. Clearly, the principal was taking this seriously, personally overseeing the discipline. As usual, the first part of the exam involved the familiar contract spirit talent assessment. Wang Xiangdong level. Lu Li level. Lu Xiangnan level. As the invigilator's voice echoed, the Beast Mastery exam officially began. Lan Yinsheng level. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lan Yinsheng? Wasn't his contract spirit level before? Indeed, last time it was level, and today it was level? Yi was also taken aback. Upgraded? Was it the treasure mentioned by Lang Song at Tianyang Market, the one purchased for an exorbitant 8 million by a mysterious tycoon? He had assumed it was something Lan Yunxing's family had acquired, and it was a primate lord. The testing proceeded without delay. Yi level. As Yi's name was called, the hall fell silent. This was inevitable. Only those with a level contract spirit talent could overshadow the rest. Yi's reckless behavior in the spirit ruins had already spread throughout the school, earning him the title of the most reckless student at Luoqing No. 1 High School. Strong, reckless, and greedy. Soon, the second part of the exam commenced, and Yi's performance shocked everyone present. Wang Xiangdong, Bronze Intermediate. Lan Yinsheng, Bronze Intermediate. Lu Li, Bronze Beginner. Lu Xiangnan, Bronze Intermediate. Yi, Bronze Peak. The invigilator's voice trembled as if witnessing something extraordinary. The crowd erupted in chaos. Bronze Peak? Wang Xiangdong clenched his fists. Ever since Yi had rampaged through the spirit ruins, even saving them in the process, any lingering dissatisfaction in Wang Xiangdong had dissipated. After all, they were merely 17 or 18-year-olds. How much animosity could exist? Instead, it fueled Wang Xiangdong's determination to train harder, aspiring to surpass Yi in beast mastery, creating a positive cycle. Yet, seeing Yi had already reached Bronze Peak left Wang Xiangdong with a bitter smile. How could he catch up? The principal on stage was equally astonished, sprinting towards Yi. Is it truly Bronze Peak? It must be, right? The principal was nearly frantic. If Yi was indeed Bronze Peak, it meant their school could have a student competing as a silver-level beastmaster in the upcoming college entrance examination. After repeated confirmations and even 2 additional tests, the instrument continued to display only Bronze Peak. Instantly, the student's mental state shattered. Chapter 57, Buying a Phone for Shadow. Ding. Detected that multiple individuals' mental states were disrupted by the host. Additional reward. Shadow level 1. Yi was taken aback. Did this mean the task wasn't over? He had thought it would conclude upon exiting the exam hall. Yi felt a rush of delight. Truly, the system was remarkable. The Shadows level had now reached bronze 10 stars. It was only a matter of time before Yi broke through to silver. Was this the result of drugs? What kind of drug? I want to take it too. We are merely bronze beginners, and he is at the peak? Zhang Guodong approached with a look of disbelief. How did you manage that? To leap from bronze advanced to bronze peak in such a short time. Are you truly a genius? 99% effort, plus 1% talent. That's my secret to success. Everyone felt as if they had been force-fed a bowl of toxic chicken soup. After the initial astonishment, the principal returned to the podium. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi. The peculiar look made Yi feel uncomfortable. Thus, the exam continued, but countless eyes occasionally darted toward Yi. Then came the final section, comprehensive assessment of contract spirit. This primarily tested the contract spirit's attack strength, speed, and defense. Just as it was nearly Yi's turn with Shadow, Zhang Guodong approached him, informing him that he was exempt from this test. Yi stood in confusion but complied, waiting idly for the test to conclude. 3 hours later, the exam ended, and students streamed out of the gymnasium, buzzing with excitement. While Yi was led by Zhang Guodong to an office on the second floor. Upon their arrival, the principal was already seated on the sofa. Seeing Yi enter, the principal greeted him with a broad smile. Come, have a seat. Yi felt flattered, glancing at the obsequious principal, feeling somewhat out of place. Yi, do you have confidence in breaking through to silver level before the college entrance examination? I should be able to. My contract spirit has actually reached bronze 10 stars. But I just don't know how to break through. The principal and Zhang Guodong were momentarily stunned. Bronze 10 stars? The principal was overjoyed. He had intended to invest any amount necessary to elevate Yi's contract spirit to bronze 10 stars, allowing him to participate in the college entrance examination as a silver-level beastmaster. But unexpectedly, I don't know how to break through. The principal was taken aback and turned to Zhang Guodong, whose expression darkened. Zhang Guodong slapped Yi on the back of the head. I told you to pay attention in class. Didn't we cover this in beastmaster history? Zhang Guodong was about to explode. If you don't know, don't say it in front of the principal. Ahem, Mr. Zhang. We must adopt a unique teaching approach for geniuses. Thus, starting today, you need not come to school. Yi was bewildered. What, are you expelling me? The principal, who had been sipping tea, spat it out onto Zhang Guodong upon hearing Yi's words. Expel? What expel? Just now, you said I wouldn't have to come to school starting tomorrow. Cough. What I mean now is that you need not waste time coming to school. Rest assured and cultivate at home. Then participate in the special recruitment at Lingshu, striving to break through to the silver level before the college entrance examination. Oh, I see. Yi silently scoffed, speaking only halfway. No wonder he got choked by tea. Fine, but I genuinely do not know how to break through. Zhang Guodong frantically gestured to Yi. Why bring up such an irrelevant topic? Didn't the principal nearly forget about this matter? Couldn't he have waited to ask me in private? You need not concern yourself with that. Come to my house tonight. I will prepare a special meal for you. Zhang Guodong nearly gritted his teeth, preemptively blocking Yi's mouth before the principal could speak. Well, I have no objections, then Yi replied nonchalantly. He was utterly unperturbed. With the system by his side, he felt entirely at ease. After exchanging a few meaningless pleasantries, Yi departed the gymnasium with Zhang Guodong. You brat, claiming you don't know how to break through in front of the principal. Are you trying to provoke me? Zhang Guodong looked at Yi with an expression of helplessness. Yi truly had not anticipated this. He genuinely did not know. I really don't know. All right. I'll come to your house tonight. It just so happens I need a proper meal. Since my master left, I've been eating instant noodles every day and am thoroughly tired of it. Fine. Due to the examination today, there were no classes at school. The sun was shining brightly, and it was only 2 in the afternoon. Yi decided to go shopping. After all, he had been thinking about buying a phone yesterday and perhaps a couple of outfits as well, and today he finished school early. Exiting the school gates, Yi planned to visit a nearby shopping mall. Yi. He had barely taken 2 steps when a voice called out from behind. Turning around, 3 question marks appeared above his head. It was Lan Yunsheng who called him, but beside him stood Lu Xiangnan, with her short black hair elegantly framing her face. Are you two in a relationship? Yi asked curiously. In truth, he would not find it surprising if the two were dating. Lu Xiangnan was a top-tier heiress, academically accomplished and powerful, not to mention remarkably attractive. Lan Yunsheng, well matched with Lu Xiangnan, though slightly overweight, would undoubtedly be handsome if he shed a few pounds, having inherited excellent genes from his parents. Hey, don't say such things. Lan Yunsheng's face flushed crimson as he anxiously glanced at Lu Xiangnan, exclaiming at Yi. Lu Xiangnan, however, remained unfazed, smiling at Yi. Where are you headed? I plan to go to the nearby mall to buy Ying a phone and perhaps a couple of outfits. Upon hearing that Yi intended to buy clothes for Ying, Lu Xiangnan's eyes sparkled. Why don't we go together? I can help you choose. Yi was thrilled. After all, as a clueless straight man, he had no understanding of aesthetics and was troubled about how to select clothes for Ying. Thus, the three of them made their way to the nearby mall. It wasn't too long before they arrived. Yi typically did not shop much, and this was his first visit to this mall. As a privileged child, Lu Xiangnan and Lan Yunsheng were quite familiar with the place. At this moment, Ying was cradled in Lu Xiangnan's arms. It seemed that every woman who laid eyes on Ying was utterly defenseless against her charm, but why carry her in her arms? Wouldn't it be cooler to have her ride on one's shoulders? Ying was happily holding an ice cream in her left hand and a candied hawthorn in her right, thoroughly enjoying herself, all courtesy of Lu Xiangnan. The trio arrived at the mobile phone section. Yi was momentarily dazzled. Various mobile phone stores were nestled here, including brands like Green Rice and Fruit. What should I buy? Lan Yunxing inquired. Yi did not hesitate. Let us go with Huawei. Huawei? Quite excellent. I use Huawei myself. It's a pride of domestic products, remarked Lu Xiangnan beside him. Entering the store, Yi readily purchased a flagship Huawei model. After all, he had once possessed a seven-figure fortune. He also used his identification card to acquire a new phone card. Upon exiting the store, Ying stared blankly as Yi handed her the old phone, before joyfully placing her card into the newly purchased Huawei. Yi was equally elated. Naturally, who wouldn't he be happy about getting a new phone? As for Ying, why would such a young child need such an expensive phone? She could buy her own when she earned money in the future. The two beside him were left speechless by Yi's actions. Chapter 58. Do you know the most reckless person at Luocheng No. 1 High School? After purchasing the phone, Lu Xiangnan showcased what it meant to be a shopping fanatic to Yi and Lan Yunxing. First, she bought clothes for herself and Ying. As long as Ying nodded, Lu Xiangnan would instruct the staff to wrap it up without even asking the price. Shoes, clothes, bags. Yi felt his heart race at the sight. His balance might only be enough to buy the buttons on those garments. Lu Xiangnan only shopped at luxury stores. Fortunately, Lu Xiangnan stated that since Yi had saved her countless times, what was wrong with buying some clothes for Ying? But it shouldn't be like this, right? Observing the numerous bags hanging off himself and Lan Yunxing, Yi could only smile wryly. It's good to be rich. On a resting bench, Yi and Lan Yunxing slumped down, with Yi expressing his thoughts. At that moment, Lu Xiangnan and Ying had gone to a milk tea shop to buy drinks, giving the two of them a moment to catch their breath. Lan Yunxing, having overheard Yi's comment, looked at him with a peculiar expression. Do you think it's possible that this mall belongs to her family? Gazing at the luxurious seven-story mall, Yi's expression froze. He shouldn't have asked. Not long after, Lu Xiangnan, dressed in a white dress, returned from a distance with Ying, who was adorned in a princess outfit complete with a splendid headpiece. The shopping spree had left Yi utterly satisfied. No matter which store they entered, the staff could not stop praising Ying's beauty, especially her proportionate figure. Even though it was children's clothing, it looked fantastic on her. In fact, there was even a store that offered to waive the bill if they let Ying wear their clothes and take a few photos for advertisement purposes. Though Lu Xiangnan declined the offer, Yi also bought Ying some accessories and various daily necessities, which left his small fortune entirely depleted, akin to returning to square one. However, he felt a bit reassured thinking of the two diamond-grade spirit orbs in his storage space. Shopping indeed consumed a lot of time. By the time the three of them exited the mall, night had already fallen. Lu Xiangnan arranged for the staff to pack the clothes she bought for Ying, which would be delivered to Yi's home shortly. After declining the invitation to dinner together, Yi took a taxi to Zhang Guodong's house. Why are there so many people? As the taxi passed by the school gate, Yi noticed a crowd of dozens gathered, some even wearing school uniforms, albeit those of the neighboring Luocheng Experimental High School. Driver, please stop the car. Yi paid the fare, exited the vehicle, and walked towards the crowd. Damn, today you will find out why flowers are so red. In the midst of the crowd, a young man with dyed blonde hair and dressed in a flamboyant style was gripping someone by the collar, making a threatening statement. The person he was holding was none other than Lu Li, who had swapped seats with Yi on his first day of class. A number of Luocheng No. 1 high school students had gathered nearby, but they were primarily first and second-year students who had not yet awakened their talents, hesitant to intervene. Lu Li wore an expression of defiance, glaring at the blonde youth. Aren't you just relying on your numbers? If you have the guts, release your contract spirit. The blonde youth laughed derisively at those around him. Contract spirit? Do you think I'm a fool? It's prohibited to release contract spirits freely within the urban area. Are you trying to trick me? With that, he kicked Lu Li, sending him staggering back several steps until he landed on the ground. I'm just relying on my numbers. What is wrong with that? Lu Li felt a bit aggrieved. Today was the examination, and most students from the third-year beast taming class had already gone home. He had been provoked by Yi Yi and, after finishing the exam, spent several hours training in the school's cultivation room, only to encounter this group of blonde youths as soon as he stepped outside. At this moment, Yi Yi furrowed his brow, pushing through the obstructive crowd to reach Lu Li, lifting him up. What happened? Lu Li, upon seeing Yi Yi, shot a fierce glance at the yellow-haired man. Yi, you should leave. I can handle this. Yi was taken aback, surveying the surrounding throng of at least 20 individuals. You can handle it? Are you the captain of the beautiful country or a yellow giant? Who do you think you are? The yellow-haired man, noticing someone dared to assist Lu Li, swaggered over and placed his hand on Yi Yi's shoulder. After a futile tug, he found himself unable to budge Yi Yi, his face turning crimson. Yi Yi sensed someone pawing at him and turned his displeased gaze towards the yellow-haired man. What are you looking at? Let go. What if I don't? The yellow-haired man was so enraged that he burst into laughter. Could this fool really grasp the situation? Do you know the number one braggart from Luo Cheng Yizhong? The yellow-haired man was about to strike when Yi Yi's sudden question left him bewildered. What number one braggart? Yi Yi seized the yellow-haired man's hand, applying force, producing a chilling crack that elicited a scream from the yellow-haired man. Damn, let go of me. Yi Yi pushed him back, sending the yellow-haired man stumbling a few meters, caught only by his lackeys. Clutching his hand, the yellow-haired man glared at Yi Yi with malice. Get him. Break his legs. Yi Yi, unperturbed, retrieved his newly purchased smartphone, activated the recording, and handed it to Lu Li. Kid, pay attention. The upcoming battle will be spectacular. Lu Li, bewildered, instinctively took the recording phone. 7 or 8 individuals surged towards Yi Yi from the crowd, but with enhanced physical prowess. Their movements appeared to Yi Yi as if in slow motion. He ducked a flying kick and retaliated with a punch to the assailant's leg, accompanied by the familiar sound of bones cracking. Simultaneously, a fist swung from the right, blocked effortlessly by Yi Yi's other arm. The attacker felt as though he had struck a wall. In a matter of moments, Yi Yi darted through the crowd like a specter, dispatching nearly everyone with a single blow, albeit with restrained yet immense force. Those who fell under Yi Yi's strikes writhed on the ground like maggots having caught a whiff of something foul. In just a minute, over 10 individuals lay sprawled on the ground when Lu Li suddenly shouted, Yi, watch out. Yi Yi felt an intense heat from his right side, and the next instant, a fireball the size of half a meter crashed at his feet. Beside the yellow-haired man, a wild boar, red all over with long crimson spikes on its back, panted heavily, flames shooting from its large nostrils. Watching the flames engulf the spot where Yi Yi had stood, the yellow-haired man wore a cruel smile. However, his grin faded instantly, for the place where Yi Yi had been was now empty. Lu Li, you recorded that, right? He summoned his contract spirit first. My subsequent actions are purely for self-defense. 10 meters away from the explosion site stood Yi Yi, with his purple hair waving, smiling and waving at the camera in Lu Li's hand. Lu Li, witnessing Yi Yi, unscathed and crackling with electricity, swallowed hard and nodded silently. So you had me record it, anticipating such a scenario? How astute. He then cast a sympathetic glance at the yellow-haired man. Enough. All bystanders, step aside. I'm about to commence my rightful defense. After declaring this, Yi flashed forward, delivering a kick to the boar's belly. The boar howled, sent flying over 10 meters from the sheer force of Yi Yi's strike. With just one blow, the bronze 6-star contract spirit was downed. The onlookers were left in disbelief, questioning if this was truly a human. Before the yellow-haired man could react, Yi launched into an all-out assault. So you're the yellow-haired one, huh? You bully my classmate, do you? The dazed yellow-haired man was sent spinning through the air by Yi Yi's powerful slap, landing hard on the ground. He felt a burning pain on his face, yet stubbornly refused to yield. What are you waiting for? Summon your contract spirits. The nearby lackeys gritted their teeth, summoning a motley assortment of contract spirits. Creatures of the sky, land, and water appeared, a complete array. I don't know how you're so strong, but we have the numbers. The yellow-haired man spat blood and glared fiercely at Yi Yi. Huh, does having numbers even matter? Yi scoffed. Do you know what it means to be outclassed? If I were to hold back, I might accidentally kill your contract spirit with a single blow, and that would complicate matters. Yi withdrew from his spiritual energy state, and Ying had been complaining in his mind for 5 minutes. I want to fight. You've handled them all by yourself? What am I supposed to do? No more bullying. Ying, come out. Let us take them down. Ying appeared before Yi, still clad in the princess outfit Lu Xiangnan had purchased for him that afternoon, adorned with a delicate headpiece. With a glint of murderous intent mixed with excitement, Ying brandished a sword, facing off against the dozen or so contract spirits across from them. The crowd was momentarily paralyzed. They had anticipated Yi would summon an impressive contract spirit, yet it turned out to be an adorable little girl. Ying, you can't use the sword. The fierce-looking Ying, eyes blazing with combat fervor, turned back, looking at Yi with a hint of grievance, as if questioning him. Yi merely shook his head, providing no further explanation. After all, Ing was proficient with blades, and he couldn't risk her recklessly swinging it, potentially causing serious harm. Are you kidding me? This is your contract spirit? A group led by the yellow-haired man erupted in laughter. A humanoid contract spirit. I've seen this on TV, but it's my first time seeing one that hasn't been weaned, haha. They continued mocking. That sword is taller than she is. Can she even lift it? Hey, can you all shut up for a moment? Yi, hearing the pre-fight banter, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Did they lack intelligence? Even without Ing, he could have taken them down. The problem was that Ying's forehead was already showing signs of agitation, electric currents dancing chaotically around her body. Her expression darkening. It wasn't a lack of intelligence, but rather a lack of levels. Not being able to speak doesn't mean she can't understand. She despised being belittled and referred to as immature. Ing raised her head, her purple eyes glowing red. She sheathed the sword and vanished in an instant. The opponents, caught off guard by her disappearance, were preparing to defend, but Ying's speed far surpassed their reactions. She conjured a small ball of azure lightning. No larger than a ping-pong ball, as Yi had specifically instructed her. She could unleash her power, but must not kill. The tiny azure orb struck the ground in the center of the crowd, instantly sending arcs of electricity surging within a 10-meter radius, causing numerous individuals and contract spirits to tremble uncontrollably. Then Ing targeted the remaining stragglers, beginning with a bird-shaped contract spirit hovering 8 meters high. In an instant, she appeared above it, hands together, and executed a powerful slam, sending the creature crashing to the ground, half of its body embedded in the earth. With the airborne threat neutralized, she turned her attention to those on the ground. Utilizing her unmatched speed and blink, Ing navigated through the contract spirits and the crowd with ease, delivering straight punches, whip kicks, elbow strikes, and powerful slaps. The shadow descended upon the flock like a famished wolf crashing into a henhouse. Although these chickens were students from the Beastmaster class at Luocheng Experimental Middle School, in the shadow's eyes, they were merely a group of inadequately trained fowl. Perhaps they had trained for 2.5 years? Before long, a van's worth of individuals lay sprawled on the ground. The contracted spirits were either rendered unconscious or gravely injured, retreating automatically back to their respective spirit spaces. In stark contrast, the shadow merely exhibited a slight increase in its breathing rate following the intense combat. If it had been permitted to utilize weapons and unleash its full potential, Yi surmised that a single confrontation would have been the end for them. Truly formidable. At this moment, Luli stood nearby, struggling to swallow, his phone in hand capturing the unfolding scene. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 60. The internet is not a lawless land. Just as the shadow flaunted its combat achievements before Yi, the enforcement team from the Spirit Regulation Bureau arrived. Initially, the surrounding students had called the police, but after Huang Mao unleashed his contracted spirit, the situation escalated. The onlookers promptly dialed the Enforcement Bureau's number again. Remarkably, only 6 or 7 minutes had passed since Huang Mao summoned his spirit, and the enforcement team had already arrived. Their efficiency was commendable. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi was momentarily taken aback. There were 7 or 8 members of the enforcement team, and he recognized the leader. Team leader? Li Xiao was momentarily stunned. Yi, observing the writhing group on the ground, moaning in despair. Li Xiao initially assumed it was a case of a vicious gang of beast masters, but upon noticing Yi unscathed, he reconsidered. What is happening here? Yi immediately adopted a pitiful expression, nearly shedding tears. Brotherly, you have no idea, they were about to gang up on me. Even using their contracted spirits to ambush me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would be looking at my corpse. Li Xiao's forehead twitched with annoyance. Are you certain they were the ones ganging up on you? Yi nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. By the way, I recorded everything. These people are utterly despicable, summoning their contracted spirits in broad daylight in the city. Look at this massive pit on the ground. It was caused by their contracted spirits' explosion. He pointed accusingly at Huang Mao. Li Xiao felt a headache coming on. Good grief. Take them all away. All of them. Inside the Luocheng Spirit Regulation Bureau, in the interrogation room, Li Xiao gazed at the video on his phone with a perplexed expression. Particularly, when Yi confidently declared that he was about to commence legitimate self-defense, Li Xiao's lips twitched slightly. All right, I have a general understanding of the situation. They indeed initiated the conflict first. I have already notified their school and parents. As for you, you may leave now. Yi nodded, but then inquired. What about my classmate? The one named Luli, can he leave? Not yet. By the way, do you know the cause of today's incident? Yi was taken aback. He truly had no idea. He had merely intervened when he saw someone bullying his classmate. Your classmate was making disparaging remarks on another school's forum, and as a result, he was targeted for revenge at the school gates. Initially, they intended to confront someone else. But Lu Li, having not returned home after the exam, was found in the school practicing and happened to cross paths with Huang Mao and his group. Li Xiao continued. The root of all this is actually due to you. Yi was bewildered. How is this my fault? Because someone spread rumors about your participation in the special recruitment of the Huagua Beastmaster Academy, claiming you were merely a beneficiary of connections to secure this opportunity. Lu Li attempted to refute this on the forum, leading to a back-and-forth exchange that escalated into a war of words. Today, you all could have left after the exam, but you happened to encounter Huang Mao and his group just after school let out. Furthermore, during the exam, you shattered the fragile confidence of numerous students, including Lu Li, with your peak bronze-level skills. After the exam, Lu Li practiced for 3 hours, which ultimately led to his unfortunate encounter with Huang Mao and his gang. After relaying all this, Li Xiao licked his dry lips. He was astounded by the sheer coincidence of it all. How could such a thing happen? And you're at peak bronze level? Didn't you just awaken your Beastmaster talent not long ago? Yi felt somewhat speechless. By this logic, it truly was because of him. Because Lu Li posted inappropriate comments online, it has caused some adverse effects. He will need to be detained for 1 night. Yi reluctantly nodded. After leaving the Spirit Regulation Bureau, it was already late. He did not linger and took a cab to Zhang Guodong's home. The familiar villa greeted him as he knocked on the door. Zhang Guodong soon opened it, his expression one of surprise upon seeing Yi. Once inside, Yi changed his shoes and proceeded to the living room. Zhang Guodong poured him a glass of water. You've come so late because you were out fighting, weren't you? Yi was taken aback. How did you know so quickly? Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes. Do you have any idea how much commotion you caused? He then handed his phone to Yi. Upon taking Zhang Guodong's phone, Yi was met with a forum page from Luocheng Experimental Middle School. The forum was ablaze with activity. His actions at the school gate had been recorded and posted, the title boldly stating, "Is this the caliber of experimental middle school students?" Yi felt a surge of frustration. Who was this audacious individual? The comments section was overflowing, with countless students from Luocheng No. 1 and experimental middle school flooding in to exchange barbs. Even students from other schools joined the fray. Did you see that? The elite class assessment is imminent. And at such a crucial moment, this kind of incident occurs. Is it my fault? Yi spread his hands in exasperation. Chapter 61. Is money blinding you? It's not your fault. In fact, the principal just called me to commend your actions, as they greatly boosted our school's morale at this critical juncture. However, you might encounter some minor troubles. What troubles? Yi asked, puzzled. The principal of experimental middle school is not pleased with the low morale of his Beastmaster class students, particularly since several of those you had a skirmish with are participants in the upcoming Lingsu assessment. So, they have contacted our principal to arrange a friendly competition between the schools tomorrow. And what will that entail? Zhang Guodong sighed. The format will consist of 1-on-1 and 4-on-4 matches, with each school selecting elite representatives. Yi contemplated this. The 1-on-1 format is straightforward. It tests individual prowess to the utmost. However, the 4-on-4 setup is different. In Beastmaster competitions or tasks, teams typically consist of 4 members. In perilous Lingsu environments, having too many individuals can become cumbersome. The larger the target, the slower the evasive maneuvers, and when faced with danger, someone inevitably hinders the escape. Hence, 4-person teams are widely adopted in Huagua, with 1 strong attacker, 1 support, 1 tank, and 1 agile role to cover all aspects. The principal's intention is for you to lead the team, selecting 3 individuals from our school to compete against experimental middle school. Yi was momentarily taken aback, scoffing. Why bother selecting anyone? I am invincible in 1-on-1, and I can single-handedly take on 4 in a team battle. Observing Yi suddenly adopting a relaxed posture and a haughty demeanor, Zhang Guodong felt a vain throb on his forehead. Wait for me to finish. The principal wants you to refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary. You need only ensure victory in the 1-on-1 match and during the 4-on-4. Let the others take the lead as much as possible. Given your current strength, you would decisively dominate any high school competition in Luocheng. So the principal wants you to lead the team while allowing others to gain experience without risking defeat. Yi nodded. All right, will there be any rewards? Zhang Guodong promptly delivered a playful slap to the back of Yi's head. Are you blinded by greed? The school has nurtured you for so long. What is wrong with contributing to it? Yi cradled his head, a visage of anguish upon his countenance. I merely inquired. Fear not. Tomorrow shall be secure. Zhang Guodong's expression softened somewhat. The individual recording the video failed to capture the entirety. Had the principal of Shiyan Middle School been aware of Yi's true prowess, he would never have uttered such words. Conversely, the principal of Luocheng No. 1 High School was in high spirits. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity for invaluable experience? All right, let us prepare a meal. I am on the verge of starvation. Are you truly cooking? What do you think? Observing Zhang Guodong, who had adopted a stoic demeanor while mindlessly scrolling through Douyin, Yi resignedly retreated to the kitchen. He swiftly prepared a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Zhang Guodong sat before the dining table, awestruck by the culinary delights that had materialized. Where did you procure these ingredients? As the aromatic dishes wafted towards him, Zhang Guodong, husband to Li Qian, recalled the exquisite dishes crafted by her from high-grade spirit beasts over the years. The golden tear chasing cloud tiger, the fiery sun bull. And this soup, was that fish not also from a golden tear spirit beast? Where did you acquire them? Yi was taken aback. Zhang Guodong possessed such discerning taste. Moreover, these ingredients were indeed from golden tear spirit beasts. He had assumed they were merely from silver tier spirit beasts when he had made his purchases at the Ling Shirgo. They were gifted to me. Come, let us feast. Zhang Guodong did not ponder further. He had long grown accustomed to Yi Ye's mystique. After sipping the fish soup, Zhang Guodong furrowed his brow. What have you added to this fish soup? His face slightly flushed. He regarded Yi with gravity. Could Yi confess to Zhang Guodong that he had added a potent substance? In truth, it was nothing extraordinary, merely a small portion of a body enhancement potion. A remnant from before. He had intended to improve old Zhang's constitution with it. It is a rare ingredient. Consume it, for I no longer possess it. My robust physique is thanks to its blessings. Zhang Guodong pushed the soup back towards Yi. What nonsense! Why would you bestow such a precious item upon me? You drink it, do not waste it. Witnessing Zhang Guodong's earnestness warmed Yi's heart. From Zhang Guodong's demeanor, it was apparent he had begun to feel the effects of the body enhancement potion, yet he still wished to offer it to Yi. What is the essence of a mentor-s virtue? It is to give to others without selfishly claiming it for oneself. This very quality allowed Yi to confidently share the enhancement with Zhang Guodong. No worries. I have already used too much. This potion no longer affects me. Is that so? Zhang Guodong regarded Yi with skepticism, but seeing his insistence, he refrained from further inquiry. It must be said that the meals prepared by Yi, having acquired the skills of a novice spirit chef, were extraordinarily delectable, an exquisite blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Regrettably, Yi had not encountered opportunities for rewards related to spirit cooking techniques recently. Burp. Zhang Guodong let out a hearty belch, having consumed the entirety of the substantial bowl of fish soup to avoid waste. His complexion was now radiant, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow. Chapter 62. The Bodhisattva of Childbirth Yi. Yi, this effect is rather intense, is it not? Zhang Guodong felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, his entire body aching. Do not fret, it shall pass shortly, and a new world shall unfold. Perhaps due to Zhang Guodong's sedentary office lifestyle compounded by a lack of exercise, the effects of the body enhancement potion appeared particularly pronounced in him. After 10 minutes, Zhang Guodong, drenched in perspiration, took a deep breath. How do you feel? At this juncture, Zhang Guodong had the energy to assess his physical condition. The first sensation was one of ease. Years of drafting lesson plans, coupled with inadequate rest, had left Zhang Guodong plagued by cervical and lumbar ailments. Although the silver-tier beast master physique was far superior to that of an ordinary person, discomfort remained. Furthermore, Zhang Guodong noticed that his vision had become blurred while wearing his glasses. Upon removing them, he discovered that his long-standing myopia had indeed improved. Additionally, he experienced various enhancements to his physical constitution. In summary, Yi had bestowed upon him a remarkable surprise. Even some of his minor ailments had vanished. Realizing something, Zhang Guodong grasped Yi's shoulders. What is this substance? Does it possess healing properties? Yi was momentarily startled by Zhang Guodong's fervor. The body enhancement potion was not a cure. Rather, it resolved certain latent afflictions during the enhancement process. Could it be that Zhang Guodong harbored ailments? Was his earlier suffering a consequence of such hidden maladies? Perhaps. Teacher Zhang, do you have any illnesses? At this moment, Zhang Guodong recognized his excessive excitement and released Yi. Sigh. It is no secret. I have been married to your Shirmu for 10 years, and we have longed for a child, but the doctor stated that she suffered an injury in her youth, rendering her unable to conceive. Upon hearing this, Yi was suddenly enlightened. He could understand Zhang Guodong's earlier excitement, but while minor ailments could be addressed by the body enhancement potion, he had no assurance about infertility. Just then, new options appeared before Yi. Option 1. Draw a lottery to obtain a vial of body enhancement potion for Zhang Guodong to experiment with. Reward, abundant beast mastery. Option 2. Assure Zhang Guodong, do not worry, I shall take care of Shirmu's pregnancy. Reward, a guaranteed pregnancy potion. Note, once consumed, regardless of any factors, pregnancy is guaranteed during the next act of intimacy. Yi's lips twitched. What sort of absurd system is this? How could such peculiar potions exist? Yet, for the happiness of Zhang Guodong and Li Qian, rest assured, I will handle Shirmu's pregnancy. Yi solemnly declared to Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong was left in a state of confusion. Why does that sound so strange? Without time to react, he witnessed Yi produce a glass vial containing a green potion, adorned with a prominent black skull and a red cross. This is a potion I acquired by chance. If you give it to Shermu, I guarantee you will be blessed with a child. Yi firmly placed the vial into Zhang Guodong's hand. Zhang Guodong stood bewildered. Who do you think you are? The Bodhisattva of childbirth. Is it as simple as you say? Moreover, with that conspicuous skull on the vial, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Surely, this is not poison. I assure you, trust me. Whether I can hold our little apprentice depends on you. Observing Yi Ye's earnest expression, Zhang Guodong gritted his teeth. Very well, I believe you. I will call Shermu immediately. Without hesitation, Zhang Guodong dialed Li Qian's number. Hello, dear. Can you return home in the next few days? It's rather urgent. Li Qian, currently in the school laboratory conducting experiments, immediately inquired upon hearing Zhang Guodong's tone. What is it? Is there an emergency at home? If it is urgent, I can return tonight. Yes, please come back tonight. It is indeed important. Li Qian's expression grew serious. Zhang Guodong had always respected her work, never complaining about their long-distance relationship, and had never before urged her to return with such urgency. Understood. I will return immediately. Wait, it is not that urgent. Do not. Zhang Guodong's words were cut short as Li Qian hung up. Zhang Guodong and Yi exchanged glances. Wang Jie, arrange for a plane for me. I need to return to Luocheng in the shortest time possible. Li Qian anxiously made phone calls in the laboratory. An hour later, at a military airport in the capital, a newly developed Spirit weapon fighter jet took off, heading straight for Luocheng. Zhang Guodong had underestimated Li Qian's feelings for him and the influence she had amassed over her years in the capital. The key issue was that if Li Qian were to find out that Zhang Guodong's frantic call for her return was due to such matters, he would need to mourn for 3 minutes. Why don't you first teach me how to break through the silver tier? In the villa, Yi cautiously spoke to the dazed Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong snapped back to reality, smacking his thigh. Indeed, this is the matter of the day. How did we stray so far off topic? Subsequently, the two settled onto the sofa, where Zhang Guodong engaged in an animated discourse with Yi. Yi listened intently, nodding occasionally, and then sighed, exclaiming, "Oh, so that's how it is." Little did Zhang Guodong anticipate that shortly thereafter, a fighter jet would soar overhead, and a figure would leap from the aircraft. Zhang Guodong exclaimed, "Crisis." Chapter 63. You call me back for this? Oh, so that's how it is, Yi remarked. Having unearthed a notebook from somewhere in the living room, diligently jotting down notes and sketches, Zhang Guodong said, Yi is taking notes. The principles of breakthrough are quite simple. Once a beastmaster and their contracted spirit reach the zenith of their current rank, both can achieve a simultaneous breakthrough. However, certain conditions must be met. First, both parties must break through concurrently. Second, a substantial amount of beast power is required for replenishment, necessitating the preparation of potions and other means to swiftly restore beast power. Moreover, there is a crucial point. From the silver-level beastmaster onwards, one can contract the spirits residing within the spirit realm. This does not imply that spirits within the contract space are inferior. Rather, the uncertainty is too great. If one intends to contract a spirit beast as their spirit, it is imperative to have the desired spirit ready during the breakthrough. Otherwise, if the second contract spirit slot remains unfilled for a certain period after ascending to the next rank, the beastmaster risks a demotion. At that point, one would be forced to connect to the contract space randomly. That's about it. But I recommend that you contract a spirit beast while at the silver level. Zhang Guodong took a sip of water and continued at a leisurely pace. Spirit beast? Why? Yi queried. You already have Ing. She excels in both offense and mobility, though her innate talent is somewhat lacking. For your second contracted spirit, you should consider a defensive or supportive spirit beast. If you contract one directly from the contract space, the randomness is too high. Should you end up with another offensive type spirit, you may find yourself at a disadvantage when battling with 2 or more beasts. Bear in mind that high-level beastmasters often engage in chaotic battles with 7 or 8 contracted spirits. During such times, the contributions of supportive, healing, or tank-type spirits far surpass those of offensive spirits. Of course, there are beastmasters who exclusively contract offensive or defensive spirits, but most of them operate within military ranks, relying on teamwork. I hope you become a well-rounded beastmaster. Zhang Guodong spoke extensively, and Yi nodded gravely. However, his situation is distinct from others. He possesses a system. Ing was contracted with the help of the system, and given the system's tendencies, it wouldn't surprise him if he later contracted another character from Yuanshan. Warning: the world shifts. Alright, that's about enough. Hurry home and rest well. Preparing for tomorrow's match at the experimental middle school, Zhang Guodong said, taking another sip of water as Yi stowed away his notebook, which was already filled with several pages of notes. Zhang Guodong had not only explained how to break through the Beastmaster level, but also imparted other invaluable knowledge, such as how to contract spirit beasts and how to rapidly enhance the level of newly contracted spirits. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a swift progeny. Yi quipped playfully as he departed. Zhang Guodong appeared speechless. Hurry and leave. If the potion fails, you'll see how I deal with you. Zhang Guodong felt a surge of excitement. He had yearned for a child for 10 years. This is also why Li Qian and Zhang Guodong treated Yi so well, providing him with various resources. Yi as character is quite endearing. He possesses a childlike playfulness, yet maintains a sense of decorum regarding significant matters. Zhang Guodong and his wife regard Yi as a godson. Rest assured, it will be nothing short of exquisite. Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Guodong, causing the latter's face to flush slightly. As Yi opened the door to leave, Zhang Guodong accompanied him, only to find Li Qian, her hair slightly disheveled, poised to unlock the door with a key. Yi, teacher's wife? Darling? The three exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, Yi, who was about to depart, returned to the sofa in the living room. What is the urgent matter? Li Qian inquired, looking at Zhang Guodong with a puzzled expression. She had just leaped from an altitude of 7 to 8,000 meters. However, as a king-level beastmaster, this height posed no challenge for her. Her hair was merely slightly tousled. At this moment, both Yi and Zhang Guodong were astonished by Li Qian's speed. Wasn't it only a couple of hours since the call? Zhang Guodong stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response, finally glancing at Yi, who sat upright, focused intently on his fingers. Yi, you take it from here. Yi wore a perplexed expression. Me? Is this appropriate? What does this have to do with me? I'm merely a courier of potions. Perhaps you should handle this. Li Qian scrutinized the two, her eyes narrowing. She sensed something was amiss. Usually, they were quite articulate. Why were they suddenly mute? Zhang Guodong steeled himself. Dear, we should. Before he could finish the thought, Yi jumped to his feet. I should head home first. You two take your time. Ignoring Li Qian's attempts to retain him, Yi hastily exited the small villa. Finally out, Yi felt exasperated. Was this a matter in which he could involve himself? He silently mourned for Zhang Guodong. Meanwhile, within the villa, Li Qian wore an enigmatic expression, her fists clenched. You urgently called me back, just to. Chapter 64. Teacher Zhang, are you alright? Under the penetrating gaze of Li Qian, Zhang Guodong was drenched in sweat. No, you must listen to my explanation. He recounted the events that had transpired in meticulous detail. Are you saying that if I consume this potion, I will become pregnant? Li Qian asked, her expression a mixture of disbelief as she examined the small vial in her hand. Of course not. One cannot simply drink it and expect to conceive. There are necessary steps. Zhang Guodong asserted, adopting a solemn demeanor. We must act quickly. I intend to leave early tomorrow morning. Upon returning home, Yi pondered Zhang Guodong's words. Should he opt for a contracted spirit beast or a random spirit contract? Yi found himself in a quandary. He believed the system to be quite reliable. Beep. Host, you are quite astute. The sudden voice of the system startled Yi. Hey, could you refrain from speaking so abruptly? It's rather alarming. Beep. Host need not be troubled. Products from the system are guaranteed to be exceptional. Just focus on your breakthrough and leave the rest to the system. With the assurance of the system, Yi felt at ease. The immediate priority was to procure some beast power potions and prepare for his breakthrough to silver. As for the second contracted spirit, Yi was filled with anticipation. After all, with Ying as a precedent, the system's second contracted spirit should be equally remarkable. Early the next morning, Yi arrived at school with his backpack. Although the principal had advised him that he need not attend classes during this period and should concentrate on his silver breakthrough, Yi was required to lead a team to the experimental middle school for a friendly match. He could not participate alone in the 4-on-4 event and needed several teammates. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes were on Yi, their gazes imbued with unspoken significance. They had seen the posts on the forum. A formidable individual. Absolutely formidable. He single-handedly faced off against over 10 opponents from the neighboring experimental middle school, and remarkably, he emerged victorious without sustaining any injuries. They also saw the post shared on the school forum, learning that Luoqing Yizhong and Luoqing Shiyanzhongxua would engage in a friendly match today. Yi, take me with you. I know you need teammates. That group of rascals dares to block our school gate. What do you intend to do? Embarrass yourself? Take me with you. My contract spirit is a control type. In a 4v4, I would be absolutely formidable. Take me. With someone starting the excitement. The classroom erupted into a frenzy, with everyone eager to volunteer. After all, the thrill of causing a ruckus at another school was irresistible. The key was having the esteemed Yi leading them. How could they possibly lose? Ahem, actually, I already have someone in mind. Yi was taken aback by the enthusiasm of his classmates. Lan Yinsheng, Lu Xiangnan, you two will accompany me. As for the last member, all the students' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Xiangnan and Lan Yunsheng were the strongest in their class and were naturally chosen. As for other classes, Yi hadn't even considered them. It's you. Yi pointed to a girl at the front of the classroom. He had always paid attention to her. Her name was Lu Jiejia, usually unnoticed in class, with little presence. She was cute but petite and not very talkative. These were Yi's only impressions of her. However, during the test yesterday, Yi noticed her contract spirit level had surprisingly reached bronze 6 stars, and it was a healing type spirit. It was rare for students to cultivate their contract spirits to bronze 5 stars or above at this stage, aside from freaks like Yi. Me? Lu Jiejia's face flushed slightly as she looked excitedly at Yi. It's you. You'll join us in causing chaos shortly. Lu Jiejia nodded eagerly, astonished that Yi had selected her. Others felt a mix of envy and jealousy towards Lu Jiejia, but since Yi had made his choice, they refrained from commenting. At that moment, Zhang Guodong entered the classroom. Upon seeing him, Yi was instantly alarmed. Teacher Zhang, are you alright? After consuming the meal enhanced by Yi yesterday, Zhang Guodong appeared rosy and energetic, as if he had regained several years of youth. However, now he looked pale, unsteady on his feet, and even his lips had a hint of pallor. Seeing Yi, Zhang Guodong weakly replied, I'm fine. Have you made your selection? If so, let's head out. A vehicle is arranged at the school gate. Watching Zhang Guodong walk out immediately, Yi thought he should give him another boost someday. Does the system have a special version of Luwei Dihuangwan? Ding. That particular item is unavailable, but the host may try the body-strengthening potion as fertilizer. The results should be superior. Yi's mouth twitched. So can this fertilizer still be consumed? Wouldn't it be too potent? Nevertheless, the system's words opened a new world for Yi. Chapter 65. If one is not ruthless, one cannot stand firm. Following the unsteady Zhang Guodong, the 4 of them arrived at the school gate. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan discussed their coordination, while Yi listened and sighed. They're too naive, their hearts aren't dark enough. What kind of strategy is it to bind the enemy with cotton candy and have a little monkey attack? Or to have the little monkey feign an attack while the cotton candy hides on it for a sneak attack? Would such tactics even work? Lu Jiejia, I have a question for you. If we engage in a 4v4 shortly and you're in command, what would you do? Lu Jiejia was taken aback, not expecting Yi to ask her so suddenly. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan paused their conversation, and Zhang Guodong turned back. I would have the class leader's contract spirit, cotton candy, envelop Ying, merging the two, then exploit Ying's physical attacks that cannot harm cotton candy for a surprise attack. Catch them off guard and reduce their numbers first. Then, the little monkey just needs to hold back their tank, and with Ying's agility and high damage, we can take them down one by one. Yi nodded. Lu Jiejia's strategy was quite conventional, similar to Zhang Guodong's. In this 4v4, I'll try not to intervene. The school wants you to gain practical experience. Zhang Guodong addressed the 3 of them. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan were taken aback. Yi not intervening? That would make it quite challenging. After all, with 3 against 4, and with a healing-type Beastmaster on their side, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Luoqing Shiyan Zhongxue would undoubtedly select the strongest 4 for this match. So, we must emphasize strategy. Here's the plan. Yi, observing the troubled expressions of the 3, raised an eyebrow and began arranging tactics. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What is wrong with it? The battlefield is unpredictable. Teaching them a lesson is for their own good. Zhang Guodong, walking ahead, felt a chill run down his spine after hearing Yi's plan. This kid is truly ruthless. However, wouldn't this undermine the intended training effect? He worried about his top students being led astray by Yi. Upon thinking of the cunning students in his class, Zhang Guodong felt a headache coming on. Upon reaching the school gate, a black van was already parked. As they entered, Yi noticed the principal seated in the back. Zhang Guodong also got in the passenger seat. Hello, principal. The 4 greeted him. This time, we're counting on you to showcase the spirit of Luoqing Yizhong. Make sure to teach them a good lesson. Additionally, there will be rewards for this match. The winning side will receive 10 bottles of Beast Force potions from each school, while the losing side will receive nothing. Yi's eyes lit up. Beast Force potions. What a timely gift. Yi had spent all his money on lotteries and could not afford any Beast Force potions unless he sold Spirit Pearls. However, diamond-grade Spirit Pearls were precious. He was reluctant to part with even one. Now, if they won the match, each person could receive 5 bottles of advanced Beast Force potions. Lu Jiejia was equally thrilled. Such generous rewards? Unlike Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan, who came from affluent families, Lu Jiejia was from an ordinary household and could not afford the expensive Beast Force potions, let alone the advanced ones. At their current stage, a weekly supply of a basic Beast Force potion was standard, but each cost 10,000. That amounted to 40,000 a month, and in the 3 months leading up to the college entrance examination, they would need to spend a whopping 120,000 just on Beast Force potions. This did not include other expenses. Not everyone could afford to consume premium beast force potions at 1,000,000 each, like Yi. Can we not discuss this? It pains me too. Fortunately, Yi had secured the training resources for their class, significantly alleviating Lu Jiajia's financial burden. Thus, her excitement was entirely understandable. I also wonder why that stingy old man from Shurian Zhongxue is being so generous this time. When I proposed the rewards, I expected him to haggle. But he agreed readily. I fear there may be a trick involved, so you all should be cautious. Yi nodded. The proximity of Luoqing Yizhong and Luoqing Shurian Zhongxue meant that the van soon entered the grounds of Luoqing Shurian Zhongxue. Unlike Luoqing Yizhong, Luoqing Shurian Zhongxue was slightly smaller. With its teaching buildings exuding a sense of history, the van stopped in front of the Beast Hall of Luoqing Shurian Zhongxue. The principal and vice principal, accompanied by several teachers, were waiting at the entrance. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, the principal of Luoqing Shurian Zhongxue. Principal Zhang, you're quite punctual. The venue is all set. Please come in and have a look. As they stepped out of the vehicle, the principal of Shurian Zhongxue spoke. Principal Zhang, the head of Yiye's school, wore a hypocritical smile and responded with politeness. Punctuality has always been a cherished tradition at Luoqing Yizhong. We're rather honored by your personal welcome. The principal of Shurian Zhongxue, Pai Xiao Robu Xiao, spoke little, his mind racing with thoughts. Smile? I wonder if you will still be able to do so in a while. As they entered the beast arena, the atmosphere was vibrant. Shurian Zhongshue's venue was equally splendid compared to Luoqing Yizhong, adorned luxuriously. The arena buzzed with excitement, with nearly 3,000 students from Shurian Zhongxue present. Even at the edge of the stage, reporters from television stations were seen adjusting their cameras. Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of people. So many? Zhang Zheng's expression grew serious as he regarded the self-assured principal of Shurian Zhongxue, feeling a sense of unease. Based on his understanding of the principal, he knew that such a grand display would only occur if there was absolute confidence in victory. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan remained relatively calm, but Lu Jiajia, witnessing such a large gathering for the first time, felt nervous and hid behind Yi. The competition was divided into 2 rounds, 1-on-1 and a 4-on-4 match. A win and a loss would be considered a draw, leading to a decisive 1-on-1 match. The principal of Shurian Zhongxue proposed this to Zhang Zheng, who nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Please take a moment to rest. We will begin in half an hour. Yi and his companions were escorted by a teacher from Shurian Zhongxue to a resting area beside the stage. As soon as Yi sat down, he felt a hostile gaze upon him. Looking across the stage, he noticed a young man with short hair staring intently at him. The young man seemed momentarily surprised that Yi had noticed him, then narrowed his eyes. That is your opponent today. Based on the information I have, the short-haired guy is Huang Shang, the ace of Shurian Zhongxue this year, a bronze-level senior beastmaster. His contracted spirit is a silver moon wolf with a talent level of A, and he is ranked as a bronze 9 star. Yi was taken aback. So formidable. This was also a source of distress for Zhang Zheng. This year, only 2 geniuses with A-level contracted spirits emerged in Luoqing, neither of whom belonged to Luoqing Yizhong. One was at Shurian Zhongxue, and the other at Luoqing Yucai Zhongxue. Given that both Shurian Zhongxue and Luoqing Yizhong were prestigious schools in Luoqing, with top-notch faculty and student bodies, the competition was indeed fierce. The principal of Shurian Zhongxue often used Huang Shang's talent to provoke Zhang Zheng. The emperor? What an audacious name, Yi remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Zhang Zheng rolled his eyes in response. Is his name audacious? Yours is even more so. He proceeded to introduce the remaining 3 opponents, who seemed rather average to Yi, who felt confident he could easily overpower them. At that moment, Yi noticed Huang Shang staring at him again, this time with an unmistakable hint of provocation. Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is this person really that arrogant? He murmured to himself. Aware of Yi Ye's temperament, Zhang Guodong felt a pang of concern and quickly grasped Yi Ye's shoulder. Don't act recklessly. Once the match starts, feel free to showcase your skills, but now is not the time to make a move. Yi shrugged off Zhang Guodong's hand. Am I that impulsive? I genuinely just think the other side is too arrogant. They clearly haven't faced the harsh realities of life. After saying this, Yi exaggeratedly gestured towards Huang Shang, mouthing the words, Hey kid, look at your mom. He even flipped Huang Shang the bird. Seeing Yi Ye's antics, Huang Shang could no longer contain himself. Standing up and pointing at Yi, shouting, What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. His face turned green with rage. As he was used to being the bully at school, Yi was unyielding. His forehead veined with anger as he stood up, shouting back, What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, come up on stage right now. Zhang Zheng and Zhang Guodong were both startled by the sudden confrontation, watching as the crowd erupted in excitement. Dare to be so arrogant at our school? Get him. Huang Shang, go for it. The crowd cheered, demanding that the match commence immediately. expressing disbelief at the competitor's audacity to remain so spirited during the supposed break. The principal of Shurian Zhongshui approached Zhang Jing with a helpless expression. Shall we start early? Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. Let's begin. They clearly can't hold back any longer. Following this, Zhang Jing accompanied the principal of Shurian Zhongshui to the designated viewing area for school officials. Silence. The announcement echoed throughout the arena, plunging the vast venue into immediate quietude. The first match, the one-on-one, is about to commence. Contestants may now prepare. Yi rose, engaging in warm-up exercises. Zhang Guodong observed Yi Ye's warm-up with a touch of exasperation. You're a beast master. Why are you warming up by yourself? In a few swift steps, Yi ascended the stage, challenging Huang Shang with a defiant gaze. Huang Shang summoned his contracted spirit, a magnificent silver moon wolf, its pure white coat gleaming and measuring over 4 meters in length. Yi, in turn, summoned Ying, who had donned a set of sportswear. Her hair tied back in a high ponytail, exuding a spirited aura as she locked her gaze on the silver moon wolf. The appearance of Ying sparked a flurry of discussion among the spectators. They had heard tales of Yi Ye's adorable humanoid contracted spirit, and they were not disappointed. At that moment, a girl in the crowd shouted, Huang Shang, why not concede? How could you possibly hurt something so cute? Yi was momentarily stunned. Is Ying winning without a fight? Huang Shang, however, remained impassive, his focus unwavering. His target was never the contracted spirit, it was Yi. The match commenced with the judge's command, and as per tradition, Yi took a back seat, allowing Ying to take the lead. However, just as the battle began, Yi sensed something amiss. The silver moon wolf charged swiftly towards Ying. Rather than retreating, Ying advanced, wielding her blade with fierce determination. The clash of metal against the wolf's claws reverberated through the arena. Ying utilized her swift movements to create distance from the silver moon wolf, but to Yi Ye's astonishment, the wolf matched her speed, managing to keep pace with her almost seamless use of rapid movement. Incredible. This was the first time he had witnessed a contracted spirit capable of competing in speed with the silver moon wolf. Yet, speed alone was of little consequence. The silver moon wolf had yet to unleash its skills. Suddenly, realizing it could not catch Ying, the wolf opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and unleashed a barrage of ice balls aimed directly at Ying, each one hurtling through the air with a formidable force. Huang Shang revealed a cold smile. At that moment, Yi sensed an impending threat, noticing an ice ball hurtling toward him amidst the flurry. Yi, dodge! Zhang Guodong shouted urgently. Just as Zhang Guodong's voice faded, Yi had already reacted, swiftly evading the attack. The massive ice ball crashed into the ground behind him, sending a chill through the air as the surface of the arena was dented by the impact. Yi narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them as he glared at Huang Shang, who feigned innocence with an open-handed gesture, mouthing, sorry, I missed. Yi Ye's expression darkened. Had he not been there, someone else might have taken the brunt of that attack. The power of that ice ball was such that it could easily lead to severe injury or worse. Huang Shang was indeed a worthy opponent. As the battle continued, the silver moon wolf and Ying engaged in close combat, with the intermittent ice balls proving challenging for Ying to handle. Yi found it perplexing. How could a spirit with A-level talent be so overwhelmingly strong? It was known that Ying was currently a bronze 10 star, enhanced by potions. Yet the silver moon wolf seemed to possess an almost absurd level of power. At this moment, Ying, utilizing his agility and deft knife skills, gradually inflicted wounds upon the Yin Yulang. However, the frequent use of Xuanbu had significantly drained his stamina, leaving him somewhat vexed by the protracted battle. Suddenly, Ying conjured a basketball-sized Song Lei ball and executed a swift teleportation. The unsuspecting Yin Yulang was struck by the Song Lei, resulting in an explosion that engulfed both the wolf and Ying within a 30-meter radius. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, who were awed by the destructive power of Ying's Song Lei. Yet, neither the principal of the experimental high school in the stands nor Huang Shang displayed any change in expression. As the dust settled, the once pristine white fur of the Yin Yulang was now singed and charred, marred by multiple wounds from electric burns and Ying's strikes, leaving it in a state of disarray at the epicenter of the explosion. Nonetheless, it appeared merely disheveled. The wolf's fierce eyes locked onto Ying, as the pain ignited its primal instincts. In the stands, Zhang Jing and the principal of the experimental high school observed the match intently. Zhang Jing furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, casting a grim look at Principal Luo Chung beside him. Lu Principal, you have hidden your capabilities well, he remarked. Lu Ji merely smiled, choosing not to respond. On the battlefield, Huang Shang taunted Yi. Is this your ultimate move? Its effectiveness leaves much to be desired. Yi was taken aback, witnessing the spirited Yin Yulang still standing resiliently. How durable is this creature? Upon hearing Huang Shang's words, Ying showed no inclination to relent. One strike insufficient? How about 2 or 3? In an instant, he sheathed his Tang Dao, transitioning to a bare-handed combat stance. Both of his palms radiated with electric light, causing Huang Shang to feel a twinge of alarm. Is there no cooldown for such a powerful move? Ying's speed in consolidating the Zhang Lei was astonishingly rapid, almost instantaneous. As he formed another basketball-sized Zhang Lei, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Just as Ying prepared to unleash another blow on the Yin Yu Lang, a voice broke through. Yi, be careful. A massive serpent, as thick as a barrel and over 7 meters long, appeared behind Yi, flicking its tongue and lunging with a gaping maw. Startled, Yi swiftly dodged. Observing Yi being ambushed, Ying executed several Xuanbu steps, striking the serpent with 2 Zhang Lei orbs. The serpent, lacking the formidable defenses of the Yin Yu Lang, writhed in agony, resembling a squirming earthworm. Is he a silver-tier beastmaster? Lu Xiangnan abruptly rose from his seat, incredulous as he looked at Huang Shang. What? This is your trump card for this year at the experimental high school? Zhang Jing interjected. Lu Ji shook his head, a look of regret on his face. It's not quite a trump card. It's merely unfortunate. Meanwhile, Yi felt a lingering dread. A bite from such a colossal serpent was no trivial matter, and his physical conditioning was insufficient to withstand it. The situation had taken an intriguing turn. It was usually he who ambushed other beastmasters, but today he found himself on the receiving end of an ambush. Realizing that his initial strike had missed, Huang Shang felt a pang of disappointment. He had intended to conceal his strength and unleash his second contracted spirit during a 4v4 confrontation to catch Yi and the others off guard. However, Ying's overwhelming prowess forced Huang Shang to deploy his second contracted spirit prematurely. To his surprise, Yi reacted swiftly and evaded the attack. A silver-tier beastmaster? Yi remarked. I initially planned to engage in a fair contest, but now I must conclude this swiftly. With the Yin Yu Lang and the serpent now collaborating in a 2-on-1 scenario, Ying's agility, though formidable, was insufficient to guarantee victory given his earlier exertions. It was unclear how Huang Shang had managed to break through to silver tier at such a crucial juncture and contract a second spirit. The serpent, known as the Lin Kai Shi, was one that Yi had encountered in the Tianyang Ling Su. However, this one was considerably larger than the one he had previously encountered. Facing 2 silver tier contracted spirits, Ying exhibited no signs of trepidation. The Lin Kai Shi spewed corrosive venom, while the Yin Yu Lang launched icy projectiles. Ying adeptly dodged their attacks, but for the time being, he found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, options appeared before Yi. Option 1. Fight with one's back against the wall, trusting Ying to prevail. Reward, a small amount of Beastmaster energy. Option 2. Surrender to preserve strength and prevent Ying from being harmed. Reward, title of Fearful One. Effect, easier acceptance upon surrender. Option 3. A Beastmaster's battle should be concluded by the Beastmaster. Return the favor by ambushing the opponent's Beastmaster. Reward, Zhang Lei skill level 1. Surrender? That was simply out of the question. Setting aside his ability to enter the Ling Ning state, just possessing a complete strength experience card rendered Yi virtually invincible. Using it in this context felt somewhat wasteful. With a determined glint in his eyes, Yi swiftly devised a battle plan. Receiving Yi's directive, Ying immediately began conjuring Zhang Lei orbs, this time in greater quantities, each the size of a ping-pong ball. Soon, a dozen or so Zhang Lei orbs coalesced in Ying's hands. This time, instead of directly targeting the opponent's spirits, he evenly scattered them across the arena. In an instant, the platform was saturated with a purple electric current. While the damage was minimal, it effectively obscured visibility. At that precise moment, Ying vanished from sight. Caught in the electric haze, both the Lin Kai Shi and the Yin Yu Lang remained stationary, oblivious to Ying's disappearance, as did Yi. Meanwhile, Yi entered the Ling Ning state, advancing toward the center of the arena where the electric current had yet to dissipate. In this state, Yi's strength and speed surged to terrifying levels, marking his first time entering the Ling Ning state since his recent surge in power. The overwhelming sensation of strength coursing through him was intoxicating. The Zhang Lei did not last long, as the electric current dissipated. Huang Shang was the first to notice Yi charging toward him. You. Before Huang Shang could react, a brick appeared in Yi's hand. What do you mean, you? Take that. Yi swung his arm, bringing the brick down upon Huang Shang's head. Of course, Yi refrained from utilizing the brick's sharp edges that could inflict critical damage, simultaneously dispelling the Ling Ning state. Despite possessing the physical prowess of a silver-tier beastmaster, Huang Shang was still felled by the brick, for Yi's physical capabilities far surpassed his own, and this was no ordinary brick. Silver tier, is this it? Huang Shang had barely awakened his abilities a few days prior, yet he dared to confront Yi with a brick. The arena fell silent, and in the stands, Lu Ji appeared utterly dazed. Zhang Jing had anticipated this very moment, relishing the outcome. This Yi, how utterly uncouth. How could he directly attack a beastmaster? Oh, but Huangshang initiated the confrontation first, so it's all right. Zhang Jing delivered a sardonic remark, while Lu Ji's face darkened with displeasure. There was little he could do. Had Yi struck first, he could have leveraged that to his advantage, but since Huangshang had initiated, the situation was fundamentally different. Don't celebrate too soon. There's still the 4v4. Lu Ji scoffed. On the battlefield, Huangshang lay unconscious, a sizable bump swelling on his head. How could he do this? Shameless. Yet Huangshang was no saint himself. Had he forgotten the events during the school examination? The audience erupted in dissent, and ultimately, the referee announced that the second match of the 4v4 would commence in 1 hour. Although it could have started immediately, the primary force of the experimental high school, Huangshang, remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yi returned to the resting area, where Zhang Guodong wore a teasing expression. TSK. I never expected you to experience a day of being ambushed. Yi's face darkened, filled with indignation. Isn't it because the principal advised me to refrain from striking? Otherwise, I would have split his head open at the very start. I found him displeasing for quite some time. Huangshang also felt wronged. Had he unleashed 2 contracted spirits right from the beginning, the odds might have been slim, but the outcome wouldn't have been so dire. Who dared to ambush Yi? Known as the most reckless individual in Luo City? Take this. All right, do we have confidence in this 4v4? Yi huddled with the other 3, strategizing. Intelligence indicated that the 4-person team from Shiyan Middle School was exceptionally well coordinated. A tank, an attacker, a healer, and a silver tier Huangshang. Although it remained uncertain whether Huangshang would awaken before the match began, Yi whispered, "How about we do this? Isn't that a bit too brutal?" Zhang Guodong listened without contradicting Yi. While the methods may seem ruthless, they were simple, direct, and effective. Soon, an hour passed, and the competitors took the stage. Yi noticed that Huangshang had already awakened, his head wrapped in bandages, glaring fiercely at him. He was seething with rage. Regardless of the outcome of this 4v4, Huangshang was furious. A silver tier beast master reduced to a mere ambush by a bronze tier? Not only was he ambushed, but he was also ultimately defeated. He could already foresee the discussions on the forum tonight. As both teams took their positions, the match commenced. Huangshang summoned his 2 contracted spirits, while his teammates did the same. Yi followed suit, though due to Huangshang's silver tier status, they were at a disadvantage with 1 fewer contracted spirit. The silver moon wolf and the phosphorescent snake, both silver tier spirits, charged forth. Behind them, a butterfly with wings spanning nearly a meter took to the air, enveloping the silver moon wolf and phosphorescent snake in a protective shield, sending chills down Yi's spine. Butterflies of normal size are undeniably lovely and elegant, but this giant butterfly, with its grotesque mandibles and unsettling appearance, was truly horrifying. Lan Yunxing summoned a massive great strength demon ape, which quickly grew in size due to a buff skill. Ultimately towering nearly 10 meters high, Cotton Candy released smoke bombs that erupted on the battlefield, obscuring vision. Lu Jiejia summoned her own contracted spirit, a snail that emitted a blue glow, which instantly enhanced both the great strength demon ape and its shadow with improved recovery and defense. The great strength demon ape confronted the silver moon wolf and phosphorescent snake, unleashing a flurry of punches accompanied by a distinctive sound of wind. A contracted spirit resembling a pangolin stood in the back line, watchful of the shadow whose hands crackled with lightning, raising a pale yellow crystal shield in fear of a sudden attack. Almost everyone's attention was riveted on the great strength demon ape and the silver moon wolf, as the former unleashed a relentless barrage of skills, mercilessly hindering the latter. For a moment, they found themselves utterly helpless against the great strength demon ape. However, the shadow was not idle. The Tsanglei bomb in its hand was swelling larger by the second. Having just leveled up, the Tsanglei bomb was now larger than a yoga ball and even taller than the shadow itself. This was Yi's strategy. Everyone would buy time for the shadow, culminating in a devastating Tsanglei attack that would swiftly conclude the match. Simple and direct. As the moment approached, Yi exchanged glances with his teammates. In perfect synchrony, they retracted their contracted spirits. Instantly, the great strength demon ape vanished from the arena. The opposing team was momentarily stunned. Withdrawing a contracted spirit in such a context was tantamount to conceding defeat, as they could not be summoned again. In a flash, the shadow executed a swift step, carrying the massive Tsanglei bomb to the center of the arena, before leaping high and slamming the bomb into the ground, triggering an explosion. On the stands, Lu Ji's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie. Quick, activate the arena's protective shield. Hurry. However, activation required time. Stop dawdling. Move. Just as the shadow initiated its action, a gigantic transparent barrier enveloped the arena, followed by an intensely blinding white light erupting from within. The chaotic lightning and violent shockwaves ravaged the shield, with everyone feeling the arena tremble. The defensive barrier of Shurian Middle School was of exceptional quality. Spectators could only witness the internal explosion and feel the vibrations without hearing a sound. Yet, as soon as someone entertained such thoughts, the arena fell silent after the tumult, revealing a scene of devastation, riddled with craters and ravaged by the furious lightning. The protective shield, too, bore the brunt, developing cracks before shattering with a crisp sound. Zhang Jiang stared gravely at the center of the arena. The shield's power source comprised 4 golden-tier spirit orbs, a fact he was acutely aware of. Given that Luo City No. 1 High School possessed a similar setup, how could Yi shatter this protective barrier? This strike had reached the power level of a golden-tier spirit beast. Chapter 70. Yi's second contracted spirit. Yi was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such immense power. On the field, 2 silver-tier spirits lay lifeless, while the remaining 3 had been automatically retracted into their contracted space due to sustaining fatal injuries. Except in extraordinary circumstances, it was exceedingly rare for contracted spirits to be killed. Of course, situations where beast masters were in peril and fought to the death did not count, as the death of a beast master would also result in the demise of their contracted spirit. Below, the 4 members of Shurian Middle School gazed in horror at the chaos on the field. My apologies, but Luo City No. 1 High School has outperformed us. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing and Lu Ji had already descended from the stands. Lu Ji's expression was grim. The loss of 10 vials of high-grade Beastmaster potions, along with 4 golden-tier spirit orbs, was not insignificant. While the potions could be procured by such a large school, the spirit orbs were in limited supply. Zhang Jing, however, was in high spirits. Yi's performance exceeded all his expectations. Without further provoking Lu Ji, Zhang Jing hurriedly led the group away from Shurian Middle School. No sooner had they left than the forums of Luo City No. 1 High School and Shurian Middle School exploded with activity. Some were live texting the battle, particularly the students of Luo City No. 1 High School, who could not attend the event in person and were glued to the live broadcast. Well done. Excellent work. In the car, Zhang Jing wore a contented smile. After years of rivalry with Shurian Middle School, while Luo City No. 1 High School had enjoyed a slight edge, they had never achieved such a crushing victory as today. Here are your spoils. 20 vials of high-grade Beast Master potions. Zhang Jing produced 2 boxes and handed them to Yi. Distribute them. Yi opened the boxes, and each person received 5 vials. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan accepted without hesitation, while Lu Jiejia felt a bit awkward. I think I'll pass. I didn't contribute much. Throughout the match, Lu Jiejia had only used 1 skill, making her hesitant to claim her share of the reward. What are you saying? We are a team, aren't we? Yi smiled warmly. Today, as circumstances were unique, in a typical match, a healing beast master plays an invaluable role. Lu Xiangnan stated earnestly, with Lan Yunsheng nodding in agreement. All right then. Thank you all. Lu Jiejia gingerly accepted the precious potion, carefully placing it in her bag. All right. The results should be released by noon today, and tomorrow marks the assessment for the elite class. Time to prepare diligently. The vehicle had already come to a stop in front of Luoqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Jing solemnly addressed the 4 of them. Understood. Goodbye, Principal. Yi. Do not leave just yet. As the 4 were about to return to their classroom, Yi was called back. With a puzzled expression, Yi looked at Zhang Jing. Are you confident? Observing Yi's performance today, Zhang Jing, who initially had little faith in him, felt a flicker of hope ignite within. To be honest, I have no confidence. After all, it's a Silver Lord. Yi felt helpless. The Silver Lord was an absolute powerhouse in Tianyang Lingxiu, dominating the realm alongside only the Thunderstorm Dragon. Let us give it our all. Tomorrow morning, you will go with the school vehicle, and upon arriving at Tianyang Lingxiu, Suzu will be there to meet you. Sure. Speaking of Suzu, Yi realized he hadn't seen her in quite some time, as if she had evaporated into thin air. By the way, if you encounter any students from our school tomorrow, please lend a helping hand if you can. Understood. Yi bid farewell to the principal and did not return to the classroom, as he had received special treatment from the principal, exempting him from attending classes. He hurriedly returned home. At this time, both Yi's father and mother were at work, leaving him alone in the house. He took out 5 bottles of high-grade Beast Mastery potions from the storage space. Today, he was determined to break through to silver. Only by achieving this would he have a chance at tomorrow's special recruitment. Moreover, he had already decided to randomly contract a spirit. Sitting on his bed, Yi closed his eyes, recalling the method Zhang Guodong had taught him. Holding his breath and focusing, he cleared his mind, feeling the call of the contract spirit space and opening the second contract slot. At this moment, Yi entered a peculiar state, as the method for absorbing beast mastery that he had never practiced before began to operate autonomously without his awareness. Just 3 minutes later, Yi felt the stirring of beast mastery within him. The bottleneck that had previously resisted the use of the elite beast mastery potion was no more. Yi felt an emptiness throughout his body, craving a substantial amount of beast mastery to replenish his strength. Opening his eyes, he calmly consumed 2 bottles of beast mastery. The immense energy nourished his body. Not enough. Yi opened another bottle. Still insufficient. With determination, he downed the last 2 bottles as well. The vast energy surged within him, being absorbed and transforming his physique. Concurrently, the system's voice echoed in Yi's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through your rank. A suitable contract spirit has been located for you. Yi was elated. The system was reliable. He sensed that another spirit within the contract space had formed a connection with him. Eagerly, he summoned it. Yi's mind was filled with 3 large question marks. Chapter 71, Coral Palace Xian High. Another version? Yi stared blankly at the tiny figure before him. After summoning the second spirit he had just contracted, Yi held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that now, having reached silver, and with the system's energy having significantly recovered, he should receive an adult form, right? At this rate, I will end up in kindergarten. Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ding. Due to insufficient system energy, it cannot. Yi could hardly pay attention to the system's words, as he was filled with joy while gazing at his newly summoned spirit. She was seated on the ground, her pink hair tied into a butterfly bow at the crown of her head, with 2 long strands cascading down her back. Around her neck was a black collar adorned with water drop decorations. She wore a blue dress embellished with rippling water patterns, and at the center of her chest bow, a blue water elemental divine eye glimmered softly. The lower part of her dress resembled a tailcoat, with her legs clad in white stockings and blue wooden clogs, each tied with a bow. It seemed she had an affinity for bows. Her light blue eyes gazed adorably at Yi, melting his heart. This was his second contract spirit, Coral Palace Xian High. As a water-type character from Genshin Impact, her healing abilities were remarkable. Yi lacked a healing contract spirit, and Xian High's arrival significantly enhanced his sustained combat capabilities. Although she was merely a bronze 1-star, this was not a considerable issue. At that moment, a new virtual panel appeared before Yi's eyes. Name, Coral Palace Xian High. Level, bronze 1-star. Personality, socially anxious, shy. Attribute, water. Type, humanoid. Talent, sea deity princess. Can move freely in water. Skill, Oath of the Sea Moon. 1. Summons a mirage of water life. Transforms Sea Moon that can heal allies and rapidly restore stamina. Potential, upgradable. Yi's expression darkened slightly. Was this potential standard issue? He summoned Ing, who had now broken through to silver 1-star. Huh, why hasn't she grown? Ing looked just as she did before, unchanged in height or size. Yi had anticipated that after Ying's breakthrough, she would have grown a bit. Meanwhile, Ing, with her curious purple eyes, leaned in closely to Xian High, observing her from all angles. She felt a strange familiarity with this pink companion. Xian High, under Ying's scrutiny, blushed slightly, lowering her head shyly and avoiding eye contact. Watching the 2 little girls huddled together, a smile crept onto Yi's face. Xian High, could you use a skill for us to experience? Xian High stood up from the ground, waving her hand, and a blue jellyfish appeared among the 3 of them. The jellyfish was roughly the size of a palm, somewhat translucent, and under Xian High's control, it floated above Ying's head. Yi curiously poked at the jellyfish's body. It was soft and slippery. The moment the jellyfish manifested, the humidity in the room surged, causing both Yi and Ing to feel a bit damp. Meanwhile, Ing, with the jellyfish atop her head, closed her eyes in bliss. So comfortable the jellyfish could rapidly heal injuries and restore stamina, but since Ing was in peak condition, she could only feel as if she were submerged in water, thoroughly enjoying the sensation. All right, get acquainted. From now on, you will be companions fighting side by side. Yi addressed the 2 little girls. Ing eagerly took Xian High's hand, rushing her over to Yi's computer. Familiar with the setup, she couldn't wait to share her toys with her new friend. At that moment, Yi was reveling in the changes brought on by his breakthrough to silver. Firstly, the most apparent change was the enhancement of his physical constitution. Yi had already possessed an extraordinary physique, but now he felt as though he could single-handedly topple a silver-level spirit beast. Of course, this was merely a feeling. The other changes were less pronounced. As in this world where beast masters reigned supreme, breakthroughs primarily reinforced the contract spirits. Ying's advancement to silver was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Only time would reveal just how strong she had become, and the truth would be unveiled upon entering the Lingshu. Xian High's presence undoubtedly provided Yi with an added layer of security for his journey into the Lingshu. At this moment, Ing and Xian High were engrossed in playing on the computer. Recently, Ing had become enamored with a strategy game on Yi's computer. In this game, Players assumed the role of battlefield commanders, navigating the ever-changing dynamics of combat by devising tactics and directing troops to achieve victory. Ying was rather inexperienced, often being bested by others, yet she remained undeterred, playing daily. Xian Hai, after acclimating to Ying's enthusiasm, gradually became captivated by the game as well. Witnessing Ying fall into various traps and strategies deployed by opponents, she quickly devised a perfect counter-strategy. After all, she excelled at turning the tide in battles. As she took over the mouse from Ying, she had already grasped the essentials of computer operation under Ying's guidance. Xian Hai executed a series of maneuvers within the game. Kong Cheng Ji, Fan Jianji, Tu Liang Huanju, Yuan Jiao Jin Gong, Jin Chan Tua Qiao, Diao Hu Li Shan, Jia Dao Shaoren, Chen Hui Jia. With a flurry of actions, Xian Hai swiftly reversed the situation. Yi was drawn over by Ying's exclamations of surprise. Observing the fervent Xian Hai, he momentarily paused. Is this what talent looks like? Chapter 72, Return to Tianyang Ling Su. That evening, when Yi's parents returned home, they were taken aback by their son's sudden advancement to silver rank. How long had it been since Yi awakened? Upon seeing Xian Hai, who was clinging to Yi's leg and hiding behind him, Yi Mu was utterly enchanted. On one side, she embraced Ying, and on the other, Xian Hai. Xian Hai's cheeks flushed with the unexpected warmth, while Ying had already adapted, playfully snuggling into Ning Xiang Tong's embrace. Meanwhile, Yi busily prepared dinner. At the dining table, the five of them gathered. Watching the family grow in number brought Yi Min joy. Initially quite reserved, Xian Hai gradually succumbed to the delightful flavors of Yi's cooking, losing herself to the experience. The following day, the school organized an examination requiring a trip to Ling Su, suggesting that they might not return home for several days. Ling Su, after briefly explaining the significance of the examination to his parents, Yi Fu and Yi Mu expressed no concerns, merely advising Yi to be cautious. In their eyes, accompanying the school posed no danger. Had they known that Yi would be facing Lord-level spirit beasts, they might have suffered heart palpitations. After dinner, Xian Hai's eyes were spinning. The socially anxious girl, after interacting with so many people in such a short time, found her energy waning. For her, managing interpersonal relationships was an exceedingly draining task, especially during her youthful phase. With Xian Hai returned to the contract spirit space for a nap, Yi stepped outside. Tomorrow marked the special recruitment assessment, and he needed to prepare a few items. Arriving at a nearby supermarket, Yi began his shopping. With storage equipment in hand, he no longer needed to carry bulky bags as before. Barbecue grill, charcoal, seasonings. What else was missing? If anyone were to witness this, they might mistakenly believe he was headed for a picnic. The next day, with a small backpack slung over his shoulder, Yi arrived punctually at the school gate. At that moment, the entrance of Luo Chung Yizhong buzzed with activity as numerous students awaited departure. Many parents accompanied them, unable to quell their worries. Although they understood that beast tamers would eventually face the dangers of Ling Su, the reality of the situation still stirred anxiety. Rest assured, the teachers and the Ling Su military would ensure the safety of our students, minimizing risks. Zhang Guodong and other homeroom teachers found themselves surrounded by concerned parents. 3 days prior, the Education Bureau had begun preparations for this assessment within Ling Su. The Ling Su military, as the overseers of the area, naturally undertook the responsibility of safeguarding the students. Just as Yi located Lan Yunsheng, who had arrived earlier, before they could exchange more than a few words. 2 dark green military transport vehicles arrived at the entrance of Luo Chung Yizhong. Everyone, board the vehicles. Students climbed into the truck beds, commencing their journey to Ling Su. Yi settled in alongside Lan Yunsheng, Lu Jiajia, and Lu Xiangnan. Have you had breakfast? Lan Yunsheng stared in astonishment as Yi produced instant chicken wings and duck legs from his bag. What on earth are you carrying? With his keen eyes, Lan Yunsheng caught a glimpse of the items. You mean this? Yi extracted a block of honeycomb brick from his bag. He had developed a peculiar habit of bringing bricks along for security on long trips. Those around him twitched at his words. What kind of quirk is that? Lan Yunsheng appeared speechless. This was merely a minor episode. As the transport vehicle departed the city, excitement rippled through the students, especially those who had never visited Ling Su. Those who had previously been to Ling Su displayed disdain, seemingly mocking their less experienced peers, yet they too felt a thrill. What if the vehicle suddenly explodes? What if we are attacked by spirit beasts as soon as we enter Ling Su? Do you think the teachers can keep us safe? Will we get hurt? Lu Jiajia bombarded Yi with questions along the way. Yi felt exasperated. Are you a pessimist? Can't you think positively? We're heading to Ling Su, not the underworld. Thus, across the entire city, dozens of military transport vehicles set off from various directions, ultimately converging at one location, the entrance to Tianyang Market. The vehicle from Luo Chung Yizhong had arrived, with several others already parked. Alighting from the vehicle, Yi stretched. The military transport was far from comfortable compared to private cars or buses. Everyone gather. Luocheng Yizhong had 100 slots available for the selection process. 100 students stood neatly at the market entrance. Yi was not among them. He was participating in the special recruitment, so he stood at the front alongside Zhang Guodong and Mei Fong, who were accompanying students into Lingsu. Observing Yi standing with his arms crossed, his demeanor cool and indifferent while occasionally nodding at the students, Zhang Guodong's expression darkened. He kicked Yi's backside. What are you still doing here? Acting like a leader? Hurry up and attend to your own business. They won't enter Lingsu until noon. Yi rubbed his slightly numb backside, offering an awkward smile as he waved goodbye to his classmates and ventured into the market. Mei Fong watched Zhang Guodong kick Yi, her eyelids twitching. Chapter 73, The Girl's Pink Diary. Upon entering the market, Yi immediately noticed the difference. The last time he visited, the streets were bustling with beast tamer groups, their cries echoing throughout. Today, however, the merchants seemed to have restrained themselves, and there were few beast tamer groups in sight. Instead, curious students filled the streets. The enforcement team maintaining order had also increased. Unbeknownst to Yi, the Education Bureau had begun clearing the area 3 days prior to ensure the examination went smoothly, prohibiting beast tamer groups from entering Lingsu and expelling individuals already within. Of course, the authorities were not overly harsh. They had provided a complimentary pass for entry into Tianyang Lingsu. Upon entering the market, Yi spotted Su Ziwu in the center of the road. As if anticipating his arrival, Su Ziwu was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Yi, she waved cheerfully. Over here. Today, Su Ziwu wore a fitted black combat outfit that accentuated her youthful figure. Her hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, and her lightly adorned face broke into a smile upon seeing the somewhat foolish Yi. Yi was captivated by Su Ziwu's beauty during their previous encounters. One was in a tense situation in Lingsu, and the other was in the principal's office, where he felt too shy to stare. Now, bathed in warm sunlight, the youthful energy she exuded made Yi's heart flutter. He was not the only one. Nearby students pretended to browse the stalls while secretly admiring Su Ziwu. Unfortunately, none dared to approach her. Long time no see. Yi greeted Su Ziwu with a smile. She tilted her head, puzzled. Long time. Didn't we see each other just a few days ago? Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head. How was he to respond? Noticing Yi's embarrassment, Su Ziwu's eyes crinkled into crescent shapes. Come on, let me share some important information with you. Su Ziwu walked alongside Yi as they made their way into the marketplace. While Yi listened to Su Ziwu speak, his mind began to wander. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Su Ziwu, clad in military combat boots, was at eye level with Yi's nose. The specially designed combat uniform, combined with various pieces of tactical gear, rendered Su Ziwu both striking and formidable. A unique fragrance emanated from her, which Yi, not far behind, could distinctly perceive. Moreover, as an esteemed student of Huagui Yusho College, and appearing to come from an affluent background, Yi found it perplexing that Su Ziwu had chosen him and remained in the small town of Luocheng for such an extended period. Noticing Yi's distracted demeanor, Su Ziwu playfully nudged his shoulder. Hey, I'm talking to you. Focus, would you? Yi quickly apologized, gesturing for her to continue. The content of your special recruitment examination mainly consists of 2 tasks. The first is to hunt 10 silver-grade spirit beasts. The second is to hunt a silver-grade or higher lord. Over the past few days, I've gathered some information on the lords within the Tianyang Lingxiu. You might find it helpful. As she spoke, Su Ziwu presented a pink diary to Yi. He paused, taking the diary into his hands. Upon opening it, he was greeted by elegant, flowing script detailing a silver-grade lord known as the Qingyun bird, including its frequent haunts, behavioral habits, whether it lived in a pack, and its skills, meticulously recorded with great detail. Flipping through the pages, Yi discovered that there were numerous entries, each containing information on various lords, all seemingly penned by the young woman herself. Don't thank me too much. I merely took the time to write it during my spare moments. Use it as a reference, Su Ziwu declared, her expression a mix of pride and nonchalance. However, the reality was far more complex than Su Ziwu suggested. After saying goodbye to Yi at school, she had only participated in a single mission organized by the Luocheng Spirit Bureau against the Healing sect, spending the remainder of her time compiling the lord information. After considerable effort in researching countless resources, Su Ziwu had spent several days in the Tianyang Lingxiu to ensure the accuracy of her data. She even engaged in battles with certain lord-level spirit beasts to verify their skills. Despite her strength, she had been chased around the Lingxiu by these formidable beasts. And on one occasion, she encountered the king of the Tianyang Lingxiu, the Thunderstorm Dragon. Yi understood that obtaining such detailed information was certainly not as simple as Su Ziwu portrayed. I will read it thoroughly. Thank you, he said earnestly. Observing Yi's sudden seriousness, Suzu felt a hint of warmth on her cheeks as they continued walking. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the Lingxiu, where numerous personnel from the Spirit Bureau were bustling about, transporting supplies into the Lingxiu. Given that over 1,000 participants were involved in this examination, the military base within the Lingxiu could hardly sustain such consumption. Follow me, Suzu instructed, leading Yi not directly into the Lingxiu, but instead into a small room within the task release center. The room was modest in size, around 60 to 70 square meters. Various weapons and equipment adorned the walls, and Yi even spotted some firearms. Suzu retrieved a black specially made combat uniform akin to her own from a cabinet. Put this on. This combat uniform is made from a unique fabric that offers excellent resilience and protection. It also features a series of high-tech tools like a positioning device to assist you in exploring the Lingxiu. Yi was taken aback. For me? This uniform must be quite expensive. He recognized this type of combat uniform, having seen it on Wang Lu when he had been injured. However, the one Suzu presented was evidently of superior quality in terms of both fabric and materials. A grade combat uniform typically retailed for around 2 million blue star coins, although there were even higher grades that were strictly regulated by the authorities, making them unattainable despite wealth. 2 million? Yi exclaimed in astonishment. This uniform costs 2 million? Suzu appeared puzzled. Is 2 million a lot? Keep in mind that the military sells these at cost due to the materials and craftsmanship involved. Furthermore, I specifically requested this for you from the school. As a student participating in the special recruitment, the school will cover these expenses. Does that mean I don't have to pay? At that moment, Suzu, understanding Yi's concerns, rolled her eyes. No, it's free. Hurry and change. Upon hearing the word free, Yi's eyes sparkled. How could Yi be so fortunate as to wear something worth 2 million? Suzu watched as Yi swiftly snatched the combat uniform from her hands, rolling her eyes again as she strode out of the room, closing the door behind her. Yi quickly donned the combat uniform, which consisted of a top, trousers, and a pair of boots. The fabric was incredibly smooth yet resilient, and he found the fit to be perfect. The black combat boots, crafted from the hide of an unknown spirit beast, felt substantial in his hands. After swiftly putting everything on, he glanced around at the assortment of firearms in the room. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon a wooden box in the corner. Upon opening it, his pupils dilated in shock. This is a treasure. I'll take 2. Yi glanced around furtively, quickly grabbing 4 or 5 round black objects from the box and stowing them away. Opening the door, Suzu awaited outside. Upon seeing Yi, her eyes brightened. Standing over 1.8 meters tall and having undergone various enhancements, Yi's physique was exceptionally well proportioned, and the fitted combat uniform accentuated his abdominal muscles. Coupled with his refreshing short hair and the good looks inherited from his parents, he appeared quite striking. Not bad. I didn't expect you to look handsome in a new outfit, Suzu openly admired. Indeed, Yi had often dressed quite casually in the past. He began to realize that this $2 million uniform was rather impressive. Contrary to his expectations of discomfort, it was incredibly comfortable, and it seemed to possess a temperature-regulating feature that provided a refreshing coolness even during the scorching summer. All right, let us set off. However, we should first take a look at the task hall. Some task rewards are quite decent, and you might accomplish a few along the way. Sounds good, Yi nodded. Although he did not lack funds, who would ever turn down the opportunity to earn more? Before embarking on this journey, Yi had made several preparations, including selling a diamond-grade spirit orb to the Lan Yunxing family, leaving him with 10 million blue star coins in his account, which granted him great peace of mind. Upon arriving at the task hall, they immediately attracted considerable attention. Some seasoned individuals quickly recognized that the combat uniforms they wore were the most premium models available for official sale. I'd like a few tasks for hunting Lord-level spirit beasts, Yi declared arrogantly at the task window, startling the attendant. Several onlookers turned to glance at him. The attendant, bewildered, thought she had misheard. Are you certain you wish to accept tasks for hunting Lord-level spirit beasts? Yi's bravado swiftly diminished in the face of her response. Are there any requirements for accepting tasks? None. Then give me as many as you have. Yi had assumed there would be a deposit or some form of restriction on accepting tasks, but it turned out there were no limitations at all. Suzu stood nearby, pressing her forehead in frustration. This reckless youth should have done his homework before arriving. Just as the young lady hurriedly submitted Yi's task acceptance information while holding his identification, an unpleasant voice rang out. Ha ha ha, look at this clueless kid, eager to reincarnate. Yi instantly turned towards the source of the voice and was surprised to see a familiar face. The scarred man, accompanied by several lackeys, was seated in the task hall. He was equally annoyed. After being released, he had planned to make a fortune in the Lingxiu, only to be informed that it was temporarily closed. He had to linger in Tianyang Market for a few more days, waiting for the assessment to conclude. Unexpectedly, he encountered a fool who attempted to accept tasks involving Lord-level spirit beasts, and even multiple at once. Initially hoping to discern the identity of this individual, he was taken aback to discover it was Yi, with whom he had previously crossed paths, and thus began to mock him. "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the birthmark guy?" Yi had never been one to hold back his words against such people. "You." The scarred man slammed the table, instantly standing up and pointing a finger at Yi. Yi maintained a stoic expression, even feeling a hint of amusement. "What about me? If you're dissatisfied, come at me." The scarred man, momentarily taken aback, sat back down. "Humph, the mountains and rivers may cross, but don't let me encounter you in the Lingshu." Yi chose to disregard him, as he felt confident that he could easily overpower the scarred man with a single hand. Upon hearing the scarred man's words, Suzy Wu's eyes flickered with a cold glint. However, she made no move, simply committing the scarred man's face to memory for future reference. Soon, the young lady completed the submission of all Lord-level spirit beast tasks available in the task center for Yi. In the end, seeing Yi had nearly taken on all the high-difficulty tasks, she fortunately assisted him in accepting the task to hunt the king of Tianyang Lingshu, the thunderstorm dragon. Yi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this. With the preparations complete, Suzu was ready to follow Yi into the Lingshu and commence his special assessment. Little did the education department anticipate the significant uproar their selection process for 1,000 candidates would cause. Chapter 75, The Formidable Shadow. "Have you set your goals?" Suzu inquired as they stood before the entrance of the Lingshu. Yi recalled the information regarding Lord-level spirit beasts from the notebook Suzu had provided him. "I don't have a clear target yet. Let us first complete the task of capturing 10 silver-level spirit beasts." Suzu nodded. Regardless of which Lord-level spirit beast one encounters, they are invariably formidable and challenging to deal with. Moreover, within the vast expanse of Tianyang Lingshu, finding silver-level lords was uncertain. She had spent days conducting aerial searches before managing to find a few. Yi, however, had only 3 days for his assessment. As he gazed at the familiar entrance of the Lingshu, he stepped inside. This time, no tickets were collected. Suzu followed closely behind, entering the Lingshu almost simultaneously. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but Yi quickly acclimatized, finding himself in the military base at the exit of the Lingshu. The azure sky and fresh air greeted him as he took a deep breath. The hunt begins. Observing the busy military personnel, Yi refrained from disturbing them. The other candidates had yet to enter and were still preparing. Departing from the military base, Yi swiftly made his way towards the distant forest. Meanwhile, Suzu summoned her fire dragon and soared into the sky. As the examiner and safety officer for this assessment, she was only responsible for ensuring Yi's safety and could not interfere with his evaluation. Good luck. In the sky, watching Yi become a mere black dot racing toward the forest, Suzu smiled faintly. This assessment would last 3 days, and he needed to locate 10 silver-level spirit beasts in the shortest time possible, while also avoiding venturing too deep to prevent an early encounter with silver-level lords. As Yi ran, he mentally devised his plan. His speed was remarkable, and Shadow had already been summoned, accompanying him closely. Being less adept at speed, Little C was temporarily left behind. The Lingshu was not the city. Yi could unleash his full power without restraint. In an instant, he accelerated across the plains. At that moment, a pitch-black eagle in the sky set its sights on him. To the eagle, Yi, moving swiftly across the plains, was a living target. The eagle's sharp beak bore traces of blood, clearly from other spirit beasts, and its fierce claws and predatory eyes were fixated on the rapidly moving Yi. With a slight fold of its wings, it dove swiftly toward him. Sensing a shift in the air above, Yi looked up. Wow, the eagle's speed was astonishing, closing in on him within mere breaths. Was it this thrilling right from the start? Judging by its size, it must be a silver-level spirit beast. Yi braked abruptly, and as the eagle approached, Shadow, armed with a tang knife, readied for action. The eagle let out a shrill cry, its entire body emanating a red glow as its already impressive speed surged even higher. Once Shadow recognized the eagle was within striking range, he vanished in an instant. The next moment, Shadow reappeared in the eagle's path. With a cold demeanor and purple eyes filled with indifference, Shadow drew his tang knife and swung it at the eagle, which failed to react in time. The glimmer of the blade flashed, accompanied by a surge of purple electricity, illuminating the 30 meters above the ground. The eagle was struck down by Shadow's attack, crashing heavily to the ground. Shadow pressed the advantage, appearing almost simultaneously as the eagle landed. The eagle's wings, severely injured by Shadow's strike, were nearly severed and unable to take flight. In its moment of vulnerability, Shadow swiftly delivered a fatal blow to its throat. Yi was stunned. How powerful, both in strength and speed, Shadow had surpassed its bronze-level form by leaps and bounds. A silver-level flying spirit beast fell to Shadow after just 2 strikes. Suzuwu descended from the fire dragon, landing on the ground, and was taken aback by the adorable Shadow. "You've broken through to become a silver-level beast master?" she exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Yi. Yi nodded. Suzuwu was taken aback, pondering how little time had passed since their last encounter. Suppressing her myriad questions, she approached to examine the eagle's corpse and took a photo with her phone. "Silver level 2 stars, Gale Eagle." Yi nodded. 9 more to go. However, this doesn't seem too difficult? The anticipation of Yi joining their school grew within her. She observed Yi, who remained composed. Even within the Huagua Beastmaster Academy, it was rare for students to break through to silver during the exams. Most were at the advanced or peak bronze levels. After all, breaking through to silver required both the Beastmaster and their contracted spirit to reach a bottleneck simultaneously. One would always be left behind. Reflecting on the special admission quota she had secured for Yi in the Academy's Genius class, Suzuwu felt a sense of balance. The students in the Genius class were all extraordinary. Although Suzuwu was also part of this class, she did not consider herself exceptional. "Sister, do you have too much faith in me? This is just one silver-level spirit beast. There are still lords to contend with." Upon hearing Yi call her sister, Suzuwu's expression darkened, and she ignored him, allowing the fire dragon to ascend once more. Yi looked at Suzuwu's sudden change in demeanor, puzzled. Regardless, the assessment continued. Within 10 minutes of entering the Lingshu, he had already encountered a silver-level spirit beast. This assessment was increasingly promising. Yi extracted the spirit pearl from the Gale Eagle and continued onward. However, this time, no other reckless spirit beasts dared to attack him. After a continuous journey, Yi arrived at the outskirts of the forest. Tianyang Lingshu is primarily composed of plains and forests. The plains are predominantly inhabited by bronze-level spirit beasts, with the occasional sighting of a silver-level beast. In contrast, the forest is a haven for higher-tier spirit beasts, and it is said that deep within the woods lies a vast natural swamp, where magnetic field disturbances result in perpetual thunderstorms. The ruler of Tianyang Lingshu, the thunderstorm dragon, typically resides there. At that moment, just as Yi was about to enter the forest area, options appeared before him. Option 1. Press on ahead and collect 5 chewing mushrooms. Reward, a substantial amount of beast mastery. Option 2. Trust that a blind cat will eventually catch a dead mouse and continue to fish in the plains. Reward, shadow skill, Raiden blade technique level 1. Option 3. Walk left along the forest to a region 2 kilometers away to hunt silver-level spirit beasts. Reward, shadow skill, spirit energy possession 1. Yi instinctively chose the third option. Not only would it elevate a crucial skills level, but it would also fulfill a special task, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He walked along the edge of the forest to the left. High above, Suzuwu observed Yi's decision to avoid entering the forest and instead move left along the edge, which piqued her curiosity. However, her intrigue quickly transformed into astonishment, followed by a slight blush, as she spotted 2 silver-level spirit beasts engaged in an intimate display. How did Yi know? Did he possess some form of navigation? Goodness. At that moment, Yi also noticed the 2 spirit beasts in an embarrassing situation. Under the broad daylight, such public display was utterly outrageous. He was taken aback by the shocking scene before him. Beside him, Ing curiously regarded the 2 beasts, questioning why they were engaging in such peculiar behavior, and thought to herself that she had seen something similar on Yi's computer. Yi's face turned pale as he hastily covered Ying's eyes. He then instantly entered the state of spirit energy possession, causing Ing to vanish from sight. How close I was to corrupting my daughter. Yi then cautiously concealed himself in the grass, beginning to form its Song Lei ball. As he gathered the energy, he couldn't resist stealing another glance. The 2 beasts were a black tiger and a white tiger. Yi sensed that he had reached his limit with its Song Lei ball, and any further energy input would cause it to explode. My apologies. I hope you find peace in the afterlife. In an instant, Yi appeared before the 2 tigers with a sudden burst of movement. The black tiger, startled by Yi's abrupt appearance, trembled uncontrollably. The white tiger looked on with a hint of disdain, swatting the black tiger with its paw in annoyance. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi's expression turned peculiar. You're not so impressive yourself? He then slammed the Song Lei ball forcefully in front of the 2 beasts. A tremendous roar echoed through the forest as a colossal thunderball engulfed a radius of 70 to 80 meters, with chaotic lightning wreaking havoc within it, accompanied by an incredibly brilliant flash. Suzuwu, high above, shielded her eyes with her hand. Yi stood in place, his face darkened as his combat suit, worth 2 million blue star coins, bore several gaping holes. What is this? Suzuwu was at a loss for words, witnessing the aftermath of Yi's powerful attack. Yi felt a peculiar sensation of numbness throughout his body. Following the spirit energy possession, the 90% resistance to lightning was no joke, as he had never dodged before, always absorbing the blows. However, this time, the force seemed particularly intense. Despite his lightning resistance and robust physique, he felt slightly numb all over. Suzy Wu descended from the sky, staring in disbelief at Yi, who was intermittently crackling with electricity, and then gazed at the devastated ground. The two spirit beasts had vanished, leaving only two piles of black ashes that still emitted faint wisps of smoke. Frowning, Suzy Wu kicked at the small mounds of ash, revealing two gleaming spirit pearls lying quietly on the ground. Merit 1. She took out her phone to capture the moment before turning to Yi, who was gazing mournfully at the tattered state of his combat suit. Suzy Wu felt that had she not been there, Yi might have shed a tear or two. Alright, enough of that. You've collected so many spirit pearls. Just sell them and buy a new suit, she remarked. Yi composed himself, pouting in reluctance as he picked up the two spirit pearls from the ground. He wiped them on his clothing before contentedly storing them in his spatial pouch. Why buy a new suit when I can just find a tailor to mend it? Suzy Wu shook her head in disbelief as she leaped onto the back of her fire-breathing dragon and ascended into the sky. Before taking off, she cast a curious glance back at Yi. Could it be that she had not realized that her gaming companion, who had spent countless hours with her, was him? Perhaps it was better this way, avoiding any awkwardness upon meeting. Yi now had the opportunity to observe the scene of destruction he had caused. He was genuinely startled by the extent of the devastation, especially after experiencing the significant boost from the silver leveling. Ultimately, he successfully acquired 2 spirit pearls and enhanced Ing's skills. System, display Ing's status. Name, Ing. Level, silver 1 star. Personality, innocent, kind, serious. Attribute, lightning. Type, humanoid. Talent, exceptional lightning resistance. Can withstand 90 of lightning element attacks. Mastery of lightning elements. Can freely wield the power of lightning elements. Skills, Raiden blade technique. 6. Instant step. 6. Can achieve a displacement of up to 15 meters. Spirit energy possession. 4. Can temporarily possess a beast master, allowing the beast master to utilize the full power of the contracted spirit and any skills. Song Lei. 2. Accumulates and compresses lightning elemental force into a spherical form, then unleashes an extraordinary force. Power varies with the amount of energy infused. Potential, upgradable. This was the first time Yi had viewed Ing's status panel after her breakthrough to silver. The previous attributes were standard, with no significant changes, except for the addition of an upgradable potential option. However, Yi did not inquire about what materials were needed for Ying's upgrade, as he was currently in Lingshu and could not procure anything. Yi felt the lingering effects of its Song Lei strike, with a slight tingling sensation still present, and some areas of his skin had been scorched. He summoned Xian Hai. After resting for a long time, Xian Hai appeared lively, her large blue eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing Yi's somewhat disheveled appearance, with several tears in his attire, she immediately became anxious. Summoning 5 jellyfish that piled atop Yi's head, Yi instantly felt as if he were submerged in cool, refreshing water, chilly but not painfully so, alleviating any discomfort. The burning sensation from his scorched skin faded, replaced by a soothing coolness, prompting him to emit a contented sigh. Such bliss. A humorous scene unfolded as 5 light blue jellyfish stacked atop Yi's head, resembling an oversized hat. Realizing the absurdity of his situation, Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. One would have sufficed. Why summon 5? Isn't that a waste of energy? The Xianshi Yixing's Xian Hai currently possesses insufficient U-beast energy to cast Hai Yuji more than 5 times. In a moment of urgency, Xian Hai drained herself completely. She shook her head earnestly, believing that this method would yield better results. However, the reality was that the healing effects of Hai Yuji do not stack. Yi had already dispelled his Ling Nang attachment state, as Ing, seeing her newly acquainted friend Xian Hai, approached to share a moment. She noticed 5 jellyfish floating above Yi's head. Immediately, Ing pouted in jealousy, hands on her hips, casting a discontented gaze at Yi. Observing Ying's dissatisfaction, coupled with Yi's earlier revelation that more of Hai Yuji does not equate to better outcomes, Xian Hai hesitated momentarily. With a flick of her small hand, the jellyfish that hovered atop Yi's head gently drifted over to Ying's head. Ing instantly displayed an expression of delight, exclaiming her comfort. Chapter 77. The Unusual Journey in the Lingshu. After a brief rest, Yi prepared to continue his journey. The sun was high in the sky, and considering the time, Yi's classmates should have begun entering the Lingshu one after another. Their activities primarily took place around the peripheries of the plains and forests. However, Yi plunged headlong into the forest, heading towards the inner regions. After all, it was challenging to encounter silver-level Ling beasts in the outer territories. What could be the reason that those two tigers ventured so far out? Were they perhaps afraid of being discovered by other tigers? Xi, wash your face. The climate within the Tianyang Ling Su was exceedingly hot, and beads of sweat cascaded down Yi Ye's forehead. Xi, perched on Yi Ye's back, lacked the robust constitution of Yi Yi and Ying, yet she had no desire to return to the contracted spirit space. Consequently, Yi Yi carried her onward. Recently, for reasons unknown, even his contracted spirits seemed to have developed a distaste for the contracted spirit space. While Ying could be excused, now a silver level 1 star, Xi's aversion posed a dilemma for Yi Yi, as she needed to remain there to absorb Yu beast energy and advance in rank. Upon hearing Yi Ye's words, Xi waved her small hand. A small fish made of water appeared before Yi Yi, swimming to the top of his head before exploding in a splash. The cool water cascaded over Yi Yi, alleviating the oppressive heat. However, Xi remained unscathed, as the droplets vanished upon contact with her. Yi Yi, drenched, sheepishly remarked, "Next time, perhaps a little less." "I'm soaked." Xi nodded earnestly. At that moment, Ying suddenly became vigilant, her Tang Dao materializing in her hand. Seeing Ying's alertness, Yi Yi promptly returned Xi to the contracted spirit space, as they had previously agreed upon. If danger arose, she would be summoned back for healing. Despite Xi's initial resistance, wishing to fight alongside Yi Yi and her sister Ying, she understood her current limitations and reluctantly complied with Yi Yi's arrangements. Yi Yi cautiously surveyed the surroundings, crouching slightly as he remained alert for potential threats. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the tree branches above, rustling the leaves. Yi Yi looked up, but saw nothing. Ying's reflexes were swift, and she hurled her Tang Dao like a spear, pinning a massive bat to the trunk. What could a bat be doing out in broad daylight? Yi Yi's confusion was soon clarified. Countless tree holes dotted the surrounding trees, and within them, pairs of luminous eyes fixated intently on Yi Yi. In an instant, he sensed the encroaching darkness as countless bats erupted from the hollows, enveloping him. Startled, Yi Yi sprinted as the swarm of bats pursued him like relentless gum on a shoe. He adeptly navigated through the forest, activating his Ling-Nang attachment state, occasionally using instant step to evade the bat's attacks. How annoying! Yi Yi furiously rubbed his hands together to form its Songlei ball, and when it reached the size of a basketball, he hurled it backward. A tremendous explosion ensued, decimating the bat swarm that had been relentlessly chasing him. The scent of blood drove the remaining bats into a frenzy, and as they seemed to accelerate, Yi Yi muttered curses under his breath, crafting another Songlei ball. Thus, the forest echoed with explosions for what felt like an eternity. After 10 minutes, panting heavily, Yi Yi paused. He had no idea how many Songlei balls he had thrown during that time, but in the end, the bats had been sufficiently deterred. These bats were a particularly troublesome type of Ling beast known as the bloodthirsty bat, typically residing in their dugout hollows, emerging at night to haunt. The bloodthirsty bat, true to its name, was exceedingly vampiric, targeting anything with even a hint of blood. Yi Yi had simply been unlucky to encounter one in broad daylight, and fortuitously, Ying had slain it, triggering the bat's predatory instincts. As a werewolf, Yi Yi had managed to vanquish a significant portion of the swarm during the 10-minute bombardment, eventually driving them away. He dispelled his Ling-Nang attachment state, catching his breath before summoning Xi back. The moment Xi emerged, she provided both Yi Yi and Ying with a jellyfish each. At that moment, Yi Yi deeply appreciated the benefits of having a support-type contracted spirit. His stamina rapidly replenished, and the Yu-beast energy he had expended during the prolonged Ling-Nang state was recovering at an astonishing pace. Surveying the surroundings, Yi Yi was dismayed to realize he had lost his way. The scenery around him bore no difference from what it had been before he fled. The towering trees, dry branches, and occasional wild mushrooms remained unchanged. Forget it, he decided, feeling a pang of hunger after such exertion. Glancing at the nearly depleted Yu-beast energy of Xi, Yi Yi retrieved a whole chicken from his storage space. It had already been plucked, and judging by its appearance, it seemed to be an over 2-year-old hen. Though its level remained unknown, he planned to prepare a sweet flour-brewed chicken, both to satisfy his hunger and expedite Xi's cultivation. As Yi Yi unveiled the ingredients, Ying's eyes brightened. She knew he was about to cook. With eager anticipation, she watched him. Yi Yi did not disappoint, pulling out pots and utensils from his storage space. He instructed Ying to chop the chicken while Xi summoned a water-based carp that landed in the iron basin he had just produced. Yi Yi marveled at the convenience of this function. In such a remote wilderness, where would he have found water? In no time, a fragrant sweet flour-brewed chicken was ready. The chicken weighed a hefty 10 pounds, ample for the 3 of them. Distributing small bowls to Ying and Xi, each with a chicken leg, Yi Yi proclaimed, Let us commence our first meal in the Ling Su. Above in the sky, observing Yi gleefully gnawing on a chicken wing, Su Ziwu still could not bring herself to ask for food. Instead, she retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water from her own storage space, munching silently. Why did everything turn peculiar the moment she entered the Ling Su? Who would squander precious storage space on cookware? A few compressed biscuits would suffice, filling her stomach without taking up space. After a few bites, Su Ziwu found herself unable to continue, pouting in frustration. After a mental struggle, she ultimately decided to descend and join them for a meal, considering it a protective fee for safeguarding him during his assessment. Chapter 78. The opportunity to ascend to Golden Beast Master. Su Ziwu landed, observing the three indulging in their meal, her mouth watering. Shall we share? She noticed Yi standing still, not engaging her in conversation, while occasionally glancing at the pot. Yi was no fool. Su Ziwu nearly instantaneously approached, asserting, "It was you who summoned me here, not I who sought you out." Yi felt a flush of embarrassment as he handed Su Ziwu a set of chopsticks and a bowl. A hefty 10-kilogram chicken was consumed by the four of them. As soon as she finished eating, he expressed his desire to sleep and promptly returned to the contract spirit space. Yi sat on a nearby stump, engrossed in his mobile device. "That little girl with pink hair, is she your second contract spirit?" Su Ziwu inquired curiously. If so, is Yi's second contract spirit also in human form? Indeed, her name is XNHI, a healing-type human form contract spirit, Yi replied, snatching the phone from Yang's hands. "Children shouldn't be glued to their phones all day. Aren't you concerned about myopia?" Yang shot a displeased glance at Yi, crossing her arms and turning away, indicating her desire to ignore him. Observing Yi's teasing of the child, Su Ziwu shook her head in resignation. "You truly are fortunate. Having such a rare human form spirit contract with you twice is quite extraordinary. What is her talent level?" "Grade," Yi responded. Su Ziwu furrowed her brow. Generally speaking, human form contract spirits are expected to possess high talents. While not necessarily at grade, it shouldn't be as low as grade, right? As I recall, your first contract spirit's talent wasn't particularly high. Is there an issue? Yi shook his head helplessly. There shouldn't be any problems. What could possibly go wrong? It's just a minor hiccup. It has to be the system playing tricks. You claim that Ying and XNHI have grade talent? Do you expect other grade talent contract spirits to survive? After exchanging a few more words, Su Ziwu refrained from soaring into the sky with the fire-breathing dragon this time. As the sun began to set, Yi's hunting mission was temporarily halted. Many spirit beasts in the Lingshu were active and foraging at night, often in groups. If one does not possess formidable strength, it is advisable to refrain from recklessness after dark. However, Yi soon found himself in a predicament. He glanced at Su Ziwu, who was diligently setting up a tent. How could he have forgotten this? In his eagerness to procure various cooking supplies, he had neglected to buy a tent. The mosquitoes in the Lingshu at night are no trivial matter. Daring to lie exposed for an entire night could cost him dearly by morning. As he observed Yi lost in thought, Su Ziwu smiled gently, aware that he possessed storage equipment. Yet, judging by the situation, he couldn't have only purchased pots and pans without also acquiring a tent, could he? Amused, Su Ziwu thought to herself. Just as Yi pondered what to do, Su Ziwu had already finished setting up the tent. Seeing that the sky was darkening, Yi resolved to venture out and gather some spirit pearls. There was no chance of resting tonight. Hey, where are you going?" Su Ziwu called out as Yi and Ying headed into the forest. "I'm off to gather some spirit pearls. There's no resting tonight." Su Ziwu's expression changed instantly. "Are you out of your mind, hunting spirit beasts at night?" Yi shrugged nonchalantly, confident in his agility. If he couldn't win, he could always flee. "Don't worry, I'll return before it gets completely dark. I simply can't bear to part with those bloodthirsty bat spirit pearls." Su Ziwu glanced at the still dim sky. "Then make sure to come back quickly. You have a locator device on you. If anything happens, call for help." On the collar of Yi's combat suit was a small red button, smaller than an ordinary button. Pressing it would send a distress signal at lightning speed. Yi nodded and ventured into the forest with Ying. After walking only a few steps, Yi smacked his thigh in frustration. Damn it, I've lost my way. How could he remember the direction he had come from in the afternoon? He had forgotten to ask Su Ziwu, but to return and ask now? What a joke. Did he not care about his pride? Yi steeled himself, pressing onward. At that moment, the system's options reappeared. Option 1. Move forward and encounter the Silver Tier Lord, Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward, Ying level 1. Option 2. Move left and encounter a large group of hunting spirit beasts. Reward, XNHI skill, Sea Moon Oath 1. Option 3. Move backward and cozy up to Su Ziwu. Reward, Outdoor Camping Tent 1. Option 4. Remain stationary for 6 hours, awaiting the passage of the Silver Tier Thunderstorm Dragon, and hunt it. Reward, Host Beast Tamer level up to Gold. Wai gazed at the options before him, his eyes reddening with frustration. He plopped down on the ground. Determination etched on his face. I'm not moving. Yet soon, the loss of resolve returned, and Wai gritted his teeth, silently moving left. His heart ached. Option 4 was incredibly tempting, but Wai was not destined to benefit from it. As for option 1, Wai had researched it. According to the Lord's compendium Musou had provided, the Silver Moon Wolf King was the most troublesome. With countless minions and increased combat power at night, it was one of the most formidable lords. Silently proceeding left, after approximately 20 minutes, Wai spotted his target. Although referred to as a spirit beast group, the numbers were significantly fewer compared to the iron-armored ant swarm he had encountered upon first entering the Lingshu or the bloodthirsty bats he had just faced. About 7 or 8 phosphor snakes were scouring the ground for food, with the leading one nearly 10 meters long. Wai hesitated. The leading phosphor snake was evidently not newly evolved to silver tier. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A bear, seemingly petrified, suddenly attacked from the side, startling Wai. An armored bear, a spirit beast known for its high attack, thick blood, and formidable defense. It possesses almost no weaknesses and reigns supreme in the Tianyang Lingshu. However, aren't armored bears typically found deep within forests? At that moment, Wai remained unaware that in the brief 10 minutes he had spent evading the bloodthirsty bats, he had drawn perilously close to the heart of the forest. The armored bear had already initiated its assault. Towering nearly 10 meters high yet remarkably agile, it stamped down on the leading phosphor snake. The snake group was thrown into chaos, their corrosive venom splattering onto the bear's armor, hissing as it failed to inflict any substantial damage. In contrast, the armored bear struck the silver-tier phosphor snake with its massive paw, eliciting a torturous, high-pitched scream as blood poured from its mouth. The armored bear then seized the phosphor snake, opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and bit down on the snake's body, nearly severing it in two. The surrounding minions, witnessing their leader's assault, coiled around the armored bear, but their efforts were utterly futile. The two sides were not even in the same league. Paralyzed with fear, Wai dared not move a muscle. This armored bear was likely at the Lord level. Chapter 79, A Dream in One's Heart. The armored bear effortlessly slaughtered the phosphor snake group. As if eating noodles, it commenced its dining session. Not even the spirit pearls of the phosphor snakes were spared. Devoured like candy, Wai, paralyzed with fear, dared not even breathe, lest he be discovered. The armored bear, a solitary spirit beast, reigned supreme in the Tianyang Lingshu due to its overwhelming strength and lack of natural enemies. Particularly at the Lord level, its attributes are extraordinarily powerful. Just then, Wai, nearly 100 meters away, froze as he noticed the armored bear gazing in his direction. A bear's face, human-like, displayed a hint of curiosity. Oh no, Wai thought. He should have escaped while the armored bear was preoccupied with the phosphor snakes. Bears possess an acute sense of smell and likely sensed the presence of another creature nearby. The armored bear, now on all fours, began advancing toward Wai. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Wai also wore a grave expression as she regarded the oncoming armored bear, sensing the pressure emanating from it. As the armored bear approached Yi, a mere 30 meters away, he could not help but retreat. However, an unexpected option appeared before him, halting his retreat. Option 1. Provocation of the silver-ranked Lord, Armored Bear. Reward, Weapon, Dreaming Heart 1, Skill Insight. Essence, Dream's True Statement. Option 2. Option 3. Yi disregarded the latter options entirely, fixating intently on the reward of Option 1. Dreaming Heart? Dreaming Heart is a blade, a weapon steeped in history, as elusive as a shadow. It was forged by Shadow's elder sister, Lei Dianjun. And on the day of her passing, it was entrusted to Shadow. This blade can only unleash its true might when wielded by Shadow. Presently, Shadow was using a Tang Dao crafted with assistance from the Blue Cloud Rising, but it had become insufficient. Most crucially, only Dreaming Heart could enable Shadow to execute the legendary Dream Slash. The legendary essence, Dream's True Statement, gathering myriad truths and exhausting the wishes of countless. It shatters all curses with the Dream Slash. Abandoning the formless, it instead bears the dreams of all. Observing the frozen Yi, Shadow glanced anxiously at him, her violet eyes darting about. What is going on? Wasn't he supposed to flee? At this moment, a flicker of madness flashed in Yi's eyes. The timid perish from hunger, the bold perish from gluttony. The armored bear was now merely 20 meters away from Yi, its keen senses detecting the proximity of its prey. Suddenly, Yi leaped from behind a tree, holding a vial of potion in hand. It was indeed a physical enhancement potion. He had just drawn it from a lottery and gulped it down. The potent essence surged within him, and Yi's complexion flushed slightly. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, He cast a defiant gaze at the armored bear. He had stumbled upon this discovery. Although it could no longer enhance his physical attributes, a single sip at a critical moment could temporarily amplify his explosive strength. The armored bear was momentarily baffled by Yi Ye's sudden appearance. Did the food lose its mind? Coming out on its own? Shadow's mind was racing with confusion. She could not fathom why Yi would leap out so recklessly. Yi, with an expression of audacity, menacingly pointed at the armored bear. His index finger curling upward in provocation, exclaiming, "You, come here." Both Shadow and the armored bear were taken aback. They had never anticipated Yi to exhibit such boldness. Shadow was nearly driven to madness. Typically, Yi was cautious. Like a crafty old fox, had he taken leave of his senses? Although the armored bear could not comprehend Yi's words, it instinctively sensed the provocation in his actions and tone. Anger surged within it as it perceived the audacity of this minuscule creature to challenge its authority. With a furious roar, it charged forward, its forelegs propelling it swiftly toward Yi's position. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi entered a state of psychic manifestation and bolted in the opposite direction. Was he foolish enough to believe Yi would confront it head-on? After provoking it and claiming the reward, would he not flee? What was he waiting for? To meet his demise? Yi vanished like a wraith amidst the forest, executing a series of evasive maneuvers that left the armored bear crashing through trees, each collision causing them to topple. Countless spirit beasts, whether scurrying on the ground or soaring in the sky, scattered in terror upon sensing the armored bear's presence. Although the armored bear was remarkably swift, it still lagged behind Yi, especially as Yi would employ a sudden burst of speed just as it nearly closed the distance. In the midst of Yi's frantic escape, a colossal meteor, measuring over 20 meters in diameter, hurtled from the sky, crashing down upon the armored bear with tremendous force. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the area in flames, sending a powerful shockwave that staggered Yi. Looking up, he saw Su Ziwu perched atop the back of a fire-breathing dragon, grinning as she gestured toward him. Concerned by the commotion caused by Yi and the armored bear, Su Ziwu had arrived to investigate the source of the noise, only to find Yi being pursued by the armored bear. However, as the smoke cleared, it became evident that the armored bear's armor bore only minor cracks. The previous fiery blast seemed to have had little effect. Su Ziwu's expression turned grave. This was no ordinary armored bear. Observing its massive form and the color of its armor, her smile vanished. Lord level? She could hardly believe that Yi had encountered a Lord-level armored bear after such a short time outside. What incredible luck! Please do not tell me this is the target you chose for your assessment. After swiftly dodging the armored bear's attack, Yi exclaimed in terror, "Are you joking? Can't you see I'm being chased? Get me out of here." Su Ziwu hurriedly directed the fire-breathing dragon to fly lower. Seeing the dragon descend, Yi executed a swift step, landing on a 10-meter-high tree trunk, before leaping up again, soaring 7 or 8 meters into the air. With another swift step, he landed securely on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. "Hurry!" Following the command, the dragon flapped its wings and ascended vertically. The armored bear, witnessing this scene, let out an enraged roar, helpless in its inability to fly. Yi, observing the impotent fury of the armored bear, could not help but smirk in derision. The armored bear, fixated on the fire-breathing dragon, grew incensed when it noticed Yi daring to mock it. It hefted a massive stone from the ground and hurled it into the sky. The fire-breathing dragon narrowly evaded the projectile, and Su Ziwu emphatically slapped Yi on the shoulder. "Can you not be so reckless?" Yi recoiled slightly, yet he felt a surge of excitement. He sensed a connection forming with Dreaming Heart, along with the legendary Dream Slash. However, the current environment was not conducive for him to explore this newfound power, so he had to set it aside. Meanwhile, witnessing the fire-breathing dragon depart, the armored bear, its fury unresolved, turned to seek out other spirit beasts to vent its anger upon. Spirit beasts, Yi, I thank you for your existence. Chapter 80, Essence, Dream's True Statement. Upon returning to the temporary encampment where they had previously rested, Yi dispelled his psychic manifestation, while Shadow remained nearby, still somewhat shaken. The armored bear was extraordinarily formidable, exhibiting no weaknesses in strength, speed, or defense, nearly flawless, save for its lack of ranged attacks. "So, you encountered the armored bear while it was hunting and got discovered?" Su Ziwu's expression turned somewhat nuanced as she listened to Yi recount the events. This individual possessed extraordinary luck, having wandered the spirit ruins for several days without a trace of the armored bear, yet he ventured out only to encounter one. Yi felt a sense of bitterness. He had been seeking the Lin Kaishi. Who could have predicted that he would run into a hunting armored bear? Nevertheless, recalling the rewards he had gained, Yi felt a spark of exhilaration. He turned his gaze to Shadow, who was crouched on the ground, furrowing her brow as she examined something, her violet eyes darting about in confusion. Upon dispelling the psychic manifestation, Shadow sensed something new within her, as if some knowledge of swordplay had suddenly flooded her mind. She could feel that this technique was powerful, yet she was unable to wield it. It seemed she lacked some sort of medium. Just as Yi was about to inquire, Shadow suddenly closed her eyes, spreading her arms wide, her chest gathering a potent force of lightning elements. A fierce violet light enveloped the area, making it difficult for Yi to open his eyes. From the center of the concentrated violet light on Shadow's chest, a purple hilt gradually emerged, its grip red and the pommel shaped like an eye radiating with crackling lightning. In an instant, Shadow opened her eyes, her right hand gripping the hilt fiercely, drawing forth the blade. The blade, measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length, was entirely purple, imbued with a thick aura of lightning elements. Yi's expression turned to one of alarm as he recognized the familiar motion Shadow made to swing the blade. Before traversing into this realm, I had to endure countless slashes each day. The predicament now is that Ing is currently facing both him and Su Ziwa. Quick, get down. Yi, with remarkable swiftness, lunged at Su Ziwa, who was still in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Did Yi just tackle me? Wait, where's his hand resting? Before Su Ziwa could comprehend the situation, she was horrified to find Yi's hand placed inappropriately. Suddenly, an overwhelming blade aura descended from above, and Su Ziwa felt the air grow parched, with sparks of electricity flickering before her eyes. The blade's light was swift, as it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Gritting her teeth, Su Ziwa exclaimed, "Have you had your fill of pressing down on me? And what about your hand?" Yi, realizing the ungainly nature of his position, felt rather embarrassed, especially with his hand seemingly resting in an inappropriate area. To his surprise, Su Ziwa appeared to be slender in all the right places. Hastily getting to her feet, a blush crept across Su Ziwa's face. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yi staring in shock at something behind her. Turning to look, her eyes widened in disbelief. Behind her, within a vast semicircular area of approximately 30 meters, every tree had been neatly severed, their charred stumps emitting wisps of smoke, while the ground lay blackened, with trees so large that two could barely encompass one, strewn across the floor. What is this? A technique? Su Ziwa murmured. She was aware of Ying's exceptional swordsmanship, particularly her ability to harness the power of lightning to enhance her strikes, resulting in immense force. Yet, could such a spectacle truly be the result of mere swordplay? At that moment, Yi was equally at a loss for words. Games may be games, but witnessing such a dreamlike strike in reality was undeniably awe-inspiring. Ing stood frozen, gazing incredulously at the dreaming heart in her hand. This blade felt familiar, and for reasons unknown, it stirred a faint sorrow within her. After approximately 5 or 6 seconds, the dreaming heart dissipated from Ying's grasp, retreating back into her being, leaving her seemingly devoid of the strength to deliver a second strike. Yi, still trembling from the near brush with death, realized how close he had come to being slain by Ying's blade. Ing, appearing fatigued, voluntarily suggested returning to the contract spirit space for rest. Before Yi could retract Ing, she gestured animatedly towards Su Ziwa. Puzzled, Su Ziwa turned to Yi. She is apologizing to you, stating that she was experimenting with her abilities and did not anticipate the overwhelming force. It's all right, just try not to aim at people next time. Su Ziwa, feeling a tinge of fear, acknowledged that although she possessed some triggered defensive artifacts capable of withstanding such a strike, anyone witnessing the sheer power of that blow would undoubtedly feel trepidation. Retracting Ing into the contract spirit space, Yi surveyed the devastated makeshift camp. Fortunately, the angle of Ying's strike had spared the tent from damage. Let's take a breather. Let's not have any more surprises tonight. Su Ziwa felt somewhat drained, believing that a battle with the Silver Lord would have been less exhausting than these few short hours. Yi nodded in agreement, retrieving cooking utensils and ingredients from his storage space, intending to prepare a delightful meal for Su Ziwa as recompense, especially since his contract spirit had nearly harmed her. The events that transpired after he tackled Su Ziwa were left unspoken between them. Wow, it smells amazing. As night fell, Yi handed Su Ziwa a golden skewered meat from the grill. After sniffing the aroma for quite some time, Su Ziwa could no longer resist. She accepted the skewer, heedless of the heat, and carefully took a bite. It must be said, barbecued food is nearly irresistible. Even Xiao Hai nearby happily munched on a skewer. Even Ing, within the contract spirit space, clamored for barbecue. Yi, feeling helpless, opened a small breach in the contract spirit space. A small hand reached through the opening, swiftly snatching a skewer from the grill before retracting back, causing the breach to vanish. Yi found himself at a loss for words, while Su Ziwa looked on in astonishment. How did you do that? Is that a semi-summon? Summoning a contract spirit is divided into 2 types. The first is a full summon, where one opens a rift in the contract spirit space to fully bring forth the contract spirit. The second is a semi-summon, which allows part of the contract spirit's body to pass through the rift, affecting the present world without completely summoning it. However, the latter is quite challenging and requires a beast master to have excellent control over the release and maintenance of the rift. Otherwise, tragedy may ensue. For instance, if you attempt to semi-summon and the contract spirit merely extends its head, but you mismanage it and the rift closes, congratulations, you have just lost your contract spirit. Hearing Su Ziwa's words, Yi was taken aback. Wasn't summoning a contract spirit a straightforward task? Was there truly so much to consider? Chapter 81, The Maiden's Bed. Is semi-summoning that difficult? Yi questioned. Su Ziwa, with a serious expression, took a bite of her skewer. It is challenging. At least I cannot manage it yet. Yi was astonished. Su Ziwa was a prodigy from the Huagua Beastmaster Academy, and even she could not accomplish it. The crux of the matter was that it seemed quite simple to him. Just open and close as desired. However, it dawned on him that his Beastmaster talent might have been activated by the system. Perhaps that was the connection. There was much more to the usage of the contract spirit space. As Yi and Su Ziwa exchanged casual conversation, Xiaohai had eaten his fill and was now sprawled on the grass, asleep. The barbecue continued, with Su Ziwa exclaiming her delight while Yi indulged, occasionally reaching through the rifts that appeared in the air to grab more food. After feasting, Yi leaned back on his elbows, half reclining on the ground. Now, the question arose, how do we sleep? We only have one tent, so let us take turns keeping watch. You first half the night, and I'll take the latter half, Su Ziwa suggested to Yi. Yi felt a strange sensation arise. Sleep in Su Ziwa's tent? However, even if they had two tents, they would still need to alternate watch. Typically, a beastmaster would ensure their contract spirit rested well to maintain peak performance while they kept watch. Of course, this only applied to lower-tier beastmasters. Higher-tier beastmasters, with more contract spirits, could spare one for night duty without much concern. Nonetheless, Yi was unwilling to leave Ying or Xiaohai alone outside to keep watch. All right. If you have no objections, I certainly have none. Su Ziwa shot Yi a glance before diving into the tent to sleep. She was genuinely tired. Yi gathered some dry branches and ignited them. With a bonfire, certain fearsome beasts that shunned fire and light would not approach. Leaning against the fire, Yi retrieved Su Ziwa's pink diary from his storage space to study. It must be said, Su Ziwa had put considerable thought into it. The information contained within was exceedingly detailed. Yi even entertained the notion that if he made several copies to sell at Tianyang Market, they would undoubtedly be in high demand. Shaking his head, he dismissed the impractical thought and continued his examination. Time swiftly passed, and a full moon rose overhead. Yi closed the diary, rubbing his temples, which had begun to throb. He had essentially pinpointed his targets. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear were the first to be eliminated from consideration. Under no circumstances would he choose them unless absolutely necessary. The Venomous Sting Queen, the Ironclad Ant Lord, and the Fiery Lizard Lord were the three targets Yi ultimately settled upon, each sharing a common trait. In the realm of companionship, the minions abound, yet they are not particularly formidable on their own, as long as one can manage these subordinates. Bolstered by the full-strength experience card, Yi is confident of completing this special recruitment, especially with the blessings of Meng Xin and Aoe, as well as the profound insights of Meng Jinshuo. Yi feels assured. However, it is somewhat vexing that even in the state of spiritual possession, Yi cannot utilize Meng Xin, let alone the fabled Meng Dao. Nevertheless, he is indifferent to this limitation, for he has no desire to engage in combat with others, especially not by suddenly brandishing a blade from his chest. How mortifying that would be. Su Ziwu arrived punctually, emerging from the tent just after midnight. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? You must be quite fatigued. Please, take a rest. Yi did not indulge in sentimentality. Maintaining a good condition within the Ling Su is of utmost importance. He added some firewood to the nearly extinguished campfire before crawling into the tent. Upon entering, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, identical to that of Su Ziwu. The pillow and blanket still retained a trace of warmth, and Yi shook his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that he would one day find himself sharing a bed, albeit in a tent, with a girl. Lying on the soft blanket and inhaling the pleasant aroma, the weary Yi swiftly drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the glow of the campfire outside illuminated a shy blush on the young girl's face. The incessant chirping of unidentified avian spirit beasts at dawn awakened Yi, who was in a foul mood. He unzipped the tent and found Su Ziwu seated beside the extinguished campfire, engrossed in a book. The verdant mountains and waters, the melodious birds, and the fragrant flowers basked in the gentle sunlight that caressed the young girl's earnest face, her hair dancing in the breeze, leaving Yi momentarily spellbound. Noticing the movement behind her, Suzy Wu turned her head. Are you awake? Yes, I am. What shall we have for breakfast? Suzy Wu, who had always been somewhat dissatisfied with her figure, had been consciously controlling her weight, yet for reasons unknown, she had no resistance to the meals prepared by Yi. Yi raised an eyebrow and patted his chest confidently. Just wait, leave it to me. He began to tidy up the cooking utensils. Opting for a lighter meal this morning, he took out some spirit rice, along with scallops, pearl clams, and a gigantic shrimp nearly the length of his arm. These ingredients were acquired from the Ling Shirgu. He intended to prepare a simple seafood porridge, albeit an enhanced version. For him, the body-enhancing elixirs were not particularly valuable. Yet for others, they were treasures beyond compare, their effects surpassing any potion available on the market. Yi's seafood porridge was quite straightforward, merely seafood added to rice porridge. However, as he served Suzy Wu, he discreetly poured in a portion of the body-enhancing elixir, about 1/3 of a bottle, for adding more would render it too diluted. Dinner is served. Upon hearing this, Suzy Wu, who had just finished packing the tent, hurried over, her fingers itching at the sight of the sumptuous seafood porridge. Taking a sip, the delightful flavor elicited her enthusiastic praise. Moreover, the ingredients used by Yi were of exceptional quality, even the scallops sourced from within the Ling Su. As she continued to eat, Suzy Wu began to feel something was amiss. Her face flushed, and her entire body felt as though it were ablaze. Finish it all. Do you have any idea how precious this is? Sensing the effects of the elixir, Suzy Wu, without needing Yi's urging, gulped down the entire bowl of seafood porridge, too eager to care about the heat. Then she sat on the ground, allowing the effects to take hold. Not long after, beads of sweat covered her, and she clenched her fists, gazing at Yi in astonishment. What is this? I feel like my physical abilities have multiplied several times. It is a type of spirit food I developed, safe and without side effects. You need not worry. In his current state, Yi lacked the strength to claim otherwise. Using spirit food as a pretense, Suzy Wu was well aware of many matters, including the intentions of the Healing Jiao over the past decade in Luocheng. She understood that the primary mission of the Healing Jiao was to develop potions that could enhance physical attributes. Yet she could guarantee that their potions paled in comparison to Yi's spirit food. She was eager to rush out and inform her grandfather of this discovery. If the Healing Jiao learned of Yi's potential, he would be in grave danger. However, as Yi was currently undertaking an assessment, she had to quell that thought for the time being. Little did she know, Yi was already among the upper echelons of the Healing Jiao, with ties to her family, but those were matters for another time. Chapter 82, The System's Map Guides You. After a simple breakfast, Yi prepared to set off. The area he occupied was already quite close to the core of the forest, the ideal locale for him to complete his special recruitment assessment. Suzy Wu summoned a fire-breathing dragon, but this time, instead of soaring into the sky to observe Yi, it followed closely at his side. Venturing into the air recklessly here would be tantamount to courting death, especially with those high-tier flying spirit beasts lurking about. Look, over there. After a short while, Yi pointed ahead. Today seemed promising. Not long after, he encountered 2 silver-tier spirit beasts quenching their thirst by a naturally formed lake. Is this not a fortuitous omen? Yi murmured. In the next moment, Ing charged forward with his blade. In less than a minute, Ing returned with 2 silver-tier spirit orbs, handing them to Yi before crossing his arms, exuding an air of a solitary master. Suzy Wu watched in disbelief. Was this assessment task too simple for Yi? Since acquiring the Meng Exian weapon, Ing dispatched these silver-tier spirit beasts with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The 2 silver-tier beasts scarcely had time to react before meeting their demise, and he hadn't even unleashed his full power. If he did, it would likely be an instant kill. Onward. Let us continue. Yi felt a surge of excitement. With the situation favoring him, he intended to acquire more spirit orbs. Even if they were not for sale, they could be absorbed by the system to hasten the unlocking of the next function. System, I am in tears. He finally remembers me. Yi had taken only a few steps when the system began to assert its presence. Option 1. Advance forward and encounter the Silver-Tier Lord. Armored Bear. Reward, Abundant Beast Mastery. Option 2. Proceed to the left, acquiring the Silver-Tier Spirit Plant, Flame Fruit. Reward, 5 increase in Ing's strength. Option 3. Veer to the right and confront the Silver-Tier Spirit Beast, Phosphorescent Snake. Reward, Moderate Beast Mastery. Yi abruptly halted, causing Suzy Wu to pause in confusion. What is the matter? I have a feeling there might be something valuable to the left. Yi abruptly altered his course, prompting Suzy Wu to follow suit. After roughly 5 minutes, they came across 3 vividly red, glass-like fruits adorning a small plant, particularly striking. Beside the fruits lay a lizard, approximately 5 meters long, seemingly asleep with its eyes half closed. Flame fruit. Su Ziwu was momentarily stunned. Is this truly a treasure? She genuinely wondered if Yi possessed an internal navigation system. One must understand that the flame fruit is among the most precious spirit plants within the Tianyang Ling Su, an essential ingredient for crafting flame potions. With the overexploitation of spirit plants by humanity, their numbers had dwindled significantly. How could Yi have so effortlessly discovered 3 flame fruits? Is this valuable? Yi inquired. For he was not particularly knowledgeable about these spirit plants. Flame fruit, the primary material for flame potions, sells for between 400,000 to 600,000 on the market, Su Ziwu explained. Yi gasped in astonishment. Did that mean these 3 before him could fetch over 1 million? Licking his lips, he swiftly entered a state of spiritual possession and vanished from sight in an instant. In the presence of such esteemed spiritual flora, it is highly probable that the accompanying guardian beasts are also of the silver tier, marking this encounter as a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yi instantaneously materialized before the lizard, as the fabric of space fractured, revealing the hilt of a blade. Grasping the hilt of Dream's heart with his right hand, he drew it forth with sudden ferocity, unleashing a dazzling flash of lightning that surged towards the lizard. Sensing the energetic fluctuation, the lizard barely opened its eyes to behold a formidable blade of light. In its final moments, a fleeting confusion crossed its gaze. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I being cleaved? With deft precision, Yi extracted the spiritual pearl, followed by uprooting the fire fruit along with its roots and soil, contentedly placing them within his storage space. Previously, Wenning had just learned the profundity of Dream's truth and had only recently acquired Dream's heart. Yi was unable to wield them while in a state of spiritual possession. It was only after Ing had begun to master both Dream's heart and Dream's truth that Yi could utilize them in his spiritually possessed form. Observing Yi's actions of uprooting, Su Ziwu felt a wave of exasperation. You won't be able to keep it alive if you take it back. Yi was momentarily taken aback. Huh, why not? He still harbored a naive notion akin to a chicken hatching an egg. Do you think you are the only one who has considered transplanting spiritual flora into the present world? The cost of such an endeavor far exceeds that of purchasing spiritual flora. Well, this was indeed news to Yi. He had been contemplating finding a flower pot to plant it in, hoping it might one day bloom and bear fruit. Watching Yi exit his state of spiritual possession, a glimmer of envy flickered in Su Ziwu's eyes. Possession-type skills are exceedingly rare. How Yi acquired the skill book for a humanoid contract spirit remains a mystery. Should I consider obtaining one for myself? Glancing at the imposing 6-meter-tall fire-breathing dragon beside her, then at the obedient and endearing Ing, Su Ziwu instinctively shook her head. Yi continued his pursuit of targets, yet Su Ziwu noticed he was turning back, despite the fact they had just come from that direction. However, Yi had his own intentions, returning to the location where he had triggered the choice question. Yi advanced forward, now heading to the right, the direction he had taken during the questioning. It would be folly to ignore the system's indication of a silver-tier beast in that area. Why wander aimlessly? At worst, he would miss out on some rewards. Apologies. But Yi indeed possessed a navigational advantage. After traversing a short distance, a phosphorescent serpent disguised in the colors of the trees lay in ambush upon a trunk, poised to strike at passing spiritual beasts. However, as it lay in wait, a sudden chill enveloped its heart. The next moment, Ing appeared above it, wielding a massive thunderous orb, delivering a fatal blow. Su Ziwu wore an expression devoid of emotion, too apathetic even to capture the moment on camera. She had a foreboding sense that should Yi pass the assessment and gain admission to the Huagua Beastmaster Academy, the so-called prodigies might very well experience a mental breakdown. Chapter 83, Robbery? Boom. An explosion reverberated through the forest, and shortly thereafter, boom, some audacious students, confident in their own abilities, crossed the plain under military protection, arriving at the edge of the forest. Yet, as soon as they reached their destination, they were met with resounding roars emanating from deep within the woods. Many students were promptly dissuaded from advancing, leaving the accompanying military personnel equally perplexed. Wasn't it usually quite tranquil? What on earth is happening today? Deep within the forest, Yi skillfully extracted the spiritual pearl from a colossal elephant. His Tang Dao now retired to serve as a tool for dirty work after gaining Dream's heart. Su Ziwu observed Yi's adept movements, her expression becoming increasingly numb. Within a mere few hours, Yi seemed to be operating under some extraordinary advantage. A casual stroll led him to spiritual beasts, and a simple dig yielded spiritual flora. Most remarkably, earlier, Yi had spent an extended period excavating a plot of land, ultimately unearthing a ginseng plant that was nearing the golden tier, buried almost 10 meters deep in the earth. This marked Yi's most significant acquisition thus far. Presently, he had already completed the task of collecting 10 silver-tier spiritual beasts. Yet he did not cease his efforts, feeding all excess spiritual pearls to the system. In just a few hours, the system's energy surged from 18% to 20%, thanks to Yi's contributions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged his fatigue from the continuous exertion. Let us return to the camp for a moment of respite, Su Ziwu suggested. She too felt weary, having done nothing but follow Yi back and forth. Yi nodded, intending to find a suitable spot to tally his gains. An hour later, the two returned to the small campsite where they had spent the previous night. Yi sat upon the ground, retrieving his harvest from the storage space. 3 fire fruits, 1 ginseng, 5 7-pattern mushrooms, along with a collection of miscellaneous, less valuable spiritual plants. This haul was quite bountiful for Yi. Yet, the system's rewards were of utmost significance. Yi had received 3 substantial boosts to his beast mastery, while Ying's skill and instant step had advanced 2 levels, extending her teleportation range to 30 meters. His swordsmanship had also improved by 1 level, and the thunderous orb had increased by 1 level. Notably, the now 3rd-level thunderous orb had gained an additional characteristic. Previously, it could only be utilized in hand-to-hand combat, unable to detach from its wielder without triggering a detonation. Now, it could be released. Yi had finally acquired his first conceptually remote skill that could be unleashed. Gulu, still contemplating his bounty, Su Ziwu felt her cheeks flush. Awkwardly glancing at the floor, it was her stomach grumbling. Having consumed a bit of seafood porridge that morning, 7 hours had passed, and that meager portion had long been digested. Moreover, she had forcibly ignored the compressed biscuits in her storage space. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Yi inquired tentatively. Anything will do. Su Ziwu was indeed famished and craved Yi's cooking, yet she maintained an indifferent facade. She had no intention of letting Yi discern her gluttonous nature. Yi felt a twinge of exasperation. Why was there no dish called anything in this world? After much contemplation, he ultimately decided on roasted meat. Not only was it convenient, but it also tasted exquisite, especially since the spirit ruins were teeming with meat, providing an abundance of ingredients. Yi extracted a segment of snake meat from his storage space, sourced from a phosphorescent serpent that had reached the silver 7-star rank. Compared to the previous snake he had roasted, this piece was not only larger, but also possessed a firmer texture. Having savored roasted snake meat before, Yi had been unable to forget its flavor and had set aside a piece specifically for preservation. This segment weighed over 10 jin, and Ing's eyes sparkled at the sight. She recalled the last time they visited the Tianyang spirit ruins, when Yi had roasted a phosphorescent serpent. The taste had lingered in her memory. Ing, come help, but no using Dream's heart. Ing obediently nodded. Yi began his performance, tossing the snake meat into the air. Ing vanished in an instant, reappearing almost seamlessly, as the meat fell heavily onto the cutting board Yi had produced. Then, before Su Ziwu's astonished gaze, the entire segment of snake meat was swiftly cleaved into fist-sized chunks. Yi stared at Ing, exasperated. What are you doing cutting such large pieces? Can you fit that in your mouth? Ing appeared to be uncharacteristically earnest, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment as she gazed at Yi with puppy eyes. The Heartsea desired larger pieces. Yi felt several lines of annoyance form on his forehead. Have you learned how to shift the blame now? The Heartsea was still absorbing beast mastery power within the contract spirit space. Under the auspices of Yi, now a silver-tier beast master, the density of beast mastery power in the contract spirit space had intensified manifold compared to when he was merely a bronze-tier beast master. It had only been a brief time, and the Heartsea had already ascended to bronze 2 stars. Once they returned, he would enhance the Heartsea further, propelling it to new heights. Forget it. Gazing at the meat before him, Yi resignedly kindled the bamboo charcoal. One cannot simply let their own child go hungry when they desire a meal. With a series of deft maneuvers, Yi opened the door to a new realm for Su Ziwu. Is this how one utilizes a contracted spirit? Glancing back at the eager fire-breathing dragon, Su Ziwu shook her head once more. The charcoal grill had been sufficiently preheated, and Yi began to brush oil onto the snake meat before placing it on the grill. Within mere moments, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Su Ziwu to salivate and swallow hard. Yi certainly had a knack for this, sprinkling spices over the golden and crispy snake meat. Ing could hardly contain her eagerness as she snatched a piece with her hands and took a bite. Yi also prepared a wooden skewer, impaled a piece of meat, and handed it to Su Ziwu. She took a delicate bite, the crispy exterior and tender snake meat, with the cumin and chili melding perfectly under the heat of the charcoal, resulted in an exquisite harmony. The abundant fat was roasted to perfection, making it rich yet not greasy, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips. Xian Hai was also summoned from the space of the contracted spirit, and upon seeing her dear sister, Ing beamed with joy, skewering a piece of snake meat and offering it to her. Thus, the several dozen pounds of snake meat were swiftly devoured, most of which was consumed by Ing. Yi could only sigh at the sight. The barbecue of Huagua had transformed a sweet-toothed Inazuman into this. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept in. There were living beings approaching us. As everyone began to wrap up their activities, the fire-breathing dragon sensed something amiss, and Su Ziwu promptly alerted Yi. Yi quickly tidied up his cooking utensils. To his astonishment, the newcomers were humans. 4 individuals arrived at Yi's camp, clad in the uniforms of Luoqing Yutsai Middle School, accompanied by a soldier in military attire whose primary role was to protect them in times of crisis and record their performance. Should the soldier intervene, it would signal the end of their elite class assessment, and he would escort them back to the military base. "Ah, quite perceptive, aren't we?" remarked the leading student, who noticed Yi seemed to have anticipated their arrival as he turned to face them. A fierce-looking eagle perched on his shoulder. "Hand over the spirit orbs you have collected, or I will be forced to take action." Yi was taken aback. Was this an attempt at robbery? He glanced back at the imposing 6-meter-tall fire-breathing dragon, wondering if this person was blind or simply lacking in common sense. Chapter 84. SC Chart Dinger's Expert. Do I appear to be an easy target? Yi cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat gloating Su Ziwu. The military personnel behind the 4 hesitated, uncertain. While he did not recognize Yi, he was well aware of Su Ziwu, especially after her recent capture of a silver-tier Lord Hammer within the spirit realm, which had spread throughout the military base. Liu Yang observed Yi's unflappable demeanor with a cold expression. Who dared to disregard Liu Yang's authority? "Liu Yang, how many times must I remind you to call me captain?" The captain turned to Liu Yang, who was clearly neglecting his command. The fire-breathing dragon narrowed its eyes, revealing a hint of ferocity. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 17. Gender: male. Yi narrowed his eyes, casting a menacing glance. The bound Liu Yang, lying on the ground, hastily replied, "Male? Male? What brings you here?" "To participate in the elite class selection." Yi nodded. "Why attempt to rob me?" "The selection criteria is solely based on the quantity of spirit orbs obtained within the spirit realm. I had ulterior motives, which led to..." Liu Yang's companions, similarly bound, wore expressions of dismay. "This foolish captain. Enough, I shan't make this difficult for you. Hand over whatever spirit orbs you possess, and you may depart." Liu Yang's face betrayed his unwillingness as he sought help from the indifferent military personnel beside him. Yet the soldier paid him no heed. "Help us. Otherwise, I will report you upon my return." Yi rolled his eyes. The soldier was responsible for their safety, not for rescuing them. With resentment, Liu Yang shot a glare at Yi and the military man. "What's the matter? Unwilling to comply? I shall. That's the spirit. The young man has potential." Yi nodded in satisfaction. Releasing the ropes binding the 4, Liu Yang produced a small cloth bag from his pocket. Yi snatched it, opened it, and found only a collection of bronze-tier spirit orbs, which he regarded dismissively. "Is this all? Do you possess nothing further?" "Truly, that is all. Please, let us go." Liu Yang showed no signs of resistance. Previously, Yi had effortlessly subdued them without the aid of his contracted spirit, leaving even Liu Yang's contracted spirit, the fierce eagle, featherless. Is this truly human? This was undeniably a humanoid beast. Yi nodded. "You may leave." Liu Yang rejoiced, leading his 3 companions to depart. Just then, an option appeared before Yi. Option 1. Allow Liu Yang and his group to leave. Reward: a small amount of beast mastery power. Option 2. Enraged by Liu Yang's meager offering, you decide to rob him once more. Reward: Heart C Level 1. Having taken only a few steps, the 4 halted. The soldier, who had been resting nearby, stood up but quickly sat back down upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Ing, exuding confidence with a tang knife in hand, blocked their path. Liu Yang, his expression sour, turned to Yi. "What are you looking at? Contracted spirit actions must not escalate to beast mastery." Thus, the freshly freed 4 were once again bound by Ying. "My contracted spirit inquires whether you possess any hidden items." Yi inquired, towering over Liu Yang. Liu Yang felt as if he were losing his mind. Was this even comprehensible? Su Ziwu could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Noticing Liu Yang's silence, Yi sneered, refusing to speak. "Do you believe I won't toss you into a den of spirit beasts?" This sent Liu Yang into a panic. Given his current predicament, encountering a spirit beast would compel the military personnel to act, resulting in his immediate disqualification. "I do." Liu Yang nearly grit his teeth to utter the word. The other 3 wore glum expressions. Under Liu Yang's reluctant confession, Yi rummaged through his belongings and retrieved another small bag, containing merely a single silver-tier spirit orb. "Is this it? How miserly to hoard such treasures." Yi expressed his disbelief. Was one silver-tier spirit orb truly worth this much fuss? At that moment, Liu Yang's heart bled. Their quartet had risked their lives to slay an injured silver-tier spirit beast. Yi remained oblivious to the assessment criteria for the elite class. The evaluation utilized a scoring system, One bronze tier spirit orb equated to 1 point, while a silver tier spirit orb yielded 50 points. The assessment required cooperation in teams of 4, sharing points among team members. For students, all of whom were bronze tier beast masters, even in a group, encountering a silver tier spirit beast proved exceedingly challenging. Liu Yang and his team had merely been fortunate enough to encounter an injured silver tier spirit beast, which they managed to defeat, thus obtaining this solitary silver tier spirit orb. Prior to Yi Ye's arrival, they had already robbed 2 other teams. Otherwise, they would have possessed even fewer bronze tier spirit orbs. Not every student was as formidable as Yi Yi, who treated silver tier spirit beasts as casually as one would a chicken. Ultimately, Liu Yang and his companions departed Yi Ye's camp, their hearts heavy with indignation. Liu Yang felt particularly aggrieved. Not only had the deranged Yi Yi plundered their spirit orbs, but he had also confiscated his phone, the latest Huawei model he had purchased just 2 days prior. Isn't that a bit excessive? Not even leaving the phone alone. Su Ziwu remarked, eyeing Yi Yi, who appeared thoroughly content. At this moment, Xian Hai was tinkering with a mobile phone while Ying was instructing her on its usage. Today's youth are excessively restless. They could benefit from some lessons. Fortunately, it was I they encountered this time. Should they happen upon another Beastmaster group or a criminal organization next time, matters would not be so simple. They would be at a severe disadvantage. Severe disadvantage? Su Ziwu rolled her eyes. Even SC Chardinger would have to comment on this. How delightful. With the little interlude after the meal concluded, Yi Yi was set to continue his special mission targeting the next objective, a silver tier lord. Yi Yi had 3 targets in mind, the venomous Stinger Queen, the armored Ant Lord, and the fiery Lizard Lord. The armored Ant Lord was a familiar foe. He had previously slain a bronze tier armored ant lord. Given the numerous armored ants, it was highly likely a silver tier lord existed among them. Meanwhile, the fiery lizard and the venomous stinger were relatively weaker inhabitants of the Lingxiu. Presently, Yi decided to focus his sights on the fiery lizard, as Su Ziwu's journal contained detailed information about it, even indicating its frequent haunts. What do you think of selecting the fiery lizard as a target? Su Ziwu pondered for a moment. A splendid choice. Let us set forth. Chapter 85. The Arms Dealer of Mont. The fiery lizard, a creature of fire attributes, prefers to dwell in groups and is often found near a volcano in the northern part of the forest. Yi was advancing towards this location. It was in close proximity to the outer circle, and along the way, he encountered several students who fancied themselves capable of hunting spirit beasts within the forest. Regrettably, Yi did not spot any students from Luocheng No. 1 High School and was unaware of with whom Lan Yunsheng had teamed up. As he journeyed, he muttered to himself. After a while, as Yi reached a fork in the path, options appeared before him once more. Option 1. Proceed left to hunt the silver tier Lord Fiery Lizard. Reward, abundant Beastmaster power. Option 2. Remain stationary to obtain Lingji 7 Pattern Mushroom X3. Reward, Shadow Skill, Song Lei X1. Option 3. Move right to assist classmates besieged by spirit beasts. Reward, Bouncing Bomb X1. Upon reading the last option, Yi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. What on earth? Bouncing Bomb? System? What is this nonsense? Beep. The selection of tasks not only offered skill and attribute enhancements, but could also yield functional items. Yi's eyelid twitched. You call this a functional item? He resolutely proceeded to the right. Curiosity piqued about the legendary Bouncing Bomb. It is worth noting that this was a high-risk weapon produced by the renowned arms dealer Kelly of Mont. Following closely behind, Su Ziwu observed Yi's unwavering decision to veer right and silently thought to herself, here we go again. Indeed, after walking for merely 6 or 7 minutes, the sounds of battle reached their ears. There were the anguished howls of injured spirit beasts and the panicked cries of students. Upon their arrival, they discovered 4 students clad in Luocheng No. 1 high school uniforms besieged by 3 silver moon wolves. Among them, one was significantly larger than the others, clearly a silver tier silver moon wolf. Yi furrowed his brow. The situation was dire. All 4 students bore injuries, and their contracted spirits fared even worse. With one lying on the ground, its fate uncertain. Without hesitation, Ying executed a momentary dash, scattering light from her blade and effortlessly driving back the silver tier silver moon wolf. Noticing the disruption, the silver moon wolf eyed Yi warily. Meanwhile, the 4 students, upon seeing Ying, instantly turned to Yi with expressions of relief. It's Yi. Their tension eased. They felt safe. Without pausing, Ying conjured its Song Lei orb and hurled it at the leading silver moon wolf. Boom. The strike missed. As the silver tier silver moon wolf deftly evaded the threat. The 2 bronze tier silver moon wolves, however, were not as fortunate and were caught in the explosion brought forth by Song Lei, collapsing charred on the ground. The silver tier silver moon wolf, having dodged, fell right into Ying's trap. In an instant, Ing teleported to the location where the Silver Moon Wolf had sought refuge and pressed a larger Lei orb directly onto it. The Silver Moon Wolf, unable to evade, was hit directly, yet it did not perish. Instead, it was incited to fury. However, upon noticing Su Ziwu and the fire-breathing dragon following closely behind, a flicker of hesitation and fear crossed its eyes, and it fled. Witnessing this, Yi refrained from instructing Ing to pursue, silently acknowledging to himself that even spirit beasts possess a sense of timing. Yi's arrival had swiftly altered the tide of battle. "Where is your instructor?" Yi queried, summoning Xian Hai. Upon seeing so many injured, Xian Hai appeared exhilarated, waving her hand to summon 4 jellyfish to hover above the students' heads. Su Ziwu also summoned a unicorn to provide healing. Under the dual treatment, the injuries of the group rapidly improved. Each team of 4 students was supposed to have a silver-tier beastmaster from the military as their instructor to assist them in times of crisis. Yet, these 4 students seemed to have been overmatched by the silver-tier Silver Moon Wolf, and their instructor had yet to appear. "We ventured into the forest to seek spirit beasts, but unexpectedly encountered a pack of Silver Moon Wolves. More alarmingly, among them was a Lord-tier Silver Moon Wolf. To aid us in our escape, our instructor diverted the Lord-tier Silver Moon Wolf away." Yi was taken aback. A Lord-tier Silver Moon Wolf. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Which direction did it go?" "That way," spoke Tang Xiao, the temporary leader chosen by the 4. Without delay, Yi resolved to investigate. If he could save them, he would. If not, he would retreat. Yi hastened towards the direction indicated by Tang Xiao. Along the way, traces of battles were evident. Listening to the sounds, Yi neared the battlefield. "Get down." Just then, a 2-meter-long ice spike, with a diameter of 30 centimeters, surged towards Yi, glimmering with a chilling light. As Su Ziwu's warning left her lips, Yi swiftly entered the state of spiritual energy augmentation and executed a momentary dash. Narrowly dodging the incoming ice spike, Yi broke into a cold sweat, relieved at his quick reflexes. This was the Silver Moon Wolf King's skill, Ice Spike. Moreover, the ice spike was not aimed at Yi, but rather at the military instructor engaged in a fierce battle. Yi's gaze fell upon the struggling soldier, and he was taken aback. He recognized this individual. During the previous assault on Luocheng No. 1 High School, 8 soldiers had fought to the last breath, and this man was one of them. The Lord-tier Silver Moon Wolf was a standout among silver-tier lords. Such a spirit beast would give even gold-tier beastmasters a headache upon sight. Generally, one would avoid them at all costs. Aside from being labeled as silver-tier, it surpassed silver-tier spirit beasts in virtually every aspect. Without mentioning anything else, the signature skill of the Lord-tier Silver Moon Wolf, Icebound Wilderness, was not something silver-tier contracted spirits or beasts could withstand. Just then, the Silver Moon Wolf King broke through the military man's contracted spirit, opening its massive maw to bite down on him. The Silver Moon Wolf King's teeth were extraordinarily sharp, its size immense, and when its mouth opened, it dwarfed the military man's head. The military man, taken by surprise, revealed a look of terror. Clang! Yi, wielding his Tang Dao, firmly lodged it between the Silver Moon Wolf King's teeth. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and get to safety." The military man, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses and dashed aside. Observing this, Yi executed another momentary dash. Due to Yi's sudden departure, the Silver Moon Wolf King stumbled forward, crashing to the ground. Enraged, the Silver Moon Wolf King glared at Yi. Yi, relieved to see that the military man had only sustained injuries to his 2 contracted spirits and was otherwise unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a grave expression, he gazed at the Silver Moon Wolf King. "If things don't work out, should we change our target to the Silver Moon Wolf King? As the saying goes, the bold may thrive while the timid perish." Chapter 86. A 24-karat pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski encrusted memorial frame. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King glared ferociously at the suddenly arrived Yi, while Su Ziwu's face grew serious, her body tense and ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. "You all should leave, you are no match for it." The military man, with a jellyfish perched atop his head, felt a twinge of panic upon witnessing the standoff between Yi and the Silver Moon Wolf King. This was a silver-tier lord, the Silver Moon Wolf King. Among all the lords in the Tianyang Ling Su, it was among the most formidable, rivaled only by the armored bear. In the next moment, a suddenly enraged Yi startled the military man. Rather than fleeing, Yi charged at the Silver Moon Wolf King, delivering a vertical slash with his knife from above. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the Wolf King's sharp claws. The Silver Moon Wolf King, eyes gleaming with menace, was taken aback by Yi's audacity to confront it, let alone launch a sneak attack. "If you want to fight, then let us see who falls first." Yi and the Silver Moon Wolf King exchanged blows, but soon Yi began to feel the strain. The recoil from his knife was numbing his hand. Conversely, the Silver Moon Wolf King bore no injuries, looking down at Yi with a taunting gaze. Yi felt a bitter frustration. This was a Silver Tier Lord? In terms of speed and strength, the Silver Moon Wolf King was unfazed by Yi, who was fully powered with his spiritual energy. Although defense was the Silver Moon Wolf King's weak point, Yi, armed with only a Tang knife, could not penetrate its defenses. Utilizing his Dream One Heart ability consumed too much energy, and if he did not defeat the Silver Moon Wolf King in a short time, he would be in peril. Yi found himself in a dilemma. The military man beside him was utterly astonished. Yi could actually hold his ground against the Silver Moon Wolf King without suffering significant losses? The Silver Moon Wolf King, growing impatient, summoned 4 massive ice spikes that shot towards Yi in succession. Yi quickly dodged. It must be said that his instant step was nothing short of miraculous, allowing him to evade such precise, targeted attacks effortlessly. Unfazed by its missed strike, the Silver Moon Wolf King conjured dozens more ice spikes, causing Yi's scalp to prickle with dread. Just then, an option appeared before Yi. Option 1. Fight the Silver Moon Wolf King to the bitter end. Reward: Unyielding Spirit Aura. Effect: upon activation, Lychee 50, Intelligence 50, Damage 100. Option 2. Lure the Silver Moon Wolf King deeper into the forest, utilizing other spirit beasts to intimidate it. Reward: Shadow Skill, Secret Art, Dream True, Words 1. Option 3. Rely on Su Ziwu's power to make a safe escape. Reward: Entrepreneurial Startup Capital of 50 million, Reclaim Beastmaster Abilities. Was Option 1 for real? Wasn't that akin to a blood-crazed berserker with a Highland bloodline? A forced intelligence debuff? Yi prided himself on his strategic thinking in battle. This was unacceptable. He dismissed Option 3 outright, as the system was once again urging him to start a business. Take me to a safe place. I'll draw the Silver Moon Wolf King away. Yi swiftly called out to Su Ziwu. Then, 3 black, oval-shaped objects appeared in his hand. Just as Su Ziwu was about to retort, she saw that Yi had produced 3 specialized grenades. Damn, when did he get those? Su Ziwu felt a chill run down her spine. The grenades Yi held were not ordinary shrapnel grenades, but newly developed spiritual energy grenades from the Research Institute, containing the energy of an entire silver-tier spirit pearl. Where had Yi procured them? Guess, Yi replied. However, there was no time for speculation, as she watched Yi pull the pins and hurl them at the Silver Moon Wolf King. Su Ziwu quickly grabbed the military man and fled, as 3 grenades exploded beneath the bewildered Silver Moon Wolf King. Just before the explosion, the Wolf King wondered what this human was attempting to do with 3 stones. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, causing Tang Xiao, several kilometers away, to glance towards the source of the sound with a hint of worry. Was it that intense? Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Wolf King was in shock. Its once pristine white fur had turned pitch black. The 3 spiritual energy grenades had immense power, leveling the surrounding area within 100 meters. Fortunately, the Silver Moon Wolf King had activated a skill that hardened its fur for protection just in time, sustaining minimal damage. Yet, the damage was trivial compared to the humiliation. Its once proud snowy coat was now a source of shame. The Wolf King's eyes blazed with fury, and upon realizing that this attack had not harmed it significantly, Yi turned tail and fled. This was terrifying. If the Silver Tier Lord was this formidable, what about the ruler of Tianyang Ling Su, the Thunderstorm Dragon? That would be beyond comprehension. Seeing Yi escape, the Silver Moon Wolf King pursued him with wild abandon, causing chaos in the forest as countless spirit beasts were frightened into a frenzy. This cannot continue, or I will be caught. Unlike the massive armored bear, the Silver Moon Wolf King was agile in the forest, forcing Yi to constantly utilize instant step to maintain distance. As it ran, the Wolf King howled, its call resonating powerfully throughout the woods. Not good, it is summoning its kind. Just as Yi's feet hit the ground, he felt tremors beneath him. If Yi had a god's perspective, he would see a horde of snow-white Silver Moon wolves rapidly converging on his position. Damn, is it calling for reinforcements? At that moment, a life-saving option appeared before Yi. Option 1. Move to the right and jump into a pond to evade the Silver Moon wolves. Reward: a significant boost in Beastmaster power. Option 2. Move straight ahead into the domain of the Tianyang Ling Su ruler, the Thunderstorm Dragon. Reward: a 24-karat pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski encrusted memorial frame. Option 3. Move to the left to find the slumbering armored bear and lure it away. Reward: Shadow Level 1. A glint of greed flashed in Yi's eyes. A 24-karat pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski encrusted memorial frame? How much would that be worth? With a swift punch, he sent a bronze-tier Silver Moon wolf flying as he decisively dashed towards the left. What nonsense! No matter how valuable it is. Can I afford to lose my life? Thus, Yi evaded the relentless pursuit of the Silver Moon wolves, sprinting rapidly into the depths of the leftward forest. Approximately 20 minutes later, panting heavily, Yi continued to employ instant step to flee. The jellyfish above him was tirelessly replenishing his stamina and beastmaster power. Thank goodness for the jellyfish. Otherwise, today would have been a disaster. In this tug of war, a continuous healing skill that restored injuries and beastmaster power was invaluable. Behind Yi, the Silver Moon Wolf King showed no signs of fatigue, its breath slightly hurried, and its anger only intensified after the prolonged chase. Today, it would surely tear this detestable human apart. Chapter 87. This dream strike is unmatched. Just as Yi doubted if he had taken a wrong turn, he finally spotted the resting armored bear beneath a massive tree. Beside the armored bear was an enormous beehive, towering to the height of a person. Yi paused. He recognized this. It was the hive of the 1,000 venom bees. Previously, he had even bought a fake one, but judging by the size of this hive, it was likely that of the silver tier 1,000 venom bees. Yi had no time to ponder. A plan was forming in his mind. As he ran, he began to discard items from his storage space. Spirit beast meat, barbecue grills, various pots and pans. He threw them all away. After calculating the spatial coordinates, Yi executed a series of instantaneous steps, swiftly approaching the armored bear. At that moment, the armored bear, disturbed from its slumber by the commotion caused by the Silver Moon Wolf pack, rubbed its bleary eyes, still half awake. It had just experienced a nightmare, dreaming that the bothersome human from the previous day had returned to harass it, ultimately stealing its most cherished treasure, the honey of the 1,000 poisons bee. Upon opening its eyes and noticing the honey still beside it, the armored bear sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was just a dream. However, just as this thought crossed its mind, Yi suddenly appeared before it with a single instantaneous step. The two locked eyes, the human and the beast, staring at each other in astonishment. Yi's expression froze. How could it have woken up? The armored bear felt its once pleasant mood ignite into fury. Cursed human. Yi did not grant the armored bear a moment to react. With a swift motion of his Tang Dao, he cleaved the towering honeycomb in two, causing thick honey to spill across the ground, before promptly retrieving it into his storage space. The armored bear's face fell into a daze. Was its nightmare becoming reality? In a flash of rage, the massive bear paw rose to strike at Yi, but Yi had already executed several instantaneous steps to evade. The armored bear pursued the direction in which Yi had vanished. Thus, the two dominators of the Tianyang spirit ruins, the Silver Moon Wolf King and the armored bear, encountered one another. The furious armored bear observed the imposing Silver Moon Wolf King with confusion, yet upon seeing its soot-blackened form, it could not help but let out a bear-like chuckle. Both beasts were overlords of the Tianyang spirit ruins, typically indifferent to one another. Although the individual strength of the Silver Moon Wolf King fell slightly short of that of the armored bear, its vast pack maintained a balance of power, with neither able to overpower the other. As the Silver Moon Wolf King witnessed its nemesis mocking it, the last remnants of its rationality vanished. With a fierce howl, it unleashed a barrage of icy spikes towards the armored bear. The armored bear was not one to coddle the Silver Moon Wolf King. Its hardened, petrified armor glimmered slightly, shattering the icy spikes upon impact. Yi, observing from a distance, felt exhilarated. Let them fight. Thus, the two great overlords of the Tianyang spirit ruins commenced their battle. Yi watched with bated breath. The armored bear, relying on its impenetrable defense, disregarded the Silver Moon Wolves, while the Silver Moon Wolf King boldly lunged at the armored bear. The 10-meter-tall armored bear engaged in close combat with the 4-meter-long, 2-meter-tall Silver Moon Wolf King. Yi initially believed the Silver Moon Wolf King would be at a disadvantage, but to his surprise, the Wolf King agilely maneuvered beneath the armored bear, executing a series of evasive jumps reminiscent of a skilled martial artist. Yi nodded in approval, recognizing a valuable lesson. At that moment, Suzy Wu, who had been searching for Yi, finally located him. Upon witnessing the fierce battle and Yi's focused demeanor, she was momentarily taken aback. Are you all right? Yi, engrossed in the spectacle, was startled by Suzy Wu's sudden approach. You shouldn't sneak up on someone like that. Suzy Wu ignored Yi and instead observed the intense struggle between the two beasts. Both had sustained injuries, and the battle raged on fiercely. What do you plan to do? Knowing Yi's penchant for elaborate schemes, Suzy Wu suspected that the two beasts were on the brink of exhaustion due to his meddling. Yi found himself in a quandary. He could neither defeat these spirit beasts, nor could he orchestrate a successful ambush. Turning to leave was not in his character. After all, how could he bear to relinquish the title of the most reckless individual at Luo Chengyizhou? After a moment of hesitation, witnessing the fierce clash, Yi gritted his teeth. I'm going in. You stay back. Suzy Wu nodded, understanding the need to retreat. But just as she turned, she exclaimed, Going in? Where? Realizing something was amiss, Su Ziwu quickly looked back. Yi had already downed a vial of potion, instantly entering the state of spirit energy infusion. Su Ziwu's face turned pale with fear. Wait, Yi, you can't, before she could finish her sentence. Yi vanished as he fully entered the state of spirit energy infusion. Su Ziwu, usually composed, felt as if the sky were collapsing, and expletives slipped from her lips. How could there be such a reckless person in this world? In the distance, both beasts were bloodied and panting, their resolve wavering. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear were nearing the brink of serious injury. If they continued, only one could survive, or perhaps they would take each other down. As they paused, locked in a stalemate, a voice rang out. Well, what a coincidence. Both of you are here. Yi appeared not far from the two beasts, observing their bloodied forms with a smile. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear felt a surge of wariness. This cunning human was the one responsible for their injuries. Yi was acutely aware of the principle of the old trickster law, understanding that every word spoken could invite unforeseen consequences. Thus, after making his entrance, uttering a single line was already pushing his limits. Were it not for the audience's enjoyment, he would have lunged forward with his blade long ago. With no unnecessary movements, Yi instantly activated a card of ultimate power from the system. In an instant, dazzling lightning erupted from his body, soaring toward the heavens. Many onlookers raised their heads in astonishment at the unusual sight. Yi felt his entire being flooded with the elemental force of lightning, as if he might burst apart from the intensity. At that moment, his shadow's level had forcibly ascended to the pinnacle of platinum. Under the spirit energy infusion, Yi reached an unprecedented height. At this moment, the time of annihilation. Overcome with exhilaration, Yi could not suppress his dramatic exclamation. Extending his right hand, the space before him shattered, and the embodiment of dreams emerged. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the rumble of thunder enveloped the atmosphere, creating an oppressive feeling for all living beings that beheld Yi. With a fierce draw of his blade, a nearly celestial arc of light, infused with potent lightning, surged toward the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear. Su Ziwu, behind him, felt a tingling sensation on her face as the charged particles brushed past, her heart racing in disbelief as she gazed at Yi. Wherever the blade's light traveled, not a blade of grass remained. At the pinnacle of platinum, Yi unleashed the ultimate technique, the Dream's true word, the Dream Blade. Almost everyone witnessed the fleeting flash of lightning deep within the forest. The blade of light enveloped in lightning vanished. Yi exited the spirit energy infusion state, the shadow dissipating as he expended all his strength, utterly exhausted, and returned to the contract spirit space. With a thud, Yi, who had initially maintained his pose for dramatic effect, suddenly crumpled to the ground. Su Ziwu, ignoring the ongoing battle, rushed over to help Yi up. Cough. I didn't expect this technique to be so taxing. Yi, still attempting to maintain his dignity, was oblivious to Su Ziwu's dazed expression as she silently stared at the direction where Yi had swung his blade. Following her gaze, Yi's heart sank. Was this devastation truly his doing? Before him, within a radius of 1,000 meters, not a single blade of grass remained. Towering trees had vanished. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear were nowhere to be found, and the scorched earth emitted wisps of white smoke, a scene of utter desolation. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. Su Ziwu's face turned pale as she hastily grabbed Yi, leaping onto the back of the fire-breathing dragon. That roar had belonged to the overlord of the Tianyang spirit ruins, the Thunderstorm Dragon. Yi, heartbroken, lamented, "Don't go. I haven't even collected my spoils yet. Those two Lord-level spirit pearls." Su Ziwu smacked Yi on the back of the head. "You dare to be greedy at a time like this?" Chapter 88. Yi plans to detonate the spirit ruins? Yi appeared utterly despondent. The treasure was a lost cause. It had likely turned to ash. Not obtaining the spirit pearls meant he had suffered a significant loss. A single experience card had merely been a fleeting sound. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. But this was not the time for anger. The voice of the Thunderstorm Dragon grew ever closer, and Su Ziwu's expression turned serious. At this moment, they could no longer concern themselves with the possibility of being attacked by other aerial spirit beasts. The fire dragon swiftly ascended into the sky, carrying both Su Ziwu and Yi as they fled. As they took off, the pair witnessed the trees nearby collapsing like a row of dominoes, and the direction of their fall was ominously towards them. A furious roar erupted from the Baal lawn, causing the spirit beasts in the forest to halt their retreat and converge towards the source of the sound. "Oh no!" Su Ziwu exclaimed in panic. The Baal lawn was summoning other spirit beasts within the Ling Su, and as the sovereign of the realm, it wielded immense control over them. "If I am not mistaken, its target is us." Observing 3 or 4 flying spirit beasts charging towards them, Suzu's complexion paled slightly. The ground trembled beneath them, and countless students participating in the assessment were thrown into chaos. What was happening? The instructors and teachers accompanying the exam were equally alarmed. They abandoned the assessment, summoning their contracted spirits to deal with the attacking beasts, and rushed the students towards the edge of the forest. Just then, a bolt of lightning shot skyward, a massive beam of electric energy with a diameter of several meters streaking towards them. Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. The fire dragon accelerated, spiraling rapidly through the air, pursued by the lightning beam. Realizing the sheer power of the attack, Yi's face turned ashen. Was this the oppressive force of the Lingsu sovereign? With such destructive capability, even the Inu Wolf King and the Armor Bear would not withstand it for a second. The attack aimed at Yi was the Lei Baolong's skill. The Thunder Roar Cannon, the only documented ability of the Lei Baolong. It was said that those who had witnessed its second skill had met their demise. As the lightning beam vanished, Yi let out a sigh of relief, only to see another Thunder Roar Cannon hurtling towards him. What the hell, another one? Yi could not help but curse. The Lei Baolong swiftly closed in on him, while the fire dragon struggled to maneuver amidst the interference of the Thunder Roar Cannon, narrowly avoiding a strike that left a charred mark on its side. Wasn't the Lei Baolong merely a silver tier sovereign? How could it be so powerful? Yi clung desperately to the back of the fire dragon, terrified of falling. Suzu rolled her eyes. As the supreme ruler of the Lingsu, it was far from simple. It was silver tier because this was a bronze tier Lingsu. That was the limit of the Lingsu, not its own. At this moment, the Lei Baolong had arrived at the spot where Yi had previously unleashed his dream slash. Observing the marks on the ground, the Lei Baolong felt inexplicably agitated. Just moments ago, it had been roused from slumber by the surging lightning. Upon sensing that pure and authoritative pressure, it panicked. It felt that the lightning, while not as strong as itself, was more pure and of a higher rank. However, it quickly sensed that the imposing aura was fading. Without hesitation, the Lei Baolong surged towards the lightning. Its sovereign status could not be usurped. It had to eradicate the threat. To its astonishment, it discovered that the source of the earlier power was a human. Towering 20 meters high, the Lei Baolong stood amidst the ruins. Its imposing figure reminiscent of Godzilla. Its robust limbs and blue-violet scales proclaimed its royal status. With another furious roar, the Lei Baolong incited the spirit beasts to hasten their approach. Yi and Suzu found themselves in dire straits. Countless spirit beasts surged forth, and the fire dragon evaded an array of incoming attacks, already bearing numerous injuries. If this continued, they would truly be in peril. Do you have any ideas left? Suzu's face was grim. She sensed that the fire dragon could not hold out much longer, especially with the Lei Baolong drawing closer. If it reached them, their chances of survival would vanish. Options, options, options. What options do I have? Suzu felt a twinge of despair. Even Yi seemed powerless. Although Suzu was of a higher level than Yi, she felt an inexplicable reliance on him, believing he could conjure a miracle. Damn it, I'll fight back. I have no spirit beads left. If I'm pushed to the edge, I'll go down swinging. Yi glared fiercely at the approaching Lei Baolong. The Lei Baolong showed no mercy, unleashing torrents of raging lightning that erupted into the sky. A beam of lightning shot straight up, and in an instant, the sky over a 10-kilometer radius darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, blocking the blinding sun, and deafening thunder roared. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the fire dragon. The fire dragon became rigid, plummeting toward the ground with Suzu and Yi. In a flash, Suzu recalled the fire dragon into the contract spirit space. In the next instant, a unicorn appeared, catching the two as they fell. Yi's complexion was ashen, partly from the fright of the free fall, and partly from the terror of the skyward attack. This skill had an absurdly expansive coverage. Suzu also appeared unwell. The fire dragon had been struck, and a surge of electricity coursed through its body, leaving her feeling numb. In that moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Thunder rumbling, and countless spirit beasts poised to strike. Yi and Suzu found themselves ensnared in a desperate situation. Option 1. Confront the Lei Baolong head-on. Charge forward. Reward: a funeral set, including a 24-karat pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski-encrusted portrait frame, and a luxurious pure gold urn encrusted with Swarovski diamonds. Option 2. Use the bouncing bomb to escape. Reward: shadow skill. Essence: dream true, say level 1. At this critical juncture, the system intervened. Yi had no time to ponder the monetary value of the funeral set. He immediately retrieved the bouncing bomb from the system space. Could this thing really work? Yi had a nagging feeling it was unreliable, but there were no better options available. Seeing Yi produce a strange object, Suzu was momentarily taken aback. Hurry, no time to waste. If the system mentioned the possibility of using the bouncing bomb to escape, it meant the device was undoubtedly powerful. Yi instructed the unicorn to ascend as high as possible. If he had to blow up the Ling Su, who would he seek for justice afterward? Meanwhile, at the military base near the Ling Su entrance, someone spotted the ominous storm brewing deep in the forest. Damn it, why did it suddenly go berserk? Those students are still there. Quick, summon Old Wang. 1st, 3rd, and 4th squadrons, follow me to assist. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Yi and Su Zi were ascending on the unicorn's back. The Lei Bao Long was relentless, unleashing lightning strikes and thunder roar cannons. The unicorn was clearly more agile than the fire dragon, but even so, it bore its share of wounds. Fortunately, Yi estimated that they were nearing the right altitude. Explode, explode, explode. Just die already. Activating the bouncing bomb in his hand, Yi finally took a moment to examine it closely. The red shell and the white bouncy core made it look quite adorable, a favorite among tough guys. Entering a state of heightened focus, Yi lifted one leg, resembling a chicken standing on one leg, and, like throwing a baseball, hurled the bouncing bomb towards the Lei Bao Long with all his might. The bouncing bomb traced a perfect arc through the air, speeding towards the Lei Bao Long run. Su Zi did not question the reason. The unicorn surged forward at full throttle, aiming for the outskirts. Enhanced by the system, the bouncing bomb was remarkably intelligent, allowing for a detonation timer. Yi had set it to explode 30 seconds later. This meant they had 30 seconds to make their escape. A bouncy bomb descended into the heart of the battlefield, where a black gorilla, upon witnessing the bomb dropped by Yi, picked it up. Was this an explosive device crafted by humans? With the great king emerging from his lair, should it be offered to him? After some hesitation, the gorilla resolved against keeping it for itself, if the king were pleased. It might elevate its own status as the next lord. Thus, the gorilla cradled the bouncy bomb and made its way towards the Lei Bao Long Yi. Unaware that a gorilla would ultimately seize the bomb, counted down. 10, 9, 8. On the rapidly advancing back of the unicorn, Yi murmured, calculating the detonation time. Meanwhile, the gorilla had knelt before the Lei Bao Long, raising the bouncy bomb high above its head. 6, 5, 4. The Lei Bao Long paid no heed to the gorilla, its focus on Yi, who was fleeing further away. 3, 2, 1. My wish is for the world to be annihilated. Upon uttering this, Yi could not resist glancing back, eager to witness the might of the system's bouncy bomb. However, he immediately regretted that turn. My eyes. Su Zi, curious about Yi Ye's condition, turned only to exclaim in agony. My eyes. It hurts. In the distance, a blinding white light erupted, resembling a sun plummeting to the earth, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. Following the intense brilliance, a thunderous roar ensued. Boom! The searing heat distorted the air, scattering the dark clouds above, while immense energy surged outward from the center, obliterating everything in its path. The spirit beasts howled, only to fall silent in the next moment. As the anguished cries of the Lei Bao Long sent chills down one's spine, the earth trembled, prompting all to flee into the depths of the forest. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. At the military base, soldiers and leaders rushed outside, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Is this a nuclear weapon? Yi and Su Zi clung to the unicorn's back, which was buffeted by the shockwave, flailing in the air like a fly. The apocalyptic scene continued in the distance. Yi and Su Zi opened their slightly swollen eyes and exchanged a glance. Su Zi shouted, "You don't ask me. I have no idea what's happening." Yi yelled back. The two had been too close to the explosion, their ears ringing with a deafening roar, rendering their exchanges incomprehensible. Su Zi gazed at Yi in shock. This is undoubtedly a terrorist. Did it carry a nuclear warhead? The intensity of the explosion was unmistakably nuclear. After a while, as they distanced themselves from the blast zone, the two, now adorned with jellyfish atop their heads, had begun to recover. Su Zi, with a complex expression and still shaken, looked at Yi. Where did you obtain that nuclear device? Yi's face stiffened. Nuclear device? Reflecting on the bomb's power, he found himself at a loss for words. Su Zi appeared bewildered. It is well known that thermal weapons cannot be utilized within the Ling Su. Throughout history, humanity has expended immense resources in research to enable the use of thermal weapons in the Ling Su. Thermal weapons are humanity's greatest reliance. However, to this day, only specially crafted firearms can be employed within the Ling Su, and even their formidable power proves insufficient against spirit beasts. The spirit energy grenades Yi had previously used were newly developed energy weapons capable of functioning within the Ling Su. Su Zi had exerted considerable effort to acquire a box, of which Yi had stealthily taken 3. Nevertheless, they remained somewhat ineffective. Yet a significant step had been taken. A nuclear bomb, such a weapon of mass destruction, oh no, a weapon of mass extinction, could not possibly be utilized within the Ling Su given Blue Star's current technological capabilities. Are you joking? It is fundamental knowledge that thermal weapons cannot be used within the Ling Su. Upon hearing this, Su Ziwu's lips twitched. At this moment, the unicorn had ceased its flight, gazing back at the dissipating explosion, and Su Ziwu gestured towards it. Yi looked and felt a chill run down his spine. The terrifying explosion had left a massive black void in the once dense forest. The powerful shockwave had snapped countless trees. From above, overlooking the vast forest of the Tianyang Ling Su, a tenth had been reduced to ruins. Just as Yi was lost in thought, a mighty roar echoed from afar. Roar! The dragon's cry reached them, leaving Yi and Su Ziwu in disbelief. The Lei Bao Long. It could withstand such force? Yi realized he had underestimated the Lei Bao Long. Under such an explosion, even platinum diamonds would bow. Unbeknownst to Yi, the Lei Bao Long could absorb heat and energy for its own use. This explained its residence in the deep marshes of the Ling Su, where it had continually absorbed the energy of thunderstorms. Even this explosion, which would overpower most, was barely withstood by the Lei Bao Long, thanks to its reserves and its ability to absorb the energy produced by the blast, allowing it to survive. Yet, this proved the Lei Bao Long's formidable nature. After all, it had taken a bouncy bomb head-on with the aid of the gorilla. This time, the Lei Bao Long chose not to pursue Yi, but rather fled deeper into the Ling Su. It was afraid. Yi's visage was indelibly etched into the Lei Bao Long's memory. This human is terrifying. Chapter 90, Making Friends with the Lei Bao Long. At this moment, the Ling Su was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the site where the mushroom cloud had emerged. At the military base, a group stood atop a building, an elderly man with white hair gazing into the depths of the forest, murmuring, "This batch of students is extraordinary." Wang Lao, upon hearing this, stood beside a middle-aged man, both wearing expressions of shock. Initially, Wang Lao was summoned to oversee the situation due to fears of uncontrollable events. Yet upon entering the Ling Su, he was startled by the sight of the mushroom cloud. At this juncture, not only military personnel, but also leaders from the education department convened in an emergency meeting. Let us postpone the assessment for now. Within the military base's conference room, a flurry of leaders convened, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. A brilliant yellow signal flare shot into the sky, prompting all instructors to lead their students back to the military base. Such an incident, unprecedented in its magnitude, was unheard of and unseen across the nation. Remember, no matter who asks, you must say you do not know. Su Ziwu swallowed hard and solemnly addressed Yi. Yi nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. He had not anticipated the immense power of the bouncy bomb provided by the system. The Ling Su is a vital strategic resource for the nation, particularly the low-tier Ling Su, which serves as the foundation for countless low-tier beast tamers. Given the damage Yi inflicted upon the Tianyang Ling Su, a sentence of 10 or 8 years would not be unjust. Although the situation was dire, was this unfathomably deep pit not an exaggeration? Just then, a bolt of lightning, significantly smaller and measuring only 7 or 8 meters in diameter, surged towards them, prompting the unicorn to evade. In the distance, the Lei Bao Long, growing increasingly agitated, turned and unleashed a blast towards the airborne unicorn. It can strike from this distance? Yi's face paled in fright. At that moment, a selection appeared before him. Option 1. Make a decisive escape. A wise man does not incur immediate losses. Rewards, substantial beast taming power. Option 2. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and it feels capable. Charge back and let the Lei Bao Long know who the true man is. Rewards, 10 increase in all attributes. Option 3. Attempt to befriend the Lei Bao Long and approach it to offer comfort. Rewards, skill, spirit energy manifestation 1. Yi scratched his head. Was there any need for a choice? Unicorn. Run. What a joke. Even if offered a card showcasing his full potential, Yi would not dare to turn back. The unicorn had long contemplated an escape. Upon hearing Yi's words, it flapped its wings and swiftly soared towards the entrance of Ling Su. Humph, the thunderstorm dragon. Even as it departed, the echoes of Yi's arrogant proclamations reverberated through the forest. I suppose this counts as completing the assessment, right? Yi inquired, seemingly struck by a sudden thought as he turned to Su Ziwu. Su Ziwu's face twitched slightly. Yi had reduced the 2 silver lords to mere ashes with a single strike, and even the thunderstorm dragon had been thoroughly tormented by him. Completion was indeed achieved, but the cost incurred was rather steep. Yes, it is done. Yi exhaled deeply, patting his chest. That was too perilous. I finally succeeded. You know what peril is? Su Ziwu regarded Yi with skepticism. You were the one who had the thunderstorm dragon on your mind, while still fixated on the Lingzhu. Upon returning to the military base, Yi noticed numerous students orderly exiting Ling Su under the guidance of the education department staff. Is the assessment cancelled? Yi queried, perplexed, to which Su Ziwu shot him an exasperated glance. With the ruckus you've caused, who would dare to proceed with the assessment? Just as the two arrived at the military base, someone called out to Suzy Wu, "Commander Su." The speaker was a captain from the Lingjin army stationed at the military base, as they had become acquainted during Suzy Wu's time in Lingsu. Yi gazed at Suzy Wu in astonishment. "Commander Su? She holds a military position?" The captain approached. "Commander Su, were you deep in the forest just now?" "Yes." Suzy Wu nodded. "Do you know what transpired?" "No." She shook her head. How could she reveal that Yi had detonated a bomb, one only slightly larger than a fist, that obliterated Lingsu? Following orders from above, everyone must evacuate Tianyang Lingsu promptly. You should also leave quickly, until the source of the explosion is clarified. Tianyang Lingsu may need to be temporarily sealed. Suzy Wu cast a speechless glance at Yi. "This is all you're doing?" Yi, in turn, expressed his innocence through his gaze. Standing in line with Suzy Wu, Yi awaited their exit from Lingsu. "By the way, you mentioned that I completed the special recruitment assessment. Do I still need to take the college entrance examination? Can I directly report to the Huagua Beastmaster Academy?" "Theoretically, you need not take the entrance exam. I will report your accomplishments to the higher authorities, and of course, I will conceal your actions as a terrorist. If all goes well, the admission notice should arrive in about a week." Yi nodded. "However, I still need to take the college entrance examination, as the principal promised to reward me. My task is complete. I shall return to the capital shortly. As for the elite class, the academy will send a professional instructor over. When we meet again, it will be the start of the semester." Yi nodded in agreement. Soon enough, he and Suzy Wu passed through the Lingsu gate and returned to Tianyang Market. Along the way, Yi reflected on his experiences throughout this journey. From entering Lingsu to the final explosion, he meticulously recalled every detail, believing that he would perform even better next time. If only the bomb had a bit more power, it might have taken down the thunderstorm dragon. Suzy Wu, overhearing Yi's mutterings, felt a chill run through her. Was it truly wise to recruit Yi into their academy? Would he one day blow the school to bits? Upon returning to Tianyang Market, Yi distinctly sensed a change in the atmosphere. Numerous Lingjin soldiers were patrolling, and he even spotted members of the Kaijiang army. The uniforms of the Kaijiang army were largely similar to those of the Lingjin army, save for the armbands which bore the insignia of Kaijiang. Whenever a new Lingsu emerged or issues arose within a Lingsu, the Kaijiang army was always at the forefront, paving the way for the other brother units. Observing the tense movements of the soldiers and the solemn atmosphere surrounding him, Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed his recent exploits had stirred quite a commotion. "Oh right, I also accepted several tasks to hunt Lord-level spirit beasts." Yi suddenly recalled that he had slain the Armored Bear and the Silver Moon Wolf King, both renowned entities. However, Suzy Wu doused Yi's excitement with a cold splash of reality. "Do you have any evidence?" Yi's enthusiasm waned instantly. "Moreover, I advise you not to claim the rewards even if you do have proof, as you did not retrieve the Ling Zhu from the Armored Bear and the Silver Moon Wolf King. If these two Ling Zhu are discovered in subsequent investigations, and you have claimed the rewards for those tasks, it could lead to significant complications." Yi's expression tightened. He had not considered this aspect. "Yi!" Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Chapter 91, The New Trick of the Dog System. Yi turned to see his classmates gathered in a spot, with Zhang Guodong conducting a head count. It was Lan Yunsheng who had spotted him. "Go on, your classmates are calling for you. See you at the start of term," Suzy Wu said with a smile, honestly contemplating staying back as an assistant in the elite class. However, her grandfather's concerns regarding the He Ling sect prompted her to return to the capital swiftly. "All right, I shall take my leave. See you next month." With that, Yi turned and walked towards Lan Yunsheng. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Suzy Wu's eyes. "See you next month?" Watching Yi's departing figure, she took out her phone to restore the signal. "Are you there? Let's play games tonight." After locking the screen, she turned and walked away. Suzy Wu felt that Yi was rather oblivious, caught up with unicorns, fire-breathing dragons, and suddenly changing usernames. Yi had not realized that his online friend, the one who had accompanied him in gaming and educated him about spirit beasts, was none other than Suzy Wu standing before him. Upon rejoining the group, Zhang Guodong paused upon seeing Yi, particularly noting his combat attire. "Wow, have you hit the jackpot?" At this moment, everyone had gathered, and military transport vehicles were parked at the entrance of Tianyang Market. Yi had now joined Lan Yunsheng and the others. "Yi," Lan Yunsheng whispered conspiratorially. "Was that explosion you caused?" Lu Xiangnan and Lu Jiejia leaned in with curiosity. The assessment involved groups of 4, but since Yi had acted alone, they had not supplemented their team. The three had been happily hunting in the plains when the commotion caused by the thunderstorm dragon startled them. As they hesitated on whether to venture into the forest, the stunning explosion sent them fleeing in terror, nearly scaring the souls out of their bodies. "Why me? Do I possess such capabilities?" Yi was utterly perplexed, wondering if Lan Yunsheng had a divine perspective. Lan Yunsheng, with unwavering conviction, observed Yi Ye's reaction, further solidifying his belief. Who is Yi? Reckless, greedy, sly? Playing with nuclear bombs in Lingsu is precisely the sort of thing he would do. The trio regarded Yi with peculiar expressions. Hey, what kind of looks are those? I tell you, falsely accusing someone is a crime. Yet no matter how Yi tried to explain, it seemed futile. Lan Yunsheng silently scrutinized Yi. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he had conveyed everything. Soon, the students boarded the military vehicles, preparing to return to school. Having been on high alert within Lingsu, the students relaxed their tense nerves as they settled into the vehicles, appearing utterly exhausted. The elite class assessment was temporarily halted, and the education department decided to consider the students' current harvest as the assessment results. As Yi reflected on his gains during the ride, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. The 10 silver-level Ling Zhu from the assessment had been taken by Su Ziwu for reporting, while the subsequent kills had been absorbed by the system. Not a trace remained of the 2 Lord-level spirit beasts, and he had not dared to collect the Ling Zhu. However, he had employed 2 trump cards, the full power experience card and the devastating bomber. In the end, all he garnered were a few spirit plants and 2 enormous beehives, which he estimated to be worth around 1 to 2 million. What a loss. Yi felt despondent, yet he still possessed an acceptance letter from Huagua Beastmaster Academy. Known for his cunning nature, he was disheartened to find that after exhausting his cards, his rewards were so meager. Upon arriving at the school, Yi did not even enter the gates. Instead, he took a shared bicycle and returned home. He resolved to enhance both his contracted spirit and himself. To forge iron, one must first be strong. Faced with the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear, he had come to a profound realization of his own inadequacies. Not to mention the despairing Thunderstorm Dragon. Even if he were to acquire another full power experience card in the future, which could elevate him to the level of instantly defeating the Thunderstorm Dragon, what would be the use? Its minions could tear him to shreds in an instant, leaving him in tatters. Upon returning home, Yi entered his room and summoned Ying and Xian Hai. He still had a considerable sum left, and after deducting his expenditure on the lottery within the spirit ruins, he found he still possessed a staggering 9 million. He prepared to significantly enhance Ying and Xian Hai. The potions obtained from the lottery were crucial evidence that Ying and Xian Hai could defeat or even dominate spirits of the same rank. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. The opening thunder struck, but Yi remained unfazed. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. Beep. Thank you for your patronage. Beep. Yi felt as if he had amassed 100 draws from a card pool. The sky was filled with blue light, rendering him numb. After spending nearly 8 million blue star coins, the system S space was filled with potions. Suddenly, an unexpected notification caught Yi off guard. Beep. Detection indicates that the host has spent over 10 million on the system lottery page. A new lottery pool has been added. Yi was bewildered. A new pool? What did that make his previous draws? A permanent pool. Upon switching to the lottery page, he noticed an additional option. 1 million per draw? Is the system trying to rob me? Beep. The higher level pool offers a greater chance of obtaining advanced items. Oh, then I shall take a shot. Yi's gambling instincts kicked in. Just 1 draw. In the next moment, Yi was stunned. For this 1 million blue star coins draw, there was even an animation effect. He seemed to see a meteor streaking across the sky, and as the perspective zoomed in, the meteor shimmered with golden radiance. Yi was taken aback. Had he just drawn something golden? Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item. Tian Xia Rinzwa 1. Dog system. I'll fight you for this. At that moment, Ying's panel underwent a transformation. Name, Ying. Level, Silver 2 star. Fate seat, 1 fate. Personality, innocent, kind, serious. Attribute, lightning. Type, humanoid. Talent, super strong lightning resistance. Can resist 90 of lightning element attacks. Lightning element control. Can freely wield the power of lightning elements. Skills, Inazuma sword technique. 7. Instant step. 8. Enables movement within 30 meters. Spiritual possession. 4. Can temporarily possess a beast master, allowing the beast master to wield the full power of the contracted spirit and use any skills. Song Lei. 3. Accumulates and compresses lightning elemental force into a sphere, then unleashes extraordinary power. Power varies with the amount of energy injected. Ultimate. Dream's true word. Gathers countless true words to shatter all curses with a dream strike, causing immense damage. For a subsequent period, one can continue to use the dream's true word in battle. Potential. Upgradable. Yi looked in despair at the newly added fate seat data below Ying's level. Had he traversed into another world? Or was he now unable to escape the fate seat? Was this compelling him to spend money? Chapter 92. Daydreaming makes you stronger. Absurd. It was indeed the fate seat. However, the system soon provided an explanation. Beep. Do not compare such things with system products. The benefits of the fate seed are numerous. Please experience them for yourself. Yi rolled his eyes. After all this talk, it still felt like a money trap. He glanced at Ying, who was looking down, inspecting herself from side to side. She felt suddenly empowered. Why did she always grow stronger when Yi daydreamed? Ying had now discerned a pattern. Whenever Yi stared blankly, she was likely to be enhanced. Sometimes her skills would strengthen, and at other times her level would increase directly. This time was even more remarkable. Ying sensed that she was becoming stronger in every regard and felt as if some shackles on her had been released. She reached out her small hand and tugged at Yi's shirt. Yi was taken aback. What is it? Ying gestured and hurriedly ran to Exine High, pulling her hand to bring her before Yi. Yi was puzzled. You mean to say, you want me to enhance your little friend too? Ying's expression was filled with anticipation as she nodded vigorously. She felt that Exine High's level was a bit low and needed enhancement to fight alongside her. Yi's expression turned serious as he looked at the two little girls. Do you wish to grow stronger? Ying and Exine High exchanged a glance and resolutely nodded at Yi. Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life? Do you wish to punch the Silver Moon Wolf King and kick the Armored Bear? Do you want to face the Thunderstorm Dragon next time and beat it to pieces? Yi's voice rose with fervor, his veins bulging as his fiery gaze locked onto Ying and Exine High. At that moment, it seemed a flame ignited in Ying and Exine High's eyes, their small faces solemn as they nodded repeatedly. Excellent. Yi clapped his hands, and dozens of potion bottles instantly appeared on the bed. Drinking them is your first step toward success in life. After drinking them, you will no longer be limited by your physique and will not need to hide in the contracted spirit space when faced with strong enemies. After drinking them, you will surpass spirits of the same level in the shortest time possible, even crush them. Now is the moment for your growth. Hear the applause. Ying and Exine High were full of fighting spirit, their small hands clapping enthusiastically. Now drink them. Ying and Exine High each picked up a potion bottle, exchanged glances, and raised their glasses in unison. Yi sighed with relief. That was close. He almost revealed his greatest secret. The potions he drew were not drawn in vain. They were enough to max out Ying and Exine High's physical attributes, strength, speed, and defense. Thus, for the next few hours, Ying and Exine High continuously consumed potions. Body enhancement potions, speed potions, and so on. Exine High had 20 bottles in total, while Ying drank 3 body enhancement potions and 5 each of speed, defense, and strength potions, totaling 18 bottles. Yi was not idle either. He had his own speed, defense, and strength potions to consume, joining Ying and Exine High in their potion party. Eventually, the three of them lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Burp, that feeling of growing stronger without effort is simply splendid. At this moment, Yi was still contemplating the fate seed, examining the explanation within the system, and fell into deep thought. First and foremost, the most immediate change brought about by the fate seed was that Ying had grown stronger. Of course, that was an obvious statement. No one would accept becoming weaker after spending money. Ying's physical attributes had noticeably improved, even more so than the first time she consumed body enhancement potions. Furthermore, the arrival of Ming Jizhua has granted Ying the ability to summon a circle composed of thunder elemental energy when wielding her powers. This phenomenon is a distinctive characteristic of the Raiden Shogun, known as Lei Fa Yao Jiyan, commonly referred to as the Wish Ring. Each time she strikes an adversary, the Wish Ring accumulates energy, and when fully charged, the might of the Dreaming Blade can increase by 50% or even more. However, it appears that unlike in Genshin Impact, where Lei Fa Yao Jiyan can synergistically attack, here with Yi, it merely serves to amplify damage. Yi, along with the other two, lay languidly on the bed. At that moment, Exine High's eyes were drowsy, with swirling vortexes twirling within them. Experiencing the effects of drugs for the first time was overwhelming, leaving her feeling a bit lightheaded. As she allowed Ying and Exine High to gradually assimilate their experiences within the contract spirit space, Yi found himself unwilling to move from the comfort of his bed. No questions asked, he simply chose to relax. With the college entrance examination still over a month away and having already secured admission to the Huagua Beast Taming Academy, he could afford to take it easy. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with notifications. Upon checking, he discovered a message. Innocent beautiful girl, are you there? Let's play games together tonight. Innocent beautiful girl, where are you? Innocent beautiful girl, observing a moment of silence for 3 minutes. Innocent beautiful girl. Although Yi had seen her messages earlier, he had been preoccupied with the drugs and had no inclination to play games at that moment, thus he had not replied. However, when he noticed that innocent beautiful girl had sent him a link, he felt a twinge of unease. In an instant, he sprang up, locked the bedroom door, drew the curtains, and reclined on the bed, eagerly anticipating the opening of the link. Yet, the content that appeared left him dumbfounded. The anticipated material was absent. Instead, It was a link to a video on Douyin. The title read, "A dramatic change occurs in Tianyang Lingshu of Luoqing." Several shocking images flashed across the screen, depicting scenes of explosions, panicking spirit beasts, and ominous clouds lingering in the sky. For those interested, they could search for it on Douyin. The video continued, showcasing an elderly man with white hair being interviewed against the backdrop of a massive crater created by explosive devices. Tianyang Lingshu has experienced a catastrophic explosion. Spirit beasts have gone berserk, and at the time, 1,000 high school students were taking their exams. Fortunately, there were no casualties. We have invited Mr. Wang, a platinum-level beast tamer, to clarify our doubts. Yi was taken aback. What was innocent beautiful girl trying to convey by sending him this video? Innocent beautiful girl, aren't you in Luoqing? I stumbled upon this video and thought you might find it interesting, so I sent it to you. Meanwhile, Suzy Wu, on the high-speed train, patted her chest, feeling satisfied with her explanation. After all, only she knew the true instigator behind the explosion, while innocent beautiful girl remained oblivious. Yi was indeed intrigued by the video, and, without taking the time to respond, clicked to continue watching. In Chapter 93, The Weary Principal, a reporter clad in a television station vest was interviewing Mr. Wang. Although Mr. Wang appeared elderly, he radiated vigor and composure before the camera. Hello everyone. I am Wang Yun. Just before the explosion, I was invited into the Lingshu due to the rampage of the Lingshu monarch and witnessed the explosion firsthand. The camera panned to reveal a bottomless crater behind Wang Yun, stained with fresh blood that had yet to be cleaned, evoking a chill. The reporter inquired, Mr. Wang. Some people speculate that this explosion may have been man-made. What are your thoughts? Wang Yun shook his head, furrowing his brow. It's reasonable to rule out human involvement. A blast of this magnitude would require at least a royal-level contract spirit, and entry records show no royal-level beast tamers have accessed Tianyang Lingshu. Moreover, royal-level beast tamers would hardly engage in such frivolity. The notion of human causation is utterly absurd. The reporter nodded, pressing further, Mr. Wang. Some are also discussing whether it was caused by thermal weapons, especially since many students reported seeing a mushroom cloud. Wang Yun smiled and countered. The thermal weapons we currently have are far from capable of such destruction within the Lingshu. If we were to develop a large-scale thermal weapon suitable for the Lingshu, wouldn't we neutralize all Lingshu by tomorrow? The reporter was momentarily taken aback, managing a nervous laugh. I hope that day comes soon. Wang Yun concluded. It is most likely a natural event, given that it is a Lingshu. Strange occurrences are not uncommon. Tianyang Lingshu will be temporarily closed until it is confirmed that similar incidents will no longer occur before reopening. As the video concluded, Yi's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that the video was somehow attempting to exonerate him. After hastily replying to innocent beautiful girl with a polite decline, Yi settled down to sleep, feeling somewhat fatigued. Yet, as he lay on his soft pillow, his thoughts wandered far and wide. Drifting back to Suzy Wu's little tent, he realized he had grown accustomed to her presence, and her sudden departure left him slightly unsettled. Meanwhile, on the high-speed train, Suzy Wu clenched her fists slightly upon receiving Yi's reply. The next day, Yi awoke naturally, stretching and yawning. After freshening up, he set off for school. He had received special permission from the principal to forego classes and focus on advancing to the silver level. Now that he had successfully achieved the rank of silver-level beast tamer, he resolved to pay the principal a visit. Upon arriving at the school, Yi made a beeline for the principal's office. He knocked on the door. Come in. Zhang Zheng's serious demeanor transformed into a smile upon seeing Yi. Oh, Yi, I've heard about your performance within the Lingshu. Quite impressive. After parting ways with Yi the previous day, Zhang Zheng had eagerly contacted Suzy Wu, concerned that the unexpected explosion might disrupt Yi's examination. Of course, had Zhang Zheng known that Yi was the cause of the explosion, his concerns would have been entirely different. Suzy Wu's confirmation that Yi had successfully passed the special examination left Zhang Zheng in disbelief. After receiving assurance from Suzy Wu, he was nearly ecstatic. Yi settled onto the sofa, reclining with his legs crossed and gesturing animatedly with a finger. Upon witnessing Yi's antics, Zhang Zheng's expression stiffened. Is he here to claim his reward? After all, he had promised a reward of 1 million blue star coins should Yi pass the special examination. All right, no need for the theatrics. Your reward is secure. Yi beamed with joy, uncrossing his legs and sitting upright with decorum. Zhang Zheng's lips twitched. Yi was rather pragmatic. Yi, you should have already advanced to a silver-level beast tamer, correct? Yi nodded. Lucky breakthrough. Zhang Zheng clenched his fists, striving to contain his excitement. By the way, principal, do I still need to attend classes at school? Zhang Zheng was taken aback. Attend classes? Haven't you been accepted into the elite class? Yi was momentarily bewildered. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Elite class? Accepted? When did this happen? Why was I not informed? You didn't know? Su Ziwu made a point to inform me before leaving, stating that you had slain 10 silver-level spirit beasts within the Lingxiu, making you the top candidate for the elite class assessment. Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had he not gone to the Lingxiu to participate in the special recruitment for the Huagua Beast Taming Academy? What was this elite class business? Nobody told me. Zhang Jing scratched his head, cautiously asking, "You don't happen to lack Su Ziwu's contact details, do you?" Yi thought for a moment and realized he indeed did not possess them. It appears that Su Ziwu may have forgotten to inform you that today marks the inaugural day of the elite class. I was quite puzzled as to your presence, assuming you had come merely for a transfer to receive rewards. Unbeknownst to Yi, Su Ziwu had deliberately refrained from mentioning anything about exchanging contact information, intentionally sidestepping the topic. Thus, where's the elite class held? Yi felt a bit bewildered, having seemingly skipped class on the very first day. Upon exiting the principal's office, Yi dashed forward. The selection of the elite class's location is quite intriguing. The elite class is established in whichever school boasts a significant number of students entering it, thereby advertising the school and earning the respect of other institutions. This time, due to the emergence of a prodigious student like Yi from Luocheng No. 1 High School, along with its already commendable academic performance, the elite class was ultimately set up at Luocheng No. 1 High School. Arriving late at the Beastmaster Pavilion, Yi found that the elite class had been arranged there. The pavilion was bustling with activity, as 100 students had been admitted to this elite class. At that moment, the students were seated neatly in the stands. In front of the stands stood a tall, slender man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, speaking amiably. Noticing Yi's tardiness, he paused momentarily, but did not make things difficult for him, instead gesturing for Yi to take a seat. Yi quickly spotted Lan Yunsheng in the stands and hurried over. In truth, Yi had not been late for long, as the instructor was currently introducing himself. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Deng Feng, and I hail from the Huagua Beastmaster Academy. Over the forthcoming period, I will be responsible for all matters pertaining to the elite class and will also serve as your instructor." Yi glanced around, recognizing several familiar faces in the crowd. Besides Lan Yunsheng, Lu Xiangnan and Lu Jiezhou were also present, as well as Huang Shang from Luocheng Experimental High School and Lu Yang, who had been ambushed by Yi during a previous encounter in the spiritual realm. Now, I shall announce the rules. Firstly, tardiness is not permitted in my class. Deng Feng stated plainly. "Instructor, Yi just arrived late," exclaimed Lu Yang, seated at the front of the stands. Yi narrowed his eyes at Lu Yang. "Feeling cheeky? Dare to provoke me?" It seemed that the notoriety of being Luocheng No. 1 High School's first ruffian was not sufficiently recognized. Deng Feng smiled at Lu Yang. "I have yet to conclude my statement. While tardiness is not allowed, Yi is an exception." Lu Yang protested. "Instructor, that seems to be favoritism. Why is he exempt?" Deng Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Yi. "What do you mean seems? I am indeed treating him differently. Is my intent not clear enough?" "Quite apparent." Yi quickly replied. "Exactly. This student, please adjust your language. I am indeed practicing favoritism. To use the vernacular of today's youth, we might call it a double standard." Deng Feng's gaze returned to Lu Yang. Yi licked his dry lips, sensing that this instructor was rather intriguing. The crowd stirred with excitement. Lu Yang was left speechless. And Deng Feng continued, "The elite class, as the name implies, only admits the elite. And elites often possess privileges. Yi has single-handedly hunted dozens of silver-tier spirit beasts in the spiritual realm. Should any of you achieve such a feat, you may also enjoy similar privileges." Seeing the students rendered speechless, Deng Feng nodded in satisfaction. This motivational technique is quite common in Huagua Beastmaster Academy. He had been concerned earlier when he scanned the room and did not see Yi. Fortunately, Yi arrived in time, preventing any disruption to his plans. However, for Yi to be late on the very first day, he would pay for this. Yi felt a bit distressed, observing the gazes directed at him. He had merely come to fulfill a requirement, yet now he found himself the center of attention. The elite class consists of only one subject: practical combat. It is through extensive practical experience that one can adeptly engage in battles against spirit beasts in the spiritual realm. My role is to cultivate your combat awareness in the shortest time possible. Deng Feng concluded his remarks, which were briefer than anticipated, much to the relief of many students. From this day forth, all students must reside on campus, as the school will arrange dormitories and implement military-style management. Instantly, the students erupted in uproar. "What? Mandatory boarding? What about my wives in my room? I cannot leave them. Stop obsessing over your figurines. I have 2 life-size dolls in my room. I don't know what to do. Boarding? This is splendid. I can finally escape my mother's grasp." Yi was taken aback. He had never lived on campus before. "Instructor Deng." Yi raised his hand. Deng Feng turned to him. "May I not board? I need to return home to cook for my mother." A profound silence enveloped the room. Deng Feng was momentarily stunned. Seeing that Deng Feng did not respond, Yi grew anxious. Sung Lang would soon return from the capital, and he was counting on earning money there. Boarding would be a disaster. You mentioned earlier that I have privileges, Yi murmured. Yet, the silence persisted. His soft protest was clearly audible to everyone. Deng Feng's forehead twitched with 3 black lines, but having just stated his position, he could not contradict himself. You may return home once a day to cook for your mother, and that is all. Deng Feng swiftly concluded the discussion. Yi appeared utterly speechless. Is this what privileges entail? Moreover, who would come up with such a ridiculous condition? At that moment, the other students could hardly contain their laughter. Lu Yang even burst out in amusement. Yi silently marked Lu Yang down in his mind. Deng Feng himself felt a wave of exasperation. Before arriving, Suzy Wu had alerted him to keep a close watch on Yi. Knowing Yi's accomplishments, Deng Feng had anticipated him to be a diligent, introverted genius. But he discovered that Yi was no ordinary student. Soon, Deng Feng produced a list detailing the dormitory assignments. The elite class students enjoyed excellent accommodations, with 8-person rooms converted into 2-person suites. Yi's assigned roommate was a student he did not recognize. Interestingly, Lan Yunsheng was paired with Lu Yang as well. Yi's eyes sparkled as he leaned towards Lan Yunsheng, whispering. As they shared a close bond, they naturally wished to be in the same dormitory. However, Yi had abandoned that notion of privilege, believing that even if he requested it, Deng Feng would find an excuse to dismiss it. Lan Yunsheng's eyes brightened at Yi's words. Truly impressive, Yi, the first ruffian of Luo Cheng No. 1 High School, as your reputation suggests. After confirming that the commotion in Tianyang Lingshu was indeed caused by Yi, his status had elevated from the first ruffian to the first thug of Luo Cheng No. 1 High School. A ruffian merely acts recklessly. The term thug requires no further explanation. With the dormitory assignments concluded, Deng Feng announced the dismissal, granting them a day to gather supplies and inform their parents. They were to reconvene at the Beastmaster Pavilion at 7 o'clock this evening. After Deng Feng left, the crowd dispersed. Yi, along with Lan Yunsheng, Lu Xiangnan, and Lu Jiejia, regrouped and headed towards the shopping mall adjacent to the school, intending to purchase supplies. Upon entering the supermarket within the mall, Lu Xiangnan confidently crossed his arms and declared, Today, I shall treat you all. Take whatever you fancy, do not hesitate. It must be said, the advantage of owning a business is indeed impressive. Yi and Lan Yunsheng's eyes lit up. Although Lan Yunsheng's family was affluent, the prospect of seizing an opportunity was still delightful. As for Yi, he was simply thrilled by the notion of incurring no cost. Lu Jiejia felt a bit bashful. But Lu Xiangnan, noticing her discomfort, took her hand and compelled her to gather various items, forcibly filling her arms. Lu Jiejia was perplexed, pondering. Is there no way to push a cart? Meanwhile, Yi and Lan Yunsheng, having split paths with Lu Xiangnan and Lu Jiejia, ventured into the seafood section. Look at this, Yi exclaimed, guiding Lan Yunsheng to the seafood display, pointing at the king crab. Isn't this a bit excessive? We came here to acquire daily necessities. He queried. Tell me, can we eat this king crab? Lan Yunsheng nodded, albeit dazed. To survive, one must consume food, correct? Another nod from Lan Yunsheng. Then how does the king crab not qualify as a daily necessity? Lan Yunsheng's mind raced, his eyes sparkling with insight. Waiter, bring me 2 of those geoducks over there. And this squid, give me that one. No, not that one, the expensive one. Yi looked at Lan Yunsheng with exasperation. Does this rich heir not recognize quality items? Waiter, I'll take 2 of those grouper, and this salmon looks splendid, quite fresh. Pack it up, and also that tuna over there, it's good too. I'll have it. Thus, Yi and Lan Yunsheng frantically filled their cart. In Chapter 95, Persuading by Reason, Yi and Lan Yunsheng reveled in their shopping spree, quickly filling their supermarket cart to the brim. At the checkout, Lu Xiangnan's face darkened as she beheld the excited expressions of Yi and Lan Yunsheng. Are you serious? Looking at the cart filled with king crabs, lobsters, and abalones, and then at her own cart containing pillows, quilts, and bedding, Lu Xiangnan felt her patience had reached its limit. Yi and Lan Yunsheng exchanged awkward smiles, thinking, could it be? This wealthy girl gets upset over a bit of seafood? Ultimately, Lu Xiangnan suppressed her grievances and proceeded to check out. In truth, Yi and Lan Yunsheng had also picked out some sheets and quilt covers, but Yi deemed them too bulky and shoved them into the storage space. Later, the 4 of them found a restaurant for a meal before returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Yi left a note for his parents, stating he would be boarding at the elite class, then retreated to his room to play video games. By 7 in the evening, Yi arrived early at the Beastmaster Pavilion. Deng Feng observed the students laden with bags and nodded. Now, everyone, grab your personal belongings and run 20 laps around the pavilion. An uproar ensued. Are you kidding? 20 laps? To put it in perspective, The Beastmaster Pavilion of Luoqing No. 1 High School covers a vast area. Each lap is no less than 2 kilometers. And some girls have bags and suitcases galore. How can they run 20 laps with that kind of baggage? What are you staring at? The physical fitness of a Beastmaster is crucial. Otherwise, you'll become a burden to your contracted spirit. Stop dawdling and move. They had no idea that these 20 laps were merely Deng Feng's initial intimidation tactic. Frog jumps, push-ups, pull-ups, various physical exercises were incorporated by Deng Feng. By 10 in the evening, aside from Yi, none of the students could sit comfortably in their seats. Deng Feng, astonished, watched Yi, who remained unfazed. His pulse steady. Under Deng Feng's scrutinizing gaze, he noted that Yi did not slack off during running or push-ups, and his form was impeccable. Remarkably, Yi hadn't even broken a sweat. Such physical prowess is truly extraordinary. Dismissed. Rest well, and we will gather at 6 tomorrow morning. The students, weary, trudged back to the dormitory. Lan Yunsheng, exhausted but faring better than the rest, accompanied Yi to his dormitory. It was a modest standard 8-person room, though currently furnished with only 2 beds. Essential appliances like a water dispenser and kettle were present, along with a private bathroom. Overall, the accommodation was quite satisfactory. What should we say in a bit? Lan Yunsheng looked expectantly at Yi. It should be noted that they were not assigned to the same dormitory, and Yi had not requested a transfer but intended to employ his own methods. As civilized individuals, we must reason things out. If only we could. Before Yi could finish, the door swung open abruptly. Lu Yang, frowning, gazed at Yi and Lan Yunsheng perched on the edge of the bed. Yi, what are you doing here? Yi had anticipated Lu Yang's early arrival. What the? Before Lu Yang could react, Yi lunged forward, delivering a punch. So you're the one who reported me, huh? Trying to sabotage me? Lu Yang collapsed to the ground, shielding his eye socket as Yi mounted him, raining down blows. Lan Yunsheng was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to reason things out? The notorious thuggery of Luoqing was indeed well-deserved. After a while, as Lu Yang began to froth at the mouth, Lan Yunsheng quickly pulled Yi away. I'm not unreasonable. You reported me, and I just want to switch dorms. No hard feelings, right? Lan Yunsheng thought to himself. Good grief. So much for reasoning. Was the sequence reversed? At that moment, Lu Yang dared not voice any objections, only wishing to escape the room as swiftly as possible. Thus, disregarding his aching legs, Lu Yang bolted out of the room at breakneck speed. Yi, casting a puzzled glance at Lan Yunsheng, felt somewhat embarrassed. It was an accident. I intended to reason with him, but things took an unexpected turn. Lan Yunsheng sighed in resignation. I understand. After tidying up the bedding, Yi lay on the soft mattress. Are you hungry? Lan Yunsheng, also reclining on the bed, swallowed hard. He hadn't felt particularly hungry until Yi's inquiry sparked thoughts of the king crabs and seafood, making him suddenly ravenous. Starving. How about some barbecue? Lan Yunsheng sat up instantly. Barbecue? Yi wasted no time, retrieving a grill, charcoal, and seasonings from the storage space. Lan Yunsheng was taken aback. While he could understand Yi carrying cooking equipment, this was a dormitory. Barbecuing in the room? Dude, this is a dorm. What if it catches fire? What is there to fear? We're all beast masters. Surely among 100 students, there's at least one with a water element contracted spirit? Extinguishing a fire is merely a skill. Do you want to eat or not? As Yi spoke, he continued to pull out ingredients. King crab, geoduck, Cuban lobster. Lan Yunsheng fell silent, quietly opening the window. As soon as Yi ignited the charcoal, there came a soft knock at the door. Yi squinted, retrieving a brick from under the bed. Lan Yunsheng was already dumbfounded, wondering when that had been placed there. How had he not noticed? Yi, wielding the brick with an unfriendly expression, opened the door, expecting Lu Yang to seek revenge. To his surprise, standing outside was not Lu Yang, but Lu Xiangnan and Lu Jiejia, already changed into their pajamas. Upon seeing Yi holding a brick, they curiously asked, "What are you doing with that brick at this hour?" Yi awkwardly chuckled, then proceeded to demonstrate a few standard dumbbell curls with the brick. Just exercising. Lu Xiangnan, on tiptoes, peered behind Yi. Spotting the prepared grill, she licked her lips. Ultimately, the nocturnal snack crew transformed from 2 to 4. Indeed, Lu Xiangnan and Lu Jiejia had come to mooch off food, having seen Yi acquire so much seafood at the supermarket. Lu Xiangnan was certain he would whip up something special. After returning to the dormitory, showering, changing clothes, and bringing Lu Jiejia along, they hurried to Lan Yunsheng's room. Given Yi's temperament, it was highly likely Lu Yang would be chased off, making this a wise choice. Consequently, that night, the students throughout the dormitory building were greeted by the enticing aroma of barbecue wafting through the air, and it appeared to be seafood being grilled. Chapter 96. At the dining table. Who have I offended? On the following morning, Lan Yunsheng was jolted awake by Yi's alarm clock. Exhausted, he lamented the early start of classes at 6 o'clock. Stretching lazily, he noticed that Yi was still in deep slumber, unfazed by the incessant ringing. Lan Yunshin climbed out of bed and gently shook Yi. It's time for class. Wake up. Yi remained unresponsive. Yi, at the school gate. They are offering a huge discount on jianbing guozi. Buy one and get a free grilled sausage. Limited to 50 servings. Instantly, Yi sprang upright. Hurry. They will be gone in no time. On the campus path of Luocheng No. 1 High School, Lan Yunsheng, yawning, and Yi, with his head drooping, made their way to the Beast Master Pavilion. Come on, is it really that serious? It's just a jianbing guozi, right? Observing Yi's low spirits, Lan Yunsheng couldn't help but comment with a hint of exasperation. You are now a silver-ranked Beast Master. Don't be so disheartened over such trivial matters. Upon arriving at the Beast Master Pavilion, they found that most of their classmates were already gathered, and Lu Yong, with dark purple rings under his eyes, stood out conspicuously. Deng Feng was already at the front of the stands and, as soon as Yi and Lan Yunsheng took their seats, he addressed them. The elite class places the utmost importance on practical combat. Now, we will draw lots to determine today's opponents. Yi, Huangshan, step forward. You are both silver-rank beast masters and will be paired together. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Silver rank? While everyone was aware that Huangshan was silver rank, they were shocked to discover that Yi was as well. Hearing the teacher's words, Huangshan felt a pang of anxiety. Battle against Yi? I couldn't even hold my ground when he was bronze rank. Now that he is silver, how am I supposed to compete? The lots were quickly drawn, and Yi and Huangshan stood on the arena as the only silver rank pairing, making them the first group. Begin. As Deng Feng's voice fell, Ing was summoned by Yi. In an instant, it executed several swift steps, crossing the expansive arena that was as large as a playground. Just as Huangshan summoned his two contracted spirits, he found Ing, wielding a knife, standing before him. In the stunned gaze of the audience, Ing gently brushed the back of its knife against Huangshan's neck and tilted its head to look at him. You are already dead. The swiftest of martial arts is invincible. Huangshan couldn't even react before Ing beheaded him. The arena fell into a profound silence, and many attendees swallowed hard. Is this the caliber of the first place? That was too fast. It left no room for reaction. To be honest, Yi typically battled against elite leaders like the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear, and even exchanged blows with the Thunderstorm Dragon. Now, having him face these students truly felt like an unfair advantage. At that moment, Huangshan clenched his fists, his face pale. Previously, he could at least trade blows with Yi, but now, as Ing returned triumphantly to Yi's side, the latter affectionately patted Ying's head. With the battle concluded, Deng Feng announced the end of this brief contest, his mind racing with astonishment. This student seems extraordinarily formidable. No wonder he was specially recruited into the genius class of the Huagua Beastmaster Academy. Returning to the stands, Yi watched the ongoing battles below, boredom nearly lulling him to sleep. Thus, on the first day of classes in the elite class, Yi found himself relegated to the sidelines. Battles? No one wanted to face Yi. Strength training? Ing smashed the testing machine with one punch. Speed training? Ing, endowed with swift steps. Didn't he even comprehend the concept of slowness? In summary, Yi spent the entire day seated in the stands. This is not the elite class life I envisioned. Thus, Yi endured 3 whole days in the elite class like a caged eagle. I must admit, Deng Feng's philosophy is incredibly advanced and effective. Compared to all high schools in Luocheng, the intensity here is higher and the discipline is strict. Moreover, Deng Feng's ever-evolving training programs had the students lamenting. Yet the results were outstanding. Everyone felt their progress distinctly, enduring in silence, except for Yi, who felt he was on the verge of growing feathers. Aside from the sparring match with Huangshan on the first day, he hardly had any involvement thereafter. How dull. Yi idly played with his phone in the stands when a sudden text message caught his attention. Dear Guardian, the Vice Leader requests your presence at Lingshi Pavilion tonight at 7 o'clock. Yi paused, pondering what the He Ling sect wanted with him. Oh right. I am now a senior member of the He Ling sect. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 5. Casting a quick look at Deng Feng, who was lecturing, Yi stealthily slipped away. Deng Feng noticed Yi's movement, but chose to ignore it. He too felt troubled. Why did Su Ziwu insist on placing him in the elite class? Wouldn't it be better for him to report directly to the Huagua Beastmaster Academy? Stepping out of the Beastmaster Pavilion, Yi took a deep breath. He ran to the school gate, grabbed a shared bicycle, and rode towards the black market. Upon arriving at Lingshi Pavilion, it was precisely 6 o'clock. With time to spare, Yi began to browse the black market. Yi was no longer the Na'vi newcomer he once was. Having seen the world, he found little interest in the wares offered by the vendors. After wandering for a while and seeing that it was nearly 7, Yi made his way to Lingshi Pavilion for his appointment. As he entered the main door of Lingshi Pavilion, someone approached to guide him to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering the room, Yi raised an eyebrow. A figure clad in black robes occupied the main seat, accompanied by a brawny man. The giant, towering over 2 meters, sported explosive muscles on his arms, and a thick gold chain adorned his neck beneath his bald head. Garbed in punk-style leather attire, he emanated an intimidating presence. "You seem troublesome." Upon seeing Yi enter, the figure in black spoke with a raspy voice. "Have a seat." The brawny man was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yi's youthful face before turning to the figure in black. "He is our Healing Sect's 5th guardian, General Thunder and Lightning?" Before the figure in black could respond, Yi's displeasure was evident. "Who do you think you are?" Upon leaving school, Yi instantly donned a brash demeanor. "What's the matter? Do you have an issue?" Yi immediately bombarded him with a series of questions. The brawny man slammed his hand on the table. "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" Yi, startled by the sudden noise, retorted, "Can you even slam?" With all his strength, Yi slammed his palm down on the table. Seeing the impending disaster, the figure in black swiftly dodged. The enormous revolving dining table exploded in the center from Yi's blow, sending steaming dishes flying all over the brawny man. At the dining table, "Who have I offended?" The brawny man stood momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure and marched towards Yi, grabbing him by the collar. "I see you are." In the next instant, Yi seized the brawny man's wrist, causing the latter's face to contort in pain. "Ouch, that hurts." Chapter 97. The New Spirit Ruins? Yi smirked, daring to act boastfully in front of the thugs of Luocheng. "Enough, Guardian Yi, you've made your point. The dishes are spilled, so let go." Yi released his grip, and the brawny man, sweating profusely, cradled his wrist. The figure in black looked in disbelief at the scattered dishes. "Why does Yi always have to flip the table?" "Oh no, I mean smash the table. Someone clean this room." Lingshi Pavilion was remarkably efficient. Soon the floor was cleared of the scattered dishes, and a new table was brought in. The staff felt a wave of anxiety. They would have to be particularly respectful when encountering Yi, who dared to flip tables in front of the vice leader. Rubbing his throbbing temples, the figure in black resumed his seat. "Allow me to introduce Yi, the 5th guardian of my sect, codename General Thunder and Lightning." The figure in black addressed the brawny man. "Li Biao, son of the sect's guardian, King Kong." Yi's lips twitched as he turned to the brawny man. "Li Biao? Quite fitting indeed. The reason for summoning you today is to have you keep an eye on Li Biao. After all, in the future, you too. Do I really need to be concerned about this immature lad?" Yi cast a displeased gaze at Li Biao, who had yet to finish his sentence when the figure in the black robe delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Let me finish my words. Furthermore, he is older than you. Either refer to him as Hufor brother. Understand?" "Understood," Li Biao replied, rubbing the back of his head, feeling aggrieved. "What? I am older than him." The figure in the black robe cleared his throat. "Ahem, he has experienced some genetic issues, which have led to his premature development. If your school records are accurate, you are actually 3 months older than him." Yi gazed incredulously at Li Biao before him, standing over 2 meters tall, with a muscular physique, a full beard, and a bald head. "Can you believe this is a 17-year-old youth? Tomorrow he will transfer to your school. Please take care of him. Does he really need my assistance? As long as he does not bully others, I believe he will be fine." The black-robed figure paused, adjusting his tone. "He is an ordinary person." Yi was taken aback. An ordinary person? Although Li Biao's strength was inferior to his, Yi could clearly sense his exceptional physical prowess, which was certainly not merely a result of training. Indeed, he has not awakened the Beastmaster talent. Through certain channels, he will transfer to your school tomorrow and enter the elite class. Yi was shocked, placing an ordinary person in the elite class. "Are you certain? He lacks the Beastmaster talent." "Who says I lack the ability to summon beasts?" Li Biao clapped his hands, and a white parrot emerged from the collar of the burly man. Yi felt overwhelmed and began to process this revelation. "Wait, you are an ordinary person without the Beastmaster talent, correct?" Li Biao nodded. "And yet, without the Beastmaster talent, you have formed a bond with a spirit beast?" Yi refrained from mentioning the contract with a spirit, for he had encountered this white parrot in textbooks. Known as the Moonlight Parrot, a rare auxiliary spirit beast from the Chikai Ling Su in Yuncheng. It was named for its pristine white feathers, which could provide various enhancements to Beastmasters and their contracted spirits. To be precise, there is no formal contract. The black-robed figure interjected. "This Moonlight Parrot is an egg that my sect acquired with great effort. Li Biao has nurtured it from a young age, and the bond he shares is akin to a contract." Yi clicked his tongue, recognizing the substantial resources at their disposal. It was known that some ordinary individuals would seek out spirit beast offspring or eggs, raising them from infancy to cultivate a bond, ultimately achieving the effect of a contract. However, the failure rate of this method is exceedingly high, and encountering an egg of a moonlight parrot is nearly impossible. Tomorrow or the day after, a significant change will occur in Luo Chang, presenting both crisis and opportunity, hence the introduction. If possible, I ask that you assist me in looking after Li Biao. The black-robed figure stated solemnly. Li Biao turned his head away, somewhat dissatisfied, but under the imposing presence of the black-robed figure, he remained silent. A significant change? What sort of change? It is still uncertain, but if our speculation holds true, a brand new spirit realm may very well manifest in Luo Chang. Various factions have already converged upon Luo Chang, biding their time, and our sect is no exception. Yi was astounded. A new spirit realm? Each time a new spirit realm opens, it signifies both peril and the untapped resources of a realm that has never been exploited. Yi nodded, deeply resonating with this notion. The Tianyang Su, as a bronze spirit realm, had already been thoroughly developed. During his exploration, he had encountered numerous spirit beasts. Yet the spirit plants and rare treasures were exceedingly scarce, even with guidance from the system. The emergence of a new spirit realm signifies an untouched resource point. While it may not be teeming with spirit plants, it will undoubtedly be far more abundant than the barren Tianyang Su. However, high rewards come with high risks. I am aware that the headmaster of your elite class is Deng Feng. Do not be deceived by his usual jovial demeanor. He is an exceedingly ambitious individual. If the spirit realm indeed opens, he will undoubtedly find a way to involve your elite class within it, or have you practicing at the entrance when it opens. After all, the surge of Beastmaster energy immediately after the realm opens will be incredibly potent, making training there even more effective than consuming Beastmaster energy potions. Yi nodded. This conversation did not last long. All right, enough of this. If there are any developments, I will contact you. By the way, you've made quite a mess of the table. Shouldn't you compensate us for the meal? The black-robed figure remarked with a hint of amusement. Yi's expression stiffened. He had regretted breaking the table in a fit of anger. It is worth noting that the black-robed figure was a formidable presence, possibly at the king or even emperor level. If he was displeased, Yi would have no recourse for redress. Fortunately, the black-robed figure did not press him further, allowing Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. No problem, I will head to the kitchen right away. Yi wore a pained expression. It seemed he would need to dig deep into his pockets. Thankfully, he still had some reserves left over from the last lottery. Go. But do not add too much salt this time, the black-robed figure advised cryptically. Yi hurriedly left, feigning ignorance of the comment. Chapter 98, A Cult? Yi arrived at the kitchen and skillfully scavenged through the refrigerator. Due to the limited storage space, he only took what he needed. Standing before the stove, Yi found himself in a quandary. The black-robed figure had issued a warning, and Yi clearly did not dare to act recklessly. Ultimately, he obediently prepared a pot of fragrant Yangchun noodles. Do not ask why it was noodles. It was simply the simplest and quickest option. After pouring half a bottle of potion into the noodles and stirring, he carried the pot back to the private room. Here, enjoy. Li Biao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi. You knocked over our 8 cold dishes and 2 soups, only to serve us this pot of noodles? Yi's temples throbbed in frustration. It was fortunate that Li Biao had not yet qualified to partake in the batch of enhancing noodles Yi had provided to the Healing sect. Had he known the potency of the body-strengthening potion, he would never have uttered such words. If his father were here, he would have likely licked the pot clean. Enough chatter, eat up. The black-robed figure scolded, casting a dismissive glance at Li Biao. Turning back, Li Biao noticed that the black-robed figure was already serving noodles into a small bowl. Li Biao watched in confusion as he recalled the black-robed figure's high standards for food. Yet now he seemed intrigued by this unappetizing pot of noodles. With a skeptical mindset, Li Biao filled a bowl, disdainfully picking up a noodle and placing it in his mouth. In an instant, his expression transformed. What? This is surprisingly delicious? The next moment, the effects of the body-strengthening potion took hold, causing Li Biao's face to flush with astonishment as he stared at Yi. You despicable fiend. I merely criticized you a bit, and you resort to poison? The black-robed figure delivered a sharp rap to Li Biao's head. Enough with the nonsense. Eat. Li Biao shrank back, obediently bowing his head to eat. Yi could not help but marvel at the black-robed figure's remarkable patience. A minute later, Li Biao gazed at Yi with shining eyes. Yi Hufa, from now on, you are my true brother. Are there any more of these noodles? I will buy them at any price. Because he had not awakened the Beastmaster talent, Li Biao trained diligently every day. His father, known as the Iron King, was one of the 4 protectors of the Healing sect. Observing his son's efforts brought a mix of emotions, as he could only gather various potions to enhance his son's physique. Under the relentless perseverance of Li Biao, he transformed into his current state. The substances he consumed were laden with an abundance of male hormones, coupled with various rigorous training regimens. resulting in the metamorphosis of the merely 17-year-old Li Biao into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters, adorned with a full beard. Today, after indulging in Yi Ye's enhanced noodles, Li Biao was astonished to discover that his physical prowess was escalating at a terrifying rate, especially after the black-robed figure had provided him with the soup. The true essence of the dish. Yi was equally taken aback. He had witnessed a substantial portion of the noodles vanish into Li Biao's stomach. Yet the side effects for Li Biao lasted only a minute. He recalled his own harrowing experience during his first consumption. With the noodles exhausted and the ingredients now depleted, Li Biao nodded in understanding, recognizing that such a significant enhancement to his physical capabilities must stem from an exceptionally rare spiritual plant. The thought that Yi would part with such a precious resource deeply moved Li Biao, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable for having spoken harshly to Yi moments earlier. I am truly despicable. Little did he realize that it was perhaps the presence of his deputy leader that allowed him to bask in misfortune. The black-robed man, having achieved his objective, revealed a fleeting smile beneath his mask. Tomorrow, Li Biao would report for duty. The remainder would be left to improvisation. Yi nodded, observing Li Biao licking the pot clean, and shook his head. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already past 8 in the evening, and the elite class students were still engaged in physical training, a matter that held little interest for Yi. In his dormitory, he released Xian Hai and Ying to frolic. As the two emerged, they began to playfully tussle within the confines of the room, while Yi lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The new Lingshu? At that moment, options suddenly appeared before Yi. Option 1. Depart immediately from Luocheng No. 1 High School. Preserving one's life is paramount. Reward, a modest amount of Beastmaster power. Option 2. Engage in a life-or-death battle with the attacking cult. Reward, Xian High Skill, Oath of the Sea Moon 1. Option 3. Remain in the dormitory and observe the developments. Reward, Xian High Power increased by 5. Attack, cult. Before Yi could fully comprehend, the sound of an explosion erupted from outside. The Beastmaster Pavilion at Luocheng No. 1 High School was engulfed in flames, with a massive breach blown in one of its walls, through which a multitude of skills poured in. Inside, chaos ensued, yet fortunately, the elite class students had previously endured the Tianyang Lingshu incident, so compared to that cataclysmic explosion, this was merely a minor skirmish. The students quickly adapted, some taking defensive measures while others retaliated with counterattacks. However, the elite class students were still too weak to withstand the onslaught from outside, and many were injured. As the attack commenced, Deng Feng's expression turned grim as he summoned 4 contracted spirits, prompting gasps of astonishment from many students who realized Deng Feng was a platinum-level beastmaster. Ignoring the exclamations, Deng Feng leaped onto a flying contracted spirit, soaring into the sky, evidently in pursuit of a more formidable adversary. Deng Feng, after many years, you have not progressed at all. Riding a large bird high above, he faced a middle-aged man in a suit, with greasy hair and gold-rimmed glasses, a rose tucked into his breast pocket. Deng Feng did not engage in conversation, as 3 of his contracted spirits surged forward to attack. He was determined to swiftly resolve the confrontation while hoping the elite class students could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Unbeknownst to him, similar incidents were occurring all over Luocheng, overwhelming the Spirit Control Bureau. As the combat began, Deng Feng quickly gained the upper hand against the suited man. However, the situation inside the Beastmaster Pavilion was dire, as the elite class students could hardly withstand the tremendous firepower from outside. Just then, Yi arrived. Chapter 99. Hey, your Beastmaster is finished. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Pavilion, Yi immediately noticed numerous teachers summoning their contracted spirits, engaged in fierce combat. Yet the attackers were many, and even Yi spotted several golden-level Beastmasters among them, with many summoning spirits to unleash skills through the gaping hole in the wall. Uncertain of the situation within the pavilion, Yi decided to first address the assailants at the breach. With clarity of thought, he quickly identified his target. At the entrance, there were a dozen contracted spirits tirelessly unleashing their skills. Seizing the cover of darkness, Yi stealthily approached, but as soon as he made a move, he was detected. There's someone here, eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Yi, a black crow perched above was intently watching him, immediately reporting his movements to the cult members. Subsequently, 2 individuals clad in distinctive black uniforms, their faces adorned with cruel smiles, advanced toward Yi. You have some nerve, daring to emerge from there. Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing they mistook him for a student from the pavilion. Aware that too many words could lead to misfortune, Yi swiftly entered a state of spiritual energy manifestation, instantaneously teleporting behind the 2 assailants. With a flash of his Tang Dao, he swiftly severed their necks, causing them to clutch their throats and collapse in agony. Foolish mortals. Retracting his blade, Yi executed a series of rapid teleportations. Arriving above the cluster of contracted spirits at the breach, crafting a Zhonglei bomb in his hands and hurling it downwards. Since his previous aerial usage of the bouncy bomb, Yi had grown fond of this bombardier approach from above. The Zhonglei detonated, yet the spirits exhibited remarkable reflexes, instantly manifesting a yellow shield that absorbed the explosion, leaving the shield intact. At that moment, a deluge of skills surged toward Yi, who hastily teleported away. Nevertheless, his sudden attack granted the elite class students a brief moment to breathe, as a multitude of skills erupted from the breach. Yi felt a headache coming on as he noted a yellow-brown turtle among the cluster of contracted spirits. It was this creature that had cast the defensive skill, and even Yi's Zhonglei could not breach its defense, indicating it was at least a golden-level contracted spirit. Fortunately, it appeared to be the only golden level among them, while the others remained silver level. Instantaneously, options reappeared before Yi. Option 1. Utilize the Dreaming Blade to eliminate the golden-level contracted spirit, the Earth Turtle. Reward: Ing Skill, Raiden Sword Technique 1. Option 2. Address the source of the problem and annihilate the Earth Turtle. Reward: Ing Skill, Zhonglei 1. Just as Yi was preparing to unleash his ultimate technique to test if it could breach the defense, his expression hardened. Rather than waste time experimenting, it would be more prudent to confront the Beastmaster directly. Just wait. Yi surveyed the chaotic scene outside the Beastmaster Pavilion. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze on a specific individual. This person was accompanied by a tiger-shaped contracted spirit, while a massive crimson bird unleashed fireballs from above, intermittently erupting columns of flame that targeted the teachers and contracted spirits of Luo, Chung No. 1 High School. The might of the Firebird's skills was formidable, leaving the teachers injured and beleaguered. It's you. Yi swiftly approached the golden-level Beastmaster using his teleportation ability. However, as soon as he drew near, the golden-level Beastmaster detected him. The crow in the sky had already reported every movement to the Beastmasters, who were receiving real-time information through their earpieces. This was the advantage of reconnaissance-type contracted spirits. The fierce tiger beneath the golden-level Beastmaster sprang into action as soon as Yi appeared nearby. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Yi swiftly drew his Tang Dao to block the tiger's sharp claws. Then, summoning lightning energy in his left hand, he hurled a Zhonglei at the tiger. The tiger, unable to evade in time, was struck by the Zhonglei. However, the power of the Zhonglei conjured by Yi in haste was rather feeble, compounded by the fact that the fierce tiger, being a golden-level contracted spirit, possessed high attributes across the board. The Zhonglei failed to yield significant results, merely leaving a charred mark on the tiger's fur. With a furious roar, the tiger lunged at Yi once more. Yet, Yi deftly evaded the attack using his Xuanbu technique. Thus commenced a game of cat and mouse between the man and the beast. Whenever Yi appeared, the tiger seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. Leaping towards the spot where Yi was destined to land, Yi pondered how the tiger could possibly predict his position. Little did he know, the crow in the sky possessed a skill that allowed it to discern the trajectory of any skill's release, Xuanbu included. Each time Yi utilized Xuanbu, the crow would relay the location of his landing in advance. Guided by the Beastmaster, the tiger was always able to anticipate Yi's movements. Frustrated, Yi declared he would no longer engage. As he landed, he unleashed his ultimate skill. The tiger charged forward, and in a flash, Yi drew out his dream of one heart. In that moment, the time of obliteration arrived. The tiger had already received the command from the Beastmaster to dodge, but being midair, it was unable to alter its course. It took Yi's strike head-on. In an instant, blood splattered as the tiger was nearly bisected, its innards spilling onto the ground. Without hesitation, Yi executed a Xuanbu and appeared before the golden-level Beastmaster. Just as he materialized, a massive fireball erupted at his feet, sending Yi flying several meters away, unable to evade. The golden-level Beastmaster had summoned a fiery red bird early on, awaiting Yi's self-entrapment. At that moment, Yi was charred black, and the fiery bird swooped towards him, poised to deliver the finishing blow. Observing Yi sprawled on the ground, the bird's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Yi bared his teeth and smiled at the bird. Momentarily stunned, the bird felt an unsettling sensation, as though it had lost something of immense importance. Foolish bird, look behind you. There, the golden-level Beastmaster knelt on the ground, a purple, lightning-infused katana embedded in his chest. Ing, standing nearby, extracted the katana and raised an eyebrow at the fiery red bird. Hey, your master is no more. Chapter 100. The nuclear explosive man returns to the world. Following the death of the golden-level Beastmaster, the fiery red bird began to disintegrate. Simultaneously, the earth turtle at the cave entrance vanished, and without the turtle's shield, the students' counterattack proved effective. Seizing the momentum, Yi re-entered a state of spiritual embodiment. In the skies above, witnessing the chaos below, the suited man wore a grim expression as Deng Feng smirked. After all these years, it seems you have made little progress. Humph, I will not play with you today. With that, the suited man's flying contracted spirit whisked him away at great speed. Deng Feng made no attempt to stop him, just as the suited man could not hinder him. Back on the ground, the campus lay in ruins, littered with the debris of various skills. Though Deng Feng's face maintained a calm facade, his heart was anything but tranquil. The battle was nearing its conclusion, and with the absence of the golden-level Beastmaster, the resistance from teachers and students began to bear fruit. All members of the cult were subdued. At this point, Yi had already exited the state of spiritual embodiment and sat nearby to rest. The continuous use of Xuanbu and a barrage of skills had taken a toll on him. Heartsea was solemnly dispatching jellyfish from his hands, while teachers and students with healing contracted spirits tended to the injured. Strangely, despite the significant commotion, Principal Zhang Zheng had yet to appear. Just then, Deng Feng's phone rang. Grabbing the phone to answer, Deng Feng's expression gradually darkened. Yi, the Yi, who had been sitting against the wall, looked up at Deng Feng, noticing his grim countenance, and hurried over. What's wrong, Teacher Deng? Are you scared? Yes, Deng Feng replied in silence. The entire high school in Luo City is under attack by the cult. Some schools have suffered heavy casualties, and even the Spirit Regulation Bureau has been targeted. They just contacted me for assistance, hoping we can help the other schools. I need you to come with me. Yi was taken aback. After all, he was merely a student. Could he truly engage in such perilous combat against the cult? Despite having recently dispatched a golden-level Beastmaster with flair, he recognized that in a well-equipped scenario, even the turtle's shield would pose a formidable challenge. At that moment, Deng Feng also felt apprehensive. Yi Ye's strength was undeniable, yet the boy's methods were ruthless. Knowing Yi Ye's dark history and having witnessed his earlier actions against the golden-level Beastmaster, Deng Feng felt confident that bringing Yi along would be advantageous. Observing Yi Ye's silence, Deng Feng spoke, "It's all right if you do not." Suddenly, Yi lifted his head, his gaze resolute, interrupting Deng Feng. "I will go?" Deng Feng was taken aback. Just moments ago, Yi had exhibited clear signs of fear and reluctance. Yet only Yi understood that he had just faced another choice. Option 1. Refuse Deng Feng's dangerous request. Reward: Shadow Skill Xuanbu 1. Option 2. Agree to Deng Feng's request. Reward: Small Bouncing Bomb 1. Yi's heart raced upon seeing the reward for Option 2. Zundu Jiadu. I, the nuclear explosive man of Luo City, the butcher of the cult, have returned. Deng Feng's surprise was short-lived. No time to chat. Get in the car. From his storage space, Deng Feng produced a certain electric scooter. Yi was momentarily bewildered. We're riding this. Don't you have a flying spirit beast? That thing is too conspicuous. This is better. It's fast and quiet. Receiving the helmet Deng Feng handed him, Yi sat bewildered on the back seat. As they departed, other teachers organized the elite class students for a temporary retreat. Deng Feng's electric scooter sped away, seemingly modified, as Yi noted the speedometer exceeding 70 miles per hour. Teacher Deng, could you slow down a bit? Yi exclaimed, his face a mask of terror beneath the helmet. Deng Feng ignored him entirely. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Luo City Experimental High School. The school was ablaze, with teachers fiercely battling the cult. Deng Feng stored the electric scooter back in his storage space and exchanged a knowing glance with Yi. Instantly, Yi understood. Calling forth lightning as its song lay Baal materialized in his palm. At that moment, Deng Feng had already locked onto the strongest member of the cult. This individual summoned 3 contracted spirits, unleashing a relentless assault on the school's teachers, most of whom were silver level, with only 2 golden level beastmasters present, one being the principal, and the other conveniently absent that evening. As Deng Feng summoned his contracted spirits to engage the golden level beastmaster, Yi hurled the Tsang Lei Baal into the throng of cultists. With the sound of the explosion, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In no time, Deng Feng and Yi eradicated the cult from Luo City Experimental High School. In truth, Yi played a minimal role. The powerful Deng Feng easily crushed these minor adversaries. After Yi Ye's initial disruption with the Tsang Lei Baal, Deng Feng's 4 contracted spirits dominated the battlefield. Let's move on to the next location. Thus, the duo traversed the high schools of Luo City like firefighters responding to emergencies. Deng Feng was genuinely astonished. Although Yi had not contributed much, it was due to Deng Feng's overwhelming strength that he had handled all adversaries. Meanwhile, Yi filled in the gaps. Quick, precise, and ruthless, this was Deng Feng's assessment of Yi. He resembled a seasoned assassin, with the ghostly Xuanbu, exquisite and uncounterable blade techniques, and the expansive damage of Tsang Lei flourishing at Yi Ye's command. At that moment, Deng Feng and Yi had just resolved an incident involving a cult at a certain high school in Luocheng. A beam of golden light shot towards the sky in the suburban direction, shining brightly in the night. Chapter 101. The rumors of destroying the spirit ruins. The Night Watch Army? How could they possibly be here? Deng Feng muttered. Yi was taken aback at the mention of the Night Watch Army. What is the Night Watch Army? Deng Feng gazed at the golden beam. That is a signal flare from the Night Watch Army. Its launch signifies that they will take over this incident. Yi clicked his tongue in surprise. So domineering? It's not about being domineering, but rather a confidence in their strength. I don't know which squad has arrived, but since the signal flare has ascended, it is likely that the situation is already under the control of the Night Watch Army, and we can clock out. Noticing Deng Feng's familiarity with the Night Watch Army, Yi could not help but inquire, what kind of army is the Night Watch Army? Yi was exceedingly curious about the Night Watch Army, yet the information circulating about them was scant. I don't know much either. I learned about this signal flare during a previous mission from a senior. It is said that although they are referred to as an army, their numbers are quite limited, with squads consisting of just 3 members. The requirements to join the Night Watch Army are exceedingly stringent, and to date, there are only 8 squads. Each of these squads has accomplished the remarkable feat of destroying at least one spirit ruin of platinum grade or higher. Yi's eyes widened with confusion and astonishment. Destroying a spirit ruin? Seemingly noting Yi's bewilderment, Deng Feng elaborated. Not every spirit ruin is as vast as the Tianyang spirit ruin. Many smaller spirit ruins span only a few square kilometers. The method to destroy a spirit ruin is rather straightforward. Within the ruin, shattering the ruin's entrance will cause the space within to collapse. However, if one attacks the entrance, all the spirit beasts within the ruin will go berserk. Yi, puzzled, asked, if it is destroyed from the inside, won't that mean they can't escape? Deng Feng also appeared perplexed. I don't know. That information is classified, beyond my knowledge. Yi's heart raced with shock. Upon seeing the signal flare, Deng Feng exhaled in relief and patted the dazed Yi. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Do you want to walk back to school? Yi snapped out of his reverie, realizing Deng Feng was already mounted on a small electric scooter. Back at the dormitory, Lan Yunsheng was sprawled on his bed, a band-aid affixed to his forehead. Yi looked at Lan Yunsheng, who was absorbed in his phone, and asked in confusion, are you injured? Do you want me to have Xian Hai treat you? Lan Yunsheng instantly sat upright, crossing his arms defiantly. Absolutely not. You have no idea. Right now, the elite class takes pride in injuries. Many of those who have been hurt are boasting about their bravery. I only have this one wound left. Yi's lips twitched. Who started this unhealthy trend? Luocheng no. One high school suffered the brunt of the attacks due to the presence of the elite class and Deng Feng, but fortunately, there were no casualties. After a quick shower, Yi sat on the edge of his bed. With a flick of his wrist, a small bouncing bomb appeared in his hand. Yi observed the bomb, which was evidently smaller than the one detonated at the Tianyang spirit ruin, measuring only the size of a walnut. Lan Yunsheng, eyeing the bomb in Yi's hand, inquired curiously, what is that? Yi was unsure how to explain to Lan Yunsheng. It's a low-powered firecracker I picked up conveniently while out last night. Lan Yunsheng instantly lost interest. Aren't we too old for firecrackers? The following morning, sunlight streamed into Yi's dormitory. Due to the attack, classes, originally scheduled for 6 o'clock, had been postponed to 8. Rise and shine. Time for class. One must admit, the elite class was exceptional. While all high schools in Luocheng were closed for a day due to the attacks, the elite class continued with their lessons as usual. Yi, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes and donned his clothes, following Lan Yunsheng to the beast taming pavilion. Upon arrival, they found that the large hole in the wall had yet to be repaired, a stark reminder of the previous night's attack. Numerous classmates were already seated in the stands, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept well. After all, following the attack, the inexperienced students were left with psychological scars of varying degrees, making it nearly impossible for them to sleep. Some had even gone an entire night without rest, opting to come directly to the beast taming pavilion for class at the designated time. Yi settled into the stands, yawning wearily. He too had not rested well the previous night, primarily due to an engrossing movie review he stumbled upon while scrolling through Douyin before bed. Having discovered a film that piqued his interest, Yi became captivated. To his dismay, he soon realized that the progress bar had barely moved after watching for some time. It dawned on him that something was amiss. Ultimately, a 2-hour movie was stretched into a 3-hour ordeal. It would have been more efficient to simply watch the film in its entirety. With dark circles under his eyes, Yi felt a surge of indignation and promptly reported, blocked, and left a scathing review. Is this a new teacher? He seems rather imposing. He must be over 2 meters tall. As Yi squinted from his spot in the stands, he suddenly overheard his classmates discussing something, opening his eyes to see what was happening. As he did, he immediately spotted Li Biao, who was scanning the stands. Li Biao also caught sight of the lethargic Yi. Big brother, I'm here. Yi instantly perked up, while everyone around them questioned their hearing. Big brother? Li Biao quickly climbed up to the stands and rushed over to Yi. Who is your big brother? Don't call me that. Yi frowned, gazing helplessly at Li Biao. He. Li Biao plopped down beside Yi, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. After Yi had left the previous day, Li Biao could hardly wait to test his physical prowess. Unlike Yi's slender physique, he had consumed an entire half bottle of body enhancement serum. The serum appeared to work wonders for Li Biao, who was astonished to discover that his strength, speed, and overall capabilities had nearly doubled. At precisely 8 o'clock, Deng Feng appeared in the classroom. Upon noticing Li Biao seated next to Yi, he paused in surprise. Li Biao, get down. Li Biao quickly rose and jumped down from the stands, approaching Deng Feng. Allow me to introduce our new classmate, Li Biao. Deng Feng announced to everyone.